Chapter 131. Shelley, He paused, resting his right hand on the table, then raised his left to examine it again. It was indeed 0. The next second, he threw everything on the table, casually tore off his robe hanging nearby, draped it over himself, and instantly disappeared from the association's perimeter. Edith silently closed the coffin. The rotting fish and stews scattered on the floor turned to a fine powder. Except for what Duke Eddie had regurgitated, the rest vanished due to the normal flow of time. Edith glanced at Louisa through the window of the coffin again, stepped back, and bowed solemnly. The conversation had been brief, and much remained unexplained, but at least it was clear that Louisa understood the concept of soul transfer. Possessing powerful magical powers and creativity, she also understood the path to immortality, but she cared nothing for it, choosing the opposite path from Hope Eddie. So, is Duke Eddie constantly allowing his soul to enter other bodies because he's afraid of death? Louisa said she and Hope were on the same page, but her reincarnation was passive, and she probably only had this one chance. If Duke Eddie is confirmed to have lived from that time until now, he must have had more than one body. He definitely has a guaranteed method for success. The magic circle that allowed his soul to escape might have been created by him himself. Duke Eddie had long intended to approach Shelley, and it's not impossible that he sneaked into the apartment and tampered with it. Wait, if he specifically targeted Shelley? Edith then realized something. Doesn't this prove that Duke Eddie's original intention was to seize Shelley's body? She was momentarily confused, and she paused to recall. It wasn't necessarily Duke Eddie's doing. From what she knew, the Rodney family was also involved. No, not just the Rodney family, but even the entire Magic Circle Association. What role did they play? If this body-swapping process was so complex that it required so many people, then why had she so easily slipped into someone else's body? So many questions. Edith took a deep breath, stroking her chest with both hands, calming herself. There was no point in dwelling on it now. She had to go out and talk to the others. She decided to leave. Edith channeled her magic power, casting a stunning spell on Duke Eddie and his butler, while simultaneously clearing away the scattered magic within. He emerged from the stone doorway and swiftly moved through the hallway, simultaneously cleaning up any traces of his friend's passage. He had to erase everything. After reaching the first hallway, she suddenly stopped. Next time, Duke Eddie would likely increase surveillance. Infiltration might not be as easy as this time. Edith's ankle shifted slightly. She was a little concerned. Only a faint trace of magical energy could be sensed in the other passages, and only the central path could faintly detect the presence of wind. Where did it lead? That was so dangerous. In the hills behind the academy, Amy gasped. If I hadn't reacted quickly, that doctor would have caught up with me. Bell and Lynch successfully retrieved the medical records from the sleeping doctor, but as they were leaving, they happened to see Mrs. Addie awake. Her wails instantly woke the doctor, and he discovered the intruder. Several people quickly rushed to the church, the doctor in hot pursuit, even catching Bell along the way. The two struggled for a long time, until the other tore off half of the medical record, allowing Bell to escape and slip into the activated magic circle. There was still time left, but Amy was slow, and they had to wait until the doctor was right next to them before they could successfully teleport away. It was a close call. Amy recalled the doctor's contorted face in the final moments, whistling as she brushed her hair. She turned with her hands on her hips, but she didn't see any of her companions in her line of sight. She lowered her head silently. The remaining people were now lying in a mess on the ground. Amy, damn it, I'm so unreliable even activating the magic circle. Bell rubbed his head, which had fallen on the hard stone, and climbed to his feet, saying angrily, quick reaction. The time was so tight because you were so slow. If you had activated the magic circle 2 minutes earlier. Let's not talk about that for now. What about Edith? Tuttle and Hedda said almost in unison. Edith carved the magic circle. As long as she finds the right spot, she'd definitely be able to escape. Mullen looked off into the distance. Shouldn't there be any need to worry? I can only hope Edith doesn't get into trouble. Lynchy touched the sword on his back, a faint sense of resentment welling up in his heart. It was useless again. Amy tried to reassure everyone. Don't worry, we didn't run away on purpose. We were forced to do so by the situation. That being said, the doctor was already on alert, and it would be difficult for Edith to escape the same way she came. Edith is stronger than us. Maybe she'd have an easier time without being a burden. Hedda consoled herself it'd be fine. The group chatted, completely oblivious to the figure rapidly approaching from the distance. By the time Tuttle realized what was happening, a flash of white light had completely descended upon them, blinding them all. Tuttle instinctively opened his hands, shielding them in a protective gesture. A half-second later, he finally saw the owner of the wand pointed at his heart and exclaimed in surprise, "Professor Scott?" The hand's owner paused, then flicked his wrist. A powerful surge of magic swept across Tuttle's face, stripping away his disguise. "Tuttle." The figure stepped out of the shadows, his voice calm, his dark red eyes gleaming like fire in the white light. "It's late." The familiar voice rang out, but instead of feeling any sense of relief, the group huddled together silently, their bodies tense. They had broken curfew. Being discovered by the teacher wouldn't be a good thing. "Edith is his assistant, right? Should she be all right?" Hedda said weakly. Tuttle lowered his voice. "Look, is Edith with us now?" Hedda, Tuttle, how about telling him that Edith actually left with us, but got lost and ended up in a sealed cave? Hedda, "Okay, I know this back door won't work." After a few seconds of struggle, they decided to just go out for the outing, and sent Tuttle on their way. "Let's celebrate outside." He was halfway through his sentence, when Shelley scanned everyone present. Everyone Edith usually hung out with was there. But she wasn't there. "Where's Edith?" He was restless, so his words were naturally blunt, quickly interrupting Tuttle. "Don't lie, I know you went to the ruins." Everyone was shocked. "Exposed?" Hedda opened her mouth blankly. "Edith and I discussed it." Shelley's patience was almost exhausted. "No need to explain, just tell me where she is." "She's still in the ruins." Although he didn't know the specifics, Tuttle subconsciously chose to trust. "We weren't in danger, we just had a different division of labor, so we got out a little early." "Shelley, when did we separate?" "For 23. Belle answered instantly. Then, for the first time, everyone saw a grim look on the teacher's face. "For 35, Edith's magical fluctuations completely disappeared," Shelley said coldly amid the stunned expressions of the others. "After you separated?" "Wait, doesn't that mean?" Mullen's expression suddenly turned horrified. Although she didn't know how the other party had mastered Edith's magical fluctuations, there was only one way to completely vanish a person's magic. Before she could finish her words, the professor in the black robe had vanished from sight, followed quickly by Tuttle. Belle immediately called out to everyone, "Run!" The teleportation array in the back mountain was a one-time use. It could only receive incoming people, and could no longer transport them. Everyone could only hurriedly rush out of the cave into the night. Edith finally reached the end of the passage. There was no door at the end. Feeling the strong wind overhead, she squinted her eyes, and found a path leading upwards at the top of the passage. She reached up, loosened the lid above her, and exerted a slight pressure with her head. Swish! Her eyes emerged from the ground. Dirt fell all around her, and Edith quickly closed her eyes and adjusted her balance again. "Am I in a garden? Is that grass above me?" "Brother." A strangely familiar voice called from nearby. Edith shrank back, making sure she was surrounded by bushes and safe. Then, boldly, she peered through the leaves. The rustling of leaves, the sound of footsteps, and a sudden pause in the grinding sound. "Ivan? Why are you awake so early today? Isn't it my brother too? Ivan and Zebulon?" Edith couldn't help but look in surprise. She propped herself up against the lid above her head and glanced carefully around. Not far away, the white castle still shone brightly in the darkness. Countless lights burned, illuminating half the sky. "This is the palace." Edith encountered no trouble on her way back. After briefly dodging the patrolling doctor, she successfully made it back to the back mountain via the teleportation array. To her surprise, she encountered no one in the cave, nor did she encounter anyone upon exiting. Confused, she erased the traces of the magic array beneath her feet and waved her hand to explore the surroundings. There were traces of Shelley's magic. This concentration can't be residual. She was already a little tired after too many surprises tonight. Then it must have been left there intentionally. Is he looking for her? Why would he? Hadn't they agreed to conduct the experiment properly and deal with any problems with magic fluctuations later? Damn it, Louisa's magic. Edith immediately realized the problem and quickly withdrew, mobilizing her own magic power to resume circulation. Louisa had initially been surprised by her adaptation, but now she realized it was easy to explain. Most people struggle to adapt because they lived with their magic for decades, even decades. Even if they only had a small amount of magic, habit can make them unable to withstand new intrusions. But having only been exposed to magic for a year, she had struggled to develop her intuition. Unexpectedly, it came in handy in another area. After a brief exploration, she easily locked away Louisa's magic, allowing her own to recharge. The detector in Shelley's hand suddenly pulsed again. Chapter 132. Shelley lowered his head, silent for a moment, then held his forehead with a helpless hand. How did it come back? He was absolutely certain his plan was sound. Since Edith's magical fluctuations had returned, she was probably fine. But even so, he still felt uneasy without seeing her in person. Edith has returned to the back mountain. He turned his head, looking at the crowd a few steps behind him, refusing to leave. He said calmly, "Go back now." The crowd was instantly excited. Edith stood there bored, closing her eyes, and sorting through the information in her mind. After a sleepless night and the onslaught of information, she could feel her head burning. The ruins in the cave led all the way to the palace. If even the imperial palace can be breached, what about the other families? Wouldn't people like Hedda and Amy with high titles have already been under surveillance? What's the purpose of the surveillance? To find the right child? With only a few paths, it seems the number of families they could cover is limited. That explains a lot. Celeste doesn't seem to have Eddie blood. Perhaps it's because she was originally a commoner. Edith pondered. Her arrogance and pedantry are because the one controlling her was actually Lady Eddie, an elderly, traditional aristocrat. Mullen's experience can also be explained by this. She's somewhat similar to Celeste, a commoner with great talent. If they succeeded, they might have been able to readmit her to school as a bastard. Shelley is similar. Commoner with great talent, and without parents and social connections, no one would suspect her body was taken away. Having wealth and status isn't enough. They're truly squeezing every last bit of value out of the common people. She briefly combed her thoughts, but instead of becoming clearer, her mind grew even more groggy. Edith held her neck, and was about to slowly squat when her vision suddenly went dark. She fell forward. In her final moments, Edith didn't feel the pain of landing. A hand suddenly appeared and caught her head. It was like a replay of her own death, and her consciousness gradually sank, falling into a deep, dreamless sleep. Huh? Edith jolted awake from her bed. The warm sunlight from the window evenly bathed her, the late autumn sun providing a welcome reprieve from the falling temperature. Edith felt a warm, comfortable warmth throughout her body, eager to resume her sleep. Wait, how come the sun is already so high? She struggled to sit up in bed, and before she could even register her surroundings, she felt a tug at her palm. She turned her head, and was met with a startled, awakening Shelley. Edith, hi? Shelley was silent. His skin was terribly pale, and he stared at Edith unblinkingly. After 5 seconds, as if to confirm that the person before him was not a dream, he spoke. Are you feeling unwell? His voice was noticeably hoarse. Why didn't you get enough rest? Edith asked unconsciously, suddenly remembering the scene before she fainted last night. She rubbed her head. Ah, was it you last night? Yeah. Shelley's face was expressionless. Luckily it was me. He remained expressionless, but Edith, after studying with him for so long, had become adept at deciphering his body language. Shelley's neck visibly relaxed, his hair falling naturally, a sign of relaxation. Why am I here? Edith relaxed as well, unconsciously returning to their old ways. There was a problem at the academy last night. Is it okay for me to take leave today? I'm taking it for you. I'm doing an experiment, Shelley replied. He reached out his right hand and adjusted the cushions behind Edith, making her sit more comfortably. Edith, thank you, but could you please let go of my hand? Her right hand was still firmly held in Shelley's. She didn't seem to hear her hand still. What's wrong with your magic? He examined Edith carefully and couldn't detect any problems, but the complete disappearance of the magic fluctuations couldn't be an accident. Ah, that's what you're talking about. Edith moved her body, sensing the magic fluctuations deep within her, and then channeled the portion belonging to Louisa. That's what happened yesterday. Sherry's detector instantly returned to 0. What is this? Louisa's magic. Edith took a moment to briefly recount the events of last night. Even though Shelley already knew about Edith's experience, the sheer volume of information was still a bit overwhelming. Louisa is back to life. Yes. It's unbelievable. Shelley was silent for a moment, still holding Edith's wrist, feeling it carefully. You're completely unaware of your own magic. It's like you have two completely independent systems within you. No one can detect the hidden part, and you can block one and still use the other. I just don't know if it'd still be there after I take it. Edith pondered. I have to find time to look for Langman in the next couple of days. Luckily, I have a good relationship with him. Edith pressed her head and exerted force with her right hand again. This time, Shelley finally released her hand. Sorry. He lowered his head and said softly, I had to make sure you were okay. I was afraid the magic fluctuations would stop again, afraid the teacher would close his eyes and never wake up again like before. Of course I'm fine, But speaking of that, how about Haida and the others? Edith was completely oblivious to Shelley's change of mood. She suddenly remembered the ones who left early. Have they gotten out yet? They all are. Shelley said calmly, they got out earlier than you, and they're all unharmed. Edith glanced at him, and for some reason, she felt he was unhappy. In class, Hedda was sleeping soundly on her desk when she suddenly felt it itch in her nose and sneezed unconsciously. A heavy book slammed down on her desk, followed by the teacher's sharp voice, Miss Turner, please answer this question. Hedda woke with a start. She wiped her mouth and stood up dazed. Hedda's hair had left red marks on her face, tangling with her already vibrant red hair, making it look particularly messy. Well, the answer is, she stammered, looking at the blackboard, despairing that it wasn't an answer. The answer is, the teacher sighed, sit down. Hedda felt a sense of relief. Now fully awake, she grumbled to Belle, who sat upright beside her, why did they pick only me? Belle didn't respond. Hedda stared at him suspiciously, then reached out and touched the center of his pupil. She only felt the softness of his eyelids. What's wrong? Belle woke with a start and turned to look at him. What happened? Hedda, illusion? Belle, yeah, an illusion. Great. Hedda pouted and looked around. Tuttle, staring intently at the podium, didn't blink. She tested the situation and confirmed it was also an illusion. Lynch was relatively calm, hiding behind a book, his chin propped up by his hand. Amy? Hey, where's Amy? She frowned and leaned over, finally spotting Amy's upper body beneath the table, where legs were piled high. He was folded up, his chest pressed against his thighs, his head hanging naturally, sleeping peacefully. Put all the books away and pretend no one's here, Belle exclaimed. Good idea. We still have time to get up after the teacher calls us out. Hedda, She finally turned her gaze to Mullen. She rolled her eyes, took notes, and that meant she wasn't using any illusions. She was sitting upright, her book spread out, not secretly sleeping. She was truly awake. Me? I'm a natural sleeper. Mullen smiled shyly. I slept for 3 hours last night, and I made up for it this morning with another hour. That's plenty. Hedda, Well, it wasn't unfair to catch her. Laboratory. Edith ate a quick bite, got out of bed, and turned around to be pushed into a chair by Shelley. I'm not sure if that kind of transformation would be harmful to your body. Sit down and rest for now. All right. Edith shrugged and got straight to the point. She summarized everything she had sorted out, saying, it seems the group led by Duke Eddie has been monitoring the civilians, selecting those with high talent to take into the family. Shelley frowned slightly, and sat down in a chair across from Edith. Highly talented civilians are rare, and those with average talent are all sent to the Swordsman Academy. Duke Eddie and his men probably wouldn't be interested. To find enough bodies, we can only expand our search area and win by sheer numbers. No matter how large the organization behind them is, it's difficult to control the entire kingdom. His voice trailed off. Half a second later, Shelley and Edith spoke simultaneously, their voices urgent. Magic locks. The kingdom has mandated the use of magic locks. Even the ramshackle slums have one in every house, covering almost everyone. Edith thought of the lock on her door in Oliver City. Mullen herself mentioned that since she was born, the locks on our house have been changed almost every year, and a special person from the city hall has been sent every time. Magic locks happen to be the Eddie family's specialty. Shelley pondered for a moment. Everything fits together. Only in this way can the data on potential talents from across the kingdom be collected. You think the city hall is doing good things, but they're actually just sucking blood. Edith let out a slow breath. I knew they were incompetent, but I never thought it would get to this point. However, the most frightening thing about this whole thing isn't even that. Do you think the Queen knows about this? Edith looked up at Shelley, her green eyes, shadowed by the shadows on her face, dark as a deep pool. The city hall is also under the Queen's control. Without her permission, Duke Eddie couldn't have implemented the magic lock. Besides, I'm really concerned. Why this year? Why did the Queen, who always prioritized bloodlines, suddenly relax her policies on civilians this year, allowing them to enter Buny's college, teach, and apply for the court mage exam? And, right at the time of our promotion competition, she summoned all of you from the court mage selection exam, preventing us from waiting for help when we asked for help. Although Duke Eddie's underground passage appeared to have been kept secret from the Queen, was she truly unaware of the whole thing? Chapter 133. How much do you know about Duke Eddie's family? Edith suddenly remembered, Reed Eddie? Have you heard of that name? Not very familiar. Shelley thought for a moment, his head lowered. I check it out? Edith nodded, thinking the matter was over, and that she would wait until Shelley had time to investigate again. Unexpectedly, he flipped open a thick tome. I have a backup of Duke Eddie's information. He randomly selected a page and flipped open it. I was too flustered back then. I must be fully prepared. He had long heard that the Eddy family had a long history, and that the family heirlooms contained numerous ancient spells. After his teacher's death, he began studying magic circles while investigating the various families. If he found he couldn't reawaken his teacher, he would immediately begin his plan to kill Duke Eddy, as long as he could obtain a valid ancient spell. I got it. His hand paused on a page. Edith leaned over. 1, 2, 3. 14 generations separate him from Hope. He was indeed from the same era as Louisa. Wait, are he and Hope from the same direct line? So far, it seems so. Shelley paused. And according to the family tree, Reed Eddy has no illegitimate children for 3 generations. This means that if he truly wants to enter another body, he can only choose his own son or daughter. No, if he wants to maintain a youthful body forever, the person, he should swap bodies with should be his grandchildren. TSK, what a piece of shit. Edith looked away. It seems Mrs. Eddy also switched bodies. Does that mean that every time Hope switches into his son's body, his wife switches into his son's wife? I don't think so. Shirley shook her head. I tend to think only this wife gained the power to change bodies. The reason is still unknown. Most of the Eddys who inherited the title of Duke died before their wives. For example, Reed's great-grandson died at the age of 67, while his wife lived to be 109. That was a full 42 years. If her favorite grandson hadn't died a year earlier, she might have lived another 10 years. Indeed, I don't think Hope himself was loyal enough to stay with one wife for hundreds of years. Edith carefully recalled Duke Eddy's behavior and shook her head. Furthermore, such a dangerous formation is best kept secret by the fewest people who know it. He certainly wouldn't reveal it easily. The other party's actions over the past 2 years are very intriguing. Not only that, for a period of time, the heirs of the Eddy family were all women. Shelley flipped through a few more pages. From Hope's 8 generations back to the 4th, all 4 generations of highly gifted individuals were girls, so naturally, the titles were inherited by daughters. Hope certainly wouldn't dare enter the body of someone with less talent. The soul-swapping array requires a vast amount of magical energy. If he wanted to prolong his life, he could only excavate his daughter's soul and become a woman himself, making it impossible for his wife to reincarnate with him. Of course, at that time, he should be called a husband. And later, before Hope Eddy was born, the Eddy family hadn't produced a daughter for 2 consecutive generations, and the sons were extremely untalented. Ultimately, the real power of the family fell to the heir's wife. This is the normal rise and fall of a family. In the beginning, all the children were gifted, and they could be picky. Then, gradually, only one outstanding person was born each generation, who was undoubtedly elected heir. In the last generation, no one was born, and they had to artificially select an outstanding marriage partner. Edith concluded, but without a wizard of our surname emerging, the family will only decline. Once the marriage alliance is severed, it will be completely erased from history. That's why Duke Eddy panicked, disregarding the purity of his bloodline in recent decades and indiscriminately recruiting children from commoners to fill the family. At the same time, in order to promote the magic lock on a large scale, he had to make some concessions and reveal the secret to some partners, which led to the current Rodney family. Very smooth. Shelley let out a slow breath. It's all out. Edith didn't feel relieved. Yes, they had finally sorted out the general situation in the absence of other information, but this was only an understanding. A solution was still nowhere in sight. The most important thing now is to protect you. She looked up at Shelley before her. Duke Eddy's next target has always been you. According to the family tree, the age of death for each Duke Eddy has been getting earlier. Only the generations with the Duchess in power lived long lives. And those who died young became the wives of those in power. This suggests that there are limits to body swaps, and the time a new body can bear a soul will only get shorter and shorter. The previous Duke Eddy died at the age of 53. Shelley finally raised her head at this point, unexpectedly catching the teacher's eye. Edith's expression was grim. And Hope is 51 this year. Within 2 years, he will undoubtedly be dead. A dying man, a readily available young vessel, Hope's first attempt was unexpectedly thwarted by Edith, but she'd be fully prepared for the second. Don't have any private contact with Hope again. Edith said sternly, your interactions are primarily related to the experiment. If you must communicate, remember to let me accompany you, as an assistant. Shelley remained silent. He quietly stared into Edith's deep green eyes, then slowly averted his gaze. I'm sorry. He lowered his head, letting his hair obscure his vision. It's because of me. It should have been me who drank that tea. It should have been me who died in my original body, forced to inhabit hers, forced far from home, and endured hunger and cold. Why did it have to be the teacher who endured all this? What does it have to do with you? Edith smiled, her tense heart suddenly relaxing. Luckily, it was me who disrupted Hope's plan, and somehow, by sheer luck, I survived and passed it on to a child far away. If it had been you who drank it, Hope might have succeeded. She couldn't imagine how painful it would have been for her, freshly promoted to chief researcher, to sleep at the home of her closest student, only to wake up and find him completely changed. Shelley still had his head bowed, his hands clasped, his mind unsettled. Edith instinctively reached out, wanting to touch Shelley's head, as she had done when she first brought him back to the lab. Only then, suspended in midair, did she realize he had already reached adulthood. Time flies. She sighed softly, and was about to withdraw her hand when the figure in front of her suddenly moved. Cheryl sat up gently, and rested his head on Edith's palm. Edith smiled and patted him obediently. All right, since you know your life is hard-earned, be more cautious and don't let him succeed again. Young, unencumbered, and gifted, plus, Shelley himself was much more handsome than the unattractive Hope family. No wonder he was so sought after. Yeah, Shirley replied softly. You should be careful too. Don't go out alone for the time being. Mullen has been targeted since she was a child. Your current body wasn't in the capital before, out of Hope's reach. Now it's right under his eyes, making it hard not to be coveted. Edith is no safer than him. I will. Edith agreed immediately. Just as she was about to say that her fame was limited, and she wasn't in such danger, her expression suddenly changed. Last night's overwhelming amount of information pushed her memory forward, and she almost forgot that she had just finished her match with Joe. And then, there were those newspapers that were just beginning to ferment. It's over. During the interview, she was only thinking about luring the snake out of its hole, but she hadn't expected so many snakes. Now I'm a highly gifted commoner without parents, making it easy to fabricate my background. She was simply the perfect soul container. Speaking of which, how is Joe? Edith asked Shirley. Shelley shook her head. I don't know. I've been in the lab. Do you need help asking? Yes, I know. Lunch in the dining hall. Tuttle nodded modestly and spoke calmly. My parents were also involved in designing Joe's treatment plan. That's great. Edith breathed a sigh of relief. She had declined Shelley's request for help that morning. You haven't finished your experiment yet, and the lab's time isn't long. Go back quickly, and I ask myself. Who to ask? Shelley, who usually kept to herself, suddenly became serious. Although she remained calm. A truly calm Shelley wouldn't ask so many questions. I won't ask anyone in particular, will I? Edith found Shelley's attitude a little strange. It's probably just a general question during dinner. But I think the probability of Tuttle knowing is higher. Lynchbell and Mullen certainly didn't know. Hedda hadn't been in contact with her family, so she couldn't get any information. Amy probably wouldn't ask such a sensitive question out of fear of her aunt. That left Tuttle. Surely, okay. For some reason, Edith felt she detected a hint of reluctance in those two words. Consciousness returned. Tuttle took a sip of water to clear his mouth, then spoke again. Joe is still in a coma, but his vital signs are stable, and he's not in danger of death. His hand has grown back, so he won't be crippled. That's a shame, Hedda muttered. Why can't he wake up even though his vital signs are stable? This was a bit beyond Amy's comprehension. He must be in the Royal Infirmary. Aren't the patients there supposedly the only two types of patients on the verge of death, or those who are slightly frail? How could he not wake up if his illness had been cured? It's somewhat similar to Mullen's condition at the time, Edith pondered. No, or rather, it's somewhat similar to Celeste's. Celeste's injuries were indeed severe, but thanks to the school doctor's quick control of his condition, he didn't die that day. Thinking back, the fact that Mullen awoke from her coma the same day Celeste died is truly a remarkable coincidence. At the time, Duke Eddie must have intended to directly transfer Mrs. Eddie into Mullen's body, but for some unknown reason, this failed, leaving his wife moaning in the cave. It seems that a body-swapped person's defense and healing abilities are inferior to those of a normal person, which is why Celeste and Xiaoyi remained unconscious in a near-death state. Putting him aside for a moment, shall we get together tonight? Hedda suggested quietly. There's a lot of information that's inconvenient to share here. Yes, tonight, at our usual place. Chapter 134. Shirley didn't ask for Edith's afternoon off. After lunch, Edith dutifully put her textbook in her pocket and walked with the others to the History of Magic classroom. The good news was that all the competitions for the semester were over. The remaining rankings match and the finals were both after Christmas, so she could focus on preparing for the final exams without attending classes. The bad news was that Bertram had a bit of a mouth. When he brought it up again, Edith closed her book helplessly. She still couldn't understand why Shirley had such a good relationship with him. "Hello, our future wizard is finally willing to return to the first-year class?" Bertram glanced at the third-grade history book in Edith's hand. "How's your memorization going?" Even though Edith knew she had no ill intentions and was simply enjoying the fun, she still felt a touch of impatience. "Thank you for your concern. You're memorizing quite well." "Hello, is it far beyond the first-year level?" "No." Edith shook her head modestly, and before Bertram could change the subject, she continued, "On the level of Professor Pullman's class." Bertram's smile faded instantly. But it didn't vanish from the room. At the same time, the classroom erupted in good-natured laughter. "Shut up, everyone. She's laughing at me. Isn't she laughing at you?" Bertram said bitterly amid the boisterous laughter behind him. "You don't study hard, that's why your grades are worse than the class next door." "At least we didn't tell the kids next door that we were definitely better than them," Hedda whispered. Everyone around them burst into laughter again, further escalating the already sparse class into chaos. Edith shrugged. Pullman was another first-year history of magic professor. Compared to Bertram, who had a unique style, he more closely resembled the traditional image of a history teacher. With his heavy monocle, thick white beard, and unadorned gray robes, he looked more like a relic than something from a book. His voice was as hoarse as if soaked in alcohol for a decade, and listening to his lectures would make you drowsy in a second. At the matriculation ceremony, Bertram, dressed in pink, and Pullman stood together, looking like a grandfather and his rebellious grandson. Bertram, convinced that his teaching was slightly superior, had once complained to his friends behind Pullman's back about his methods, only to discover that Pullman himself was standing just 2 meters behind him. The incident was so outrageous that, even though all 5 present raised their hands and swore they would never tell anyone, the embarrassing scene spread throughout the academy within a day. Even more embarrassing was the quarterly exam results released a day later, and Pullman's class had won resoundingly. "Didn't I teach well enough?" Hearing Hedda's words, Bertram was filled with grief. "Is it my fault that you didn't do well on the test?" "The teacher taught very well," Tuttle said suddenly. "If you hadn't always gone off on a tangent, causing us to only cover half of the lesson plan before the quarterly exam, we might have surpassed the class next door." The laughter in the classroom intensified. Edith took advantage of the chaos to open the book again and memorize the third-grade history points with her eyes closed. This time, Bertram was finally more obedient. He didn't call on her again for half the class, allowing her to memorize half the book in one go. Immersed in the knowledge, the word Edith suddenly popped into her head again. Edith raised her head. "I wasn't talking about you. Go back." Bertram finally found his counterattack, raising his chin and shaking his hand. "Don't think you're the only Edith in the world." Edith tilted her head amid the good-natured laughter around her. "What are you talking about?" "Nothing, I didn't mention you," Hedda whispered. "It's just that Bertram has started to go off topic again." They had only advanced a little bit in the textbook this class. Bertram talked about the first reform of potion science 200 years ago, and mentioned the progress of potion science 2 years ago. Bell took over. Researcher Gary of the Potions Guild discovered the existence of similar elements in different materials, ushering in a more standardized era of potion research. Come to think of it, that researcher is also named Edith. Does your name make you more likely to produce a potion genius? Edith fell silent. No, it's not that magical. The reason this name seems so good is because both of them are me. Bertram, on the podium, was still beaming with joy. Earlier, pharmacists relied mainly on chance to discover potions. They happened to mix 2 ingredients together, or they happened to drink the resulting water, which immediately gave them a headache and relieved it. This reliance on chance slowed the development of pharmacy. It wasn't until 200 years ago that the renowned pharmacist Kimberly discovered the key to material properties, summarizing and generalizing different medicinal ingredients, that pharmacy research began to gain momentum. As he spoke, he pretended to casually step off the stage and slowly approached Edith. Since then, pharmacy research has made few further advances. Everyone has built on Kimberly's foundation, combining materials with different properties to create potions with different functions. This process continued for 200 years until 2 years ago, when Edith Gary, a civilian pharmacist, discovered the material elements underlying material properties, throwing a stone into the stagnant world of pharmacy research. Come, another great Edith, Tell me about the main ideas of the theory of material elements. Amy spat out the tea in her mouth. Lynch, who was sitting directly in front of him, closed his eyes, quickly took off his soiled robe, and tossed it to her. He casually asked, "What's wrong?" "As far as I know, researcher Gary was promoted to chief researcher based on the theory of material elements." Amy lowered her voice. "But she died shortly after being promoted. And the only other researcher involved in the experiment, Shelley Scott, was kicked out and became a teacher at our school. The project was shelved, and there has been no new progress to this day. With such an incomplete theory, I doubt Bertram himself would have understood its content, let alone Edith. It was truly embarrassing. The elemental theory of materials states that the most basic units of a material are elements, and that the properties of a material are determined by the element with the highest content." Edith, who had been thought to have absolutely no idea, naturally answered the question. "So, two materials with identical properties can produce completely different potions because they contain different amounts of other elements. By studying the specific elements in a material, we can more accurately select it, avoiding the time and materials wasted by numerous elimination experiments." After saying this, Edith paused. Is this perhaps easier to understand? She had done her best to simplify the technical terminology. Silence fell all around. Edith tilted her head to look at Bertram, but to her surprise, he was as still as death, his head bent over the book on his desk. "Teacher, is that right?" the eager student in the class shouted, breaking the silence. Bertram was about to strangle him. Right, he said dryly. "Mr. Griffin is absolutely right. Exactly what I was thinking, ha ha ha. Edith, but my statement just now was wrong. The properties of a material should be determined by the two elements with the highest and second highest content." Bertram, "Okay, stop talking." He fled in panic, stood on the podium, and said stubbornly, "It's okay. I really don't understand, but you and Professor Scott have a good relationship. Or should I say, a very good one. Professor Scott was another participant in the research. I ask him tonight, and then decide if Mr. Griffin's answer is correct. You disappoint the students if you talk nonsense." Edith shrugged and sat down nonchalantly. Bertram was quite thick-skinned. He quickly recovered his spirits and resumed his lecture. "In short, this was another leap forward in pharmacy, but we have no right to define its value today. Just like when Kimberly discovered the properties of materials, no one called it the first pharmaceutical revolution. It wasn't until 100 years later, when historian Coverdale summarized the century of pharmaceutical development and discovered that everything originated with Kimberly, that he recognized it as a leap forward. Similarly, we have no right to define researcher Gary's discovery today, but I believe that 100 years from now, new historians will define it as the second pharmaceutical revolution. It's a pity that researcher Gary died young and was unable to delve deeper into this topic." He suddenly grew serious, took off his hat, placed it on his chest, and bowed his head slightly. "I salute everyone who has contributed to history." The classroom, buzzing with laughter, suddenly became a pin drop. Edith was momentarily distracted. After developing the so-called theory of elements, she had received countless compliments, praising her intelligence, her youth and potential, even, somewhat uncharacteristically, her beauty. This praise reached its peak after she became the head researcher, then vanished after her death. A year had passed. She had never expected that, a year later, after leaving her position as head researcher, she would still hear such pure praise. No one wants to be forgotten, she thought. And no one is born to be forgotten. As a part of time, everyone contributes to the advancement of history simply by existing. There was no reason to strip their consciousness, to erase their existence in order to perpetuate a more noble life. Hope Eddie's actions must be stopped. She couldn't simply aim to return to her body. After class, Bertram ignored the unfinished syllabus in his notebook, announced that there was no homework, and walked out of the classroom to the cheers of the students. What a chaotic class. He was so curious about the accuracy of what Edith had said that he didn't even plan to go to the dance that evening and headed straight for Shelley's lab. After failing to find out, he didn't give up. After getting the information, he headed straight for the association. When Shelley opened the door, he saw Bertram squatting on the ground. "Shelley, come in." "No big deal. I just ask a few questions and leave." Bertram waved his hand nonchalantly, and casually recounted what had happened in class. "I don't know much, so, is what that student said right?" He looked up and saw that Shelley had stopped what she was doing at some point, her eyes fixed on him. "Bertram, don't do that. I'm scared." Shelley's eyes remained fixed as he spoke, each word clearly, "You're giving a student a hard time." "Bertram, how can I say I'm giving a hard time? I just love to tease people. I tease the whole class." "Shelley, Oh, and I gave more than one person a hard time. Bertram winced. For some reason, Shelley gave him a scary feeling today. Chapter 135. Night. After careful consideration, Edith decided to tell everyone what happened in the cave, but she kept the details concerning herself secret. Louisa woke after you obtained the notebook, bypassed you in a conversation with Duke Eddie, knocked him unconscious, and then died again. Tuttle's pen twirled between his fingers, a drop of ink splattering from the tip onto the paper. You escaped and explored another path, discovering the palace at its end. Edith nodded. Oh my God. Hedda couldn't help but whisper in amazement. Louisa has awakened. That was the ancient mage Louisa, a legendary figure etched in textbooks. Even the professor of charms at the academy spoke her name with respect. Someone who had been dead for 300 years had resurrected before Edith's eyes. If it were an adventure novel, she'd definitely teach you the secrets, sending you to the pinnacle of the world. She lamented, if Hope Eddie weren't around, with your talent, you might actually have achieved it. Damn it. But Edith got the spell book, so that counts? Seeing no one respond to Hedda's question, Mullen took the initiative. Ancient wizards can only teach ancient spells, right? No, she can even transfer her own magic power. Edith muttered to herself. She looked up and saw Mullen staring into her eyes. He looked uneasy, and after meeting her gaze, he spoke, however, I'm a little confused about what Duke Eddie and Louisa were talking about. Her comprehension wasn't bad, but the sheer volume of information and the strangeness of the content made her doubt herself. Duke Eddie has lived for countless centuries. Each time he aged, he was reborn in a new body, but these bodies were stolen from others. Amy, the most adaptable, came into play at this moment. Since he's called Reed Eddie, it means he initially stole the body of his own child. In recent years, with the increased emphasis on private education, many talented people have emerged among the common people, so he's extended his reach to the common people. It's not entirely because common people are more talented. Tuttle shrugged. Remember those Eddie children? Amy's mouth snapped shut, and she nodded with a look of sorrow. This generation of the Eddies is full of mediocrity. The only one with magical powers was Celeste, but she's dead. Didn't I tell you? Edith looked up. Celeste wasn't an Eddie either. She recounted Mrs. Eddie's story, and everyone fell silent. No wonder Mrs. Eddie said I regretted it, and can now accept Celeste's identity. Belle pondered. She turned her head, hoping to find someone to sympathize with her, but found Mullen hunched over, nearly burying her head in her legs, trembling all over. What's wrong? She reached out to touch Mullen's back, but she abruptly dodged. I'm sorry. Mullen's voice was trembling incoherently, and it took a great effort for her to raise her head again. Then I was unconscious. Edith watched the sweat dripping from his forehead, closed her eyes, and nodded. Yes. I suspect that near death is a necessary condition for soul swapping. Celeste initially injured you with the intention of finding a backup body for himself. Edith speculated, her mucus, now that I think it's an ancient spell controlled by Duke Eddie, it can push a person into a desperate situation, but it won't be immediately fatal. As long as the doctor uses magic to keep you alive, you will remain in a state of near death, ready for the swap. After Celeste and I finished our match, that body was no longer useful, so we began officially replacing it. That's why you suddenly regained your hearing and partial vision that day, felt like you were in a cave, and could hear the voices of those around you. Because you entered Celeste's body. For some reason, it ultimately failed. Mullen returned to her own body and successfully woke up, while Mrs. Eddie was forced back into her original body, lying motionless on the hospital bed. Mullen froze in place. Belle opened his mouth, unsure how to comfort her, and could only gently place a hand on her back for support. Anyone who knew their soul had nearly dissipated would be terrified. A strange spirit entered your body, controlling your life, destroying your existing social relationships. According to Edith, they might even eliminate Mullen's original parents in order to implement their plan to claim the illegitimate child. This is more terrifying than death itself. Will they target Mullen again? Hedda asked cautiously. Then, wait, weren't you the one who attacked Celeste after Mullen? Herda's voice suddenly rose. Tuttle and Lynch turned their heads at the same time as she did, looking at Edith's face. Edith spread her hands and shrugged. Perhaps I'm one of those targeted. I have no parents, come from a common family, and have good talent. If anything, I have the advantage over Mullen of having an unknown background, making it easier to fabricate a story. You won't, Tuttle blurted out. You're so unique. Anyone who replaces you will be noticed immediately. At least I will be the first to notice. I can do it too. Lynch's cheeks flushed, perhaps out of anxiety or some other reason. You are you. No matter what you look like on the outside, the only thing that represents you is your soul. Mullen will definitely be discovered. Belle frowned. Can you imagine her waking up from her hospital bed and her first words being, "Damn, doctor, get out if you can't take care of me"? Everyone shook their heads frantically. Amy said seriously, "It's strange. Mullen's talent was already passed down to the Eddy family through the magic lock, so why didn't they start before she entered the academy?" "Because there was no need," Edith replied quickly. "They don't switch bodies as soon as they find a suitable one. They usually find a civilian in advance and wait until the original body can no longer handle it. Just wait 5 years, and Mullen will leave the academy with excellent grades and be placed in a completely unfamiliar environment. Surrounded by strangers, her body change will definitely go unnoticed. Even if old friends reunited, they would think it was the work that changed them. They just didn't expect the day they needed a body would arrive so soon." Belle continued, "The fact that Mullen wasn't successfully replaced shows that the Eddy family rushed the preparations for this ceremony. Doesn't that mean the Eddy family can't find a more suitable body among the common people?" Tattle frowned. "That shouldn't be the case. The magic lock covers the entire kingdom. Even if they can only choose from nearby due to distance, they won't be unable to find a suitable one. Didn't 3 commoner mages make the preliminary rounds of this year's court mage selection?" Edith raised an eyebrow. "Are the results of the court mage preliminary rounds out? I heard for a while that Shelley was involved in setting the exam, and now the results are finally out." "It's out." Amy slumped over the table. "Surprisingly, 3 commoners made it to the re-examination. 2 of them are from privately run magic academies, and the other is purely self-taught. But the selection of court mages is a process of sifting through talent. Besides these 3, the commoners who successfully registered but didn't make it to the re-examination are also among the best among the nobles. It's impossible that no one could be selected. Unless these people can't be moved." Tattle and Edith spoke simultaneously. "Why can't they be moved?" Hedda was confused, seemingly out of sorts. Who could have a higher status than Duke Eddy? Even court mages. Belle tilted her head. The Queen? The discussion ultimately ended with the closure of the library. Everyone tacitly avoided asking Edith about the spellbook, leaving it entirely to her discretion. Edith couldn't help but think of those people she met in her previous life at the guild, who wouldn't move unless there was something to gain, and she couldn't help but marvel at the magic of fate. "Sometimes I'm surrounded by bad people, and sometimes I'm a little too nice. You have to be careful." After the librarian left, Tuttle gathered up the things scattered around the reading room and spoke to Edith with a serious expression. "After all, Mrs. Eddy still hasn't found a suitable new body." "I will." Edith smiled, feeling strangely familiar with the scene. "She'd have to be able to bring me to the brink of death." Though she was confident, everyone else seemed anxious. "Not in our family," Hedda said bitterly. "My foolish father can't help you at all. I think you need more powerful help." "Isn't the Walker family quite powerful?" "Amy's the heiress, so she has a lot of say. And Joyce and I have a pretty good relationship, right?" Edith raised her chin towards Amy, earning a reassuring thumbs up. "It's really okay, don't worry. That's different. Simply having a good relationship isn't enough. You have to have a vested interest in the relationship." I don't know where Hedda picked up that phrase. "Let me think. And you have to be a teacher. Why don't you test Professor Scott to see if he's willing to protect you?" Edith nearly spit out water. "Why him?" She wiped the tea from the corner of her mouth, glanced at Belle and Mullen, who nodded earnestly, and tried to recall the details of their previous interactions. "We weren't that close, were we?" She probably hadn't shown any closeness to Shelley in front of Hedda and the others. To them, they were supposed to be just assistants. Why would she suddenly mention him? "I know you don't know him well." Hedda's expression was inscrutable. "But he seems to think highly of you. You're his assistant, after all. You might be able to bring him some experimental results. Why not give it a try?" "How?" Edith was genuinely curious. "That think highly of is such a strong word? Last night, we left early and waited for you at the back of the college. Unexpectedly, we ran into Professor Scott. Tuttle, already halfway out of the classroom, suddenly spoke. He retreated, blocking the doorway with his book. He seems to know about us." Edith dribbled. "I did mention it, but I was trying to find some evidence, mainly to have a witness in case something went wrong. But knowing and looking for it are 2 different things." Lynch pursed his lips. "He's very anxious." But his anxiety was directed at Edith. Toward them, Professor Scott exuded a cold, distant air. "It feels like if we say you're missing, he'd be ready to die with us all in the next second." Everyone present nodded vigorously in approval. "Edith, help." What the hell was Shelley like last night? Chapter 136. Want some help investigating? Tuttle seemed particularly enthusiastic at this moment. If you feel you're unfamiliar with him, then there's definitely something fishy about his attitude. I wonder what he's up to. Professor Scott definitely thinks highly of you. Amy nodded vigorously to express her opinion. At least my aunt wouldn't be that upset about my death. So what would she do? Hedda's thoughts suddenly wandered. She immediately run to the side branches to find a suitable replacement. Amy wasn't sure. At worst, she'd go find someone while crying. Edith, your family connections are truly amazing. She made a few deceptive remarks to reassure everyone that she was in good hands. She quickly dismissed them and went to work overtime at Dean Key's lab. She felt that what they said made sense. Strengthening her relationship with the professor would help her with her daily routine. Dean Keith was gone, so she sorted everything out, glanced at the spell formula he left on the paper, and casually wrote down her thoughts on a piece of paper. Try your best to demonstrate your worth. She yawned and returned to the dormitory just before curfew. The atmosphere outside the window wasn't particularly peaceful tonight. Perhaps spooked by last night's chaos, the number of patrol teachers had nearly doubled. The teacher was forced to work overtime. Edith silently apologized, donned her earmuffs, and drifted off to sleep. The next day. There were only morning classes that day. After finishing charms, Edith waved off the suggestion to continue the discussion from last night. We can't let this mess disrupt our daily routine. You should focus on preparing for the exams first. The final exams were less than 2 weeks away. Hedda's head drooped when she heard this. No. Discussions were possible, with some food and tea, just like a tea party, but preparing for the exam was truly excruciating. Belle inquired about Edith's plans and, upon learning she planned to work as the dean's assistant, took the initiative to drag the reluctant Hedda away. The crowd dispersed, and Edith finally had time to plan her own affairs. During the morning charms class, she had stayed behind to help the teacher move things, managed to sneak into the charms teacher's office, and copied the third-year Charms Academy schedule. The afternoon was free, giving her plenty of time to find Langman. Langman had a practical class that afternoon, only 1 hour long, in the Academy's dense forest. As Edith rushed over, she encountered a man arguing fiercely with a guard. I just want to go in and memorize my lessons. The man was clutching a thick history of magic volume, his glasses sliding down his nose, making him look rather comical. You've been able to get in before, so why not today? Third-year students are doing practicals here today. The guard remained unmoved, firmly blocking the entrance. It's dangerous in there. No outsiders are allowed to trespass. I'm not trespassing, the man insisted. The forest is huge. I checked it out. Charms only occupies a small corner on the east side. I can stay in the westernmost part. No. Why? The Academy has newly introduced harpies, and they live in the westernmost part. They're aggressive toward strangers, so you can't enter without a teacher. The guard replied meticulously, Please go back. The man turned dejectedly, only to see Edith approaching. He waved, Go away. You're not allowed in today. Edith shrugged, walked around him, and approached the guard. Can't we let anyone go? The guard looked her up and down, his gaze finally landing on the 3 gleaming golden badges on Edith's cloak. He paused for a moment. What are you going to do? Endorsing. Edith remained calm. The guard nodded, moving aside to make room for one person. Only in the small area on the far west. Don't go forward or backward, or the patrol officer will have you leave. Edith nodded in thanks. The rejected student's eyes widened. Why? She didn't even bring a book. Edith, who had already taken several steps inside, shouted back, I memorized it. The guard turned and said to the student seriously, She memorized it. Student, Student, why? The guard, still serious, counted on his fingers with him. She has 3 gold badges, one for first place in the grade, one for assistant to the dean, and one I can't identify, probably related to the Academy. With so many badges, what she said must be true. Edith couldn't help but glance down at her collar. Where she had pinned 1 badge in her previous life, there were now 3. The workmanship wasn't as exquisite as in her previous life, but it was polished and numerous, gleaming brightly when placed together. No wonder she didn't get provoked even when she walked down the street now. When she was a Gary researcher, after receiving her chief researcher badge, she felt everyone at the ball staring at it. All the power and all the honor are concentrated in this small piece of metal. Once it is taken off, it can be easily drowned out when standing in the crowd. It's truly amazing. So, those so-called Duke and Earl titles are nothing more than invisible, yet more radiant, badges. They don't need to exist. A few words alone can make people retreat. In other words, once the title is removed, he's no different from an ordinary person. Speaking of which, when did Duke Eddie become a duke? On the roadside, the student, frozen in place by the guard's words, glanced at the badge on Edith's collar. The redness on his face faded, gradually turning pale. He recognized Edith's face. Indeed, if it were her. He didn't know what to say. Watching Edith's pace gradually slow, he took a long moment to add, "But the reason you just rejected me also mentioned the croaker. You said they're aggressive, and for safety reasons, you shouldn't let her pass." As soon as he finished speaking, a thumb appeared out of thin air, piercing through the clouds at an incredible speed, chirping and landing on Edith's fingertip. "Damn it!" Edith quickly shook her hand off, but the creature held onto her finger, unmoving. From a distance, it looked like she had a sixth finger, but only upon closer inspection could one detect the fine, fuzzy texture between her fingerprints. It was a hummingbird. Why did it look like the same one from last time? Edith wanted to sigh, but fearing retaliation, she forced a cheerful expression. "Hello, see you again." While her tone sounded incredibly hypocritical and gentle, it was terrifying to the guards and students. The student froze in place, the book in his hand unconsciously dropping to the ground. Even more shocked than him was the guard. He had been guarding the place since the creature arrived and knew the erratic nature of hummingbirds. Not only had Edith not been devoured by the sound when she entered, but he had even managed to hold one in his palm. Is that right? Was the training about staying away a lie? And it sounded like the man and the bird knew each other. Edith was oblivious to the turmoil in the hearts of those behind her. She spent a pleasant hour with the bird. It seemed to like her quite a bit, displaying much less aggression this time, only its claws still rubbing against her. At the end of their interaction, it even led Edith deep into the forest, and dove into a tree hollow right in front of her. "Is this your home?" Edith raised an eyebrow, peering closer. Nice location. The deep forest made it easy to escape, and staying there on a regular basis would easily lead to it being overlooked. Over time, even the caretaker had grown accustomed to its disappearances. After that, the bird was free to come and go from the academy. The bird seemed to appreciate her compliments, bringing her finger to the edge of its nest and gently rubbing its head against it. Edith felt she understood its meaning. "You mean, I'm welcome to come to you, right?" The bird pecked at her. "It hurts." "I'm sorry. It means you allow me to come find you, but whether you can come out is another matter." Edith changed her tune in a split second. The word seemed to resonate with the bird. It shook its feathers in satisfaction, no longer torturing her fingers. Edith seized the opportunity to leave the west side. According to what she had heard, after the practical class, the studious Langman would most likely stay to continue practicing, leaving at an unspecified time. She couldn't wait at the door all the time, so she had to take the initiative and go find him at the venue. She unexpectedly found the timing perfect. When Edith arrived, Langman's class had just been dismissed, and many people had already dispersed. The flaxen-haired boy was chatting with someone nearby, his mouth shape suggesting a request for contact. Someone had already noticed Edith's presence, so she simply stopped hiding and coughed, drawing nearly everyone's attention. "Can we chat?" She addressed Langman directly, without mentioning a name. At first, there was silence, then a heated discussion erupted. "Goddess, it's Edith, Langman." A friend beside him excitedly shook his shoulder. "A celebrity has come to see you." Langman, already dazed, felt even more dizzy after being shaken like that. He tried to stop her. But in just a few seconds, a brave warrior stepped forward and berated Edith. "What are you doing here, first year? Come to see me? What's wrong?" Before Edith could even begin to explain, Langman threw off his friend's restraints and spoke in a stern tone. "You're blocking the way." To avoid further commotion, he took Edith's hand and, amidst the clamor behind them, led the group to the northern edge of the dense forest. "Go 2 steps further." Edith unexpectedly thought this place wasn't secluded enough. "I have a feeling someone might overhear. What exactly did you want to talk to me about?" This attitude piqued Langman's curiosity. "I thought we hardly have any more contact." He obediently took a few steps further and asked, "Is it okay now?" Edith reluctantly nodded, holding up a soundproofing shield with her hand. "Maybe. I hope the news you bring is worthy of this level of confidentiality." Langman knew she must have something to talk to him about, so he cut straight to the point without further ado. "You came to me about Louisa?" Edith raised an eyebrow in surprise. "You knew?" "I guessed. After all, we don't have any more contact." He shrugged with an enigmatic expression, acting nonchalant. "What? Did you find something you didn't understand in the biography?" Edith was silent. He saw her expression, which showed she didn't care, perhaps even wanted to leave quickly, and spoke softly. "I know the password to the secret room that Louisa left behind." Langman's calm expression froze. Chapter 137. For a moment, Langman thought he misheard. "What did you say?" He was stunned. "What password?" "Edith, the password to Louisa's secret room." Langman, "Louisa has a secret room?" Edith, She actually run into someone who knew nothing. Louisa hadn't told her that there might be a situation where no one in the family remembered it. Edith was pondering how to proceed with the conversation. Langman, beside her, couldn't keep his composure and looked a little stunned. He scratched his head. "How about I send someone back to ask?" "It's a bother," Edith said quickly. "It's not a bother. I just have a servant run over." Langman shrugged and turned curiously. "But how did you get this information?" Whether or not there was a secret room in his house, it was a secret of the Giles family. Edith knew it existed, but how did she even know the password? "It's a coincidence," Edith said casually. "How can I contact you?" "I go directly to your classroom." Langman pulled out a palm-sized notebook from somewhere. "Tell me about tomorrow's class schedule." Edith and him exchanged messages. After he put his things away, he couldn't resist his curiosity and asked, "How about you just tell me the password?" Edith, "Forget it." Langman, "Forget it?" He finally understood and slapped his head. "Come to think of it, what's your purpose in telling me this? Do you want to take what's stored there?" "Of course," Edith said frankly. "I have no interest in helping you expand your family." "You are truly honest." He sighed. "I don't recall this thing ever happening, but if it were real, the elders in the family probably wouldn't let you take it so easily. You should have sneaked in and taken it." Edith gave a polite smile and said nothing. "Since Louisa specifically asked me to find someone from the Giles family, she must have had her reasons. The risk of infiltration was too high, and the losses would be even greater if discovered." "But why are you all talking about your family? Don't you have any ideas?" "Me?" Langman casually put his hand into his robe pocket and smiled. The news may not have been released yet. The Giles family is planning to change the heir." Edith turned her head slowly. "My suggestion at the time. I didn't think about it too much, and I didn't tell the family." Langman shrugged. "That shouldn't have been the case, isn't it? There can't be anyone smarter than Louisa in the family, so it's definitely right to follow her advice. If she doesn't approve of the family using her spells, then don't use them." Not long after the match with Edith, rumors of a change in heir began to spread within the family. But he paid no attention at the time, instead focusing entirely on following Edith's last two matches. After watching the match with Celeste, he couldn't even remember how he walked back to the dorm. All he could think of was the image of Edith breaking through the slime wall. If it were him. If he had to pick a single ancient spell. He couldn't. The number of spells left by Louisa was vast enough to sustain the family's prosperity for 300 years. However, as time went on, the current spell system surpassed his family's ancient spells in both quantity and richness. If they still cling to their original foundation, the Giles family can only survive for 50 years at most. "I'm not learning anymore." After his family once again urged him to take leave from school and return to the mansion to attend spells lessons with the elders, he actively refused. "I'm only in 3rd grade now. There's still time to change direction." He didn't want to recall what happened next. In the end, even after his father scolded him and his mother cried until she ran out of tears, they still couldn't change his mind. He decisively turned his attention to his younger brother, who was 3 years younger. But his younger brother's talent was slightly inferior to his, and the family was divided, with no conclusion to date. "If possible, I hope you can take it all." Langman, regaining his composure from his memories, looked at Edith with a clear gaze. "Erase all traces of Louisa. Only then can our family finally let go of our pride as descendants of an ancient wizard. Only then could the Giles family possibly survive." Edith paused in silence for 2 seconds, then suddenly burst out laughing. "You look a bit like Louisa." Langman, not quite catching her, uttered a nasal "hm." "Edith, nothing. If the Giles family were all like this, she probably wouldn't have exclaimed, 'They're all idiots.'" Langman finally decided to go home on his own. "Ah, master." The guard dozing at the door was visibly startled. "Why are you back? Why can't I come back?" Langman was baffled. The guard was speechless, and Langman, without stopping, headed straight for his parents' room. The servants passing by looked at him with strange expressions, offering dry greetings. Langman was used to it. His younger brother had already begun to consider himself the heir, but since the position hadn't changed yet, the servants didn't know how to treat them, so they could only greet them politely. He waved casually in response, and after inquiring about his parents' location, he knocked on the living room door. The cheerful chatter within suddenly stopped. "Who's there?" The servant opened the door, and Langman walked in. He was surprised to find his parents, his younger brother, and several influential elders in the family, including the current head of the family. He greeted everyone in the awkward atmosphere, ignoring his parents' stiff expressions, and speaking naturally. The head of the family smiled and said, "It's just right. We're testing your brother's current spell skills. You could come and take a look." His father immediately chimed in, "Yes, yes, let's see how your brother is doing." Langman had been about to leave, but after this, he changed his mind. "Okay." He naturally chose an empty seat, and sat down, leaning comfortably against the cushions. His younger brother looked a little agitated. "Vincent?" his mother warned softly. "Don't." The boy finally calmed down, but his hostile gaze still flickered across Langman's face from time to time. "Okay, first, the fire spell," the leader said. A small flame quickly appeared in Vincent's hand. The old man smiled, and his parents were even more delighted. "Great, great, that's impressive." Only Langman and the leader remained expressionless. Vincent's provocative gaze swept over, and seeing the leader's expression, which showed no sign of emotion, he froze in his place. The flame in his hand instantly extinguished. "No," the leader declared coldly. "He can't." The joyous reception room suddenly became quiet. "Why?" Vincent's father looked at him cautiously. "Ancient spells are different from ordinary spells. They're difficult to learn at first." It's already quite remarkable for Vincent at his age. At the same age, Langman was able to maintain the flame for 3 hours. The leader leaned back. Vincent only managed 30 seconds. "I was nervous." Vincent's face flushed. "Give me another chance." "That's even worse." The leader didn't even bother to look at him. An emotionally unstable heir is more terrifying than one with less talent. "Come on, Langman, show me what a true fire spell looks like." Langman nodded and formed a ball of blue flame. "The boss, eh?" "The boss. I told you to use an ancient spell, not a modern one." Langman shrugged. "But this one uses less mana, has a higher temperature, can be adjusted freely, and is even easier to learn. Why not use it?" The same excuse again. The boss, looking as if he couldn't explain himself, closed his eyes. "You're just trying to piss me off. Tell me, what are you doing back? If you don't need anything, just leave." Langman ignored the mixed expressions of the people around him, and walked to the door. "Nothing. Someone suddenly told me they know the password to Louisa's secret room, and asked me to bring her here to get something. I never heard of it, so I came back to ask. That's all, I'm leaving now." "What secret room?" "They're probably trying to scam you. Don't make friends with weird people." The mother frowned, clearly not yet giving up on her son. "Break up on them, and come back." "What did you say?" The leader's trembling voice suddenly echoed from behind him. Interrupted, his mother turned away in a daze. Langman pursed his lips and repeated, "A classmate said he stumbled upon the password to Louisa's secret room, but he wouldn't tell me directly what it was, so I came back to ask." "Don't try to steal from the mansion," his father said casually, catching his words this time. But the leader seemed to be under a spell, silent. He paused for a few seconds, then, before anyone could react, suddenly leaped up and grasped Langman's shoulders firmly. His ferocious face was reflected in Langman's pupils. "Which classmate? Where is he? Take me there now." Edith was eating in the dining room. Once again, 7 of them, occupying the entire long table, leaving only one seat empty. Amy had the misfortune of being drawn that seat today, and with a look of pain on her face, she sat down across from the empty chair. He lowered his head, cut a large piece of bread, and stuffed it into his mouth as if he were choking to death. Sure enough, he couldn't swallow it. As he strained his neck to drink water, he caught a glimpse of a figure sitting across from him from the corner of his eye. "Your Highness Campbell?" Hedda's voice rang out, puzzled. It was Ivan. For some reason, this guy always seemed to be joining their group. "Sharing a table," Ivan said familiarly. Hedda glanced around at the empty chairs, unsure if there was something wrong with her ears or eyes. "What are you doing here?" Edith casually cut a small piece of potato, rolled it in butter, and put it in her mouth. Ivan stared at Edith's movements, motionless, and after a moment, he slowly said, "Are you really a commoner?" Edith felt everyone around her prick up their ears. "Yes," Edith replied simply, without further explanation. "It doesn't look like it." Ivan observed Edith's every movement. "It doesn't. While you're sitting, eating, and walking postures aren't exactly traditional, you observe the essentials." Even if you haven't received systematic training, you've definitely been exposed to the appropriate atmosphere. But the newspapers say you only spent less than 6 months with the Turner family. Edith's back slumped. Is that all right? Ivan, don't give me the cold shoulder. Chapter 138. Edith could only treat Ivan with a perfunctory attitude. Some habits ingrained in us are hard to change. She had only learned basic social etiquette, but she hadn't expected to be noticed. Everyone around her turned their heads, sizing Edith up and down. Is it? Hedda couldn't help but ask, is it different? Mullen behaves the same way. Mullen straightened her back instantly. It's different. Ivan said calmly, being nurtured by parents is different from being an orphan. My mother really cares about that. Mullen pursed her lips. Our family runs an inn and tavern, so we meet a lot of people. My parents met passing nobles very early on. They believed I could become a mage, so they hired a teacher to teach me etiquette from a young age. My parents hoped her magical talent wouldn't be hidden by other factors. Let me tell you. Ivan shrugged. Then where did Miss Griffin learn her etiquette? This seemed to indicate a lack of faith in her commoner status. Edith narrowed her eyes slightly, pondering Ivan's intentions. Did he guess she wasn't Griffin? Did he suspect she had hidden her identity for some other purpose? Or did he think a commoner couldn't reach such heights? But she had been a commoner both her lives, so no matter who he suspected, it had nothing to do with her. My parents taught me that, she said casually, lowering her head to eat. Aren't you an orphan? Then you must be reading the wrong newspaper. Edith said helplessly, how can a prince like you rely on reports for intelligence? I said during the interview, just because my parents are dead doesn't mean I don't have them. Aw, sorry. Ivan hadn't expected such a response after his brazen arrival. He panicked, his forced demeanor instantly vanishing. I'm not sure. The royal newspapers disdained to cover matches beyond the finals, so he could only learn about Edith through the existing reports. Excuse me, your parents? A doctor and a tavern owner. Like Mullen's family, they met a lot of people, so they naturally understand the importance of etiquette. Edith said half-truthfully, so I just followed their lead. A perfect excuse, especially with Mullen as witness. Ivan was speechless. He paused for a moment, then said nonchalantly, I thought you were some illegitimate child. Amy, sitting across from him, coughed. Edith was also startled, her spoon suspended in midair for a long moment before she put it down. Why do you say that? Nothing. Ivan looked away. Just a figment of the imagination. He looked up, only to notice a sudden shift in the expressions of several people present. What's wrong? Nothing. I'm just surprised by your bizarre speculation. Tuttle calmly picked up the spoon that had fallen on the plate. I didn't expect you to have such unrealistic ideas. When Ivan lowered his head, he quickly turned back and looked at Edith with concern in his eyes. Fiction of imagination. Combined with their recent discovery, it's hard not to speculate. Has someone already begun to misinterpret Edith's background? What's the next step? Will they truly claim her as a bastard? And is the claimed Edith really Edith herself? But if I may ask, how did your parents die? Seeing the atmosphere stagnant, Ivan tried to bring up the topic again. Both parents died at the same time. Was it the plague? No, I got caught up in the nobles' quarrel, and was used as a scapegoat, Edith said lightly. Ivan, Silence fell again. Hedda stole a glance at Ivan, and saw him lower his head, his eyelashes trembling slightly, as if deeply shaken. He deserved it. Sorry. Ivan closed his eyes, and hurriedly stood up, carrying his plate. I don't know. He had expected Edith to retort, to evade the question, but he had never considered that option. He hurried away. Even though Ivan had left, the eerie atmosphere around the table lingered. Edith could feel the gazes of those around her, not just those at her table, but also those around her. From time to time, Hedda and the others' hesitant glances drifted over. Edith belatedly realized that what she had just said was indeed rather pathetic. Although she had merely stated the facts, hoping to allay Ivan's doubts, it now seemed a bit forceful. She pondered for a moment, deciding it wouldn't be appropriate for her to say anything now. Then let's all remain silent. Edith enjoyed a moment of peace, quietly finishing the last bit of food on her plate. She opened her mouth, ready to speak and leave. A sudden commotion erupted from the dining hall entrance. This kind of chaos was unusual in a college filled with aristocrats. Many people turned to see who was causing the commotion and what was causing it. Several adults, clearly not teachers, walked in, right in front of everyone. The ones walking in front were clearly servants, uniformly clad in robes bearing the family crest. The chaotic noises had also come from them. The slightly more elegantly dressed person behind them was likely the butler. He quickly stepped forward to stop the others, quietly urging them to shut up. Then, with a slightly apologetic look, he glanced at the guards nearby and took the initiative to negotiate. "Servant, butler, clear the way." "Which family is this?" Amy muttered. "Is there any family planning to invest in the academy soon?" Edith narrowed her eyes. She had a good idea of the situation, and after seeing the blurred family crest, she quickly determined the identity of the visitor. "The Giles family?" Hedda's surprised voice came from behind. The head of the Giles family had just stepped into the dining hall. "Didn't I say I was looking for someone?" Langman, bathed in disapproving glances from all around, awkwardly held his forehead. "It's not proper for you to come in. And bringing so many people with you. How anxious must they be?" Langman's father also felt that the head of the family was overdoing it. He looked a little uneasy, unsure of the situation. Why would he be so concerned about the casual words of an unknown student? What was the secret chamber? Why had he, the heir's biological father, heard nothing in all these years? Could it be that Louisa had left something behind? "Who?" The leader finally uttered his first word since leaving home. "Who?" Langman bravely looked around and, sure enough, spotted Edith in her familiar spot. He breathed a sigh of relief and walked over quickly. Edith looked up early and asked as he approached, "Your family?" "Yes." "Did you?" "Yes." Each word in their sentences was ordinary, yet when put together, they created the effect of an encrypted conversation. The people around them strained to listen, but could get no further information. Edith looked at the leader approaching quickly, her brows etched with a look of bewilderment. Why so many people? She had specifically sent the third-year students away to negotiate with Langman to minimize the number of people who knew about it, but she hadn't expected him to be so high-profile now. Langman was silent. "Because my uncle was too anxious." He offered a few feeble excuses, but he knew that while that might fool others, fooling Edith was a pipe dream. The leader had done it on purpose. He quickly calculated the potential reward Edith would demand, deduced the consequences of various scenarios, and chose the most high-profile solution. Letting everyone know. On the one hand, it would solidify their aristocratic reputation as Louisa's descendants. On the other, with everyone aware of Louisa's secret chamber, Edith would surely be embarrassed to ask for its contents. Even if she insisted, she would have to consider her ability to keep them. A commoner student without a family, holding an object that had been meticulously encrypted and stored in a secret chamber centuries ago by an ancient wizard before his death. Unexpectedly, Edith suddenly smiled. "That's fine." Langman looked at her in confusion. "Then Miss Griffin, please come to your house for a chat." The leader stopped and kindly interrupted the conversation. "Long time no see, Miss Griffin." "It's okay, only been a little over a month." Edith extended her hand, lightly shaking it. "So what about me now?" "The Giles family has prepared a carriage." The man's tone remained calm, not a hint of anxiety. "Please?" Edith boarded the Giles family carriage. The leader claimed to be honoring her and demanding the highest level of hospitality. The carriage they had sent was magnificent and spacious. Edith looked at the gold-painted carvings on both sides, then at the built-in table filled with exquisite pastries, and silently lamented her own short-sightedness. I hadn't expected these nobles to truly spend money. Across from her sat Langman, visibly fidgeting, trying to speak but holding back several times. Edith found it somewhat amusing. "Why aren't you saying anything? Didn't your uncle ask you to sit with me just to build closer ties?" Langman's first words were an apology. "I'm sorry." He hadn't anticipated such a commotion. Recalling the magnificent Giles family team's march through the academy, he felt like popping his eyes out. With so many people discussing, and so many people rushing out to watch, the boss was still able to stroll out as if nothing had happened. "Your uncle is quite impressive." Edith looked out the window. The capital's main city didn't allow carriages to pass quickly, and the scene on both sides receded so slowly that she could even make out the small signs outside every shop. To be able to control the entire family, even when the heir wasn't his own child, was truly remarkable. "Your father clearly couldn't hold it in anymore, and kept trying to ask me about the secret chamber." Edith turned around, but your uncle kept stopping him. He didn't seem anxious at all. Langman rubbed his shoulder, which had been sore from the boss's grip, and fell into a brief silence. He wasn't like this just now in the living room. It's easier to negotiate terms when you're not in a hurry. Edith didn't need a response, saying, "I'm curious what terms your family can offer." The car stopped at that moment. The Giles family had arrived. Edith hadn't expected the other party to lead her directly to the secret chamber. The layers of doors swung open, and except for the leader, all the Giles family members present were speechless, staring blankly at the majestic stone door as it slowly swung. Then a narrow, locked hole was revealed. "Here it is," The leader coughed softly. Go through here, and you find Louisa's secret chamber. Edith, Good, that's very Louise-esque. The leader must have been right. Chapter 139. That outer door? She raised a question, and the leader quickly replied, the Giles family built it later. The original dog hole was really just a dog hole, nestled against the outer wall of the family compound, its precise location unknown. It had its advantages, though. No one passing by suspected anything valuable was inside. At most, they marveled at the Giles family's continued use of such ancient dog-raising practices. Later, a certain leader of the family couldn't resist and built layers of protective walls, finally making it seem like a place where treasures were hidden. Still, most people didn't know of it. Why haven't I heard of it? Langman's father paled. I'm not high enough to know this news, am I? Yes, even if your son became the next head of the family, only he would have received the news, not you. The leader's expression was impassive. The family is simply trying to keep it secret. Then how did Edith know? Langman's father blurted out. The leader and Langman subconsciously glanced in each other's direction. Edith stood quietly, seemingly detached from the others, completely ignoring the question. The person in charge paused for 2 seconds, then realized with regret that Edith had indeed no intention of speaking. I had deliberately brought these irrelevant people along, but to my surprise, I still couldn't trick them out. This is Miss Griffin's privacy. The person in charge had a faint smile on his face, appearing gentle and polite. We have no right to inquire. What a sweet thing to say. Under the dense gaze of the crowd, Edith walked to the dog hole and glanced up at the other person. Should I speak directly? Wait, let me put my hand on the doorknob. The person in charge stepped forward, grasped the handle, and explained with a smile, after all, it belongs to the Giles family. Only those with Giles blood can open it. Sorry. He emphasized the words Giles family, as if reminding Edith not to overstep her bounds. To his surprise, Edith responded with a strange, smiling expression. Of course, you're free to do so. The person in charge vaguely sensed something was amiss. Why don't I do it? Someone behind her suddenly spoke up. Edith turned around and saw a man she didn't recognize. Who is this? My second grandfather's youngest son, Langman whispered. My cousin. Without knowing the details of the secret room, everyone wanted a piece of the action. I can do it too. Let me. We don't know what dangers lie within, so it's best for me to do it. After this initial voice, other voices followed. The sound of heavy breathing filled the small space, and everyone's eyes flashed green. Even Langman's father couldn't help but give him a push. My son is the heir, so let him do it. I can do it too. Vincent hadn't noticed when he came in. I'm the next head of the family. I should inherit Louise's estate. Enough. The leader shouted, silencing everyone's arguments. I'm the boss. No one's bloodline is purer than mine. I do it. Without hesitation, he placed his hand on the doorknob. Edith ignored the resentful glances behind her, and took a deep breath after the leader nodded. All Giles are idiots. The voice was loud, clear, full of emotion, and punctuated. It was as if an invisible brush simultaneously brushed across the heads of every Giles family member present, shaving their heads, and allowing the sound to penetrate everyone's brains from all directions. The shouts echoed beneath the thick stone walls, repeatedly penetrating everyone's ears. They are all idiots, 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 idiots. Langman's eyes instantly shifted from serious to clear. He shook his head dazedly, trying to dispel the sound, but it only made the word idiot sink deeper. The leader, who was closer to Edith, was most affected. His hand was already pressed against the wall, and besides the volume, the violent vibrations around him made him suffer unbearably. Louisa. Having read Louisa's biography in its entirety, he wasn't surprised by the command. But hearing it shouted from someone who wasn't his own family still made him want to close his eyes and never open them again. It's okay, just a little while, I open the door. He consoled himself, twisting the handle vigorously. Huh? He couldn't open it. You idiot! How dare you? Langman's uncle, furious at Edith's words, flushed crimson and slapped her in the face. I teach you a lesson for your parents. Shut up. The man in charge shouted, that's the command? If it's the command, why can't it be opened? Langman's uncle defended himself. She was just teasing us. It's open. The person in charge's face grimaced. The lock's open, but I can't pull it open. In other words, the password was correct, but his blood wasn't pure enough. Langman's father, quick-witted this time, reacted quickly and stepped forward. Let me try. He exerted all his strength, but couldn't budge the door at all. Afterward, Everyone else, eager to try, stepped forward one by one, praying they were the lucky one with pure blood. Ultimately, they all failed. No matter how they screamed and clawed, the door remained unmoved. How could it be? Langman's uncle went up, trembling with excitement, and came down with a pale face. There can't be a bloodline purer than ours. Is your information correct? The man in charge frowned, and Langman rarely saw any sign of fatigue in him. Yes. This is the message the previous head of the family left me. The password she personally promised, combined with her closest bloodline, can open the secret chamber. The closest bloodline isn't necessarily the purest, is it? Langman questioned. What other explanation is there? Langman's father was furious. Family history records that Louisa never showed favoritism to any of her children. But she personally designated the next head of the family. Doesn't that count as the closest bloodline? This information must be kept secret. If it gets out, those scattered across the kingdom claiming to be Louisa's descendants will surely come to the capital to try. What if? He meant what if? What if someone inside actually managed to open the door to the Chamber of Secrets? Wouldn't it mean they were the legitimate family? What would the Giles family be now? Everyone was engrossed in their argument. Only Langman noticed Edith slowly inching toward the secret room's door. She gently reached out, grasped the doorknob, and twisted it effortlessly right in front of him. Creak. The surroundings instantly fell silent. The arguing was abruptly silenced. Many faces flushed red from the words, but they all turned their heads in unison, looking in the direction of the voice. Edith silently switched her magic power from Louisa back to her normal self. Langman, was it you who opened it? The man in charge looked 10 years older. He stumbled toward the dark stone door, his usually calm voice now tinged with pleading. Sure enough, you're the next head of the family. I knew it. It's not me, it's Edith. Langman closed his eyes and announced to everyone. Edith shrugged and removed her hand from the doorknob. Isn't it hard to tell? How could it be you? The person in charge almost gasped, taking a long moment to recover. You can't be of the Giles family. Flaxen hair is the hallmark of their family, and Edith's blonde hair is absolutely impossible. I didn't say I was, Edith said flatly, looking at the incredulous crowd before slamming the stone door shut. Wait! Langman's father raised his hand to stop her. We don't know what's inside. We finally opened it. Why close it again? So we can talk properly. Edith raised an eyebrow. Now I'm the only one who can open this door. How do I say it? An hour passed, and the situation reached a stalemate. Edith insisted on taking the contents of the secret room, but the Giles family insisted on publicly announcing that the contents were in the hands of the leader, and that Edith's existence was forbidden. Make up any excuse, like you took a fancy to my sword and borrowed it to chop down the door, Edith said casually. Anything you can do to justify why you captured me. I can't give you the contents. The leader was also adamant. We can consider other options. Whether you want money, fame, status, or even Louisa's ancient spell, the Giles family can give it to you. The contents of Louisa's secret room belong to the Giles family. It seems we can't reach an agreement. Edith didn't care and stood up happily. Then I announced that I opened the secret room. That might compromise the Giles family's legitimacy. Is that okay? Langman didn't participate in the discussion. Watching Edith and the leader's back and forth made his scalp tingle. Here it comes. The Giles family's most cherished reputation, or rather, the reputation associated with Louisa. The leader narrowed his eyes. The two of them remained locked in a standoff. At the beginning of the discussion, others would interject with criticism or accuse Edith of coveting someone else's property. But the more people spoke, the more insistent Edith's tone grew, and the leader had no choice but to call them off. An hour passed, and he was beginning to tire. Okay, he suddenly relented. But we need to see what's inside beforehand, otherwise it won't be easy to report to others. Langman's heart suddenly began to pound. His uncle was trying to rob it by force. His usual guard had vanished from this space at some point, replaced by a stranger. Now it seemed he was probably going to find someone to block the door. He tried to wink at Edith, but she accepted it calmly. Finally. She smiled. Then it's a pleasure to work with you. The leader also smiled. It's a pleasure to work with you. He clapped his hands, dismissing the onlookers who were trying to speak, and bowed politely, inviting them in. The two of them walked to the door together. Edith once again mobilized her magic, but this time more carefully. She gently pulled Louisa's member from her fingers and wrapped it around the door. She closed her eyes, took a deep breath, and chanted again, Giles is a fool. The door opened. So the command doesn't need to be shouted. Langman gasped. It seemed Edith had simply wanted to shout it out. But the Giles family had no time to listen to his complaints. The moment Edith paused, everyone rushed eagerly toward the black hole, pushing and shoving their way inside. "Let Miss Griffin go first," the leader said indifferently. "Sorry, our clan wasn't calm enough." Edith stood there, her expression calm, not a hint of accusation. "It's okay." Before the leader could even begin to doubt her, a panicked cry erupted from the crowd. The once glamorous nobles, unsure of what had happened, now tumbled together, completely blocking the entrance. A second later, a streak of purple light emerged from the gap between the fingertips, bypassing the leader and heading straight for Edith. Edith lifted her finger slightly, and the light whizzed into her fingertips, etched with Louisa's magic. Before the leader could even shout no, Edith dropped her hand and walked aside, oblivious to the others. "I got it, so I'm leaving now?" "Wait." Chapter 140. Edith was finally properly ushered into the reception room. Throughout the journey, although the leader had been respectful, Edith could sense a hint of arrogance in his eyes. To put it bluntly, he respected Edith's practical value, not her as a person. But now, he finally seemed somewhat human. "Please." The leader personally offered a cup of tea, his expression completely calm. "The Giles family wishes no vengeance upon you. I apologize in advance for my impulsiveness." "Excuse me, is it still possible to get that thing out?" Edith, already traumatized by tea served by strangers, silently moved her cup slightly to the side. "Isn't it all just a matter of one word? Even if it's possible, I say no." "How can you find out?" The leader gave a wry smile and waved. The servants immediately stepped forward, closing the curtains to block the view outside. He then stepped back, lowered his head, and opened the door, locking himself outside. Confirming there was no one else inside, the leader snapped his fingers, casting a silencing spell over the entire room. "I apologize again." The leader pulled out his chair and bowed. "The Giles family's arrogance eroded me, causing me to lose control and deceive you." Edith narrowed her eyes, her head tilted slightly to the side. "Are you referring to the fact that you deliberately told me to take the treasure at the end, but actually allowed others to take it?" "Yes." "It's okay. I didn't tell you that only I could take it anyway. We're even." Edith shrugged nonchalantly. She had realized this the first time she opened the door. Or rather, the moment she saw the dog hole, she had a rough idea that this treasure wasn't something concrete. The hole was too small, and magic wasn't allowed inside. A normal-sized person could barely get through, but it would be difficult to return with anything. The so-called treasure was probably something light, like a piece of paper, or perhaps even intangible. And the first time she opened the door, she immediately ruled out the first option. A restless vitality emanated from the depths of the cave. If she hadn't quickly snuffed out Louisa's magical power, the object would have burst into everyone's sight and burrowed directly into her body. But that would easily incur the wrath of the Giles family. It would be better to let them do the wrong thing first. The leader gave a bitter smile and returned to his seat. "You just mentioned some method of investigation. I don't really have any, but I can probably guess that what just happened is irreversible." Everything Louisa left behind carried a sense of irreversible momentum, somewhat like her. Call her bold or reckless, she won't regret her actions. Based on his understanding of Louisa and his analysis of the previous scene, he could guess that the treasure would most likely not be returned. "So?" Edith was curious about his choice. "Why did you call me here? Please tell me the specific effects of the inheritance." The person in charge said sternly, "Also, please do not announce your possession of the inheritance. The Giles family will bear the consequences. To be on the safe side, I will publicly announce that I have obtained the treasure." Edith shifted in her seat and stood up, her eyes lit with interest. "Are you planning to keep this a secret from everyone? Lock the servants and other family members out, leaving him alone, and then tell others that Edith has passed the inheritance to him. Everyone would probably believe it, and even think he was avoiding others out of selfishness. For the Giles family's reputation?" Edith was filled with respect for the family's dedication, albeit a derogatory one. Even if they're seen as a thorn in their side, they're determined to hold on to their status as Louisa's descendant. "Miss Griffin has a good relationship with Longman?" The man suddenly changed the subject. "Then you should know Longman's ideas." "Yes, he wants to learn modern spells." "I agree with his ideas." Perhaps knowing no one else could hear, the man in charge relaxed a bit, leaning back with his hand on his forehead, a hint of weariness between his brows. "But many things can't be changed so easily. He's only 19, and now he's discovered the drawbacks. There's still plenty of time to make a choice. I was foolish when I became head of the family. I continued the previous head's ways for over a decade before realizing they were wrong. Any hasty changes would undoubtedly lead to conflict. I could only do my best to maintain the Giles family's status, buy time, and wait for someone fearless enough to come and rectify the situation. So you deliberately kept your child from the heir selection process? Edith glanced at him with a hint of surprise. You don't have to tell me so much. I just wanted to dispel your doubts. After explaining the reason, the person in charge seemed relieved. He unceremoniously took a sip of Edith's tea. Sorry, it's a good thing, but it's a waste if you don't drink it. Your things, please feel free to take them. Edith smiled. Is this part of reassuring me? Yes, I'm telling you I didn't poison you. The leader quickly followed Edith's lead. Yes, the Giles family is indeed doomed. The rate at which new spells have been created in the past 2 years has been so rapid that many functions can no longer be achieved using the ancient spells. No matter how clever Louisa was, she couldn't match the centuries of research of a vast community of researchers. It's still possible to maintain its glory under my leadership, but the next one will definitely decline. I don't want my child to fall into such a quagmire, so I might as well choose Langman. He was honest. Langman is a good person. I raised him since he was a child, no different from my own son. If he becomes head of the family, he won't treat my branch unfairly. So, I have to buy time. This lie can at least make the Giles family proud for another 10 years. After 10 years, I definitely step down. That's more than enough. It was a very convincing reason. Knowing there was no problem behind it, Edith was happy to do it. She had the power, and the responsibility was hers. Besides not being able to flaunt it, her current fame was sufficient, and she didn't need to flaunt it. She briefly sensed the newfound power within her, and shared a few key points with the other person. The next day, in the restaurant. This was where Edith, a socially withdrawn person, would encounter the most strangers. Have you heard? The Giles family unearthed Louisa's estate. My God. Louisa's been dead for centuries, and there's still an estate? That's right, but it's in the newspapers, so it can't be fake. A man pulled out a newspaper, and people immediately gathered around him. Hedda craned her neck to see, but Belle held her back. No need, Tuttle has it too. Hearing this, Tuttle quickly pulled out the newspaper, coughed lightly, and summarized the information. The Giles family accidentally discovered the ruins left by Louisa. They used Edith Griffin's sword to cut the lock, and the contents voluntarily recognized the current ruler as their master. Why use a sword? Lynch asked. What's inside? Belle frowned. Can the ruins be open for exploration? Amy's thoughts quickly wandered. It's not mentioned in the newspaper, but from what I heard, it's probably a force that prevents decay. Tuttle tried to explain. That's not right, or maybe it's a force of growth. Either way, it's very vague. That's right. This kind of power that's been passed down to this day isn't very tangible. TSK, now the Giles family can snort again. Hedda felt a headache at the thought of their arrogant attitude. Edith raised an eyebrow. She hadn't expected the person in charge to continue to blur the lines, giving an ambiguous answer based on the abridged version she given. It's life force. She silently raised her wand beneath the table and cast a silencing spell, covering everyone and enveloping them completely. Yes, you were borrowed to the scene, so you must know. Amy suddenly understood. What is life force? Edith silently reached for the corner of the table and, under everyone's gaze, raised her finger slightly. A tender white sprout suddenly poked out from the wooden corner, slowly extending forward along the original grain of the wood. Edith's face paled, and she paused. I reached my limit. This is life force. For a moment, she even thought she mistakenly cast the silencing charm on herself, because no one responded. Edith raised her eyelids and spoke before anyone else could speak. Yes, I took the item. No sword broke the lock. Louisa gave me the command. I wanted the item, but didn't want anyone to covet it, and the Giles family wanted prestige, so we hit it off and announced it was theirs. But Louisa's treasure looked powerful, but in reality, it was completely useless. The boss helped her test the item's effectiveness, and found that it consumed an insane amount of magic power. Even with her mana reserves, 3 or 4 times greater than anyone else's, she could barely manage to bring some life to the dead object. Essentially, a sprout growing on a table. As for the dead chicken used in the experiment, even with all her magic power poured into it, not a single splash was visible. Worse than a table, it was still too difficult to resurrect a human with it. After all, it was something Louisa had stored away, layered and encrypted for centuries. One could only hope it would prove useful in a crucial moment. Edith's thoughts were full, but in reality, they only lasted a few seconds. Tuttle was the first to react, resting his head on his hands. I'm sorry. He'd been wrong. He thought his intelligence network was comprehensive, but he hadn't anticipated the existence of someone involved. After experiencing so many surprises from Edith, he surprisingly accepted such a shocking event. Humans truly are amazing creatures. So there's no sword. Lynch was lost. I thought another reason irreplaceable by magic had emerged. Belle looked up and sighed. Amazing. You're lucky you got it. If it were someone else, they probably wouldn't even have the ability to activate it. He even began to doubt whether he had even acquired this ability. So, can this ability be used for hair growth? Hedda had a sudden thought. I've been losing a lot of hair while studying for final exams lately. Actually, I've been a little. Mullen looked a little shy. Edith, Great, everyone's adjusting quickly. She was relieved. I can give it a try. She raised her hand, and silently placed it near Hedda's head. Perhaps because her schedule had been so tight recently, and after putting everything aside to focus on studying, time had suddenly flown incredibly fast. Edith looked up at the calendar again, and was surprised to find that the final exam was the day after tomorrow. Chapter 141. Edith was silent. She turned and earnestly asked Hedda, who was standing beside her, how many days are left until the final exam. Hedda's body shuddered, her head tumbling forward, her hair blocking the table. Her arms frantically hid the novel beneath her notebook. I'm not sure, probably another week. Edith rubbed her head. I think so too. Time really flies. She stood up and walked out. Before leaving, she grabbed Hedda's head and turned her towards the calendar. Let's see. Hedda, confused, looked up, and after a few seconds, let out a shrill scream. Ah! How come there's only 1 day left? Edith hurried out of the room, quickly closing the door before her voice could escape, trapping Hedda's voice within. But Hedda's voice was too much for a simple door to block out, so Belle and Mullen couldn't help but poke their heads out from the opposite room. What's wrong? Belle was the one asking, but compared to the slightly worried Mullen, her face showed no sign of nervousness. Did you catch Hedda reading a novel? She was secretly reading a novel? Edith glanced back. We catch her later. She briefly explained how Hedda had forgotten the time for her final exam, and Belle burst into laughter. Even Mullen couldn't help but purse her lips. I hope she's finished studying. No way. Edith sighed and shook her head. I'd find a way to help with her studies tonight. Although she had forgotten the time for the exam, she had indeed finished her review and decided to get some fresh air. Belle, feeling a little tired, grabbed Mullen and headed out. Come on, come on. We've been interrupted. Why don't we go get dinner? Although Hedda cried out in dismay that she was done with the review, she was honest. She sat at the table, weeping as she ate. Edith looked at her drooping head with a touch of pity. Just as she was about to offer comfort, she glanced down and caught her surreptitiously slipping the decorative carrots from her plate into her own bowl. She was sneaking around, as if she were completing a crucial task. Edith, Good, she's even picky about her food. Looks like everything's fine. Dinner was pretty much set, and not long after everyone sat down, Tuttle and the others appeared at the door. They slid over with their plates. This time, Amy was quick to take a seat across from Lynch, leaving the only empty seat for Tuttle. Tuttle glanced at Edith, who was sitting next to him, and sat down without complaint. Christmas is coming soon. Amy started bawling as soon as she sat down. She had no fear of finals at all, only a longing for a day off. Summer carnival is only a week long, but Christmas break is a whole month long. I need some fun. What fun? Hedda couldn't stop crying at the mention of a day off. Bombing the house? She had heard that the Walker family had experienced an explosion on Christmas Eve one year. Although it was declared an accident, judging by the furious look on President Walker's face as he emerged from the association that day, it seemed more complicated than that. Not to mention the sound of a boy being beaten and screaming in pain that day. Amy fell silent for a rare moment. Don't mention it anymore. My butt hurts. His parents didn't dare to protect him at all. Edith looked around and indeed didn't sense much of the tension of final exams. The approaching holiday season eased everyone's fear of the exams, and everyone seemed relaxed, chatting and laughing as they ate. Of course, it's also possible that everyone, prepping for the exams, was hunkered down in the dorms and had no time to come out. So where are you planning to spend Christmas this year, Edith? Tuttle asked casually, staying on campus? No, my sister has a swordsmanship teacher in the capital. She lives alone and would love for me to come over. At the mention of her sister, whom she hadn't seen in a while, Edith's eyebrows lifted. I'm going to spend the new year with her. Doreen is taking swordsmanship lessons with her. Lynch suddenly perked up. Tuttle turned and glanced at him. He hadn't even known Edith's sister's name was Doreen. Edith nodded, a smile on her face. Yes, I'm using the same sword you gave her. Thank you, Master Charles, for the gift. That's a truly fine sword. Not only is it expensive to make, but it's also in short supply. Swordsmanship training is crucial. What about the teacher? Is he good enough? Lynch thought, thinking Edith came from the slums, and didn't seem to have much money saved at home. The teacher she hired probably wouldn't be very good. Why don't you let Doreen return to Oliver City? Marcy has nothing to do while I'm in school, so I just have to practice swordsmanship on my own. Marcy. Edith recalled the woman, who was as strong as a hill. It was hard to believe that a year had passed since they met. I like Marcy very much, but Doreen's teacher is better. Sorry. Better than Marcy? Although Edith's refusal was expected, Lynch still felt a little regretful. If you're worried that Doreen will be bullied if she's too far away. My parents have a good friend who's a swordsmanship instructor. Tattle suddenly spoke up. He teaches at the Swordsmanship Academy next door. I can put in a few words and get my sister over there. It's just perfect. After initiation, she can go straight into the academy. The instructor is the dean, and his skills are absolutely top-notch. Lynch's voice was abruptly choked back. Mashi certainly couldn't compare to the dean of a top-notch swordsmanship academy. Hedda bit the tip of her fork in anger. It was all her incompetent father's fault. He'd been so busy making friends with the lower class for so many years that he didn't even have a single worthwhile swordsman. Amy wanted to join in the fun. Actually, my family has a lot. No need. Edith smiled and shook her head. That instructor is amazing. The king couldn't have found a better one. Seeing Edith's resolute attitude, everyone gave up. No one doubted that the teacher Edith was referring to was Melly, who had retired from the fencing academy. Everyone had heard of this legendary swordsman, but after leaving the academy, she had declared she would no longer accept apprentices. To impress her, she would have to be either a genius or a legitimate prince or princess, in any case, a commoner from a small town. Lynch and Hedda had both met Doreen. Though thin, she had broad shoulders and hips, and her arms extended past her crotch. She was certainly suited to sword training, but not to the level of a genius. Everyone assumed Edith was being reassuring and didn't want to burden others. Everyone silently took note of this and decided to find an opportunity to find Doreen's whereabouts and personally test her teacher's skills. If she wasn't up to par, they would persuade Edith to change her. Although I'm happy to have a holiday, I don't really like Christmas. Hedda slumped down like mud, her arms sliding off the sides of her plate and directly onto Belle's across from her. I don't want to eat at the same table with those guys. I don't want to go to the ball. I don't want to dance with a bunch of strangers. She and Amy were both high-ranking nobles in the capital. Fire Christmas, a day of reunion and celebration for the commoners, was an endless social torture for them. Amy was fine, he was always mad, and could just drop the responsibility and leave at any time. But she had only been the heir for a year, and this was the time to expand her social circle. For the sake of her future dukedom, she had to grit her teeth and dance with a smile. Belle interrupted her attempt to steal the dessert with a fork. You don't like dancing, she complained. I see you're clearly looking forward to the college ball. People your age don't stink that much. Hedda said confidently, you never smelled an old noble in his 60s or 70s. Even 3 coats of perfume can't cover it. She suddenly stopped, her eyes gleaming as she grasped Edith's arm. By the way, hasn't Edith chosen a partner for the Fire Festival yet? Fire Festival, the continent's most traditional festival, has a much longer history than the carnival, which originated with the founding of the kingdom. According to oral tradition, winters on this continent are brutally cold, and all living things have a lifespan of only 3 seasons: birth in spring, growth in summer, aging in autumn, and death in winter. It wasn't until the goddess sent down fire for winter, the birth of flames, that life's lifespans were extended. To commemorate this, humans created churches to worship the goddess, and designated the day she gave the fire as Fire Festival. Every winter month, they agreed to sing and dance around the flames, a tradition that continues to this day. As the continent's most important festival, Buny's College naturally planned a ball. However, to avoid the crowded gatherings of aristocrats, the ball was scheduled after the final exams and before the official Fire Festival. That is, on the evening of December 17th. But among the students, it was more popularly known as the night before the guillotine. After the revelry, the final exam results would be promptly announced the next morning. No matter how glamorous the night before, the next day, everyone had to arrive at the college, reeking of alcohol and resentment, to collect their report cards. And the teacher who had danced on the dance floor with a wild laugh the night before would once again transform into a stern, devilish figure. But despite this, Everyone was still eagerly anticipating the ball. Hedda's eyes sparkled, her gaze filled with longing as she looked at Edith. Be my partner? I don't want to be invited by someone I don't know. In the beginning, the dance did require a man and a woman to be paired, and many people would take the opportunity to invite their favorite partner. But in recent years, more and more people have come with friends, and attending the dance with a partner has resulted in fewer invitations from the opposite sex. Hedda just wanted to eat, not dance all night. Although the Turner family had fallen on hard times, they were still a duke, so many people would still come to try their luck. Edith pondered for a moment. I haven't decided yet. The dance? A great opportunity to make friends and gather information, but the attendees were mostly young people with little experience in family affairs, so the actual information one could obtain was minimal. Tuttle's clenched fists under the table slowly loosened as he casually said, There's no need to push yourself too hard. Relaxing a bit is essential. He turned his head and immediately saw Edith's hesitation. But if you want to focus on gathering intelligence, it's best to find a male partner. A female partner will do little to deter those with bad intentions. Edith thought he had a point. But I don't think many people would bother me. She was just a civilian, not as lucrative as Hedda. Lynch, no, I don't think so. Chapter 142. How could there not be so few people inviting you to the dance? Bell rolled his eyes speechlessly. If you dared to stand alone on the dance floor, people would surely flock to you. Nealon nodded with effort. I definitely invite you too. Tuttle and the others nodded silently, though they didn't say anything. Edith really underestimated her own fame. Although few people actively approached her to express their affection outside of the competition, the dance was a place to show courage. Furthermore, inviting others to the dance was legitimate. The first person to invite might need some courage, but the others, upon seeing the leader, would only gather more and more people. Looking back at the dances of previous years, anyone who dared to come to the league finals had to be prepared to be stuck and unable to move, with no one paying attention. That would be underestimating the value of the college league. That's not that exaggerated. Edith pondered for a moment. In her previous life, when she was promoted to chief researcher, she hadn't even seen a few invitations to the dance. Back then, she was the star. This time, she was just a first-year student. With so many people in the school, no one would pay attention to her. But, is the school auditorium that big? Edith pondered for a moment. 5 grades, that's over 5,000 people. Not that many. Most fifth-year students won't come. Plus, with each grade, some of the weakest students are eliminated. And then, there's the nobles who aren't from the capital. Many people ask to go home as soon as the holidays start, and don't plan to stay for the dance. Finally, we have to exclude those who don't want to come, those who feel embarrassed not to get a dance partner, those who have grudges against people at the dance, and those who overslept. Finally, if we can get 3,000 people, it's great. Amy concluded, most of the time, the ball crowd is kept under 2,500. But it was still a large number. Edith felt more reassured. With so many people, and such a large venue, finding me wouldn't be easy. Then going out for a bit seems fine. It might be easier to ask questions while she was drunk. Finally, she couldn't resist Hedda's sparkling eyes, and agreed to her request. Tuttle's proposal was rejected, but seeing that it was Hedda who invited her, she reluctantly relented. Hedda, having triumphed, immediately promised Edith a dress. You can choose whatever you want. Hedda's eyes wandered. We have so many dresses at home that we never worn. Customizing a dress would take so long, and she had to wear a brand new dress to every ball, so the tailor had to prepare next year's outfit a year in advance. But they misjudged her growth rate. She had barely grown that year, yet the dress was designed based on a 6-centimeter increase. Everything I tried on a while ago was too long and too big, so I had to choose a few to alter, leaving me with a lot of loose-fitting pieces. Though these will probably fit Edith perfectly. Edith, who was once a bit shorter than me, has grown so much in just 1 year, while she's stayed exactly the same. Damn it, final exams are December 10th to 15th, but those are for first and second years, who have a lot of coursework. Third years, who have already chosen their major, only have 3 days. While Hedda was still scratching her head and screaming, studying late into the night, Edith had successfully completed all her general exams, and was left with only potions to prepare. It's not Christopher, it should be Christian. She corrected Hedda's paper between reviews. The time and event are wrong too, this should be the first time. Hedda clutched her head in agony. Who on earth can even remember these historical events? Faced with this purely memorized knowledge point, Belle looked even more distressed than Hedda. I was wondering too. She closed her eyes, and casually said, maybe hope Eddie can remember. Silence fell all around. Belle belatedly realized her words were wrong. I mean, it's okay, you have a point. Edith yawned. He's lived for at least hundreds of years. I don't know how many memories he has in his head. Also, although Belle and the others didn't know, she understood the feeling of switching bodies. Not only did she retain the memories of her time as Edith Gary, she also inherited those of the original owner. In other words, based on time alone, Duke Eddie's brain contained at least nearly 10 million hours of memory. Subtracting mechanical time like eating and sleeping, his brain must have at least 3 million hours of useful information. He wondered if his head hurt, and how long it would take to search his memory. I only lived 16 years, and I can't remember much from my childhood anymore, Hedda muttered. Could he really remember so much? Of course not. Even the creator needs to keep records, Edith said, pulling out Louise's spellbook. She was confident of passing tomorrow's exam, so since we were talking about this, she might as well take a look at the book. Mullen couldn't help but glance at Edith's hand. It's okay, just read it. Edith shrugged. I don't understand it, after all. What a mistake. She almost forgotten that writing 300 years ago couldn't be the same as it is today. Not to mention this was Louise's manuscript, with a ton of scribbles and mumbling mixed in with a few spells, obscuring the important parts. She had borrowed a book of ancient texts from the library, determined to get through it no matter how hard it was. After 5 hours of furious flipping through it, she saw Louisa was debating whether to put pumpkin or potato in the stew. She gave up decisively. Edith simply copied a copy and gave it to Shelley to translate, but he was busy with finals and previous research, so his progress was very slow. Edith wasn't in a hurry either, planning to challenge herself when she had more time. Now that she had some time, she might as well try translating a couple more paragraphs. I can help you take a look. Mullen offered her hand. I memorized the dictionary and know some characters. Her family's plans for her were vague, unlike the aristocracy, who were born with a clear direction. Her chaotic schedule led her to learn a bit of everything, until a few years ago, when vague news of civilian enrollment in the capital reached her, and she finally focused on spells. Hedda and Belle both gathered around. Hedda praised heartily, you know so much. I only know a little bit, and I can roughly discern which sentences are logical by grammar. The rest are probably spells. Mullen blushed slightly. Not that great. With Edith's permission, she circled the spell with water. Edith quickly cast a spell to secure it, so that when she no longer needed the lines, she could just remove the spell and let it dry naturally. Thank you. Edith accepted the book and thanked him heartily. With these circles, she could save a lot of time. However, based on her previous experience reading biographies, she knew Louisa might have hidden the key points in her daily mumblings. She would definitely translate the whole thing when she had time. When she looked up again, it was already 12 o'clock. Hedda was so engrossed in memorizing that she had lost track of time just like her. Edith hurriedly sent everyone to bed, put away the notebook with the 2 pages she had translated, and closed her eyes to think about tomorrow's exam. This time she could answer the questions with full confidence. She was now, ostensibly, Shelley's assistant, so she could use her past life's knowledge to get by, but going too deep might not work. The next day, Edith's seat was at the front of the exam room, very close to the podium. It was obvious she had squeezed in to find an empty seat. When she entered the classroom, the invigilator, who was sitting at the podium, tidying up exam papers, caught sight of someone in his peripheral vision and instinctively glanced up. He should have quickly lowered his head and continued working, but after catching sight of the 3 gleaming golden badges, it was hard not to follow. Edith Griffin. The headmaster had suddenly agreed to a third-year exam, and instructed the third years to prepare an extra set of desks, chairs, and exam papers. Put the desks in front of the podium, a potions professor instructed as they set up the exam room. She frowned, standing out in the otherwise relaxed atmosphere. Professor Fergus smiled as he passed by. I remember this is the third-year potions exam? What's up, Professor Edward? This isn't a question of whether they're third years or not. Professor Edward scolded. How dare a first-year student directly challenge a third-year paper? And with such disdain? Such disregard for potions is a disgrace to Buny's College. Potions are a great subject, requiring accumulation. She was born into a family of potionists, and her bedtime stories, since childhood, were all about herbal formulas. While others began learning by 6, she had been memorizing medicinal properties since she could barely read at 5, a year earlier than the average noble. Unfortunately, her talent was limited. Despite decades of diligent effort, she still couldn't join the association as a researcher, and could only become a teacher at the academy, but she was the 4th-year potions professor. She taught the most difficult potions course in the academy, and was more knowledgeable than the average teacher. She despised students who didn't have a foundation from a young age, and resented researchers who started later but achieved greater success than she did. This year, the academy hired Shelley as a teacher, and she was the first to object. To her surprise, he still got in. A commoner, who only started studying potion at the age of 15, joined the association, and yet dared to blow up the building, getting fired and wasting this hard-earned opportunity. Fergus knew what Edward was thinking. He chuckled at his furious face and tried to change the subject. What does this have to do with putting it in front of the podium? For surveillance. I think she must have some shady tactics. Professor Edward narrowed his eyes. Otherwise, why would she dare accept such a challenge? How shady is that? The questions were all written by you fourth-year students. To avoid suspicion, Scott and I haven't even seen them. Fergus soothed him. All right, leave it here. Edith wouldn't dare cheat here. What are you talking about? Shelley walked into the classroom. He had come early to find Edith's seat so that he could see her firsthand as he passed by the window during the exam. Unexpectedly, he heard the teacher's name and walked over to ask a few questions. Shelley always wore the uniform academy robes, pure black, with no adornments, as austere as his private life. But he looked more elegant than those who sported new outfits every day. Fergus envied the other man's slender figure, then looked down at her own bulging belly, and couldn't help but sigh. Maybe this sigh gave Edward the signal to charge, but she began sarcastically, let's talk about your assistant who shares Gary's name. Shirley raised an eyebrow. Fergus's face changed. Damn Edward, after all these years, he still hated Edith Gary the most. Chapter 143. After all, Shelley had only recently arrived and wasn't very sociable, so he only knew most of his colleagues by name. At Professor Edward's words, he raised an eyebrow, a hint of surprise in his eyes. Are you talking about Edith Griffin? To be honest, Edith is a common name, and few people would simply associate it with someone with the same name. I didn't expect that the other person not only knew researcher Gary's real name, but also mentioned him and Edith together. Presumably, he cared deeply about both of them. Yes, she's taking the third-grade exam this year. Shelley agreed casually, looking in Fergus's direction. After all, the other person was a teacher in the same grade as him, so he was relatively familiar with him. However, the man didn't look at him, but kept winking at Edward. He noticed Shelley's gaze, and quickly turned his head, giving Edward an apologetic look. Professor Edward's tone was clearly hostile. You didn't leak the exam to her, did you? You wrote the exam, so it had to be you who leaked it. Shelley said calmly, nothing else, I'd be leaving now. He ignored Edward, whose face flushed with anger, and walked straight out of the classroom. Fergus hurriedly apologized and followed Shelley into the hallway. Mr. Scott. Shelley paused, tilting his head slightly. Professor Fergus. Fergus was truly exhausted. After just 2 short steps, he was panting uncontrollably. Don't take it personally. She's been unable to join the association, so she's become more aggressive. Shelley raised an eyebrow. She hates the teacher? Fergus was stunned for a second before realizing who the teacher was referring to. He hesitated for a moment, then, seeing that Shelley had calmed down, nodded, yes. It's not an exaggeration to say there are enemies. The man before him seemed amused by this. Armenemy? Does Mr. Gary know about this? This can only be called a one-sided hatred. Fergus sighed. Yes, no one knows her. Edward's dislike for Edith began the day she joined the guild. When she heard the vague news that a civilian apprentice had been hired, she flew into a rage in the office, cursing the guild for its inaction and for letting anyone in. But that's not what she hates most. Fergus knew her well. What she hates most is the theory of elements. It wasn't until Edith's theory of elements was officially published that she truly hated her. Shelley chuckled. Because she's a propertyist? Fergus nodded. Because she's a propertyist. After the publication of the theory of material elements, Edith didn't receive the applause she had expected. Instead, countless letters of opposition from apothecary families fell like snowflakes, piling up on her desk. This world isn't just full of spell conservatives, like the Giles family. There are also a large number of potion conservatives. Summarizing material properties is a long and tedious task. The material atlas books available for borrowing are limited in content, and researchers can only rely on their own trial and error to select the most suitable materials. Most of these aristocratic families have accumulated centuries of experience and possess a private list of medicinal herb properties, memorizing them from a young age to select suitable seedlings. Edward came from such a family. Unfortunately, she wasn't the most talented of her peers, and most of her family's resources ultimately went to others. Those who weren't quite up to the association's level could still use connections and spend gold coins. But she was so far behind that she was simply abandoned to the academy. But she was always proud of her background. She had memorized more property tables than anyone else around her, ready to begin research whenever she felt like it, until Edith proposed the theory of elements. From then on, the properties of all materials could be traced. When patterns were summarized and deductions were proven feasible, rote memorization seemed a joke. The hard work and pride of her first half of life had become a joke. Professor Edward had once pinned his hopes on the theory being overturned. Whether Edith was truly wrong or slandered, the theory must be buried. In the end, all he received was news of her promotion to chief. Chief. The youngest chief since the association's founding. Jealous, Shelley said calmly. She loves potions, but her aristocratic background makes her overly value honor. She's jealous because the teacher has achieved everything she fantasized about. That's why she resented the former researcher Gary, and now Edith Griffin's teacher. Pathetic and hateful. He shook his head. In the exam room, Edith rechecked her seat, shrugged, and pulled out her chair to sit down. The front is the front. Under the invigilator's gaze, Edith calmly sat down and, with a normal expression, took out her inkwell and pen. She was using the same quill she had brought back from Oliver City. She'd written so much this semester that the hairs on the handle had fallen off, and it was stained with ink. But the nib had just been sharpened to a comfortable point, and the ink flowed smoothly, so she didn't change it and brought it directly to the exam room. It's hard to say what the Charles family's character is, but the quality of their products is truly excellent. With a little time left before the exam officially began, Edith was lost in thought, her hand unconsciously plucking at the few feathers on her pen. The invigilator's gaze followed her movements up and down, unable to look away. How shabby. Besides her school badge, the only valuable item on Edith's body was a button. The buttons on the uniform school robes were sterling silver. Although most people wore school robes on a daily basis, and their attire wasn't much different, they would at least wear makeup or a few pieces of jewelry. Even those who wore simple clothes would at least ensure their quills and inkwells were in good condition. But wasn't Edith Miss Turner's study partner? Confusion and curiosity made him glance repeatedly in Edith's direction, but after she had gathered her things, she slumped down, her face buried in her arms, motionless, as if asleep. Time passed, and with 10 minutes left before the exam began, a large crowd suddenly swarmed through the classroom door. The huddled group was chatting casually, but only lowered their voices when they caught a glimpse of the crouching Edith. "Why is someone sitting here?" someone asked. The person next to him clearly recognized Edith, poking her arm with a pen and making a 1 with a finger. It was the first-year student. The boy suddenly realized and quickly shut up, but as he hurried to his seat, he couldn't help but glance back, as if waiting for the legend to raise his face. But Edith kept her head down. Everyone sitting to the side subconsciously made their way around Edith's desk. Though they all appeared nonchalant, their eyes were fixed on her hair. Curiosity. So curious. Palmer hurried into the classroom, head bowed, only to find herself surrounded by people the moment she entered. She rubbed her head, bewildered, then looked up at the crowded line ahead and exclaimed, "There's so much space around. Why are people so stubbornly squeezing into a narrow path?" She suspiciously took the empty path, and when the teacher didn't stop her or tell her to go back, she sat down with peace of mind. Looking up, Edith's blurry figure, surrounded by the crowd, appeared before her. She was 3 seats in front of her. "Palmer, eh?" She panicked, instinctively trying to duck her head and run. Edith's presence here had a lot to do with her. She wondered if she'd be angry when she woke up. "Hurry up. Don't crowd here. The exam's about to start." The invigilator, obscured by the crowd, glanced at the clock in boredom and nearly fell to the ground. The exam was only 2 minutes away, and he completely forgotten to check the time. At this, the huddled students hurriedly left. Edith, half asleep, raised her head and dipped her pen into the inkwell. A bell rang and silence fell. The test paper fluttered down from the ceiling. She smoothed the paper, tilted her quill to soak it thoroughly, and began writing. Smooth and silky, both the ink flow and her writing speed. After the baptism of the entrance exam and the quarterly exam, Edith had basically grasped the pattern of answering questions, and her writing style had become more consistent with the standard template. The invigilator was too close, and the swish-swish-swish sound of writing was incessant and uninterrupted. He seemed to have only heard such a fluid writing sound at home when his children were scribbling. He should have been looking around the exam room, but he couldn't help but look in Edith's direction. Not just random writing, but filling in the blanks. He squinted hard, trying to make out a few dictation formulas backwards. They were all correct, Even the handwriting was neat. Shit! When had Edward been so kind as to give such an easy test? Hasn't she always given strange questions to show off her erudition? He shook his head, stepped down from the podium, and made his way through the crowd. A few steps away from Edith, his ears suddenly quieted. That's wrong. With so many people here, shouldn't it be even noisier? He glanced to the side suspiciously. The 3 rows of students to his left all frowned in unison. The one in the middle even bit the feathers with his teeth, tearing them back furiously. The teacher instinctively touched his scalp to make sure his hair was still on his head. Damn it, why does it seem so difficult for these people? He circled again, his confusion growing even more intense. Typically, students get stuck in the second half of the exam, when the questions move on to design calculations or application questions, and they start scratching their heads when they can't solve them. But the exam had only just begun. Most were clearly stuck on the first question, the most basic memorization and dictation section. The teacher, curious, stopped behind someone who hadn't solved a single question and leaned over to observe. The first question was a bit off, but okay. The second required a lot of reading, and the third. Huh? He rubbed his eyes and looked at the third question again. No, although he was only a second-year pharmacy teacher, his level was definitely better than the students. Why hadn't he even seen the material for the third question? After receiving the test paper, Edith leaned back a bit as she looked at the densely packed list of properties, memorization questions. Why are they all properties, memorization questions? Although she had proposed the theory of material elements and had it recognized by the association, she died too early, and textbooks haven't been updated that quickly, so the Academy still uses the theory of material properties as the foundation of instruction. The person who came up with these questions was a bit tricky, with so many off-the-beaten-path materials. She glanced at Edward's name at the top of the paper and suddenly realized he was indeed from a family of pharmacists. But this question didn't bother her. Based on the theory of material elements, she could easily deduce the properties of each material. Chapter 144. Edith wrote smoothly, but the others who hadn't memorized the knowledge were in trouble. Those who had been taught potions since childhood were fine, barely able to fill in a few blanks, but many didn't settle on a specific direction until 3rd grade, their minds limited to the textbook knowledge. Faced with a test that was clearly a show of skill on the part of the examiner, one could only grab their hair and angrily write down an answer. Joan Edward. The student, stared at by the invigilator, couldn't write a single word. He kept repeating the examiner's name over and over, a strange smile gradually spreading across his face. H.A. Joan Edward. He seemed to be crazy. The invigilator silently took 2 steps back, then 2 more, until he had completely distanced himself from the boy. How terrifying. It turns out students can really go crazy with test questions. He took a long detour and slipped back to the podium through the gap at the far side. Along the way, only 2 or 3 students managed to complete more than half of the answers. The rest either scratched their heads or simply gave up, flipping back to the longer questions. The invigilator leaned over to take a look. It wasn't overly easy, and the students were struggling a bit, but at least it wasn't off-topic or unusual, giving the impression of I should be able to do this. He felt a little relieved, figuring this year's average score wouldn't be too bad. If it's difficult at the beginning and easy at the end, then it's all about mentality. He sat back down on the podium, his initial surprise gone. He could now immerse himself in the students' anguish. Only Edith, at the front of the podium, was still furiously writing. The invigilator squinted and saw she had already finished the first half of the dictation and was working on the first question with her scratch paper. Oh my! This was Edith's first thought upon seeing the math problem. It didn't look too difficult, but it would take 5 full pages of scratch paper to figure it out. Where did they find such confusing numbers? She gave up decisively, skipping all the math problems and heading straight for the final application. The invigilator glanced around, making sure everyone was looking at their papers, and nodded with satisfaction. If no one could figure it out, then cheating didn't seem to matter. He turned his head back, past Edith. Out of the corner of his eye, he caught sight of a large blank space on the desk, and he couldn't help but look down. Edith had just turned over to work on the first problem, when her hand suddenly stopped at the last page. Writing so quickly. Empty? The teacher frowned. Skipping questions? Okay, skipping questions is a test-taking strategy, but he should have skipped the last 2 math problems. The teacher's mind wandered, his mind unconsciously empty. When he regained consciousness, a dark mass of arms stretched out before his eyes. What happened? He stood up in a panic. What happened? The student he was questioning looked up with a look of despair. Teacher, can we get more paper? As soon as she spoke, the people behind her, arms raised, all spoke in unison. "Teacher, can we get more paper?" The invigilator's lips were dry as she spoke soothingly, her eyes glancing downwards. The blank space on the student's first problem was densely filled with characters, and the background of the paper beside her was barely discernible. Quilt pen writing doesn't dry easily, and the dense writing was so dense that a single wipe turned the entire sheet of paper gray. She truly had nowhere else to write. Wait. The invigilator quickly distributed a second sheet of worksheet, but most students still raised their arms, indicating that one wasn't enough. The teacher could only continue to soothe the students, asking them to start working first, and then hurried out to borrow some paper. Unexpectedly, as she stepped out, she was met by the teacher across from her. She also poked her head out, seeing the invigilator's eyes light up, and immediately asked, "Does your class have any extra worksheets?" The invigilator's face was numb. "I was just about to ask you for some." "Damn it!" The teacher across from her realized that both classes were taking the same exam. "Why is it so tricky this time?" Edward made it. The invigilator held his forehead, but didn't finish his words. But the teacher across from him immediately understood his meaning. Specializing in tormenting students, the two of them had no choice but to find the teacher on patrol and ask her to borrow some paper. They then returned to the classroom, facing a roomful of eager students, and waved them off to work on the next questions. Finally, a sufficient amount of worksheets arrived. The teacher handed out 5 sheets to each student, then panted and sat back down, only to see that only 40 minutes remained. Will everyone really finish? The invigilator genuinely doubted it. He closed his eyes helplessly, perhaps guessing Professor Edwards' reason. She looked down on those not from aristocratic families, so she gave dictation questions that required accumulation. She disliked first-year Edith, so she gave calculations that required practice. The larger questions were inherently difficult, so she left them uncorrected, saving them for the academy. She probably just wanted to give Edith a hard time, but she didn't expect it to cause so much trouble for the other students. The teacher shook her head. Next year's 3rd grade class will be hers, so there's bound to be conflict. But he did have some peace and quiet. Everyone was absorbed in their calculations, and there were fewer screams, cries, and tearing up papers. He dozed off again. Edith used the edge of her worksheet to smudge the last bit of ink from her quill. She let go of her hands, counted 5 seconds for the ink to dry, and glanced at the clock. 15 minutes left. She still had 2 calculations left, but based on the data in the question, 15 minutes was only enough to get started. To verify, she wrote out the formula, gasping at the densely packed, 3-fold string. What a tricky formula! Not only was it difficult, but it couldn't be broken down into steps. There was no way to break it down into steps. If she finished halfway through the calculation, she wouldn't even get the process credit. Confirming she couldn't get a higher score, she stood up and knocked on the desk. "If I leave later, I'd probably be stuck in traffic. It's better to get there first." The teacher suddenly came to his senses and looked up, still a little dazed. "Have you handed in your paper?" The moment he spoke, a flurry of gasps echoed through the classroom. Students, whether they were working on their papers or looking up, all turned to look at the clock in front of the classroom. Edith shook her head. "No, there's still 15 minutes. "Oh, haha, sorry." The teacher gave an awkward laugh, clasping his hands over his chest. "Excuse me, student, what can I do for you?" Handing in your paper. The teacher took 2 seconds to react. "Ah, what's wrong with your paper?" "No problem, I just finished and want to hand it in." There was a hissing noise behind her. Seeing the teacher didn't respond, Edith patiently added, 15 minutes early, okay?" "Ah, of course." The teacher's gaze drifted away as he took the paper from Edith's hand and crossed her name off the list. "Are you sure you don't want to check it again?" "Yes." She walked out of the classroom, braving the gazes behind her. Many people murmured and smacked their lips, but after the invigilator's rebuke, they fell silent again. 15 minutes. The teacher stepped down from the podium. A glance revealed that every student's paper had a blank front, but the back was crammed with pages, making it impossible to find the answers at first glance. "You have 15 minutes to try and remedy the situation." By the time Hedda and the others returned to their dormitories, Edith had already taken off her cloak and settled comfortably on the sofa, reading. In winter, with a fireplace and a mindless book, she felt so comfortable that she didn't even bother studying Hope. "Back so soon? I thought our exams ended at the same time." Hedda pounced, throwing her arms around Edith's neck from behind the sofa. "What are you reading?" "Edith, the adventure novel you hid." Hedda's face darkened, and she rushed into the room, screaming, "My books!" After Belle discovered that Edith had been reading stories the night before her exam, he confiscated the entire basket of novels from under her bed. She had managed to save one, hiding it under her pillow, but now it was empty. I return it to you after the exam. Edith chuckled and closed the cover. Just focus on memorizing your lessons. You look good. How did you do on the exam? Belle briefly assessed Edith's expression, raised an eyebrow, and sat down on the other side of the sofa. Newland put her things away. Hearing Belle's voice, she emerged from the room, concerned. The third grade exam must be difficult, right? Well, there's a lot I haven't learned yet. I left 2 questions blank and didn't write a single word, Edith said casually. Even Hedda, who was in the room, stopped crying. In the common area, Belle and Newland seemed surprised by the answer. They exchanged a glance. Fill in the blank questions? No math problems. Neither of them had taken potions, so they could only look for help at Hedda, who had peeked out of the room. She stood there blankly for a few seconds, then nodded solemnly, and held up 5 fingers. 1 math problem was worth 5 points, 2 was worth 10. Based on previous third grade results, a top score in potions required at least 95 points. Edith was definitely out of the running for first place. Belle gritted her teeth, a bit annoyed at herself for speaking so quickly. I should have waited for Edith to bring it up. Mullen glanced nervously around, as if trying to find a place to fit in. It's okay. We're only first graders, and we're already impressive. Hedda swallowed and stammered, trying to comfort Edith. Now that the exams are over, forget about anything else. Let's just go pick out our prom dresses. No, I'm done, and you haven't. Edith was at a loss for words. Don't relax. It's finally time to memorize. She knew they had misunderstood. When she said she hadn't learned the third grade material, she meant that no one present had learned it. But she didn't want to explain how difficult the exam was. It felt like an excuse, so she casually changed the subject. I might have to go out tonight, so we won't have dinner together. Belle and the others had clearly misunderstood her again, thinking she wanted to cry somewhere. After a moment's hesitation, they nodded in agreement. Hedda said gravely, Come back soon, we're all here. Edith thanks, sure. Edith remembered she'd forgotten her cloak as she walked out the door. It was snowing outside, but it wasn't too cold, so she didn't mind it much. She walked out of the academy on the wet stone slabs. She happened to run into Tuttle, who was alone. He saw her from a distance and quickly came over to chat, casually asking about the exam. Edith answered truthfully. Tuttle, His expression mirrored Belle's, pursing his lips, and then opening his mouth to offer comfort. It's really okay. Edith felt a little helpless. I finished my exams, you still have some left? Go for it, don't worry about me. She waved him away, walked to the lab with her hands in her pockets, and knocked on the door. Shelley's face appeared in the doorway. Seeing Edith, her expression softened for a moment. Teacher? What's wrong? I told you to have dinner at Mary's tonight. Edith raised her chin. Chapter 145. Shelley looked a little surprised. Today? He glanced down at the time. I'd be done right away. Give me 5 minutes. Edith walked into the lab and found a vacant seat. She liked Shelley's non-interfering nature. She turned, her gaze passing through the inner lab door to Shelley, who was packing up his things, but her attention was caught by a familiar pattern on the table. Still studying Jennifer's data? Edith raised an eyebrow. I thought you finished it when you went to the association for the experiment. I found something different, Shelley said simply, gathering up any materials that might have been knocked over and locking the door. It was already sealed, but I happened to see the dragon data during my last trip to the palace, and it bothered me a little. Edith sat up straight. What do you mean? She knew Shelley had been to the palace several times regarding the court mage assessment, but she hadn't expected him to find something new. Well, there's a beast taming test, and the subjects are the queen's dragons. Shelley raised her eyelids, staring quietly into Edith's eyes. I took a quick look, and there's a dragon with physical data very similar to Jennifer's, except that it's larger and heavier. Edith paused and thought. Do you suspect it's Jennifer? Yes. The royal dragons all have a history, and every one is registered. Even if the queen were truly acquainted with the Rodney family, it would be difficult to quietly bring in a new dragon. It's not a new dragon, but a cub born last year. The parents' data, pregnancy data, and birth data are all available. Shelley said simply, but it's indeed the first newborn in 5 years. Edith closed her eyes and pondered for a moment. A cub. Indeed, an adult dragon is enormous, and there's no way they could possibly resemble a human body. If the Rodney family wants Jennifer to become dragon-like, they can only go in the direction of a cub. Shelley quietly observed Edith's thoughtful face. The girl suddenly opened her eyes. Why do you want Jennifer to become dragon-like? For an experiment? For such a bizarre treatment? This could only be the one possible purpose. So what experiment? Shelley didn't answer, but Edith continued, because soul swapping requires at least the same species. The cub might contain Jennifer's soul. Shelley's expression changed. He had considered the possibility, but it was too horrifying to jump to conclusions. But Edith's inference suggested it was likely true. The dragon enclosure isn't open to the public, and it's within the palace, making it difficult to infiltrate on your own. He paused for a few seconds, then continued, but the first place winner in the league will receive an invitation from the queen. During the palace tour, the dragon, the national animal, will definitely come out to receive you. Edith stood up briskly. Got it. I win, don't worry. Allie? I'm coming. Mary reached out to stop Doreen, who was about to drop her sword to open the door. She slowly stood up and walked to the door. Who's there? The door swung open, revealing Shelley's face. Hello, he said politely, displaying the gifts he was carrying. I'm here to visit you. Mary, The disgust on her face was almost palpable, and she almost slammed the door shut. Hey, don't close it, don't close it. Edith, startled, poked her head out from behind the door. I'm here too. I suddenly had some free time, so I came to have dinner. Don't chase me away. Edith. Sister. The two people inside were startled by the sudden turn of events. Mary's face brightened. She reached out, plucked Edith out from behind the door, and hugged her. Why didn't you tell me beforehand? Of course you can come anytime. Edith had very limited time to practice swordplay, and she was pinned down by Mary's strong arms, unable to break free. I've been busy lately, so I only found time now. I come back more often when I have more time. Because of the league, right? And the third-year finals. Mary said angrily, that old Bessemer. Edith fell silent. Bessemer was the name of the current principal of Bunny's College. Although she had requested the third-year exam, Mary clearly blamed him for it. Mary let go of her hand, allowing Edith to squat down and pick up Doreen, who was clinging to her waist. You grown so fast. The skinny, petite girl had grown almost a head taller and darker, but her body had noticeably strengthened. The hand against her back could clearly feel the muscles. If her face hadn't changed much, she wouldn't have recognized her. Trust my nutritional profile. Mary raised her chin. I'm good at feeding strong people. For a swordsman, Doreen was still too thin, but she'd been starving since childhood and had only been fed for 6 months. There would be more opportunities in the future. Doreen narrowed her eyes and gently nurtured Edith's neck with her face. Sister. Although Teacher Mary was strict, she was kind to her. But she still preferred her sister. Shelley carried Edith's gift into the house and stood quietly by, watching the scene unfold, a hint of a smile on her face. Edith, finally done with her sister, put her down and raised her chin towards Shelley. Shelley immediately greeted her. Mary, still a little wary, nodded reluctantly in response. Edith breathed a sigh of relief. At least a simmering down of some sort. She really didn't want to see them fighting the moment they met. Even though Shelley always took the beating. What's going on? After exchanging pleasantries, Mary let Doreen continue her sword practice and, taking Edith in her arm, walked into the room. Lowering her voice, she asked, Did you tell Scott? Edith hummed. It's a long story, but he definitely knows now. Mary nodded, not asking further questions. As long as you know what's going on. Edith stared at her profile, wanting to speak but stopping herself. She hadn't yet decided how to approach her. Mary must have known she was hiding something. She better tell her everything about Duke Eddie, but with Mary's personality, she definitely attacked the Eddie family with sword in hand in the next second. Whether or not she could kill Hope himself was another matter. Even if she did, he probably had a backup plan, could simply enter another body, and Shelley might be the one to suffer. Forget it. Until dinner, the two of them tacitly avoided discussing further topics. Your room is ready. Mary naturally poured another spoonful of gravy into Edith's bowl. Her cooking skills were limited to stews and bread, simple but rich in ingredients. Edith, She looked at the mountain of food in her bowl, then at Doreen, who was eating a bowl almost as large as hers, and finally understood how the little girl had grown up. After all these years, Mary is still as skilled at feeding the cows as ever. I'm not practicing swordsmanship now, so I can't use up that much energy. Edith, at a loss for words, refused Mary's offer for another spoonful. I can't finish it. I can still eat. Doreen, her mouth full, raised her hand to support the bowl with a slurred voice. Edith quickly turned her plate over. I haven't touched it yet. Here you go. Shelley silently withdrew her hand. What do you mean, packed? After finishing her plate, Edith recalled what she had just said and looked up at Mary. You can stay in the room for Christmas, Mary said naturally, as if she was certain Edith would return. Leave it to Shelley. Doreen and I will be together, Edith said naturally. Mary's house was in a small alley, after all, and there weren't many rooms, so it would be difficult to squeeze 4 people in. Mary's eyes shot towards the man quietly eating beside her, sharp and piercing. He's coming too? Edith, I can't let him spend the holidays alone. Mary tooted in disdain. Let's sleep in the yard. Her carefully decorated room couldn't be ruined. Okay, Shelley complied. Mary, in turn, felt a little embarrassed. She glanced at him, muttering about his good temper, and slammed her bowl in annoyance. Okay. But you stay first. I can let you move in after the holidays. Edith had finished her exams, and would be moving in soon. As a teacher, Shelley needed to stay at the academy for a while. Staggering their shifts would at least give her some time to transition. I probably have to wait until the same time, Edith said weakly. This time, not only Mary turned her head, but even Shelley turned her head. What's the matter? Nothing important. I just need to go back with Hedda to show my face. After all, my tuition is paid by the Turner family, Edith explained. Besides, I've been invited to the college ball, and the next day is the results day, so I can only return on the 19th. The teacher's holiday is on the 20th, so it's only a day later, so I might as well come back with Shelley. Ball? The night before the guillotine? Mary was clearly familiar with the traditions of Beaujolais College. That's good. I finally gotten to study, so it's good to experience everything. Shelley paused noticeably. Ball? Yes. Edith saw his expression was a little stiff, thinking he was still haunted by the previous premiere ball, so she simply said, try not to drink. Shelley was silent. The table was silent for a moment before he suddenly asked, who invited you? Edith, who had just stuffed her mouth with food, mumbled, what's wrong? Nothing. Hedda Turner. Edith didn't hesitate and simply gave the name. Don't worry, it's not a stranger. Shelley's mind was instantly replaced by the red-haired girl. He nodded, seemingly relaxed. I'm going too. Edith was a little surprised. Shelley wasn't the most sociable person. When he was in the association, he wouldn't participate in such activities unless necessary. No need. We're all students. No one would dare to do anything in that situation. It's okay, Shelley said calmly. I won't ask for a partner. I just go. Mary said at the right moment, let him go. Shelley was clearly not the only one who had been haunted by the dance. Mary clenched her fists and stretched them. Or I can contact your principal and I go. Edith quickly stopped him. Although Mary had retreated from the Sword Academy to the alley, her fame remained. She would undoubtedly be surrounded by people in the auditorium, and even followed when she returned. Her future would be fraught with uncertainty. She didn't want to ruin Mary's peaceful life for her own temporary safety. Now she didn't argue with Shelley. Edith rushed back to the dorm before curfew. Everyone in the dorm was clearly worried she'd become upset, and they spoke carefully. Edith, curious, asked, did you hear anyone else discussing the difficulty of the third-year exam? Mullen shook her head. There were third-year students around at dinner, but not a single one was discussing it. Edith hissed. Curious after the exam about the difficulty of the exam means there's still hope. Being unable to utter a word after the exam. It's hard to imagine how disastrous the report card will be when it's posted. Chapter 146. As the only student in her dorm taking the first-year pharmacy exam, Hedda had to study until the very last day. She gritted her teeth, studying all night in a relaxed atmosphere. She entered the exam room with the 3 others in her dorm seeing her off, and ultimately left with a somber face. Edith observed her for a moment, feeling relieved. It wasn't a big deal if she could still cry. Okay, at least the exam's over. She patted her shoulder soothingly, and Hedda tilted her head to rest on Edith's neck. That's horrible. She was still terrified. I never choose pharmacy school. It's hard to imagine someone actually adoring and excelling at this. She turned to look at Edith. It's still hard to imagine. Fortunately, the test wasn't too difficult this time. Tuttle emerged from the classroom, his eyes lingering on Hedda for a moment, his brows furrowed slightly. It's mostly textbook knowledge. Hedda closed her eyes in despair. I rather it was a little harder. If everyone did poorly, I wouldn't stand out. Edith patted her shoulder wordlessly. Hedda's grades weren't bad. A top 50 score would have blown most people away. It was just that the scores of those around her were better, so they looked average in comparison. "Get up when you're done performing," she whispered softly into Hedda's ear. Hedda immediately jumped to his feet, his expression normal. "Isn't it time for dinner?" "Belle, yes." It seemed all was well. Her worries were in vain. Evening. After dinner, Edith boarded the Turner family's carriage and went home with Hedda. "Great-grandfather wanted you to stay for Christmas." Hedda was clearly less relaxed in the car than she had been in the restaurant. "I declined for you. Just say you're planning to visit your sister's teacher." Edith nodded. "Thank you." The League is truly magical. The first time she met old Turner, while he treated her with respect, it was clearly only for her status as the family heir's companion. Therefore, when she went out for the summer carnival, she wasn't invited or stopped at all. At the time, the Turner family wasn't even willing to pay for the extra pharmacy tuition, so she had to use her private savings to study. But after becoming famous in the League, her stay or departure became a matter of great concern. Old Turner personally intervened. That was a significant level of importance. Hedda sighed deeply. "Great-grandfather probably won't give up easily. You have to deal with it yourself. As for my father..." She narrowed her eyes. "Don't worry about him, and his new wife, either. If you want to scold her, scold her. If you want to hit her. If you want to hit her, let me do it." Her father, who was determined to make his new wife's child the heir, certainly didn't want anyone powerful around him, so it was inevitable that he would resent Edith. But they were just a bunch of idiots, so they couldn't cause much trouble. Edith chuckled. "It's only one night. How much of a fuss can they cause?" "Idiots act foolishly at any time," Hedda said sternly. As they spoke, the carriage slowly stopped. Hedda, sensing the hostility outside even through the curtain, took a deep breath, sternly held out her hand, and let the butler lead her down. Her old father, new mother, and her foolish siblings, who were not very smart, stood in a row directly in front of her. "No great-grandfather." "That's right, he's in poor health and only has a limited amount of time awake during the day. It's unlikely he come out this late." Edith exited from the other side, temporarily out of sight. For a moment, standing alone before everyone, she almost thought she returned to the lonely Hedda of the past. The group before her clearly thought so too. "You still come back?" Duke Turner snapped. "What a demeanor. You haven't replied to a single letter, haven't even heard when I asked you to come home, haven't even attended any of the balls, and have been messing around at the academy all day." Hedda snorted. Before she could say anything, Mrs. Turner, feigning gentleness, intervened and explained for the Duke, "Don't be angry. It's just that your father organized 2 balls and announced you be coming. Yes, he didn't tell you in advance, but you couldn't have kept quiet. If you can't come, at least tell me. After all, those 2 balls were planned for your marriage. You can't come? You have to come when I tell you to." Duke Turner glared. Even her 7-year-old brother grumbled, "It's been a semester since you started at the academy, and I haven't seen you participate in the League yet. Is that okay?" It was a mess. Annoying. Very annoying. The first words she faced upon returning home were these. She could have retorted with a simple mouth, silenced them permanently with a simple one raise, but Hedda didn't want to move. She lost all interest at the sight of the faces of the people before her. What could she do? Great-grandfather wouldn't expel them. There was still tomorrow after today's quarrel, and there was even a whole month of Fire Christmas. Compared to the torture she would have to endure later, it seemed unnecessary to expel the voices now. "Speak." Duke Turner's anger had been building for 6 months, finally finding an outlet. "I told you to speak. Your ground really needs some work." A voice rang from the side of the carriage. Everyone turned to look. Edith was approaching from behind, frowning, occasionally raising her wand to clear the stones lodged in her shoes. Why would they use such coarse stones for paving? Once they got stuck in the gaps between shoes, they could only be removed with magic. Duke Turner's words caught in his throat. The figure before him was both familiar and unfamiliar. But if he remembered correctly, the girl of his age, who had gotten out of Hedda's carriage, could only be. "Sorry, Edith." Hedda called out her name. "It can't be helped. An idiot runs the household. Coarsely ground stone is much cheaper than gravel." The new Mrs. Turner, foolish and greedy, didn't care about its function or whether guests visiting the Turner family would be disdainful. With a stroke of her pen, she had the craftsman fill in the stone. Edith sighed. She looked at the long gravel path before her, then at her scuffed shoes. She decisively drew her wand, and set a red light spreading from beneath her feet. A strengthening spell could temporarily bind the stones together. The red light shot out with a sharp piercing sound, sliding past everyone's feet. Mrs. Turner, already familiar with Edith's name, screamed at the sight of the spreading spell and stumbled back. Her son was too young to hide his feelings on his face. His expression twisted. He fell to the ground in a split second, slamming his leg and screaming in pain, but he still managed to crawl towards a place without the red light. Duke Turner's face paled instantly. Edith Griffin. It was her. She had seemed ordinary at first, the commoner he felt most at ease with. When she first came to Turner House, Hedda hadn't lost control yet. This companion named Edith was at least half responsible for his daughter's current unruly behavior. He had seen her before she became famous. Pale, thin, and reeking of poverty, she looked nothing like someone capable of becoming a mage. At the time, he had been thankful Hedda had chosen such a companion. She looked weak and incapable of providing any support. Why had she become like this? Ever since Edith defeated Prince Campbell in the promotion tournament, he had been constantly receiving compliments at banquets. Congratulations, they all said, for finding such a capable companion for your heir. You had a good eye for talent. Congratulations. You wouldn't have to worry about the family's decline for at least 100 years, and you could enjoy a peaceful retirement after the transfer of the title. Duke Turner could only force a smile, echoing others' praises of Edith, feigning a triumphant air. In reality, by the end of the banquet, he was drenched in cold sweat. If Hedda had inherited the dukedom, if Edith had helped Hedda, he would undoubtedly have died the day after losing his title. The cause of death might have been a serious illness, a vendetta, or an accident. In short, there was no such thing as a peaceful old age. At most, Hedda would spare him for his grandfather's sake, but if she could secure her position as head of the family without the aid of the family's sole mage, then his presence would clearly be unnecessary. Edith should be dealt with, now. Duke Turner recovered from his shock, his voice preceded his fear. Who allowed you? Your great-grandfather isn't here? Edith glanced around. I thought he'd come in person. The invitation was sincere, but he can't hold on. Hedda laughed twice. Let's go. We see him tomorrow morning. She ignored Duke Turner and the others, took Edith's hand, and left the courtyard. The noise faded, leaving only silence. The servants dared not utter a word, only lowering their heads to listen to Duke Turner's heavy breathing. Who invited her? Mrs. Turner's voice trembled. Shut up. Duke Turner suddenly flew into a rage. Damn it! Why is everyone siding with Hedda? Grandfather actually invited Edith even though he knew he hated her. Seriously, seriously. He screamed and stormed out of the Turner family's gate. Compared to the Turner family members, who were acting like they were facing a formidable enemy, Edith completely relaxed, ignoring all the glances, whether friendly or hostile. Even if someone whispered behind her back, as soon as she pulled out her wand, everyone would quickly shut up and go about their business, their faces pale. Comfortable. Sorry, grandfather's gone out to receive another last-minute guest. Hedda poured Edith a cup of tea. He asked me to offer my deepest apologies. See you this afternoon. I don't mind. Edith shrugged. But what guest so sudden? Hedda's great-grandfather had clearly not made any plans for the day until last night. Who could rush in so early to receive an audience and talk all morning? The head of the Giles family. Hedda lowered her voice. I don't know what to say. Edith raised an eyebrow. The Giles family? Why them again? Hedda knew most of the details, but the Turners didn't. In her great-grandfather's eyes, the head of the family wielded powerful life magic, and was truly worth seeing. Although that magic actually belonged to Edith. Edith narrowed her eyes slightly. Life force. It just so happens that what old Turner lacks most is vitality, hence his long sleep. With this bargaining chip in hand, the leader of the Giles family can get whatever he wants. I'm more curious about what your family has that's worth the Giles family's attention. Chapter 147. Hedda was worried Edith would be bored, and since she had already promised to send the dress, she didn't wait for her great-grandfather and simply led him towards the cloakroom. As they passed the main entrance, they heard the parlor door swing open and the manager's voice echo from inside. Thank you. He stepped out, just in time to see Edith. He widened his eyes slightly, tipped his hat, and said, Good afternoon, Miss Griffin. Then he turned and nodded slightly to Hedda, Miss Turner. Old Turner, standing behind him, took in the entire scene. The manager was clearly aware that Edith was Hedda's study partner. After the initial surprise, he quickly calmed down, exchanged a few simple pleasantries, and hurried away. Edith returned the greeting, looked up, saw Old Turner, and bowed again. Old Turner seemed about to say something, but glanced at Hedda beside Edith and swallowed his words. I'm sorry for the poor hospitality. He closed his eyes wearily. The servants beside him quickly stepped forward and helped him back to his seat. The butler at the door stepped forward and said respectfully, "Given your current state, it's difficult to have a conversation with you. I can only invite you to my house next time. I apologize for the impoliteness." Edith, unconcerned, expressed her indifference and followed Hedda into the cloakroom. Hedda looked a little absent-minded. "I go find out what happened." She apologized to Edith, letting her choose from the cabinet near the door while she hurried back. "Try it if you like. Take it if you like. Don't worry about me." The discussion between old Turner and the head of the Giles family was a family affair, and Edith couldn't intervene. She let it go and relaxed as she toured the room. Truly worthy of the title of Duke. Even though the Turner family had fallen on hard times, its massive bulk could still crush scores of civilians. Hedda's cloakroom stretched as far as the eye could see. A cursory glance revealed it was filled entirely with formal attire. It was unclear where her everyday attire was stored. The cloakroom servant led her to a compartment for ill-fitting dresses, then stepped back, leaving her to choose without a word. Edith was momentarily dazed. At the academy, everyone wore the same robes, making it difficult to remember their noble status. Gowns were indeed the simplest and most crude way to distinguish one's status. She moved slowly, glanced around, and frowned slightly. Burning eyes. Perhaps to highlight the red eyes and hair of the Turner family, most of Hedda's dresses were bright red, paired with reflective satin. Every glance at them felt like they were being burned by flames. And truly, they were gorgeous. Whether judging by the number and color of the gemstones, or the intricate gold thread and lace, these dresses were truly heavily crafted. And judging by the waist design of some of the dresses, there was definitely room for a crinoline inside the hem, automatically keeping a meter of distance between her and those around her. It was fitting for the Duke of Hedda, but it seemed a bit exaggerated for her. Is there no simpler style? She was embarrassed to take it, and looked up at the servant. She had only worn 2 dresses before. Luckily, she wasn't a noble, so wearing the same dress over and over again wouldn't be a topic of conversation. So, apart from the one specially commissioned for the chief researcher's promotion ceremony, the remaining dress accompanied her through all the social occasions she had to attend. It was a remarkably plain green dress, devoid of jewels or lace, but beautifully tailored with ample legroom, perfect for scurrying between potential investors or slipping away before the end of the night. The waist wasn't tight enough, so not only did it not need a corset, but it could also fit a short knife, allowing it to be ripped open at the hem in a pinch. Clinging to the memory of that dress, Edith stood there, quietly watching the servant rummage through it. As she watched, she finally noticed something was wrong and raised an eyebrow. Hedda was generous, but the servant didn't seem pleased. The stern-faced servant caught sight of something, suddenly brightened, his tone brightening, the simplicity you want. Edith watched as she peeled back the thick red, yellow, and purple dress, pulling out a green stripe. The visual impact was no less than pulling a green worm from an apple. But it was indeed a revelation. Edith glanced over it, and saw no flamboyant decorations. The dark green color was calming. The dress was primarily decorated with strips of fabric, each in the same color, pleated in different ways, sewn at the waist, hem, and chest. The embroidery was concealed, never detracting from the overall beauty of the dress. Most importantly, there were no gems, no exposed embroidery, and no lace. Comfortable. I felt like I blend in easily, unobtrusively, and wouldn't attract unwanted attention. The fabric was high quality, not cheap, and not so awful that it wouldn't be worn at a ball. This is it. She made her decision with such speed that the servants were startled. Take another look, ma'am. Take another look. The servant suddenly felt the dress in her hands grow heavy. She hurriedly placed it on a nearby table and displayed the other dresses. I picked them out randomly, and these are more suitable. She admitted that she didn't want Edith to take the fancy dress, so she had deliberately chosen a very plain one to embarrass her. But she didn't really want Edith to take such a plain dress. If Miss Turner came to her rescue, she wouldn't be able to bear the responsibility. No, this is it. Edith walked over to the table and examined it. Although the dress had been placed relatively close to the wall, it didn't have any wrinkles and didn't need further treatment. Can I try it on? The servant was on the verge of tears, but she still took Edith to the dressing room, ensuring that she changed with the help of other servants instead of doing it herself. The Turner family really had quite a few servants. Edith obediently changed her clothes, bowed her head, and let the fourth servant hold her hair up. She then walked out of the compartment, holding the dress. As she stepped out of the door, she heard Hedda's familiar voice from further down the hallway. How could you let her have this dress? It's not from this year. It's from last year. I chose it myself. Why blame her? Edith smiled and leaned out halfway. Have you finished your questions? Yes. I didn't say anything. I just wanted to improve our relationship for your sake. Hedda said casually. It's been so long since anyone formally approached the Turner family. Great-grandfather didn't know what they were planning, so he was overly nervous. Her voice abruptly trailed off when she saw Edith. Air rushed through her throat, causing her to unconsciously make a sound like bubbling. It took her a long time to come back to her senses. This is it. No need to change. It was a perfect fit. She didn't know how to describe it. It wasn't a simple matter of looking good or not, it was simply perfect. If she hadn't seen the dress beforehand, she'd have thought it was one Edith had personally custom-made. Edith had a powerful presence, and didn't need too many details. Her blonde hair was already too bright under the light, perfect with matte satin, velvet would have lost its focus. It felt as if it had grown out of her. What a ridiculous description. Edith complained, twirling the skirt around. It's mainly because it has no crinoline, so it's lightweight. That being said, I still prefer full skirts. Hedda said sincerely, but it suits you perfectly. The only thing to worry about is attracting too much attention. She sighed wistfully. If you were invited away, I'd be both happy and sad for you. Oh. Edith felt her eyebrows throbbing, and reached out to cover her mouth. Enough compliments. When will Hedda stop exaggerating? It's still missing a necklace. A few gemstones would make it look even better. Hedda pulled herself free from Edith's hand, and turned to worry about accessories. No need for earrings. The visual focus above your neck will be primarily on your eyes. Let me go look. She enthusiastically helped Edith choose the jewelry, then, with a flourish, she chose the reddest piece from her newly made, fitted dress without hesitation. The moment she emerged from the closet, and saw the blue sky, Edith finally felt her eyes come alive. After dinner, Edith returned to the academy on time, but Hedda was picked up by a carriage midway. He was told that his great-grandfather had woken up and asked to see Hedda. He didn't mention Edith's name, though. Hedda had no choice but to hand both dresses to Edith and board the return carriage. She sat down beside her great-grandfather's bed, grumbling. Great-grandfather. She kept a polite expression and called out quietly. Old Turner looked like he had just woken up and was a little slow to react. He only turned and looked at her after Hedda had finished speaking. Hedda Turner. This was the first time he had called Hedda by her full name since he had declared her his heir. Hedda straightened her back instantly. Great-grandfather? The old man suddenly sat up, gripping Hedda's hand tightly with both hands. The grip was so strong that Hedda gasped. Great-grandfather. She watched her hands turn pale and blue, and shook them vigorously, trying to sober the old man up. How sure are you that you can keep Edith? Old Turner suddenly spoke, his tone unusually serious. How sure are you? After graduation, if anything happens to the Turner family, how sure are you that she helped? Hedda was stunned by the sudden outburst, and after a long moment, she spoke cautiously. Very sure? I'm not sure. She can't ignore me, but whether she care about the Turner family, I can't say. Old Turner calmed down a bit. As long as you're still the heir to the Turner family, that's all that matters, right? The Giles family's overture spoke volumes. He had observed the head of the family's behavior as he left. He bowed to Edith, but only nodded to Hedda. The other man was already looking at Edith, but he still treated Hedda like a child. You really can't compare your own children with others. Hedda hummed, feeling a little strange. What's wrong? Is there something going on in the family? Do you need Edith's help? No. Old Turner calmed down completely, and reached out to touch Hedda's head. It's okay. Hedda breathed a sigh of relief. I'm going to let you inherit the title. Old Turner suddenly spoke. Hedda was a little confused. What? Am I not already the heir? I mean, have your father just give you the position? He closed his eyes, looking unusually tired. 16, that's not an impossible age. Let's do it on Christmas Eve. Chapter 148. Although Hedda had entrusted her with the items, Edith hadn't made any of the dresses herself. The Turner family servants and the dormitory manager, after requesting permission, went upstairs and took care of every detail for the two of them, ensuring they were ready to wear on the day of the ball. The dormitory was empty. Edith poured herself a glass of water and sat on the sofa, flipping through Louisa's pamphlet. Belle and Mulan planned to go to the ball together. Their financial situation was average, and their figures were nowhere near Hedda's. They decided to go to the tulip market to find some simple clothing. They probably wouldn't be back in the dormitory until curfew. Hedda didn't know what had happened to her, and whether she could come back tonight. Edith lowered her head and translated 2 pages, becoming inexplicably irritated. Although she now understood a lot, she was still baffled by the soul-swapping ritual. How many families in the capital knew about Duke Eddie? How much did the Queen know? And what role did she play in it? She had no idea. We can take our time with the first question, but time is running out for the second. Edith closed her eyes. The best solution is to win the league and enter the palace as champion. Will the Queen be kind to someone who defeated her son? Her thoughts wandered briefly, then she quickly pulled herself back, resolving to trust her as the kingdom's leader. All the questions we need to understand will be answered during that audience. But before that, I must at least know what my own questions are. She decisively abandoned her translation and quickly flipped through the doodles in the notebook, trying to find an anchor in this shared language. She found it. On the 9th page from the bottom, a cluster of irregular lines took up half the page. It barely formed a circle. Squinting closely, the 2 dots and a line in the middle seemed to represent the eyes and mouth, respectively. It looked a bit like a ghost in a scroll painting. Hope Eddie believes this book can help him repair his body, which means it must discuss something related to the soul. The ancient dictionary clattered in Edith's hand. She quickly translated the text on this page, wrote it down on a piece of paper, and read it through. Sure enough, this was the soul issue Duke Eddie was looking for. Edith took a deep breath, trying to calm herself. Louisa recorded her research like a diary. Flipping through it quickly would inevitably miss key points. Reading it word by word was the best option. Reed had been contacting me repeatedly recently, saying that a Campbell army had arrived from the east, intending to decapitate the dragon and establish a new kingdom. He strongly recommended that I join the army, saying that my spells would be very useful. Of course, my spell is the best. I said I wasn't interested. By the time the new king establishes the kingdom, I'd be old, and all the wealth and glory will be passed on to my descendants. Why should I? I have my fun first. I haven't seen Reed lately. I heard he's joined the army, and is seriously planning to be one of the first dukes to be appointed to the throne. He's very strange. Edith's brows twitched. She flipped through the rest of the text. In summary, Louisa had noticed something amiss in Reed Eddie's initial behavior. After repeated research, she discovered the existence of a soul, and successfully discerned the different shades of Duke Eddie. He admitted it. Louisa wrote, "He first praised my talent and confessed everything to me, including the beginning of his discovery of soul swapping, his long lifespan, and his vision for the future. He wanted to become a duke, to use the bodies of his descendants to continue his life and enjoy endless wealth and glory. How clever. That way, those fools who did nothing would not enjoy my glory, crossed out." He extended his hand to me, saying that soul swapping was currently uncontrollable, and that if I joined, I would definitely be able to understand the logic behind it. I didn't like this move, but it was true. It had been a long time since I had come across such an exciting research topic. At that time, the ground war was in chaos, and most people lived underground or in caves, including Louisa. To better conduct her research, she created a small town accessible only by a magic circle and invited some of her closest friends and family to move in. Edith paused. The description sounded familiar. I figured it out. From this point on, Louisa's handwriting changed significantly, suggesting that a considerable amount of time had passed. Soul swapping requires both parties to be near death, not completely dead, but at least with a breath of life left in their bodies. The human soul is tightly bound to the body, so the initial swap requires a separation. After that, the soul becomes loose, requiring only the guidance of the magic circle for continued swapping. Without a designated body, the soul will automatically merge into any nearby body that meets the requirements. To completely kill such a person, swift action is required. The time between the swapper's near death and death cannot exceed 3 seconds. However, for a skilled practitioner like Reed, the only possible death is likely death from old age, often due to exhaustion of lifespan. This is horrifying. Louisa's mental state was clearly failing as she wrote. She had lost her usual buoyancy, her whole body tense and in agony. Although it was a swap, the recipient was passively stripped away. Without guidance, it was difficult for them to fit into the body of the active recipient. Without any medical attention, they faced only death. They were merely near death, and should not be used as food for others. Edith could roughly guess what happened next without even flipping through the pages. Louisa refused to provide the full research details or offer further assistance to Reed. However, the stripping guidance arrays she had developed earlier were already known to the other party, allowing Reed to use them to continuously extend his lifespan and select the bodies he would enter. Duke Eddie was simply a lucky child, blessed with a naturally loose soul. All subsequent research was Louisa's contribution. A research-loving person had their research results ripped off by a villain. Edith sympathized with her wholeheartedly, gnashing her teeth in anger, the corner of the book she was clutching wrinkling slightly from the force. So, in reality, Duke Eddie himself only had a limited understanding of the soul, but he knew Louisa had researched extensively, so he decided to try his luck in the coffin when his soul was damaged. Edith lowered her eyes, her hand gently tracing the column for the method of death. Can't be killed, can't die of illness, only by exhausting her lifespan. Troublesome. Hope Eddie sounds a bit difficult to kill. The good news is, she sounds just as difficult. But she had no interest in replacing someone else's soul. It would be best if she didn't wake up in someone else's body again. But then again, those ancient spells in the ruins were all designed by Louisa. Her thoughts wandered again. Then, was my ability to understand all the character structures later due to absorbing some of Louisa's legacy? That's why she was so compatible with that strand of magic. Giles suits me better now than Longman. Edith held her forehead, unsure how to describe her feelings. The next day, Edith woke up early and placed her translation on Shelley's desk. She was tied up with grading, unable to focus on her research. Edith felt sympathy and chose the bakery's most expensive loaf. She felt the warmth and aroma of wheat enveloping her face, enjoying her Christmas holiday. Back in the dorm, Hedda was still asleep. She had returned just in time, tossing and turning until late at night. She wouldn't answer questions about what happened, looking troubled. When she finally fell asleep, her brows were furrowed, and she looked uneasy. Edith smoothed her brows and frowned slightly. Hedda was acting strangely. Judging from her expression, nothing serious had happened. But for her to be so troubled, it must have been something serious. Let her sleep. Belle shrugged, took a bite from Edith's hand, and mumbled, "She's probably just a little confused. She'd be fine once she wakes up." The three of them took advantage of this opportunity to inspect 4 dresses. Compared to Hedda's bloated skirt, they all looked rather pitiful. Smart. I'd do the same next time. Edith touched Belle's trousers and smacked her lips. Belle was also pleased with the dress. But it's only suitable for a college ball. It seems only knights are allowed to wear trousers at formal social balls. Even a knighthood is necessary for this. Edith took another look, then sighed, wondering why she hadn't thought of it. She turned and touched Muellen's skirt. It looks good. It was a standard dress, but the fabric was good, and the simplicity was refreshing. I'd never been to a ball before. Mullen swallowed nervously. Is this enough? What are we going to do there? Dance? I don't know how. I probably just get something to eat. Belle put his arm around Mullen. Relax. It's a college ball. We're all here to have fun. Yeah, we're all here to have fun, so I'm going to wear the Magic Association president's robe. At lunch, Amy excitedly slapped the table. I stole it. Auntie's a little taller than me for now, but that's okay. I tried it on, and a pair of high heels is enough to make up for the height difference. Tuttle, did you really steal President Walker's robe? Amy nodded matter-of-factly. Of course. Everyone at the table, No wonder Joyce chose Amy out of all the Walker descendants. Her courage is truly unmatched. After waking up, Hedda seemed much more relaxed and could eat her meal, but she still wouldn't mention what happened last night. Edith didn't intend to push her, and her conversation focused on topics related to the ball tomorrow night, keeping the atmosphere at the table relaxed. Until Zebulon appeared. Amy, who was currently raving about the shortcomings of the current dynasty's governance, suddenly stopped talking, concluding with "I was just talking nonsense." But it didn't seem like the prince was coming for him. He didn't even glance at her, instead walking straight towards Edith, who was sitting at the corner of the table. "Excuse me, Miss Griffin, could you please speak for a moment?" Zebulon looked a little hurried. There was nothing he could do. Although he had been thinking about it, it wasn't until the 14th that he finally made up his mind to speak. He tried to find Edith at the academy. On the first day, he learned that she had left the academy with her advisor, Shelley. On the second day, he heard that she had returned home with Hedda. He finally found her on the third day, but even if he tried to play it casually, it was impossible. Edith paused cautiously. No need. Let's talk about it here. Chapter 149. It's no wonder she's cautious. Although Zebulon seems clueless, he's the queen's own son after all. He might have been tasked with this trap without even realizing it. Everyone at the table suddenly turned their heads, their facial muscles tense, their eyes gleaming frighteningly bright as they glanced at each other. They had previously analyzed the Fire Christmas issue in the reading room and believed that Duke Eddie's faction would strike at this moment of maximum relaxation. Now, with exams over and vacation approaching, it's hard not to be suspicious of Zebulon's arrival at this sensitive time. Tricks, surveillance, Or a test? Zebulon's raised foot paused in midair. Even though he'd been accustomed to being followed by others' gazes since childhood, he subconsciously stepped back a few inches at the sight of this. Why are you all looking so hostile? Just 2 sentences. Zebulon calmed his expression, trying to maintain a calm voice. It can be done within your sight. I represent the entire royal family. What can I do? The more he spoke, the more suspicious everyone became. Hedda's face was filled with distrust. If you won't do anything, why can't you say it here? Zebulon, Why can't I explain it to you clearly? Edith stood up and saluted perfunctorily. Although she didn't sit down, she didn't even bother to move her feet. Zebulon closed his eyes, took a deep breath, and finally spoke. I want to invite you to dance with me. He put one hand behind his back and extended the other, making an invite gesture in front of Edith. Remain calm. Don't hesitate. You're the prince. She should be nervous. He kept repeating the words in his mind, forcing the trembling back. Finally, Zebulon calmed down, but he felt a complete silence around him. Any response was possible, but how could there be no response? He opened his eyes, somewhat dazed, and explained dryly, you may not be familiar with the ball. After all, the royal family was involved in the decision to admit commoners to the academy. I should help you integrate. His voice trailed off. Edith stood at the window, the light from outside streaming directly onto her. Zebulon had just closed his eyes, and had only just opened them, so he couldn't see her expression clearly. The first thing he saw was Hedda, sitting behind him. Her expression was vacant, her lips slightly parted, a look of shock and heartbreak. That's all you're talking about. She thought she was about to face the Queen's vast power head-on. How could it be a dance partner invitation? Don't let your guard down yet. This could be a trick. Belle calmly analyzed, covering Hedda's mouth from behind. Will Zebulon ask Edith to be his dance partner? How could it be possible? If he did, the Queen's desk would be piled high with letters of regret from the ministers the next day. What commoner? Mulin is also a commoner, so why not ask her? It's because Edith is more powerful, and that makes them feel even more threatened. As representatives of the royal family, unless there's a special reason, members of the royal family must attend the college ball. In previous years, Ursula and Zebulon had attended individually. They were candidates for the heir, and their choice of dance partner was bound to be tied to the alignment of their families. With everything uncertain, not choosing was also an option. How could they suddenly make an exception for Edith? Mulin hesitated. So there are so many rules for nobles choosing dance partners? She was a bit shocked. I thought. She had thought that, aside from a friend's invitation, boys and girls with a vague crush on each other could just reach out. Lynch whispered, continuing Mulin's words, I also thought Zebulon had feelings for Edith. Now that I think about it, it was so shallow. We all know better. His sister turned approvingly and admonished, that's right. Don't speak without thinking next time. Listen to what others have to say first. Tuttle, What the hell is going on? The table had been perfectly quiet just a moment ago, but now it was a commotion that gave him a headache. Zebulon was clearly out of his element, his mind still swamped by the dual attacks of I actually opened my mouth, and how would Edith react? He could barely grasp a few key words from the debate. Tuttle knew at a glance that he wasn't here on a mission. So the reason for his coming was. He silently looked at Edith, whose back was turned. The girl tilted her head, her body relaxed, likely unaffected by the discussion. She was the one he most hoped wouldn't be able to read his thoughts. Thank you, but I already have a partner, Edith replied politely. I'm Miss Turner's schoolmate, and I'm supposed to go to the ball with her. The title of schoolmate was quite effective. She was a little confused about Zebulon's intentions, but judging by his behavior, he certainly hadn't been under any instructions. Zebulon withdrew his hand nonchalantly, smiling politely. I'm sorry, I didn't choose the right time. There's still a day until the ball, so I really should have found a partner. Hedda. Well, choosing a schoolmate for a child by a noble family was a given. He apologized again to everyone at the table for interrupting, then turned quickly and left the restaurant. If he hadn't stumbled and fallen against the doorframe at the door, he might have looked quite right. So what's going on? Belle waved to Edith, urging her to sit down quickly. What do you think his motive is? To curry favor with the Queen. Edith turned her head and nodded confidently. The Queen has been implementing policies that benefit the common people in recent years. Zebulon initially disapproved of them, but from what I heard last time, Ursula is now the one who disagrees. If Zebulon wanted to please his mother and gain more rights, he had to demonstrate his solidarity with her. The best way to do that was to show favor to her, a commoner at the center of the controversy. That makes sense. Hedda was quickly convinced. That's good. I was just worried there might be some other motive. Tuttle nodded solemnly. That's right. The subject was lightly brushed aside. With this interruption, Hedda returned to her usual self, and Edith was completely relieved. Zebulon was still somewhat useful. The next day. The ball was due to begin in the evening, but Hedda hadn't eaten since breakfast, sitting on the sofa with a determined mind, flipping through her novel. I see there's quite a bit of space in your dress. You shouldn't need to starve yourself to lose weight temporarily. Belle hesitated. No, it's just for the dinner, Hedda said firmly. I'm not dancing anyway, so I might as well skip a meal so I can eat more at the ball. Edith gave a thumbs up. Good ambition. If only you could be this resolute while reviewing. Hedda didn't even go to the cafeteria at lunchtime, so naturally no one needed to sit across from her empty seat today. Edith looked up and saw the purple corner of Amy's eye. She exclaimed, Who beat him? Joyce Walker. Tuttle's slow, measured carving of the lamb chops on his plate contrasted sharply with Amy's grimacing face. President Walker discovered he was missing a robe, and without a second thought, he stormed the academy. He stormed into the boys' dormitory last night, grabbed him, and beat him up. He lost? Belle asked in a declarative tone. Not really. Amy's eyes were filled with determination. I saved the robe. Edith, Why do they all use such unwavering resolve for something like this? The bruises at the corners of her eyes weren't hard to conceal. As evening approached, Edith struggled to avoid Hedda's skirt and, with her arm around him, arrived at the scene. She immediately spotted Amy Walker, a towering figure. He's actually dressed like that. Hedda was stunned. Edith was silent for a moment. For a moment, she almost thought it was President Walker herself standing there. Where did he get that wig? It's not a wig, Lynch's voice grumbled from behind. It's real hair, temporarily grown with magic. I wonder if Amy was harboring revenge. She had originally planned to wear only a robe, but now she was completely adopting Joyce's style. Her long hair was in a high ponytail, her flowing coat was fluttering, and she had a gold brooch, though a closer look revealed it was a button, and her high heels were barely visible. He really went all out. Did you see the spell he cast? Hedda asked curiously. I helped him with his haircut. Lynch instinctively reached for the sword behind him, but missed. Then he remembered that weapons weren't allowed at the dance. His hair is too long. Come to my dorm, and ask me to cut it down to the right length. Goddess, who knew how horrified he would be when he opened the door, and saw someone with long hair trailing down the hallway. Even more horrifying, as soon as Amy left, rumors spread throughout the dorm about a black-haired girl breaking into Lynch's room at night. Hedda laughed out loud, unkindly. Edith laughed too, but silently, only curling the corners of her mouth. Lynch pursed his lips at the accompaniment of Hedda's laughter and quickly glanced at Edith's face, looking a little embarrassed. It suits you perfectly, he said, his ears reddening. It looks great. Thank you. Edith accepted the compliment graciously. It's a simple dress, but it's certainly a very stylish one. You look good, not the dress. Lynch explained hurriedly, lowering his head and taking 2 steps. He was quickly pushed aside by Hedda's large skirt. Then, one misstep led to another, until he was gradually separated from the crowd. For some reason, the road to the auditorium was unusually crowded. Edith almost thought it was normal, until she heard people around her complain. What's going on this year? A girl who looked a few years older than herself smacked her lips. This stretch used to take 2 minutes to walk, but today it's taken almost 20. I don't know. Is there just a lot of people this year? A companion stood on tiptoe to look ahead. It shouldn't be. Even if there were more, it couldn't be over 3,000. Edith frowned, but before she could think, a fiery red bird suddenly appeared, circling in the sky. It finally landed slowly on the tallest tree by the roadside, its beak opening and emitting a shrill cry. Everyone looked up in its direction. Temporary change of venue. Temporary change of venue. The red bird chirped, uttering human language. Due to limited capacity in the auditorium, the ball has been moved to the Academy Banquet Hall. I repeat, the ball has been moved to the Academy Banquet Hall. Academy Banquet Hall? Hedda gasped. Isn't that used to host Academy investors? I heard it can accommodate 3,000 people, but there's a magic circle for expansion. When fully activated, it can accommodate up to 5,000 people. The entire Academy combined couldn't possibly hold that many people, right? What's going on? Edith frowned, trying to discern any useful information from the surrounding discussions. Finally, a name caught her ear. His Majesty Campbell, the King of Dragonpine Kingdom, mother of Ursula and the others, is said to be attending tonight's ball. Chapter 150. Although rumors circulated among the crowd that the Queen was coming, Few took it seriously. This speculation, mixed with other speculations, was ultimately forgotten. Everyone's attention was focused on the ball, and after complaining, they immediately turned their attention to the topic, with no one delving into the underlying reasons. But Edith felt this speculation was quite plausible. Didn't the dorm manager come to count the number of people at the ball a few days ago? She turned, her head twitching. The number can't have suddenly increased. There's no reason to temporarily change venues, because the space is insufficient. Hedda was a little uneasy. Why? Because someone of higher status is suddenly arriving. A voice suddenly interrupted the conversation. Edith turned around, and saw Tuttle standing beside them. He looked ahead and said calmly, the original auditorium was only suitable for students to play. If we're going to host distinguished guests, we need a higher quality banquet hall. Edith craned her neck to look back. A glance. So many people around, so densely packed, how did Tuttle suddenly get here? So you all think it's the Queen? Hedda seemed to understand the logic and leaned closer to Edith, lowering her voice. Then why didn't you just say it? She probably didn't want to be the center of attention. Edith wasn't sure. After all, it's only this year, and all 3 of her children are attending the academy. It's not surprising that she doesn't want to be the Queen, but simply wants to come as a mother. Preoccupied with other things, she stepped on Hedda's skirt, which had suddenly spread out as she leaned in to speak. Before she could even scream, Tuttle reached out and firmly grasped her waist from the side. Edith instinctively released her grip on Hedda's arm and stretched outward, steadying herself with the combined efforts of both parties. Thank you. I really don't understand the thinking behind those designs for large hymns. Hedda screamed in fear, but Tuttle remained calm, gently shaking his head. Then his hand slipped from her waist, slid down, and naturally took Edith's arm. Edith? ? What's going on? She frowned, looking up at his profile. Tuttle, without blinking, said, look up. It's not proper etiquette to bow your head when entering a room. As they chatted, they had already followed the crowd to the banquet hall entrance. After the incident, the line to enter the banquet hall had stretched out in front of the 3 of them. The guide at the entrance paused for a moment at the touching bodies. He casually extended his cane, moved Hedda to the back row, and politely informed her, individual participants, please enter by the left door. Hedda? ? Her eyes widened, and she raised her hands, holding the hem of her skirt, to her face. Me, individual participant? I have a partner. She turned to look, but as she adjusted her skirt, Edith was lost in the vast crowd, no longer visible. Hedda, sigh. I thought you weren't interested in this kind of dance. Inside the banquet hall, the teachers, having received the news of the change of venue, arrived early. A few unlucky ones were assigned to maintain order, while the rest enjoyed a rare moment of peace and quiet, quieting their ears from the clamor that would soon fill the room. This time, Bertram invited the college's new astrology teacher to be his partner. The girl wore thick glasses, and even with her usual hunched back, her tall figure was barely concealed. He knew immediately that she would look stunning dressed up, so he decisively invited her a month in advance. But even a good-looking partner wouldn't spark as much curiosity as a close friend at this moment. I know you don't invite people on your own initiative. When I heard you were coming, I thought someone had managed to get you. He briefly explained to his partner, then walked over and leaned against the second-floor railing with Shirley, looking down. Boring. Are you so unsuccessful that you don't even have a partner? If Bertram had been reduced to coming to the ball alone, he would have been too ashamed to leave the house. You talk too much, Shelley said calmly, his gaze lingering at the entrance, scanning each person who entered. Why aren't you in a hurry to dance with your new partner? Come on, everyone at Astrology Academy is just so weird. Bertram suddenly leaned forward, his voice lowered, a hint of resentment in his tone. She's 2 completely different people before and after she agreed. I'm telling you. He was halfway through his sentence when he followed Shelley's gaze toward the door and suddenly fell silent. Goddess. Bertram sighed. Students look so different when dressed up and when they don't. The blonde girl, whose face couldn't be seen clearly, walked arm in arm with the boy beside her. Her hair was tied up, revealing her shoulders and neck completely. The necklace gleaming on her collarbone, paired with her dark green dress, looked like a drop of dew on a summer leaf. The boy next to her was also wearing green, but a darker shade, only hinting at its natural color under the light. Their contrasting shades were quite pleasing to the eye. It's wonderful to be young. Bertram rubbed his chest, gazing enviously at the boy's embroidered cuffs. Wearing a dress with such conspicuous embroidery at my age would be strange. The astrologer, not far away, heard the voice, and looked up at his partner, who was wearing a bright red dress covered in lace. He was silent for a moment. As long as you're happy. Bertram didn't notice the silence behind him. He looked down at the students forming groups downstairs with satisfaction, nodding and admiring them inwardly. This is what a dance should be. Young boys and girls holding hands, dancing to the music, not all alone like Scott. Crack. His thoughts were interrupted by the sudden sound of shattering glass. What? Bertram turned, only to see Shelley's hand nonchalantly retracting his wand. Did you break the railing? He seemed to notice the crack in the glass the instant he turned his head. No. Shelley lowered her eyes, quietly gazing through the railing at the ground floor, her gaze calm and emotionless. It's just broken, otherwise why would you repair it? Bertram closed his eyes, sensing the lingering magic in the air, then quickly regained interest. I smell a lie. Why are you so anxious? Who did you see? Is it that new assistant teacher at your pharmacy school? I said no. Shelley raised her eyelids, glanced indifferently at the astrology teacher standing behind her, raised her chin, and gestured for her to drag him away. She was very understanding, quickly stepped forward, grabbed Bertram, and dragged him towards the stairs. Bertram tried to struggle. Why is it that? Tell me, I can help you analyze it. The voice stopped abruptly. It seemed the girl had covered Bertram's mouth. Shirley exhaled slowly, breathing steadily, but his brain was experiencing symptoms similar to oxygen deprivation. After the previous contact, he realized the railing wasn't very sturdy. He took 2 steps back, leaned against the post, and closed his eyes to relax. Whatever the teacher wanted to do was her own choice. He had no right to interfere. But why lie to him? She had clearly said she was at the dance with Miss Turner. Sorry. Before Edith could inquire, Tuttle quickly released her hand, stepped to the left, and put a fist's distance between them. It was an emergency. Edith shook her head. Nothing. Although she didn't consider a minor indiscretion at a student dance to be an emergency, Tuttle hadn't done anything, so she couldn't question or accuse him. She looked up and glanced around. So where is Hedda? Nearly 1,000 people had already poured into the ballroom. Even though Hedda's voluminous skirt was recognizable, it was largely hidden by the crowd and the banquet tables. Edith searched in vain, and it was difficult to go against the flow of people to the door, so she simply continued forward, guided. It's okay, maybe we see her later. Tuttle consoled her, following Edith forward and continuing the conversation she had been on before the fall. Do you think the Queen is coming to the ball as a mother? Edith's attention briefly shifted from Hedda. What else? This was a student ball. Although there were many heirs, by the time they ascended to the throne, the Queen would likely no longer be in office. Aside from her concern for her child, she didn't think anything here was worth the trip. Maybe you? Tattle said lightly. After all, you're now considered the top contender for the Zebulon League title. As the ruler of the kingdom, it's understandable that you want to see the heir's opponent. Edith narrowed her eyes. Me? She didn't think she was yet to be feared by the Queen. Tattle heard the doubt in Edith's tone. He paused, took a glass of wine from the waiter's tray beside him, handed it to Edith, and then took one for himself. You don't think it's worth it? If Zebulon really loses. He lowered his eyes, and took a sip of his wine. What do you think will happen? Edith hadn't really thought about it. To be honest, she still had no real feelings about the league. She saw it as just an internal competition set up by the academy to motivate students. It was limited in scope, and at most, it was more valuable because of the students' good family backgrounds and good grades. But after several competitions, having personally experienced the frenzy of the newspaper office and the increasing scrutiny, both in normal times and now, she finally had a more concrete understanding of the competition. The prize the Queen so carefully prepared will fall into my hands. This is a small financial loss. Edith pondered, what else? Will the royal family's reputation be damaged by this? That's impossible. She quickly dismissed her thoughts. No one bothered me when I surpassed Ivan to take first place in my grade, which shows that the public doesn't necessarily expect members of the royal family to take first place. It's just a psychological expectation. The public does, but the prince's faction doesn't. Tuttle's smile faded slightly. Ordinary royals can, but the heir can't. Zebulon's popularity is already lower than Ursula's. If he doesn't take first place in the league again, and loses to a commoner despite having excellent resources, he probably loses his chance at the throne completely. The Queen certainly doesn't want a one-sided situation. I think the prince's faction's biggest threat right now isn't me. Edith's mind drifted to Ivan's face. There's still someone harboring fantasies in the shadows. It doesn't matter. Edith shrugged, then suddenly smiled. It just so happens that I'm taking the third grade exam this year. Before we get second place in the league, let Zebulon get second place on the final exam to get some practice. On the second floor, Zebulon suddenly sneezed without warning. What's wrong? The disguised queen looked up, concerned. Are you feeling unwell? No. Zebulon was also shocked at his sudden rudeness. Sorry, mother. He couldn't help but glance downstairs. The queen followed her son's gaze, her lips curled slightly. Don't call me mother today. Her eyes finally settled on the blonde girl on the first floor. Edith Griffin. Chapter 151. Tuttle paused suddenly after hearing Edith's words. According to previous reports, Edith could score a maximum of 90 points in this exam. Compared to previous years, even getting first place in potions might be difficult. Even if Edith did get first place in potions, her final ranking wasn't guaranteed. With the subdivision of colleges, the total score would be determined based on the difficulty of the exam, ranking, and other factors. The harder the exam, the higher the score for those at the top. But so far, it seems no one has complained about the potions exam. Instead, many have criticized Zebulon's exam curse for being difficult. Even if they both got first place, Zebulon's total score should be higher. The written exam and the league results are different. He could only offer some comfort in advance, hoping Edith wouldn't be upset by her grades. After all, one focuses on theory, the other on practice. Many people rank high in the college exam, but can't even make it past the preliminary round in the league. Although admission to the association is more dependent on theoretical scores, in terms of widespread recognition, league rankings carry more weight. Edith caught his off-screen voice and paused suddenly. Everyone still misunderstood her test results. Since the results would be out tomorrow morning, she didn't bother explaining any more and simply smiled and brushed it off. You're right. But then again, holding a ball the day before the results were announced truly deservedly called the eve of the guillotine. I wonder if there were any third-year pharmacy students at the ball desperately enjoying their last day. Edith glanced around, searching for Shelley. Given his personality, since he said he was coming, he'd definitely be among the first to arrive. Now, I wonder where he's standing. There were too many people on the first floor, and since he didn't like crowds, he was probably on the second floor. At that moment, a melodious organ note drifted from the front. Edith subconsciously stopped searching and turned in the direction of the sound. Cheers suddenly erupted from all around, and Edith, taking a moment to react, realized it was the beginning of the ball. A typical ball would have the host noble announce the start, but this was a college ball, so there were no such rules. The band played in unison, the lights on the dance floor flickered, and everyone acquiesced to the start of the party, inviting those around them to dance. Tuttle naturally stepped back, slightly bent his upper body, his left hand behind his back, his right extended. Do I have the honor of inviting you to dance with me? He smiled easily. A first dance definitely requires a partner. Since we all been misunderstood, we can't go against the rules, don't you think? Edith knew this implicit rule. Figuring the atmosphere wasn't heated yet, and everyone hadn't had enough drinks, she couldn't ask any more questions. So, she simply extended her hand and placed it in Tuttle's palm. The two of them stepped onto the dance floor together. The organ lead ended, and the full dance began. Tuttle was surprised by Edith's deft dance moves. I thought you wouldn't be so skilled. Why, you want me to step on your foot? Edith raised an eyebrow slightly, and as he wished, she stomped hard on the top of her shoe. Tuttle gasped, his steps stuttering for a few beats, and he suddenly became flustered. Finally, Edith led him to the corner of the dance floor, and smiled as she offered him a glass of wine. Forget it. She didn't want to dance much more than necessary. Just a couple of dances, a drink, and warm myself up. Tuttle looked down at Edith's face reflected in the glass, closed his eyes, and took a swig. Now it wasn't just the dance steps that were out of sync. What are you looking at? In the corner of the second floor, Queen Campbell sat by the railing, smiling at her darting son. Want to go down and dance? Zebulon was startled, not expecting his little trick to be so clearly exposed to his mother's gaze. He quickly bent down and apologized, sorry. No need to apologize to me. Queen Campbell's gaze lingered on Ursula downstairs. Your sisters are dancing, so you don't have to stay here with me. Go down. If you see Ivan, tell him I'm here. Zebulon barely managed to tear his eyes away from Edith and looked at Ursula at the other end of the dance floor. She was dancing with the eldest son of the Duke of Garcia. The man was beaming, likely convinced he had a chance of marrying into the royal family. But judging by Ursula's expression, the moment he showed that joy, she had already removed him from the shortlist. Choosing a marriage partner so soon. No, should I say choosing an ally. Not too early. I chose your father when I was 19. Ursula is 21 now, the perfect age. Queen Campbell's smile widened. You're 19 now, too. How's it going? Do you have a girl you're interested in? Zebulon was startled again. He guessed it right. Is it impossible to even display such an expression in front of my mother? I follow my mother's instructions. Zebulon lowered his head, motionless, trying his best to conceal any hint of his thoughts. I won't disqualify you from the line of succession just because of the partner you choose. Queen Campbell waved her hand. Forget it, go down. If you stand here any longer, I'm afraid you reveal my identity. Zebulon, feeling the increasing scrutiny around him, pursed his lips, obediently retreated, and descended the stairs to the first floor. The queen's ears were finally silent. Away from Zebulon, her disguised, unremarkable appearance lacked any appeal. With the gazes removed, she could finally observe Edith's every move in peace. She certainly didn't look like a commoner. She narrowed her eyes, recalling the information the court had gathered about her. Edith Griffin, whose parents died due to meddling in aristocratic affairs, lived with her younger sister in an orphanage for 2 years and in the slums for 5. She was discovered by the Grand Magister Grey Green and brought to the Charles family as a companion. Later, for unknown reasons, Miss Turner, who had come to break off her engagement, brought her to the capital. After 6 months of study, she successfully entered Beaujourneys College, earning top honors. Her impeccable resume, with no inconsistencies, yet a touch of strangeness lingered. I hope you're truly a genius. She sighed softly, a look of regret on her face. What a pity, a commoner. Huh? The queen's voice rose slightly, and she instantly sat upright, leaning towards the railing and looking down. Zebulon, having just come downstairs, walked without hesitation to the edge of the dance floor and, amid the commotion, extended her hand to a girl who clearly had a partner. Edith Griffin. The girl who had just been constantly appearing in her mind. Me? Edith's tranquility was shattered by Zebulon's arrival. With her dress and hair tied up, she garnered many admiring and visibly impressed glances on the dance floor, but those were solely for her appearance. Few could recognize her identity at a glance. After all, blonde hair was common at the academy, and she wasn't wearing the 3 badges that marked her status. As long as no one called her out directly, she should be able to get by quietly for most of the evening. But now, with the arrival of Zebulon, the absolute focal point of the entire dance, more and more eyes followed her. She heard a low exclamation, a sigh of admiration, Tuttle's displeased tut, and finally, Zebulon's clear voice reached her ears. May I have the honor of inviting you to a dance, Miss Griffin? She was Edith Griffin. The others spread the word. Zebulon invited Edith to the first dance. Those away from the dance floor received this news. Edith, known, she is a lowly commoner, whose true identity remains unrevealed. The person before her is the most distinguished person in the country, second only to the king, and potentially the heir to the throne. At this moment, the noble prince has extended a dance invitation to a lowly commoner like her. Given the known circumstances, His Majesty Campbell is likely sitting somewhere in the hall, quietly watching the scene unfold. Question: what appropriate attitude should she adopt towards him? Edith, my pleasure. She gave in. For some reason, she sensed that Zebulon was even more nervous than when she had invited him. He coughed lightly, and grasped Edith's hand lightly. The heir to the kingdom, trained in etiquette, didn't even hold it tighter than Tuttle's. The two of them once again moved to the center of the dance floor. The previous dance hadn't yet ended, and Ursula was still trapped in her dance with Master Garcia. She maintained a proper smile, but inside, she was extremely irritated. What on earth had her mother come tonight for? The man before her didn't seem to notice her displeasure. With a foolish expression, he tried to find a topic, from his paintings to his sculptures, constantly showcasing his superiority. She reluctantly agreed, trying to find a reason to leave after the dance ended, when she suddenly sensed a very familiar aura. It seemed to be her annoying younger brother. Ursula naturally switched to a male step, holding the flustered Master Garcia's hand as she turned, and as she had hoped, she saw Zebulon. Across from him was. Ursula raised an eyebrow. Sorry. Garcia, who couldn't read people's expressions, stepped on her foot and fumbled to apologize. Ursula waved her off, unconcerned, excused herself by needing to straighten her clothes, and moved to the edge of the dance floor to observe the two's movements closely. Edith looked quite skilled. She tilted her head back, refusing the invitation from the side, analyzing their movements with interest. It was not that she had never seen Zebulon dance before. He had even asked her to dance the first dance at his coming-of-age ceremony, so as not to book her out too soon. But Zebulon had been so natural then, not so stiff and awkward as now. Couldn't it be that Edith was unskilled, and Zebulon, who had been training since childhood, was leading the dance? Ursula marveled. Grabbing a passing girl, she asked, and learning that it was Zebulon who had invited her, she was even more amazed. He even invites people? Amazing. Absolutely amazing. Second floor. Shelley politely brushed off a teacher's advances and, heading for the stairs, passed an unfamiliar middle-aged woman. He frowned and stared at her for a moment. She ignored him, leaning against the railing, staring intently at the dance floor on the first floor. He paused and followed her gaze. It was a familiar figure. Cheryl, He had only been looking away for about 5 minutes. Chapter 152. The dances at the ball were mostly slow-paced, unlike the passionate fervor of folk revelry. The simple steps ensured that each movement was graceful and light, retaining aristocratic composure and leaving ample room for conversation between the two. As the one inviting the conversation, Zebulon should have initiated the conversation, but his courage seemed to have dried up the moment he opened his mouth. Forget chatting, he even turned his head to the side, not meeting Edith's gaze. Edith, Are they really going to dance an entire piece in such awkward silence? Edith remained silent. She spun in circles to the rhythm of the music, keeping an eye on her surroundings. Zebulon had just come down from the second floor, so she was almost certain the queen was there, and her attention must be on her at this moment. There were few people on the second floor, and Edith observed for a moment, quickly locking onto several gazes. The first one belonged to Shelley. She glanced upward. Although she couldn't see the other person's exact expression, she had a feeling their eyes met. Great, I can go find him upstairs later. On the second floor, Shelley hadn't had time to decipher the meaning behind Edith's gaze before she quickly averted her gaze, looking elsewhere. He frowned. To others, the teacher might have simply moved her head to follow the dance, but he knew Edith's expression was completely different when she was free. She could only be searching for something. He slowly shifted his position, following her gaze. After passing a group of teachers, who were clearly watching the fun, Edith's gaze lingered briefly on the unfamiliar middle-aged woman in front of him. That's her. Edith naturally averted her gaze, and Zebulon didn't even notice her wandering glances, his face still stern as he meticulously executed his dance steps. His face was filled with a passion for dancing. If Edith hadn't known him in person, she would have been fooled by it. Everyone says the venue was changed because His Majesty Campbell arrived at the ball. She naturally broached the subject. Caught off guard, Zebulon stumbled for a moment, but quickly regained his composure and spoke calmly. It's just a rumor. Everyone likes to fabricate facts they want to believe. Pretending, still pretending. Edith glanced at the other woman's force-pursed lips, reaffirming the accuracy of the news. She shook her head, sighing that Zebulon was still a long way behind Ursula. The results will be out tomorrow. Zebulon suddenly spoke, lowering his head and looking Edith in the eye. Some of the third-year students are too smug. Don't bother with them. Edith was stunned. Was Zebulon comforting her? Was he worried she'd done poorly on the third-year exam, so he came to comfort her early? Would Zebulon even offer to comfort someone? Rather than feeling touched, she felt a sense of strangeness. After a few seconds, she spoke cautiously. It's okay. I volunteered to take the third-year exam. No one forced me. Zebulon hummed, I know. Of course he knew. But that person had already brought his suspicions to Edith's face. Wouldn't it seem guilty if she didn't take the initiative? Ultimately, obtaining the pharmacy assistant qualification was compensation for the Palmer incident. Even if Edith's skills weren't as good as those of the third-year students, that person had no right to blame her. It was just the arrogance that came with being both a noble and a senior. You achieve such success in just your first year. You have a bright future ahead of you. There's no need to raise the difficulty just for someone like you. He couldn't help but speak a few more words to Edith. The kingdom is now allowing commoners to take the exams to become court mages. By the time you graduate, the system should be well established. There's no need to worry about these people. How could even Zebulon himself think she wouldn't do well on the exam? Thank you. Edith remained cautious. But I prefer research and might join the association. Don't tell me he's testing her for a chance to enter the palace. Research? Zebulon was a little disappointed, but it made sense. Edith, serving as an assistant to 2 professors, must be incredibly passionate about research. There was no way she willingly joined the palace as a mage serving the royal family. A mage, in reality, no different from a bodyguard. If possible, he didn't want to return to the palace. I also enjoy research. Zebulon spoke, continuing the conversation. Ursula doesn't seem interested in palace work either. Mother might allow us to work outside for a few years, perhaps even into a laboratory. Although it was mostly a performance, Primarily intended to showcase the royal family's friendliness, it was still a rare moment of freedom. A laboratory wouldn't be enough. Don't you enjoy studying monsters? Edith suddenly remembered the other person's introduction to the leafworms. The tone sounded strangely familiar. Then I think we should go to the Monster Guild? Zebulon was silent for a moment. Monster Guild? Of the 5 academy disciplines, spells hold the highest status, followed by rays. Potions belong to another discipline, but because they require a high level of financial resources from students, they are sometimes considered the most despised. Astrology is strange and unpredictable. While some argue that studying it is a waste of time, top astrologers are favored by the king, even more so than mages, and are considered the most suitable path for those seeking to enhance their family's status. The most obscure field is pure monster research. It's highly interchangeable. Learning magic circles and potions requires understanding the characteristics of monsters, and no one considers it a specialized field. Its practical application is limited. It can't directly create wind and rain, nor can it create multifunctional potions, let alone predict the future. In short, only the worst-performing students are persuaded by their teachers to choose monster research. To this day, no member of the royal family has graduated from the Monster Academy. Don't you think those who study monsters are useless? Zebulon didn't answer Edith's question directly, but instead asked lightly, you can't participate in the league while you're a student, and you can't participate in war after graduation. It's indeed a good place to escape the world. How can it be useless? Edith frowned. The dance music reached its climax at this moment, and the steps became faster and faster under the increasingly intense drumbeats. Edith lowered her head, constantly watching the hem of her skirt as she casually remarked, the foundation of magic circles and potion research is monsters. Potions are developing much faster than spells, because the Monster Association has shared the burden of basic research. Not to mention the knowledge base, even the materials used in potion research are processed and sent to us by the Monster Association. Wash, peel, dry? Zebulon for some reason forgot a step. Edith frowned, actively pulling him around in a spin, suddenly realizing something was amiss. If the Monster Association members are all useless, then what about the civilians? Are all civilians who don't participate in any research considered useless? Is this the legendary theory of the role of the nobility? They believe that only nobles who work in magic are worthy of being called human, while the rest are wasteful wastes of resources? That's not what I meant. Zebulon was startled and quickly denied it, even his sadness fading completely. It's just that from the noble's perspective, that's true. He did love monsters, but he'd known since childhood that he couldn't pursue that path. Plus, he did have a talent for spells, so while it was a pity, he didn't have a strong obsession. No one had ever suggested he study monsters. Perhaps they simply didn't see his interest, or perhaps they knew but didn't care. He shouldn't have cared. Are all the nobles like this? What about your mother's opinion? Edith noticed the other man's downturn and realized this was a good opportunity to ask a question. She went against all odds and established the rules for commoners entering the court. It's unlikely she has such a negative view of commoners. But then again, His Majesty Campbell and President Walker now share the same goal of wanting more commoners involved in magical affairs. Their relationship should have improved, right? Zebulon was silent. He, too, found it strange, but his mother's hatred for the president only grew. Not bad, he said vaguely. It's all for the betterment of the kingdom. Not bad translates to terribly bad. He remained silent on the previous topic, perhaps because he wasn't sure what his mother thought of commoners. It would be best if he could ask her in person. The song ended. Edith, as if finally relieved, eagerly left the dance floor. Zebulon followed her, seemingly unwilling to leave. She forced herself to ask, any questions? Zebulon, He had rarely been treated so impatiently. Thank you. He didn't know how to end this dance. Or perhaps it was because it had begun impulsively, so the ending was naturally sloppy. I'm sorry to bother you, but it was a lovely dance. I hope we can dance together again next time. But he didn't say that out loud. As his brain, slightly heated by the dance, gradually cooled, Zebulon felt Ursula's scorching gaze at the edge of his head. Suddenly, panic struck. He realized that all this had happened under his mother's watch. Oh no! He wondered what his mother would interpret that dance as. Excuse me. Seeing Zebulon had no intention of speaking again, Edith simply excused herself, intending to go upstairs to meet Shelley and avoid the spotlight. She could sense that many people were getting restless. But she didn't want to accept any invitations anytime soon. She darted through the crowd, almost reaching the stairs, when a hand suddenly rested on her shoulder, gently pressing, Edith. It was Ivan's voice. Edith was truly terrified of the three siblings. Ivan, what can I do for you? She caught her breath and tried to maintain a smile. It's okay at best, just a greeting, at worst a dance. My mother is here. Ivan's expression was calm, as if he had no idea he was talking about something serious that should be kept secret. I was planning on meeting her. He shrugged. Do you want to come? Edith, There were two people whose thoughts she couldn't fathom. Amy, whose ideas were so peculiar, and Ivan, who was standing before her. She didn't even know what their ultimate goal was. The Queen is coming? Edith simply played dumb. The school didn't even tell me. Seriously? Ivan stared at her expression, unable to tell if she was genuinely unaware or just pretending. If it's all right, I'd be leaving. Edith politely declined. Seeing Ivan was about to speak, she interrupted. I'm planning to ask the teacher about my grades in advance. Do you want to come? Ivan, whose grades had always been worse than his older siblings, thank you, but no thanks. Chapter 153. Edith didn't know Ivan's intentions, but not responding directly was always the right choice. Taking advantage of the other person's pause, she quickly walked towards the stairs and climbed them to the second floor. A hidden gaze crept up her body the moment she grasped the handrail. The surrounding gazes were too chaotic, and the other person probably didn't expect Edith to pay special attention to his direction, so he didn't hide much. Edith pretended not to notice, and walked straight toward Shelley without hesitation. The other person's eyes never left her. Seeing her approach, he quickly adjusted his clothes and stepped forward. Afraid that he would be exposed if he walked any further, Edith trotted over and spoke first. Professor Scott. The unfamiliar address made Shelley stun for a moment, almost failing to connect the voice with the figure in front of him. Mr. Griffin. A very good address. Edith was very pleased with Shelley's quick response. Putting on a typical student face, she said excitedly, Excuse me, can I know my test results in advance? The Queen withdrew her curious gaze. Although the results won't be released until tomorrow morning, the teachers have already graded the papers, and the transcripts are already in the Academic Affairs office. If Edith wants to know her results, she naturally asked the teacher. But why is it Shelley? Oh yes, Edith's third-year exam this year. The Queen pondered for a moment, finally digging up the relevant memories. Zebrin seemed to have mentioned this at the family dinner, saying that Edith was forced to take the third-year potion exam to prove herself because her reward from the Palmer incident was questioned. It's been so long since the Palmer incident, and the person who secretly brewed the luck potion hasn't been caught yet. It's really time for a new set of court mages. She rubbed her aching head, mentally reviewing the mages who had passed the initial assessment. Then, looking up, she found Edith had vanished from view. Where had she gone? Mother! Ivan's face suddenly flashed across her field of vision. Why are you here? The Queen's expression instantly relaxed. Elsewhere. Shelley led Edith to a corner, directly above the dance floor, with a poor view and few people standing. Downstairs, due to the angle, no one was visible either, making it much more private than their previous location. But finding a completely private space in a banquet hall was difficult to achieve. Her Majesty Campbell has arrived. Edith lowered her voice and quickly recounted the Queen's arrival. Shelley quickly realized, that white-haired woman sitting over there? You know? I saw your eyes fixate on her face while you were dancing. Edith nodded. I plan to go talk to her. After entering the palace, she would mainly explore on her own. She might be able to escape the guards, but the Queen would undoubtedly be surrounded by a crowd. If she wanted a face-to-face conversation, now was the only time. Shelley frowned. No, too risky. He rarely rejected Edith's suggestion. She can completely deny being Campbell. If you approach her, she have the initiative. It would be bad for the teacher to reveal her purpose too early. Then let her admit it first, and then go over and ask. Edith shrugged nonchalantly. What method? Use Amy Walker. Edith stood on tiptoe and looked down. Sure enough, she spotted Amy at the edge of the dance floor. The woman's back was to the light, her entire face hidden in shadow. From a distance, she looked like a lonely girl. In the brief seconds that Edith was looking down, a boy approached and invited her. Amy covered her face and shook her head, but her eyes darted around, and it was unclear what she was thinking. Which one is the young master of the Walker family? Shirley narrowed her eyes and followed Edith's gaze, only to see a boy walking away awkwardly. That's not him. The one with the long black hair. Edith raised her chin. Joyce's version of Amy. Shirley, Edith. The Queen knew she wasn't supposed to be at the ball, so she came in disguise. Imagine what her expression would be if a political enemy, who also shouldn't have been there, walked by. What expression? It wouldn't be joy. Shirley hesitated. Campbell knows Joyce well, from his figure to his gait. He wouldn't mistake her for someone simply because of her appearance. Edith remained calm. You know nothing about Amy's ability to dress up. All right. Shirley didn't want to interfere too much with Edith's decision, so she acquiesced to the plan, only instinctively reaching out to stop her when she pulled away. What's wrong? Edith felt the wind behind her and looked back. Shelley, What's wrong? You just danced with two people, leaving me only a few words. He pursed his lips. You just asked me about my grades. Edith, yeah, just casually, you know. I didn't grade the third-grade papers. Shelley shook his head. But I saw the third-grade papers, and they were definitely too difficult. They completely exceeded the knowledge required of a third-grade student. Professor Edward designed this test solely to show off her knowledge, completely ignoring her students' education. She's truly unfit to be a teacher, and even less so to do research. But I know she's furious. Shelley raised her eyes, meeting Edith's. The only thing that could have made Professor Edward so angry. It could only be that I, someone she detests, got a high score. Edith raised an eyebrow. Okay, I figured it out. How delightful. She turned back without hesitation. Shelley closed her eyes and called out to her again. Edith had long sensed something was amiss, but she didn't dare question her further. She patiently stopped walking again. Is there something wrong with you and the Turner girl? Shelley asked. I remember you originally told me you come with her, but I just saw someone else. We got separated on the way in. Edith was starting to feel a bit overwhelmed by this. She glanced down, but there were so many people in red dresses that she couldn't tell which one was Hedda. That someone else was Tuttle. He was helping me up, and we just happened to walk in together. Shelley calmly averted her gaze. The man named Tuttle was standing by the dance floor, politely declining a girl's invitation to dance. That's perfect. It really was perfect. Is everything okay now? Edith was amazed at his gradually relaxed expression. What's your concern? It's you. But Shelley didn't say it out loud. Is there anything I can help with? He simply spoke again, hoping to ease the teacher's burden. I can stand by. No, just stay here. Edith quickly declined. The Queen likely knows about Duke Eddie's affairs, and is undoubtedly wary of you. Your presence will easily lead her to associate things. She walked downstairs in front of the Queen, making her way through the crowd. She casually picked up a glass of wine and placed it to her lips, keeping herself busy and effectively rejecting the many people who approached to dance. But the closer she got to the dance floor, the harder each step became. Countless admiring, curious, and probing glances shot from all around, accompanied by whispers, clinging to every inch of her skin. Edith didn't particularly enjoy being stared at. But all this was something she had earned. Only those who topped the exams could access the library to search for information, and only those who topped the league could explore the palace. Only by becoming the center of attention could others actively approach her, allowing her to gain access to information she would never normally have. Someone around her quietly reviewed her achievements. First grade, a commoner's companion, the highest entrance exam score in school history, topped the grade in the quarterly exams, and even chose to take the third grade exam for the final. In the league promotion tournament, she surpassed Zebulon to take first place. Despite facing strangely strong opponents, she defeated one and left another in a coma, ultimately advancing to the league finals. After all this, the fact that she had just been invited to dance by His Highness Campbell wasn't worth mentioning. Simply accepting the invitation was truly a remarkable achievement. At this point, the wine glass in her hand was no longer effective, and Edith had no choice but to decline. Using the excuse of feeling unwell, she crossed the dance floor and approached Amy. No dance. The long-haired girl sitting in the shadows pretentiously shielded her face with her hands and muffled her voice. Please leave. It's me, Edith said simply. Edith? The shrill female voice suddenly became distinctly male. Amy turned in surprise, her long hair brushing against his red-painted eyes. Can you recognize me? Edith, I recognize this outfit. You're the only one who dares to impersonate Joyce. Amy shrugged nonchalantly. Anyone can recognize this outfit. After all, this is my aunt's real robe, and the hair is real too. Who wouldn't exclaim, I'm the president? It was just too real. He took a few steps before realizing something was wrong and finally found a corner to hide. Scared? Yes, I am. Amy didn't hide her feelings. Thinking of Joyce's face, her body trembled violently. I hoped everyone would see through my fakeness and laugh it off. Who knew several people would take it seriously? He couldn't hold up a sign and shout, I'm not Joyce. He figured it was better to be honest and avoid having his aunt pinned with all sorts of accusations. The dance floor is always being disturbed here, Edith sat down and gestured casually upstairs. Why don't we go upstairs? No one's asking us to dance, and we can lie down and look down. It won't be so boring. Good idea. Amy, who usually hung out on the first floor of the ballroom, hadn't expected this alternative venue and immediately perked up. Where are the stairs to the second floor? Just keep going this way. You should be able to see it. Edith pointed the way, and Amy quickly rushed to the stairs and climbed them in a few steps. Edith followed closely behind, keeping a 3-meter distance, constantly monitoring the Queen's reaction. The other person was maintaining a distance between them, smiling at Ivan. Edith deliberately dragged her knuckles across the stair railing. The muffled tapping made the Queen frown in displeasure, and she looked up towards the stairs. Her pupils constricted sharply. A familiar strand of long black hair fluttered before her eyes, followed by a flash of golden light. A familiar figure, a familiar gait, and the aura that was uniquely Walker. The person before her was Joyce. Why had she come to the ball? Was it for Edith, or for something else? How could she dare to be so open and unconcealed? Chapter 154. Edith slowed down. The Queen's attention was now completely focused on Amy, leaving only a sliver of energy to deal with Ivan. She maintained a calm demeanor, remaining unnoticed even as she stood within his line of sight. Amy, hurriedly passing by, also sensed the gaze, but dared not pause. Joyce's attire must have drawn her attention, and if she stopped, she would lose her way. Hurry up, get out of his sight. President Walker. The Queen suddenly spoke, calling out to him. Ivan, who had been laughing and talking, instantly shut up and stood quietly to the side, his head bowed. He then quietly turned his body, his ear pressed toward the black-robed woman. Amy muttered a silent groan, pretending not to hear anything, and quickened his pace to the side. Campbell was now even more certain of his thoughts. Joyce was avoiding her. What on earth was she doing here? It's me. She dropped her disguise for a few seconds and returned to her natural voice. Turn back, Joyce. Amy felt like she was being stared at by a venomous snake. A cold gaze wrapped around him like a rope. He closed his eyes, stiffened his body, and smiled awkwardly. You got the wrong person. My God, Her Majesty. Campbell's sneer froze the moment he saw Amy. The face was distinctly male, and looked very young. Aside from the long hair, it was a face she recognized. Amy Walker. She uttered the name through gritted teeth. Why are you wearing Joyce's clothes? Before Amy could think of a response, a sudden voice echoed from the stairs. Your Majesty? Edith's face was filled with shock as she appeared on the second floor. The two spoke quietly, and no one noticed their direction. Campbell belatedly touched her face, suddenly realizing she had forgotten to change her disguise. She was silent for a moment, then returned to her ordinary, middle-aged woman's face, calmly looking at the two people before her. Amy, I won't tell anyone. Edith, I will definitely keep my mouth shut. Good, quite clever. Campbell sighed, and pressed her forehead with a headache. Her main purpose in hiding her identity was to observe from the shadows. Now that Edith, who was at the top of her watch list, had accidentally discovered her presence, tonight's operation was essentially a failure. Go ahead. She didn't want to say anything more, so she waved her hand casually, letting the two of them leave. As expected, Edith turned around and walked forward like Amy, counting silently in her mind. 3, 2, 1. Wait. Ivan suddenly spoke. Mother, this is the friend Edith I told you about. Please allow me to introduce her to you. You're right, Ivan. Edith raised an eyebrow. Since the Queen wouldn't actively keep her for a conversation, she had to find an outsider to intervene, and Ivan was the best choice. While whether they were friends or not was debatable, and the fact that they were asking her to introduce her to the Queen was also a form of exploitation, who cared? Campbell frowned. Ivan. This was a sign of displeasure. Ivan narrowed his eyes, and looked innocently at his mother's face. What's the matter, teacher? His usual simple and frail image came into play at this moment. Although Campbell was dissatisfied, he didn't find Ivan's behavior too strange. As his favorite child, Ivan was certainly not as cautious as Ursula and Zebulon. It's all right. Introduce your friend to me. Amy paused hesitantly, clearly wondering why she had called Edith over alone. We were having the same conversation, so why was Edith a friend and I a stranger? But he was afraid of being questioned about why he was wearing Joyce's clothes. After a moment's struggle, he quietly moved to a corner. Edith stopped beside the Queen. She was about to salute when Campbell stopped her. Don't use honorifics. Call me teacher. Edith readily complied. Hello, teacher. Ivan flashed Edith a toothy grin and silently mouthed, You're here after all. Edith had just rejected him, but in the end, didn't she have to come to her mother? Edith pretended not to notice his expression, lowering her eyes, and standing meekly before the queen. Ivan chattered away, recounting their few interactions with such eloquence that even Edith herself was momentarily bewildered. If she hadn't experienced it herself, she would have almost thought they were close friends. Campbell's expression was also remarkable. She had indeed heard her youngest son talk about Edith, but she had always assumed it was just a simple exchange between classmates, never realizing their close relationship. Her expression softened, her voice softening a bit. "Thank you, Miss Griffin. My youngest son is frail, so please take good care of him." The words didn't sound like those of a king, but more like those of a mother. Edith smacked her lips, recalling Zebulon's face turning blue from staying up all night preparing for the league match. She couldn't help but sigh at how different Campbell treated her children. The queen continued. She glanced at Ivan's face, which was so full of laughter that his eyes were invisible, and shook her head helplessly. "Ivan's grades aren't great either. If he has any problems with his studies, please take care of him." Ivan's smile faltered, the missing part shifting to Edith's face. "I will, teacher." Edith acted sweet and sensible. Helping a friend is the right thing to do. "I hope you can still speak so calmly when your other son becomes second." Ivan seemed merely interested in emphasizing their relationship, and the topics involved were rather mundane. The queen lost interest after a few words. Finally, he mentioned the final exams, and Campbell finally snapped back to his senses and gently inquired about Edith's situation. Edith took the opportunity to say, "I volunteered. To maintain fairness within the academy, I volunteered to take the third-year exam." "But, excuse me, teacher, can I ask you a question?" "What is it?" Campbell asked casually. Edith got the tacit approval and got straight to the point. "I want to know why Palmer was punished for secretly brewing a luck potion." The queen's smile faded, and she turned quietly to look at Edith's face. She was filled with curiosity. "Yes, mother," Ivan echoed. "Using the potion illegally is punishable by the academy. Why did the court mages and guild members intervene?" Ivan's question, his eyes fixed on the queen's, made Campbell's heart soften. After appropriately concealing the details, he spoke. "A treasure vault in the palace was opened, and the man used the luck potion to steal 2 treasures. He was discovered mid-sentence, but he still managed to escape. To investigate, anyone found using potions illegally recently will be subject to inspection." Edith's hands, pressed against her legs, exerted a slight pressure. "A storage for treasures, or a cellar? Why does it feel so much like Duke Eddie's tunnel?" She still had many questions, but couldn't ask them out loud. Fortunately, Ivan, with his thoughtfulness, surreptitiously inquired, "Can a lock be opened with a luck potion?" "It's a coincidence." The queen didn't want to elaborate. Edith pondered for a moment, then began with praise. "The other party used a luck potion and was still discovered. The court mages are truly the most powerful in the kingdom. It has nothing to do with the mages. It's mainly because the thief made a noise." The queen's expression softened. "Don't overthink the court mages, Miss Griffin. The palace also welcomes you to participate in the court mage assessment." Edith had a rough idea in mind. That treasure vault must have a hidden section, and it was hard to say whether the stolen treasure was real. Treasure vaults typically use the magical fluctuations of the occupant as a key. It would be impossible to enter by sheer luck. As for the thief, since he was able to escape in the end, it proved that the luck potion hadn't expired. The bad luck during its expiration period would surely have allowed the court mage to catch up. If it hadn't expired, the sound made by a professional thief couldn't have come from himself. It could only have come from the stolen treasure. A door that could be entered by luck, a treasure that made its own sound. The so-called vault must be a breeding cage, and the so-called treasure must be a living creature, probably some rare demon. Edith noted her hypothesis, and continued her conversation with the queen. Seeing her impatience growing, Edith prepared to leave at any moment, and apologized for accidentally causing Celeste's death. The queen's bland reaction confirmed Edith's knowledge. The queen likely knew about the soul swap, but wasn't particularly interested, and it wasn't clear what specific details she learned. Seeing she couldn't get any further information, Edith tactfully said her goodbyes, and left the second floor without further delay. "I see." Shelley paused after hearing Edith's account. "But from what I saw during my previous visit to the palace, it doesn't seem like the number of recorded monsters has decreased." "That's possible. Since it's a cellar, the creature must be underground." Edith took a sip of her wine. "Are there any creatures that don't need sunlight and can thrive underground?" "Yes, but they're rare, and none of them are particularly rare." Shelley searched his mind quickly. "Unless it's a species never revealed to the public. But that was highly unlikely. The palace mage's primary responsibility was guarding. Discovering new species depended on the association, and Joyce controlled the association. There couldn't be a species the association didn't know about that the Queen did. Could it be a person? Edith joked. People can live underground for a long time. Slaves caged underground might never see sunlight in their entire lives. Shelley fell silent. Edith almost thought she stirred up bad memories. Just as she was about to apologize, her throat tightened. Wait. It can't really be a person, can it? If the cellar were replaced with an underground house, the people inside, unless they were imprisoned, would most likely have the right to enter and exit freely. Then, with a bit of luck, if they could block the door just as someone was about to exit, they could indeed open the cellar with a bit of luck. Who would be kept underground? Shirley said calmly, the palace has no shortage of slaves. Someone of extraordinary value. Edith continued, also, the thieves are likely from Duke Eddie's side. We can also start by looking at what they need. They need ordinary people with magical talent. Edith, very likely. We can use Christmas Eve to explore the surrounding area. Edith took a deep breath, asked if any families have missing children. However, there's good news. It seems Hope and the Queen aren't completely cooperative. Otherwise, they wouldn't resort to stealing to take the child. Edith sighed softly and emptied her glass. The ball was quite rewarding. It's worth it for forcing myself to attend this social event. Are you planning to go back now? Shirley asked softly. Never mind. Leaving now would be a bit conspicuous. Edith put her cup down and glanced at the clock. It's almost over anyway. Judging from the time, it was the penultimate dance, only about 10 minutes away. She could wait a bit. Shelley also realized the time issue. One last dance? He looked up at the students, eager to move, behind the teacher. Many recognized his face, but because of his professorial status, they didn't dare approach him. But with only the last dance left, some seemed bold enough to approach. Among them were a few familiar faces. Shelley's gaze swept over Tuttle's face. Finally, when someone moved, he stood up and offered his hand to Edith's surprised gaze. His throat felt a little dry. The penultimate dance was drawing to a close at this moment, the music gradually fading, and with the last drumbeat, it faded completely. Excuse me, may I have the honor of inviting you to a dance? Chapter 155. Edith's mind went blank for a moment. She first considered not Shelley's motive for asking her to dance, but whether this action was in accordance with protocol. Should a teacher invite students to dance? Even Bertram, who danced with a different dancer for every song, only invited faculty and other adult staff members. Strictly speaking, the academy didn't explicitly prohibit this behavior, but dancing, after all, carried a certain appreciation, which wasn't appropriate for faculty and students. But before she could think clearly, her hand naturally rested on the man's. My pleasure. She couldn't find a more appropriate response. After all, they were in the same lab. This should, perhaps be okay. Shelley's expression relaxed for a moment, but his hand remained tense. Edith could feel the hardness of his fingertips, as if he was applying considerable force. Edith, Normatively, the man should bend his knuckles and return the woman's hand, but what was going on? She looked up, seeing the band nearby already tuning their instruments. She sighed and took Shelley's hand. Shelley stumbled, stiffness spreading from his fingertips to his entire body. Edith naturally pulled him toward the dance floor. Under the dome, perhaps to accommodate the late night, the magic lamp's brightness gradually dimmed. The once pale, intense light finally revealed its underlying color, pouring down like molten gold. Edith squinted her eyes and gazed ahead, momentarily feeling as if she were at dusk. She had intended to find an empty corner, but as soon as she took 2 steps to the side, the people there retreated to the edge like startled birds, forcing her to stay in the center of the dance floor. Edith glanced at the familiar face, then looked back at Shelley. Shelley, my students. I see. Running into her teacher in the center of the dance floor, she could truly empathize with the 2 students' devastation. Obediently, she paused her strides and shuffled slightly to the side, leaving the center open, standing where the overhead and sidelights met. It was the last dance, after all, so people continued to arrive. Many of them seemed tipsy, and seeing their unsteady steps, Shelley frowned and pulled Edith toward him, avoiding a stumbling passerby. Thank you. Edith flexed her fingers, indicating that the other person's grip was too tight. Shelley, Edith raised an eyebrow. The Shelley she remembered could handle anything with just a hint, so why was he so slow today? Hand, she warned. Shelley hummed, loosening her hand and weaving his fingers between Edith's. This time, her grip tightened. The standard dance position was correct, but that was clearly not what she meant. Edith shook her head, attributing it to the unfamiliarity they felt after a year apart. Why did you invite me? Edith brushed a stray hair behind her ear, withdrew her hand, and placed it on Shelley's shoulder. Honestly, I'm a little worried. Has a teacher ever invited a student tonight? The prelude to the final dance began, soft and gentle, and the crowd on the dance floor moved slowly to the rhythm. Shelley placed his other hand on Edith's waist, not daring to use force, glancing away. Sorry. No need to apologize. Edith felt a headache, wondering where she picked up this habit of constantly apologizing. Don't apologize all the time in college, either. It makes people think everything's your fault. Yeah. Shelley agreed, and then, unsure of what to think, suddenly corrected her, you're a teacher. Edith, She almost laughed out loud. Okay, then, has there ever been a precedent for students inviting teachers tonight? A 5th grade girl invited Bertram. Friends' appearances can be deceptive. Did Bertram agree? No. It seems she has more morals than you. The two chatted for a few moments, and just as the topic was drifting off, Edith pulled them back in. You haven't answered yet, so why did you suddenly think of inviting me? She didn't seem to be a fan of dance culture. Shelley paused quietly for a few seconds, then said, because I never danced before. Before this, as an ordinary researcher from a commerce background, he had only attended one ball, the one where his teacher was promoted to chief researcher. The dance steps he practiced for so long, the invitations he rehearsed several times, were all useless when he faced a group of nobles celebrating his teacher. He didn't feel any regret. This was his teacher's celebration party, and he was happy to see her gleaming among them. As for dancing, there was still plenty of time, and there would always be another opportunity. Will there be a chance? Shelley? Edith, sensing a shift in his mood, whispered his name. Shelley snapped out of his trance, staring at the strange yet familiar face before him, taking a deep breath. It seemed his wish had been fulfilled. But it wasn't enough. He didn't yet have a deep understanding of soul swapping. He didn't know how long the teacher's body would last, what any side effects were, or whether it would reoccur. He had to research this quickly. The teacher agreed quickly. He lowered his eyes, and as the music reached its climax, he loosened his grip on Edith's waist, allowing her to lean back easily. I was actually prepared for your rejection. Sorry, I was just too impulsive. Honestly, it was a completely unconscious reaction. Edith smiled, and as the music faded, she placed her hand back on Shelley's shoulder. I lost my memory when I got off the bus at the association. Shelley paused, then let out a laugh. The two often traveled together in a carriage. When it came time to get off, Shelley, as both student and assistant, would go first, stepping out in Edith's direction and offering her a hand to help her get off. When Edith saw Shelley's outstretched hand, her mind instantly flashed back to past exits. While her mind pondered, her body instinctively reached for it. I'm glad, Shelley said softly. I'm sorry, it's been so long since I've been able to reminisce with you like this. That night, after confirming she was indeed his teacher, he lay awake all night, fearing that upon waking, everything he had experienced would vanish like a dream. Thankfully, everything was real. Edith had truly returned. Though they had recognized each other, their conversations had been limited to matters of life and death, important, yet truly too heavy. Having experienced his partner's death, he began to cherish everything he once considered daily. Conversation was paramount. Indeed, the pressure is on. Edith raised her hand and rubbed her brow. Fortunately, Christmas Eve is coming soon. Since Duke Eddie wanted to maintain his noble status as a duke, his few waking hours would likely be devoted to the family balls he planned, leaving little energy for himself and Shelley. Though research still needed to continue, without external threats, the two of them could at least rest for a few days. She tried to rekindle Shelley's interest, briskly planning a few things for Christmas Eve. A faint smile crept onto Shelley's face, and his pale face took on a touch of warmth in the glow of the light. The dance music came to a close. Slow down, slow down, slow down. I can't see clearly, Bertram muttered, tightening his hand slightly on his partner's waist. He smiled and said, sorry, can we pause this spin for a minute? I want to see what Scott is doing. Astrology teacher, just dancing. This isn't just any dance. Bertram suddenly became excited. You don't know Scott, you don't know. Astrology teacher, I do. Everyone knows him. Bertram, sorry, I mean, you're not familiar with him. Well, from his perspective, I'm not that familiar with him either, but I do know him. He's not the type to be interested in dancing, so why would he suddenly invite someone? Astrology teacher raised his gaze in Edith's direction. That's his lab assistant, right? A closer relationship than the average teacher and student. Is it strange to invite someone to dance? That's strange, Bertram said firmly. his eyes following the two men's steps intently. My goodness, the fact that Scott could dance was actually quite astonishing. He remembered the green dress. On the second floor, although he hadn't recognized Edith, he had praised her sincerely. If memory serves, Scott had also shown signs of anger around that time. He would definitely grill him about this tomorrow. Dancing with students? Hey, as a teacher. Bertram's mumbling continued without stopping. The astrologer's ears felt numb, and her eyes turned away blankly. She couldn't understand Bertram's excitement. But there's something special about their relationship. She narrowed her eyes. Maybe I haven't studied deeply enough. I can only sense a strong connection between them, but it's hard to pinpoint the specifics. What connection? Emotional? Bertram, excited as he was, grumbled, "I always been terrified of your astrology academy. I always feel like you can predict so many things. Otherwise, the queen wouldn't have lavished a tower of astrologers. It can't be predicted. Those with greater abilities might be able to predict the future by seeing certain things clearly, but I'm sorry, I can't even see clearly. I only studied astrology because I'm naturally perceptive." The astrologer said unhappily, "There might be some emotional connection between them, but it's far from being something that can be summed up as a single emotion. It's complex, and it's hard for me to pinpoint it in such a short time." Bertram tooted. He was genuinely curious. The two of them danced in place, observing each other in the center of the dance floor until the music's finale. The astrologer, fed up with Bertram's perfunctory approach, forced Bertram to smile and lead the other through the final few spins. His gaze briefly shifted from Shelley, the halo blurring before his eyes as it spun. He blinked, listening to the music fade. Muscle memory forced him to glance in Shelley's direction, his pupils constricting violently. The moment the lights dimmed, the black-haired man, without warning, lifted the hand of the person before him and placed a kiss on the back of it. Chapter 156. I didn't see you the whole time. Hedda slumped onto the bed, dazed. Even though she had removed the bustle, the raised rust at the waist of her dress still made her feel uncomfortable. Hedda struggled for a moment, then resigned herself to sitting up and slowly stripping off her clothes. She could have chosen to go home and return to the academy tomorrow morning, where the servants would help her clean up, but she forgot. Compared to meeting Duke Turner, cleaning herself up would at least be less traumatic. Hedda grumbled, then realized after a moment that Edith hadn't spoken. She raised her head, cooled her cheek with the back of her cold hand, and said blankly, "Edith?" A strong odor of alcohol wafted from behind Edith's left ear, causing her to raise her head sharply before responding, "What's wrong? Are you drunk?" Hedda chuckled foolishly and slumped forward, completely pressing against Edith. "Why are you so slow?" "Edith, It was obvious someone else was drunk." She sighed, reached out, and helped Hedda untie the ribbons from behind. The fabric, clinging to her skin, fell apart, and the cold night air poured in, causing Hedda to gasp. "What?" "Go change, it's untied." Edith raised her chin, drew out her wand, and waved it. The bathroom light flickered on. After a few seconds, Hedda slowly stood up and approached. Soon, the sound of running water echoed from the source of the light. Edith used the faint sound to clear her mind, trying to clear the recent scene from her mind. If she wanted to sleep tonight, she'd better forget everything, but it was a shame. Even as Hedda changed into her pajamas, tossed her dress carelessly on the floor, and stumbled onto the bed, Edith's mind kept replaying the image of Shelley holding her hand. Unable to sleep, she stood up, picked up Hedda's dress from the floor, and hung it back in the closet. Behind her, the sound of even, peaceful breathing could be heard. Hedda was asleep. Edith sighed, put on her cloak, and quietly opened the dormitory door in the moonlight. The dormitory warden seemed to be patrolling the ground floor, so she made no effort to avoid him, successfully ascending the stairs to the rooftop. It was winter, late at night, and the chill was pervasive. Edith straightened her collar and sighed softly. Not only had she not forgotten tonight's events, but after this experience, some things she had almost forgotten had also resurfaced in her mind. That time she delivered materials for Dean Keith. That was when she happened upon Shelley recording her original body data in the inner lab. If she remembered correctly, Shelley seemed to bend down and gently kiss her hair, but she was too far away, and she was afraid of being discovered, so the sight was blurry, and she couldn't be completely certain. So, as things became more numerous, she put that scene out of her mind, almost completely forgetting it. So did she forget other things? Could it be that, in the past, there were also memories hidden, forgotten by her, but with a deeper meaning behind them? Teacher's lab. Shelley didn't want to go back to the dormitory, so his legs unconsciously walked here. He casually pulled out a chair and sat down, resting his arms on the table. Suddenly, he rubbed his face vigorously from bottom to top with his hands. What did he do? Kissing the hand is a common gesture in everyday social interactions. Besides expressing restrained intimacy, it can also be used to show respect for those of higher status. But that was clearly not the case. Judging from the teacher's expression, she didn't think it was a sign of respect. Even if Edith mistakenly interpreted it as a gesture of respect from former student Shelley to Professor Gary, to outsiders, the professor's gentle kiss on the back of his student's hand definitely had more to say. He leaned back in his chair, closed his eyes, and slowly let the alcohol take over. Bang, bang, bang. But it was clear someone wasn't going to let him off lightly. Shelley brushed the hair away from his face, tilted his head, and waved his wand. The curtain slowly opened, revealing the face, distorted by the pressure of the glass. Bertram, pressed against the window, saw Shelley and excitedly banged again. Bang, bang, bang. Open the door. He mouthed the word silently. Shelley, Never mind, it just so happened he needed someone to talk to. He stood up, and Bertram, who was clinging to the windowsill, immediately let go and rushed to the lab door. As soon as Shelley opened the door, the man rushed into the lab at a speed barely visible to the naked eye, closing the door, locking it, and drawing the curtains, all in one go. Shelley, imprisonment? Bertram, interrogation. His expression wasn't as playful as usual, but it wasn't too serious either. He slumped down unceremoniously in Shelley's usual seat and waved, "Sit anywhere." Shelley took a deep breath and sat down at the lab table 3 meters away from Bertram. You saw it. I saw it. What's going on? Just as you thought. A vast amount of information often requires only the briefest of words. After a brief exchange of words, Bertram gasped and leaned back, his weight completely against the back of his chair. Oh my God. Does she have feelings for you? I thought you care about issues between students and teachers. Thank you, I take it well. Shirley was silent for a moment. Shouldn't she? Bertram gasped again. How could she not? Do you fall in love with your teacher at school? That's right. Bertram understood everything instantly. He stood up and paced around the room, looking agitated. I won't tell anyone. Don't worry, everyone was watching their dance partners at that time. No one but me saw you. Don't get too involved with Edith for now. She still needs to win the league championship, and we can't let the newspapers focus on gossip. Shirley pressed his forehead with a headache. It was one-sided. It had nothing to do with her. You can't just say it's okay. Bertram shook his head. But luckily, by the goddess, no one would believe me even if I told them. Not only would they not believe it, they'd probably pin it on him. Bertram's flirting with female students was perfectly normal. He wanted to ask more, but Shelley looked even more confused than he was. He could only suppress his emotions and offer a few words of comfort. Get some rest. She's taking your 3rd grade exam. We have to meet tomorrow when the results are announced. Be careful. The next day, Edith barely slept all night. Although she didn't have the hangover, her mind felt as groggy as a drunk's. She lowered her eyes and reached for her clothes, only to find nothing. She blinked, realizing she had returned from the rooftop the night before, and had lain down in bed in her school robes and cloak. She tugged at the hem of her clothes. The fabric had become wrinkled from the tumbling, looking rather overly casual. Edith looked at her closet. She had already packed up her extra robes and left them at Mary's house. With nothing to change into, she cast a random spell to straighten them. The spell wasn't as effective as a natural one, but it was enough. She wiped her face and ran her hair through her hair, then walked out the door without eating anything. The final grades were announced in the auditorium, similar to the entrance exams, by grade, from highest to lowest. Once all the grades were taken, they were posted. First years were the last to leave, so the 3 people in the dorm were still sound asleep, and no one noticed her departure. Edith let out a slow breath, watching the white mist dissipate before her eyes. Many people were already walking around the academy, but most had their heads bowed, a stark contrast to their usual confidence. Sleep deprivation, hangovers, aches from a night of dancing, and the dread of the upcoming results made everyone look listless, and Edith wasn't the only one. Everyone was lost in their own pain, and few noticed her. Edith followed the crowd past the teleporter point and stood at the entrance to the auditorium, looking up at the people approaching in the other direction. Many students had chosen to return home after the dance, and now, entering through the teleporter point at the school gate, looked at the more energetic people within the academy. Some were well rested, while others, perhaps confident in their results, felt no fear and even a hint of excitement. Edith spotted Zebulon among them. He was more confident in theory than in practice. Though he appeared calm, his raised eyebrows betrayed his good spirits. The other person also noticed her and, for some reason, extended a hand and waved. Edith? ? Who are you greeting? Me? She shook her head, thinking it was a case of drowsiness from not sleeping, and walked straight into the auditorium. There were no designated seats for the results announcement, and she didn't want to socialize, so she headed for a seat at the edge. She hadn't expected that even in such a dark environment, quite a few people would recognize her. Edith? A strange voice called out. Edith squinted, taking a moment to process, barely recalling the face from the depths of her memory. It seemed to be a student nearby in the same exam room. Hello, she replied politely. The other person looked at her purple-eyed circles and nodded in sympathy. It must have been tough, she sighed. Bad luck. This year's exam is truly bizarre. It was also unfortunate that I had to deal with this particular exam. I personally declare Professor Edward dead. I support you. Until my death, I will never again write a test this disgusting. One person spoke, and suddenly many heads popped up around them, complaining about the final exam. The strangers, bound together by a common enemy, inexplicably developed a sense of camaraderie. This exam doesn't test potions at all. Edith was silent for a few seconds. It only tests memorization and calculations. No different from history of magic. Exactly. Damn it. I hope I don't get assigned to Edward's class next year. The atmosphere suddenly warmed up, and Edith smiled and simply sat down. Just as she straightened herself, a familiar figure sat down to her left in her peripheral vision. Their movements were smooth and fluid, with no hint of hesitation. She raised an eyebrow. Your Highness Campbell. The cackles in the front row suddenly died away. Miss Griffin. Zebrin returned the greeting. You don't look well. He seemed concerned about her mental state. The Academy has intervened regarding the discrepancies between the potion test and the teaching content. Professor Edward will likely face appropriate disciplinary action. Please don't let this bother you. Chapter 157. I'm fine, Edith said politely. I just went to bed late last night. Her mind, which had been somewhat alert, became confused again in the dim light of the auditorium. She couldn't help but yawn, leaning back in her chair and closing her eyes. Zebulon lowered his head. Do you need help waking you up? He didn't actually accuse her of being unethical for sleeping during the assembly. If it's okay. Edith sighed. Thank you. The question was interesting. Only if she went on stage before him would she have a chance of being woken up by him. So from Zebulon's perspective, he was still certain he would be the first person today. All right. Edith could only force herself to stay awake, not daring to wait for Zebulon to call for help. She tilted her head, pointing the back of her head in Zebulon's direction, her breathing becoming more even. The people in the front seats still didn't dare to speak. The brown-haired girl on the far left frantically gestured to the people around her, cupping her 4 fingers together. Taking advantage of the chair back, Zebulon couldn't see her. She frantically pointed her thumb behind her. What the hell? The man in the middle instantly understood what she meant, afraid to speak, but his head swayed up and down, leaving only afterimages. Yes, it's really Zebulon. The boy on the right, his eyes wide open, covered his ears, painfully expressing his unwillingness to believe. Why did he sit on the edge? He mouthed. Aren't members of the royal family supposed to sit in the center? The light was dim, and the other two could only barely make out the first half of his sentence. The girl in the middle raised a finger, and quietly pointed behind herself. It's because of Edith. She heard Zebulon had asked Edith to dance last night. After all, they were both in the league finals, so they must have a good relationship. With someone like that sitting behind them, they were completely afraid to speak. Just then, the lights on the stage came on, and the stern-faced teacher in a black robe appeared at the podium. Everyone forgot to even exchange hand gestures, and listened intently to the voice from above. The guillotine had arrived. It was the same tedious, yet necessary, process as every year. Zebulon averted his gaze with disinterest. He could see the teacher anxiously searching for him in the middle, and his former friends glancing around in confusion, but he remained motionless, pretending he didn't exist. Sitting in the middle meant smiling the entire time, so this was the best place. He slumped back leisurely, his gaze unconsciously glancing to the right. The girl's back was all he could see. Her hair, untied and messy, fell completely onto her seat, a clear demarcation. She seemed truly asleep. How could she still sleep before the results were announced? Zebulon was inwardly astonished, unable to help but marvel at her incredible mental fortitude. He tilted his head, craning his neck as far as he could, trying to see if Edith's expression was relaxed or frowning. The auditorium was dark, but a light from the stage played slantingly into her arms. He saw her eyelashes tremble slightly, as if she hadn't slept soundly. It seemed she was still apprehensive about the results being released. Zebrin shook his head. He had calculated his own exam results. His other, less important general subjects had performed about the same as usual. Perhaps someone might have surpassed him in one or two, but his overall score was still undeniably first. That only left the individual subject scores. He looked away, closed his eyes, and reviewed the exam again in his mind. This time, the charms exam was quite difficult. Several questions were incredibly tricky and contained hidden traps, and even he had nearly fallen into them. Fortunately, he finally discovered the error. After correcting it, he repeatedly checked his paper, leaving it until the very last moment to turn it in. After the exam, his tutor quickly had him copy a copy, confirming that every answer was incredibly accurate. Only the last question had a minor flaw in its presentation, which might result in a symbolic deduction of 1 point. His final score was probably between 98 and 100. Considering the exceptionally high level of difficulty, he was undoubtedly the undisputed first-place finisher. At the podium, the opening teacher finished his pleasantries and walked off to thunderous applause. The principal took over, to an even greater wave of applause, and continued his equally uninteresting speech. Some praise for the students and teachers, a look forward to the next semester, and finally a congratulations on Christmas Eve. The speech clocked in at exactly 5 minutes. Zebulon put away his pocket watch, unable to help but marvel at the meticulousness of the representatives from various professions. If he inherited the throne, he'd probably have to practice his precision speaking skills. His thoughts drifted so far that he didn't even realize the person announcing the results had already taken to the podium. With a wave of her hand, everyone, save the top and bottom 50, received their report cards amidst the dense stream of light. Laughter and sobs echoed simultaneously. Zebulon frowned. He had never received a report card at his seat before, so he couldn't understand the fear of seeing one's own results instantly. The 3 people in the front row, disregarding etiquette, also howled in agony, making his head ache. He always sat next to his friends with excellent grades, but he had never seen the report cards handed out directly. I can't bear to look. I can't open my eyes. I don't dare either. But I can help you. No. Go help Gunther, he definitely won't dare either. Why are you bringing me into this all of a sudden? Edith lay motionless amid the clamor of the 3. Her breathing was muffled, but she still looked like she was asleep. Zebulon took a moment to notice, feeling relieved. No blip of light, symbolizing her report card, appeared before her. She still remained in the top 50. The 3 people before him finally stopped arguing. Each of them placed their hands over their report cards, and with tragic expressions, they agreed to open them simultaneously. Ah! 3 simultaneous screams nearly pierced Zebulon's ears. I got a 34 in potions. Why is your score so high? Damn, I only got a 23. Ha ha ha, I got a 41. I still win. What a dismal score. Zebulon rubbed his brow. Although he had heard vaguely that the potions exam would be more difficult than the spells exam due to his close relationship with the teacher, he had never imagined it would be this difficult. 3 people in a row failed to score 60 points. Is it a problem with these 3, or the entire exam? I wonder what the expected difficulty level is for this alchemy exam. The hardest score was 1.2 before, so it's unlikely to be higher than 1.3 this time. After all, the difficulty level for spells was only 1.15. The teacher at the podium waited until the noise had died down enough before announcing the results, starting with the 50th place onward. However, most students were still absorbed in their own thoughts, and the applause was a bit perfunctory. The 3 people in the front row lowered their voices to discuss, their murmurs indistinguishable from the applause. Zebulon narrowed his eyes, watching familiar figures walk onto the stage, silently calculating his own time. It was the same every time the exam results were announced. He was always the last to learn. The rankings ended at number 40, when the teacher left the stage. The monster professor took over, reading the list up to number 30. Zebulon was also feeling a little sleepy. His hand rested on the armrest near Edith, ready to slap her awake, but his efforts proved fruitless. Zebulon, The monster professor left the stage, and now the astrology teacher took the stage. Her voice was ethereal, and she read through the list of names from 30 to 20 in twice the time of the previous teacher. Still, Edith was missing. Zebulon had a strange feeling of foreboding. You're sitting here. The friend who had finished 23rd came down from the stage and sat directly next to him. That's strange. I didn't see you in the middle just now. I thought you weren't here. Why are you so stiff? We, the first place, are still having troubles? He smiled and nudged Zebulon with his elbow, but he didn't dare use force, only gently nudging it back. Damn it! I was 12th in the midterm, and now I dropped to 23rd. I'm going to get beaten to death by the old man when I get home on Christmas Eve. Zebulon said nothing. How could his friend drop 10 places in a flash? He narrowed his eyes, quickly mentally reviewing the people who had just walked across the stage, and pursed his lips. The proportion of pharmacy students in the top 50 was a bit high. What was going on? It's strange, though. During the break between teachers, the voices of 3 people in the front row finally drowned out the scattered chatter and reached his ears again. I got 83 in the midterm pharmacy, 41 in the final, and yet, I actually moved up 2 places. Actually, me too. Okay, I got it. I'm the only one whose ranking dropped by 23 points. Someone who scored 83 in potions midterm only scored 41 in the final? Just how difficult was potions this time? Zebron's mind was suddenly in a tizzy. His friend's voice drifted vaguely to his ears, then suddenly stopped for a moment, as if something had suddenly choked his throat. What? Zebron looked up, and the next second, his voice was caught in his throat. The second to last person to announce the results was the charms professor. It was his teacher. How could that be? Did the academy change the rules? The friend was a little dazed. Aren't the top-ranked teachers usually responsible for announcing the top 10 results? This is a tradition at Bojan's College. After the disciplines are divided, the top-ranked teachers take the stage when the top 10 results are announced. That way, the top-ranked student receives their report card and a word or two of encouragement from their teacher. It was a heartwarming moment. The students were encouraged, and the teachers were honored, the best of both worlds. How come he's on stage in the penultimate round this year? Who's the first teacher to take the stage? Zebron felt his throat terribly dry and swallowed with difficulty. He was listening to the conversation in the front row, and only noticed that the teacher taking over was from the Monster Academy. The first one is the Circle Professor. His friend quickly replied, the Circle Academy is doing pretty badly this year. It seems only 3 have taken the stage so far. The only one who hasn't been is the Pharmacy Professor. Zebron suddenly felt weak. His gaze slowly shifted to the front of the stage. A somewhat unfamiliar black-haired figure sat there. Judging by the light streaming from the stage, it must be the rumored Professor Scott. Is he the next one to take the stage? He raised his head slightly, glancing towards the podium. He couldn't see his teacher's expression, but judging by his calm voice, he wasn't in a very good mood. As the teacher's voice grew louder, more and more people in the auditorium noticed something was amiss. Chapter 158. Zebulon sat quietly in his seat, motionless, silently watching his teacher walk to the podium. He picked up the list in his hand. He began to read out the results for the 20th place student. Not surprisingly, he wasn't just passing by, he was there to read the results. Zebulon, His friend didn't dare move, not even the courage to glance over to check Zebulon's expression. He could only sit stiffly, staring straight ahead. The crowd became noticeably more chaotic. 10 seconds after the charms professor finished reading out the 20th place student's name, the man suddenly woke up and hurried onto the stage amid the shoving and jostling of the crowd. How could that be? Wasn't the new rules implemented starting in the 3rd year? I'm not sure, but maybe there was a problem with the college? Perhaps the potions professor had something urgent to do, so the charms professor had to read out 20 lists in a row. Very likely. No one considered the possibility that Zebulon hadn't gotten first place. After all, he consistently led the 2nd place finisher by a significant margin since 1st grade, practically getting perfect scores in every subject. The only way he could have gotten 2nd place was if he fainted in the exam room and missed a page, or if he deliberately handed in a blank paper. As for a poor performance? As the heir to the royal family, he was supposed to maintain a consistent standard on every exam. Everyone preferred to assume there was a problem with the academy's teacher assignments. The discussion gradually died down, but Zebulon's friend remained silent. To be Zebulon's friend, besides having a good family background, one must have a high emotional intelligence. Based on the other person's expression and actions, he could roughly determine what Zebulon knew. He knew someone might surpass him. Who could it be? The red-haired girl from the School of Magic Formations, who consistently ranked 2nd in the grade, had always been weak in basic grammar. A subject that focused on accumulation wasn't likely to be quickly mastered, and it was unlikely she reached the top of the grade. Furthermore, the professor of magic formations had already taken the podium during the 1st round of presentations. Wait, did Zebulon just ask me about the professor who had been at the podium during the 1st round? He quickly mentally reviewed the person who had just taken the podium, mentally sketching out the names, ultimately settling on the professor of potions. Friend, when did pharmacy get first place? Isn't William from Fergus's class usually the first in pharmacy? Unable to resist, he leaned back in the front seat and asked the student whose conversation had been peppered with the word potions. The three of them jumped in surprise. The girl in the middle, still in shock, patted her chest and said, "Goddess. When did you get here?" The man on the left also calmed down a bit before speaking. It's a little embarrassing to admit this now, but it's true. William's failure to challenge first-year Edith at the beginning of the semester was truly humiliating. Even more humiliating was the fact that no third-year potion student had ever surpassed him in the exam. Because of this, the pharmacy school had been ridiculed for the entire semester. What was William's ranking in the midterm exam? 37. His history of magic score was average. The highest overall scorer was Raman, who ranked 11th. Yes, that's right. In the midterm exam, there wasn't even a single student in the pharmacy school who was in the top 10. The boy's voice was normal, but his expression looked dead. The third grade was truly special. Zebran's presence caused the Charms class to burst its capacity this year. The students who rushed to apply for Charms all came from well-off families, and after a series of connections, the academy had to temporarily transfer a fourth-year teacher and fill 3 classes to accommodate everyone. With all the talented students focused on Charms, the enrollment pool for the other academies was rather bleak. Under Zebulon's leadership, the Charms class became increasingly motivated, their overall performance surpassing that of the other academies, consistently occupying nearly half of the top 50 spots. Although William was vain and ridiculous, his potions grades were indeed excellent. But speaking of which, they're already 18th, and why haven't I heard their names mentioned yet? The girl in the middle looked up curiously at the podium. Those who used to have poor grades are now on stage. 17th, Pharmacy School, William Carter. As soon as the words fell, the teacher on the podium announced William's name. The boy instantly leaped from his seat in excitement, striding onto the podium and accepting his report card from the teacher. Is this true? The boy's eyes widened. With William's caliber, how could he possibly be in the top 20? Not only that, but 2 other pharmacy students were called between 16th and 10th place. Their grades had always hovered between the 40th and 50th percentiles, and when their names were called, they all limped, looking incredulous, as they approached the podium like sleepwalkers. Was your pharmacy exam difficult this time? The friend swallowed and glanced over his shoulder, glancing at Zebulon's profile. He remained seated upright, maintaining every trace of his princely decorum, staring quietly at the podium. But for some reason, he felt as if the other person's eyes were unfocused, hovering vaguely somewhere in the air. Boom! Zebulon's ears buzzed, and the cacophony of voices spread around him. All he could hear was his own heartbeat. 1, 2, 3. Then, his friend's voice broke through the barrier. Extremely difficult? How difficult, exactly? The first half of the paper is completely blank, and the second half is seamless. But they both have something in common: no answers. The one who scored 23 spoke casually. I got 23, but the examiner must have gone easy on me. I only calculated 10 questions. Is there a difficulty level? The friend pressed. It hasn't been released yet, but I think it's no less than 1.5. The girl in the middle sighed wistfully. Zebulon's head trembled slightly at the sound of the number. 1.5. How could it be so high? No, the hardest paper he'd taken was only a 1.2. How hard could a potion paper have to be to reach a score of 1.5? His friend gasped. 1.5? His voice was so loud that it immediately drew the attention of the entire group. Many people turned their heads in between conversations, noticing him and the upright Zebulon sitting. His Highness Campbell is sitting off to the side today? Oh, that's right. I didn't see anyone in the middle, and I thought they hadn't come because of some problem. Who's that sitting and sleeping in the back? Edith was still sound asleep. Her hair was already light, and the light shone on it, matching the color of the light. With her face turned inward, her body curled up, her features were completely unrecognizable. His friend belatedly realized and shut up, his hands resting on his lap, trying to confuse the others about the source of the noise. The girl in the middle turned back and smacked him angrily. Keep your voice down. I told you it was an estimate. It's most likely 1.5. Zebran suddenly spoke, seemingly calm. Only this way can the top students in the School of Pharmacy improve uniformly. Each school has a different population, and calculating scores based solely on ranking would be slightly unfair to some. Furthermore, to avoid situations where students' raw scores differ significantly but the difference in assigned scores is minimal, ultimately leading to a lack of motivation for top students. The school has devised a more complex score calculation formula. This formula is influenced by multiple factors, including the highest score in the subject, the average score in the subject, and the difficulty level. Simply put, the higher the difficulty level, and the higher the highest score, the greater the gap between the average scores. According to the 3 previous comments, the rankings of students who scored 34 and 41 remained unchanged, while the ranking of those who scored 23 dropped significantly. Therefore, the average score must be between 23 and 34. He'd taken the most challenging charms exams, and still managed to maintain an average score of around 45. As his voice trailed off, the charms professor on the podium finished reading out the 11th name. The audience stared silently at the stage, watching the professor pause, quietly sorting through the list in his hands. Then, without a backward glance, he walked down the stairs. Everyone, aren't there still 10 names left to read? Right. Why did Professor Warren just leave the stage? Then who's next? The answer dawned on them in the next second. Shelley straightened his clothes, picked up the folded list, and calmly walked to the podium. Now, I read out the results for the students from 10th to 1st. He held out the report card, a smile playing on his lips. The audience was silent for a moment. The professor of pharmacy was here, so, if the teacher wasn't available, and the professor of charms had taken over temporarily. Oh my God! Someone muttered to themselves. So the first place is from the School of Pharmacy? So? Those hiding in the back of the crowd turned their heads quietly. Those closer didn't dare turn, but they also tried to shift their eyes, trying to see Zebulon's expression. But the light was too dim. All they could catch was his expressionless figure, not fidgeting, remaining calmly seated. My friend's cold sweat nearly soaked his clothes. Zebulon's calm couldn't be genuine. After all, he had been trained to behave normally in such dim light, and in a fixed position. But a normal person's chest rises and falls when sitting. Eyes blink. Standing still is too terrifying. He cast a pleading gaze into the distance, his pupils constricting again. Who's to Zebulon's right? Why Professor Scott? Perkin looked dazed, clutching his friend's shoulders and shaking them. If he really is number 1 in potions, he should be from our class. Raman, who usually tops the overall score, is also Professor Fergus's student. Professor Scott had just joined the academy this year, after all, and the students he assigned to him generally had average grades. It's also possible he's not from Scott's class, but is connected to Professor Scott. His friend struggled to pull his hand away. Isn't there a first-year assistant named Edith? Perkins' mind went blank. Meanwhile, Shelley had already calmly read out the 4th-place finisher. After personally handing out the badges to the top 10 students, he returned to the podium and placed the last 3 report cards at the top. 3rd place, Pharmacy School, Layman Harris. Layman stood up in surprise amid the cheers and applause of the pharmacy students, covered his mouth, and trotted up the stairs. 2nd place. Shelley paused suddenly. School of Charms, Zebulon Campbell. The cheers of the pharmacy students paused for a moment. Chapter 159. The whole place was silent. Raman was the only one who didn't react. Standing on the stage, he grinned, laughing twice. She had expected the boisterous crowd to drown out her voice, but it suddenly went silent. The sudden laughter echoed through the auditorium, lingering in everyone's head. Raman shut her mouth awkwardly. What happened? She was completely absorbed in the joy of having suddenly broken through from outside the top 10 to the top 3. She didn't hear Shelley announce the 2nd-place winner, and could only temporarily attribute it to the fact that no one expected a pharmacy student to break into the top 3. Until she saw the figure slowly rising from the stage. Zebulon stood up to her left. In the seat away from the center of the auditorium, the person next to him tried to tuck his legs inward, even though the aisle was wide enough for a person to walk through. Edith's breathing remained even. Zebulon paused, then forced himself not to look back. He walked down the center aisle, staring straight ahead, and headed for the stage. Tap, tap, tap. The only audible sound in the entire auditorium was the rhythmic thump of his footsteps. At this point, no one dared to look at him. Everyone present, whether hungover, sleepy, or simply unfocused, assumed the most upright posture they had ever seen, hands flat on their knees, back straight, eyes staring forward, pretending they could neither see nor hear. Congratulations, and keep up the good work. Shelley was the only person in the room who dared to meet Zebulon's gaze directly. He said nothing more, simply offering the same encouraging words he had given to the students who had previously taken the stage. Here's your report card. Zebulon politely thanked him. If he hadn't felt the slight tremor as he touched the report card, Shelley would have thought the man before him was as calm as he appeared. He raised an eyebrow, said nothing, and gestured for Zebulon to move to the far left of the stage. Zebulon's steps were steady, each one as if measured. He reached the spotlight in the center, then subconsciously paused, shifting slightly to the right. He was suddenly awakened as the light illuminated his profile. Not here, this is in the middle, reserved for the first place winner. The second place winner should be on the far left. Left? Where exactly? He suddenly realized he hadn't noticed the second place winner's position, and a hint of panic finally crossed his face. Raman mustered his courage and whispered, "Directly across the aisle you just walked up." Zebulon was silent. "Thank you." He walked to his position, stood still, turned around, and his expression returned to normal. Shelley withdrew his gaze, picked up the last report card, and gestured with his left hand, signaling the teacher in charge to prepare. First place. He paused again. The audience remained seated, all looking forward, but none dared glance at Zebulon. All eyes were fixed on him. Although there was no sound, Shelley could sense a slight commotion in the crowd, some craning their necks, though this did nothing to help him hear the name. Shelley lowered his eyes, looking at the report card in his hand. First place, School of Pharmacy, Edith Griffin. Zebulon's breath, which had been stuck in his throat, finally let out softly. The dust had settled. He finally relaxed completely, sinking into a sense of emptiness, almost dreamlike. The solid ground beneath his feet suddenly softened, as if it would give way at any moment, gently enveloping him. Unfortunately, it was indeed the floorboards he was standing on. There was more than one third-year student called Edith. The girl sitting in the middle seat on the right froze for a moment, waiting her report card as everyone's attention focused on her, indicating that she wasn't the one being called. "And I'm not from the School of Pharmacy." She curled up behind her friend. "Don't look at me. My grades are pretty average." As everyone focused on the right side of the stage, Edith, on the left, twitched her fingers slightly. She thought she heard her own name called. Wait, when had she actually fallen asleep? Edith awoke from her chaotic dream, rubbed her right arm, which was numb and unable to move, and looked up to meet 4 pairs of eyes. Zebulon's friends, the 3 pharmacy students in the front row. I think you're called." The boy on her right said weakly, "Your full name is Edith Griffin, right?" "Ah." Edith took a second to react before realizing that the seat to her left, Zebulon's, was now empty. She looked up. She was already standing on the stage. Shelley turned to look at her. Edith hurriedly thanked the pharmacy students in the front row, apologized for passing by Zebulon's friends, and trotted down the stairs. A sudden noise finally drew everyone's attention back to the left. Edith walked so quickly that those who were slow to react saw her appear on the steps leading to the stage, just as they heard the noise. As they ascended the stairs, only their backs remained. Many familiar faces couldn't help but cover their mouths, but even more were still lost in the shock of Zebulon's second-place finish, barely turning to consider who was taking the stage. Edith walked over to Shelley. Perhaps sleepiness had affected her, but she was strangely calm. She raised her head and looked directly into Shelley's eyes. Now it was Shelley's turn to not dare look her in the face. "Congratulations." He paused again, suddenly unable to even offer a keep trying approach. He simply handed the report card to Edith. Edith politely took it, unreading it, holding it in her hand, quietly waiting for Shelley to continue. Shelley lowered his eyes, unable to utter a single word of the words he had already mentally prepared. The impact of facing the person directly was far greater than he had imagined. He stood frozen in place, the entire auditorium in complete silence. Edith turned away, somewhat bewildered. The other teachers in the audience were clearly restless, but they didn't dare to speak directly to remind the others. The time was fixed. Next, the bottom 50 would be announced, and the emotional exchange between teachers and students had to be concluded quickly. She sighed. Shelley's vision suddenly darkened, followed by a slight squeezing sensation in his chest, a familiar smell invading his brain, and the faint sound of breathing lingered briefly in his ears. He came to his senses, but Edith had already released her embrace. "Thank you, teacher." She completed this part unilaterally, and walked to the center of the stage, under the relieved gaze of the teachers below. How blinding. She squinted, feeling the warmth of the lights. Behind her, her results were revealed. Name, Edith Griffin. Everyone's attention was drawn to the words, but their focus, which should have been on the total score, was interrupted by a number that shattered their perception. Pharmacy, 89 on the paper, average grade score of 26, difficulty coefficient of 1.6, overall score of 220. 89 on the paper, doesn't seem very high. Wait, what's the overall score? Huh? Shock ultimately overcame fear. Seeing the three numbers 220, no one cared whether speaking out would incur royal resentment. How could they give a score of 220? 220. Oh my god, that's 100 points higher than the second place. Did the teacher really make a mistake when calculating the scores? Wait, what's the difficulty coefficient? 1.6? How could it be that high? An average score of 26, a coefficient of 1.6 should be accurate. Someone silently calculated it in their head. It's true. Damn, I never heard the potions exam was this hard. After the exam, all they could hear were students from Charms complaining about the difficulty, and students from Monster Academy complaining about the sheer volume of questions. Because I was completely overwhelmed. A pharmacy student sighed dejectedly, and the other shocked students around them immediately turned inward, forming a circle. What do you mean by completely overwhelmed? The student didn't hide his feelings, and quickly flung out his report card. The others squinted and sighed. 14 points. A truly impressive score. When you exit the exam room and realize you only answered 4 questions, you be speechless. The pharmacy student patted his chest with lingering fear. It was terrifying. So why was it so difficult? Were the questions innovative, or were they just too numerous? No innovation, no brainpower required, pure torture. A voice filled with pain echoed as another potion student squeezed forward. The first half of the test is purely about the properties of medicinal herbs. Only 1 or 2 are from the textbook, and the second half is purely about calculations. The properties of medicinal herbs. The student at the Monster Academy paused. Isn't that what we're supposed to be testing? So, with such a completely embarrassing test, Edith still managed to get first place? Everyone turned around. On the stage, Professor Scott was pinning a silver badge on Ramen, who had placed third. The girl's cheeks flushed with excitement, her eyes fixed on the badge, as if afraid it would disappear if she closed her eyes. Beside her, Edith half lowered her head, seemingly lost in thought. Looked strange. On the far left of the stage, the second-place prince stood straight, the 2 golden badges gleaming on his chest, yet somehow he gave off a sense of pretentiousness. And in the center, Edith, who had taken first place, her clothes were wrinkled, yet she looked even more confident than Zebulon. Though Edith was a little too casual. Congratulations. Shirley handed the silver badge to Zebulon. Zebulon stared blankly at himself in the badge's reflection, his hand slowly reaching for his chest. Swish. He personally removed the gold badge and placed it in Shirley's palm. The gold turned silver. Silence returned to the audience. Congratulations. Only Shirley's voice echoed. Edith even heard a hint of a smile in his voice. First place. He lowered his head, and before Edith could make a move, he personally removed the first-year badge and replaced it with another. Thank you. Edith held her breath and quickly expressed her gratitude. Shirley stepped back. Professor Fergus in the audience led the applause, and with that, the rest of the group slowly began to applaud. The teacher for the next round eagerly took the stage, squeezed down the steps by the 3 award presenters. Ramen paused for a second, intending to wait for Edith to come up and say a few words, but unexpectedly heard Zebulon's voice. Congratulations, he whispered. Thank you, it was a surprise. Edith wasn't exactly modest. It's true that only when the difficulty is high enough, the average score is low enough, and the first place is by a huge margin can a score far beyond the norm be awarded. It wasn't a surprise. Zebulon's voice was surprisingly serious. But there won't be a next time. I will win the league. Chapter 160. The sun was shining brightly. Perhaps it was because of a good night's sleep. Edith felt refreshed as she walked out of the auditorium, no longer dwelling on last night's events. Shelley seemed fine for now, so she might as well leave it as it was. The early winter chill was dispelled by the sun, and she stretched her body, a stark contrast to the listless students around her. Although the announcement of the bottom 50 didn't concern most people, the extremely oppressive atmosphere still made many feel suffocated. Zebulon remained seated beside her after leaving the stage. He didn't seem angry, but inexplicably motivated. Edith couldn't help but feel a headache as she thought of the 2 games she still had to play next semester. Hope everything goes well. Edith suddenly felt a hand on her shoulder. Professor Fergus. She looked at the newcomer with some surprise. Hello, what can I do for you? What did he want to see her for? Miss Griffin. Professor Fergus smiled graciously. First of all, congratulations on taking first place. He paused, and Edith quickly added a thank you, making Fergus laugh. No need to be so awkward. I just wanted to ask. Have you confirmed you'll be choosing pharmacy for your 3rd year? As the assistant to the Dean of Charms, and with her outstanding performance in the league, Edith should have been accepted. However, Her demonstrated talent in potions was so rare that he couldn't let go. In fact, I might not even make it to the 3rd year. Edith thought to herself. Duke Eddie will die in the next year or two. He can't wait that long. I love potions, so I probably choose pharmacy. Edith responded politely. Fergus looked pleased. He patted Edith's shoulder and whispered in her ear, Then I hope you choose my class. Edith, ? Before she could react, Fergus quickly pulled away, not forgetting to glance up and smile at Shelley in the distance. Shelley, Edith ignored the incident and continued walking towards the teleporter. Halfway through, they ran into the 2nd graders coming the other way. The 3rd graders' announcements had wasted too much time, and they actually bumped into someone on the road. The 2nd graders were much more boisterous, pushing and shoving along the way. They calmed down a bit when they saw the 3rd graders, but their noise was still loud enough to be heard. Where is His Highness Campbell? Compared to the 3rd years, who often saw the prince in person, the 2nd years were even more curious. I haven't seen him up close. I don't know, but he wouldn't be standing with us ordinary students, would he? He hasn't reached the teleportation point yet, so he must still be in the group. Several people quietly moved to the intersection of the two groups, reservedly tilting their heads to peer into the 3rd year group. What does His Highness Campbell look like? I haven't seen him clearly yet. Just look for the one with 2 gold badges on his chest. One represents 1st place in the class, and the other represents Assistant Professor of Charms. You're being vague. Wait, I know him and can show him to you later. Edith paused. Zebulon was less than 2 meters in front of her, but she quickly averted her eyes, afraid to see any unpleasant physical movements. The others were completely unaware of Zebulon's presence until the boy who claimed to know him looked up at the road, shuddered, and quickly shook the arm of the person next to him. Look, that one. He lowered his head, as if afraid of revealing his identity. That's not it, the red-haired girl said weakly. He only has 1 gold badge on his chest, and the other is silver. How could that be? The boy opened his mouth to retort, and just as he was about to point again, he caught sight of Edith behind Zebulon out of the corner of his eye. The 3 metal badges certainly stood out in the sunlight. He paused, quickly retracting his gaze to glance at Zebulon's chest, his voice momentarily lost. Passing by. Which one is it? The other boy said, a little annoyed. He turned back quietly, confirming that the 3rd year team had disappeared from the teleportation point, and then he let go of his voice. Damn it! How did Zebulon only get 2nd place on this exam? Dormitory? Edith had taken most of her things with her last visit to Mary's house, so this time she only packed the last few books, wiped the crucible dry, wrapped it in a cloth, and placed it in the back of the closet, planning to use the one from the store during the Christmas holiday. Should I still say goodbye to Dean Keith? She was halfway through her thoughts when the dormitory door suddenly slammed open, accompanied by Hedda's piercing voice. 220. Edith shuddered. Close the door first. Thankfully, Belle and Mullen, who had followed behind, had some sense. They closed and locked the door. Mullen even thoughtfully cast a silencing charm, trying to protect the other students' ears. Of course, that didn't protect the 3 of them. I thought you failed the test. Hedda, her hands cupped to her heart, rushed forward screaming, How could you give me a score of 220? That total is horrible. You know? Edith blocked Hedda's attack, patting her back soothingly while looking at Belle, who had his arms folded. It's all posted. Belle shook her head. I thought you didn't do well on the test, but I didn't expect my consolation was in vain. She had truly felt sorry for Edith. It wasn't just a matter of consolation. After leaving the auditorium, Edith went to grab breakfast. When she returned to the dormitory, the 3 of them had already left. They hadn't met in person. Although she vaguely heard rumors on the way that Edith had passed the Zebulon exam, few believed it. Firstly, there was no direct evidence, and secondly, Edith was a freshman after all. No matter how good her grades were, getting into the top 50 would be a good start, let alone taking 1st place. I guess she got 1st place in the pharmacy school, and it's been a rumor. Hedda firmly believed that even if Edith didn't do well on the test, her grades wouldn't be bad. So when people around her asked about it, she used this excuse. I haven't asked her yet, but by the time we leave the auditorium, the top 100 report cards should be up. We can go and see them. By the time they got there, they found a huge crowd gathered around the report card. Exclamations echoed in the air, and everyone rushed forward, no one wanting to leave. What's wrong? Belle randomly grabbed a 4th-year student who was talking non-stop. Zebulon only got 2nd place. The man, searching for someone to share his thoughts with, grabbed Belle and started rambling again. That 1st year Edith got 1st place in the 3rd year. Not only first, but because she scored 220 in pharmacy, her total score was completely different. Someone nearby interrupted, "Don't believe it." "It's okay. I didn't believe it at first, but I did after seeing the report card. First-year students, eh?" "Huh?" "My trust in you keeps plummeting," Hedda said wistfully. "Everyone believed me. I never thought you actually get first place." "Edith, I'm already dreading being in the newspapers again." However, her understanding of royal power was still too limited. 2 days later, after she left the academy, she and Shelley knocked on Mary's door, and the head that popped out cautiously tried to reassure her. "I heard pharmacy is tough this year." Mary's logic was simple. Since Edith's third-year exam was already in the newspapers, and newspaper buyers were clearly interested, the newspaper wouldn't give up on this free-to-play story when the results came out. They'd definitely run it again. If not, then she'd done really badly on the test. If the test was too bad, it would have to be published. Edith sighed, and took her things into the house. Everyone loves to see the downfall of a genius. Why? The teacher got first place, even higher than Zebulon. Shelley grabbed Doreen from Edith's back and said simply, "The royal family wouldn't let the news of Zebulon's second place be widely spread." Mary stood there stunned. Shelley thought she was worried and tried to soothe her. "The queen wouldn't target you for such a small thing. First place. You only been studying spells for a year, and you already gotten first place in the 3rd grade. Mary suddenly jumped up and rushed to Edith's room. First place. The simple words, coupled with the high tone of her voice, struck a chord. It took Edith a while to calm her down. "Don't think about how long I've been in the association. Why would I compete with a bunch of students?" She didn't know whether to laugh or cry. "It's different. You're completely self-taught. It's only been 7 years since you joined the association at age 21. Mary sat in her chair and shook her head. "They have access to the best resources. They've been learning since they were 6, and 12 years have passed. How can they not compare? People who dote on their children won't listen." Edith smiled, accepting the offer with a clear conscience. The atmosphere of Fire Christmas was light and cheerful. Even though she knew there was much to do, the sight of the snowflakes drifting in the yard and the warmth of the fire beside her made even Edith rarely sleepy. She just wanted to stay in her room and do something simple. Doreen and Mary were still practicing swordplay outside. Mary said it was a rare breeze, so she could practice steadying herself. Edith didn't interfere. Doreen was now strong enough to lift herself, and no longer easily fell ill from the cold. She and Shelley were the only ones left in the room. The translation is complete. The only important information about the soul is indeed the few you found earlier. Shelley closed Louise's notebook and said calmly, "I organized the rest of the spells into other books." "Thank you." Edith rubbed her sore eyes and folded up the magic circle diagram in her hand. "We better draw a few soul-swapping scrolls and advance. Duke Eddie probably won't be that easy to kill. Rather than letting him freely enter an uncertain body, it's better to let me guide him so that we can at least confirm his identity." Shelley nodded softly. "Do we need to prepare?" "No." Edith knew what he meant without having to guess. "I was reborn in Griffin's body because of an accident." She looked up at Shelley. "This accident was beyond my control. If I had the choice, I wouldn't have found a body myself to create the conditions for the swap. If I really die, it's because I wasn't prepared enough. I won't continue trying to inhabit someone else's body." "I know." Shelley sighed. "Don't overthink it for now. I have magical powers and the ability to protect myself." Edith changed the subject. "Come to think of it, the day after tomorrow is Christmas Eve, January 1 St. Knock, knock, knock." A sudden, rhythmic knock sounded at the door. Outside. "Are you sure this is the house?" Tuttle looked at the house at the end of the alley, feeling strangely unreliable. Behind him, the crowd, so densely packed they had to cling to the wall, nodded silently. Belle pushed Lynch's sword back in disdain, indicating that it had hit her. "Edith mentioned it to me once, I can't be mistaken." Hedda said confidently. "Edith. It's me. Open the door." Chapter 161. Doreen went up, sword in hand. "Doreen!" Mary shouted, but the door had already been opened a crack. "Miss Turner?" she asked curiously. Hedda narrowed her eyes, unable to recognize her for a moment. "Excuse me, is Miss Griffin here?" She slowly inched back. "I remember this is. Looking for me." Doreen Griffin was surprised to hear someone call her Miss for the first time. Tuttle, maybe I got the wrong person." Hedda remained calm, apologized calmly, and turned to leave. "How would they know your name?" Belle suddenly spoke, grabbing Hedda as she was leaving. "Come back and continue the negotiation." "Ah, you're here to see my sister. Doreen suddenly realized and called out to Edith through the window, my sister? Miss Turner is here. My sister? Hedda's eyes widened. You're Doreen? Oh my God, how had the thin, pale girl she remembered become like this? Doreen grunted sharply and swung her sword to her chest, showing off her powerful arm. Edith, who had come out at the sound, grasped the hilt and, with a slight effort, pulled it free, returning it to its sheath. Don't point the sword at anyone when not in use. Edith. Hedda burst into tears of joy. After all this detour, I didn't find the wrong way. Edith, She stepped back and watched Hedda bound in, followed by Tuttle, Belle, Mullen, Lynch, and Amy. Neatly. Surprise. The voice was jumbled, and I couldn't tell who was shouting it out. It's not easy for the six of you to get together, Edith complained. Forget about the others, but with Fire Christmas still a few days away, Lynch still hadn't returned to Olivertown. The trip back and forth takes too much time. I told my parents I wouldn't be back this year, Lynch explained. I'm staying with my sister at Gray's for now. Edith nodded. Seeing that Muellen's hands were turning blue from the cold, she didn't ask why they come, but welcomed them into the house. The flames burned, and everyone breathed a sigh of relief. While they could use spells to keep themselves warm, constantly holding their wands and pouring out magic was exhausting, so most of the time, they preferred to just forge ahead. How did you find this place? Edith, not realizing she accidentally revealed Mary's address, held her forehead after Hedda's explanation. My memory is pretty good these days. She lowered her head to pour some water. Mary's house didn't have that many cups, so everyone didn't mind. Each man and woman took one and shared the drink. Mary was wary. Although she knew they were all Edith's friends, she remained unimpressed. She greeted them and then, dragging Doreen back to the courtyard, returned. Lynch frowned slightly, staring at Mary's back in deep thought. What are you doing here? Edith sat down. She had assumed they were on to something important, but when she asked, she only had one answer. To make sure you're safe, Hedda argued confidently. Who knows if someone might attack right now? Thank you very much. Edith laughed and casually continued Hedda's conversation. Seeing Lynch staring out the window, she raised an eyebrow and asked, What's wrong? Who's that? Lynch asked cautiously. Everyone turned their gaze to the window. Sister Edith's teacher, right? Tattle didn't seem to care. Didn't they say this is her swordsmanship teacher's house? But he does look familiar. Amy narrowed her eyes, trying to discern something from the figure's back. Mary had been aware of a gaze following her, but she hadn't paid it any mind. Now the intensity of the gaze was so intense that she turned away helplessly. What are you doing? Her face was now completely exposed. Mary Rupert, Lynch exclaimed, then frantically covered his mouth, realizing that calling someone by their full name was rude. Sorry, I mean, Teacher Mary. He instinctively reached for the sword behind him, stood up a little awkwardly, and tugged at the straps. I'm so sorry, I didn't say hello sooner. Mary? Which Mary? Unlike mages, who addressed each other by their last names, swordsmanship depended more on individual talent, and addressing someone by their first name showed more respect. Although Mary had been away from the Sword Academy for a year, the name still resonated. The swordsmanship teacher at the Sword Academy? Amy, completely recollected, stood up in a gesture of respect. The rest of the group's faces changed upon hearing the name, and they all stood up, each one bowing. That was Mary Rupert, a legendary swordsman, not only her name, but also her teaching abilities. Half of the current royal guard were her students, and the apprentices she had personally trained had all become renowned swordsmen. Whenever a major family had a child without magical talent, their first instinct was to send them to her to see if she would accept them. However, Mary hadn't taught an apprentice in years. She had originally taught at the fencing academy, but resigned in anger after a dispute with the dean. It was said that the dean pleaded with her for 3 days in front of her house, but still failed to change her mind. Since then, she moved out of the academy dormitory and reportedly returned to her own residence, but no one knew where it was. The aristocratic community had been searching for her year after year, but no one had actually found her. Why was she here? No need to greet me, I just greeted you. Mary waved her hand perfunctorily. You guys have your fun. But no one was in the mood for serious fun. That was Mary. It wasn't often she got the chance to see a master swordsman. Lynch even rushed outside and obediently huddled in a corner to practice with Mary. So that's why you rejected us. Amy's face was pressed against the glass like a pancake. My aunt couldn't have asked for a better swordsmanship teacher. Joyce also loved weapons. If he knew Mary was here, he might have rushed over to visit. Hedda, remembering how she originally wanted to introduce Edith to a teacher, rubbed her nose awkwardly. You actually know Mary. She'd been curious about how Edith had so many connections with the people in the capital, but on reflection, it was probably because of Doreen. Doreen was talented and had been noticed, so Edith naturally knew her. The principal came to help Mulan disperse the crowd from the city hall, and he also asked for Mary's help. Seeing no one questioned her further, Edith casually explained and sat down to enjoy the fire. Mary and the principal seemed to have some personal connection. Ah! Mulan covered her mouth. Then I should go and thank her. Meanwhile, outside the door, the gazes from behind grew increasingly intense. Mary could no longer bear it, so she beckoned Lynch to come forward and practice in front of her. The boy's face flushed with excitement, and he trembled as he ran over, his eyes fixed on Mary's demonstration, afraid to miss a single move. Everyone else expressed their dismay, but they still obediently pressed closer, silently observing Mary's movements. What's for dinner? Shelley had just ducked into the next room to avoid the situation, and now, seeing that neither side was going to finish the work anytime soon, he simply started cooking. He came in from behind the group and whispered to Edith. Edith thought for a moment. Besides, I help you. These people would definitely stay for dinner, and Mary's skills were limited to mixing and stewing everything. The taste was acceptable, but I was worried that these people, who were used to fine dining, would find it difficult to accept. Preparing the food in detail would be inconvenient for one person. Although her cooking skills, also learned from Mary, were rather sloppy, she could still manage to use magic to process things. She wasn't sure if it was her imagination, but after she suggested going to the kitchen, Shelley's expression relaxed considerably. The people leaning against the windows had surprisingly not noticed Edith's departure. It wasn't until the aroma of food wafted into the room that Hedda, already hungry, snorted and swam out the door, diving into the kitchen. Is there anything ready for me to try? Ah! This exclamation brought the neighbors, over 10 meters away, out of their rooms, staring into the alley in confusion. Dinner time. The atmosphere at the table was unexpectedly solemn. Mary, Doreen, and Lynch, starving, were preoccupied with eating. The rest of the group huddled together nervously, trying to make room for Shelley and Edith. Edith. What an eerie atmosphere. She lowered her head and mashed the stewed carrots until soft, mixing them thoroughly with the butter in the bowl. Grinding them in circles until no more particles were visible, she slowly put them into her mouth. In fact, it wasn't that heavy at first. After Hedda's scream, everyone in the room rushed into the kitchen, followed by a series of howling. Even the usually calm Tuttle and Belle took 2 steps back, trying to stand further away to double-check the person's appearance. After calming down, it was Tuttle who first asked, trying to understand why Shelley was there. Shelley, what score did you get on your final potion? Complete silence. The few who dared to ask questions had all taken potion courses, and regardless of their performance, unless they got a perfect score, they were still afraid to show their results in front of the professor. Belle, on the other hand, was both courageous and unskilled, but cautious, wanting to observe further. Shelley was most responsible for the current situation. While everyone's minds were preoccupied with questions like why is Shelley here? And why is Edith so comfortable cooking with Shelley? Their hands were honest, constantly picking at the food on their plates. Delicious. Hedda mumbled a thumbs up at Edith. Edith reached out naturally, twisting her arm towards Shelley. This way. I only handle the preliminary preparations. Thank you for the compliment. Shelley accepted it calmly. Hedda, She silently withdrew her hand. Everyone lowered their heads, but Tuttle, with his head held high, stood out. Shelley narrowed his eyes slightly. This was his first time meeting Tuttle face to face. Bertram often told me about you, he said calmly. Thank you. I do love history of magic. Tuttle wasn't sure what he meant. Well, he told me you're in the habit of passing notes in class. A few chuckles echoed through the crowd. Tuttle coughed lightly. He only passed notes twice, both to Edith. It was Edith who caught him once, and him the other time. Students need some space to communicate in class, too. He remained calm. Edith, sensing a tinge of unease, swallowed. I agree. Bertram himself was prone to rambling off topic, often going on for half an hour or more. Passing a note was understandable. Surely. Chapter 162. The atmosphere at the table grew strangely tense again. Edith finally figured out something was amiss. Aside from normal teaching, Shirley barely cared about his own students, so why would he suddenly be so concerned about Tuttle's academic performance? She hesitated for a moment, then asked, You even listened to Bertram? Shirley, What kind of impression did he leave on Edith? Yeah, he replied simply. Bertram occasionally tells me about his students. I guess he mentioned me so often that you remember him so vividly. Tuttle narrowed his eyes. The other person was a teacher, nearly 6 years his senior, so he was naturally at a disadvantage. The scene from the dance flashed through his mind. Unfortunately, just as his desire to win was aroused, he was quickly interrupted by someone else's words. Hearing the familiar teacher, everyone finally perked up a bit and began to vent their frustrations. I really enjoy listening to him talk about random things. Hedda slumped over the table, his face drooping. But not marking the key points before the final exam, and still talking about his history stories is a bit too much. So you have to memorize the textbook. Mullen interjected quietly, I think it's okay. The chapters he expatiates on in class are generally the key points. Just pay more attention to them on a daily basis. Edith's memory was suddenly jogged by the topic of the exam. She turned to Tuttle and congratulated him. I heard you're first in the class this time? Congratulations. I didn't see you before, so I'm going to say congratulations now. Tuttle was stunned, then smiled and shook his head. You weren't here. With Edith away, he naturally became first. Mr. Kirk is so happy, Amy mumbled. My aunt says he's now asking everyone at the association, how did you know my son got first place in his class at Bo Eunice? Tuttle, The entire table erupted in laughter. Shelley joined the crowd in a chuckle, but Tuttle felt it was mocking. I'm just as lucky to have gotten third place. Amy shook her head, fished for her badge from somewhere. Amidst the chorus of what the hell, why would anyone carry this around? And are you crazy? She carefully wiped the surface of it. I never even gotten one. His father was less pleased. Third place, while still a respectable result, was somewhat discontented by the fact that the 2 men ahead of him were of ordinary backgrounds. But Auntie accepted it quickly. Amy was puzzled by this. She used to care about my grades the most, otherwise she wouldn't have beaten me up when I sneaked out of the manor to skip private lessons. But this time, she didn't say a word. She simply held her forehead, muttering that she hadn't expected this class to be this bad. Look on the bright side. The people ahead of you are all good friends with you, she said. They will all help you in the future. Help whom? Me? Amy pointed at herself. Huh? Joyce, you're right. You can't just rely on a few friends to help you get up. But Ivan did even worse this time. Hedda didn't want to talk about her own results, so she quickly pointed to someone else to distract her. 49th, just barely out of the top 50. Although everyone knew he was in poor health, the final exam wasn't an entrance exam, and there wasn't a practical component, so his poor health wouldn't affect his grades. Ivan had indeed not put much effort into his studies. He had a good mind, but limited energy. His focus was entirely on the royal family, so being able to barely maintain a respectable academic record was already a good thing. The problem wasn't just the poor grades, but also the decline. Tattle continued, Ivan's expression when he walked onto the stage was terrible. I don't think he couldn't control his facial expressions. It can only be said that the pressure he was under at the time was beyond his control. The royal family already had the best resources. Even if he entered the academy, communicating with his tutors using a sound transmission array wouldn't be difficult. Continuing to decline under such circumstances was more due to his own faults than to external factors. No matter how doting the queen was on her children, she couldn't tolerate such a thing. Tattle's expression suddenly became a little strange. He turned to look at Edith. I wonder who will be sadder at this fire festival, Zebulon or Ivan. Edith remained silent. Ivan's decline was due to many factors, and Zebulon was indeed unlucky to have run into her. It must have been Ivan. Mary suddenly spoke. Everyone was startled, almost forgetting there were others at the table. Zebulon's failure was an accident. His past performance has proven his ability, so Campbell won't be too concerned. Even if he misses out on the inheritance because of this, he'd probably be able to find a place in the palace or the association, and no one will question him. But Ivan's grades have been declining since he entered the academy. If this continues, Campbell will have to carefully consider whether the public will object if he wants to assign him a sinecure. Generally speaking, the public couldn't fault the Queen's actions, but His Majesty Campbell, always a man of fairness, was unlikely to break the rules for a child. Ivan might face the end of his power. Having untold wealth and enjoying a life of luxury wouldn't be such a bad thing. Hedda pondered. While she wasn't keen on being supported for life, such a life wouldn't be bad either. For Ivan, it might be worse than death, Edith said casually. Unexpectedly, Amy quickly turned her head. Do you think Ivan wants power? Edith silently sighed. Although Amy's grades weren't the best, she had been immersed in Joyce's education for so long that her political acumen far surpassed others. Yes, she nodded. Ivan is also a potential contender for the throne. Amy suddenly realized. No wonder he only called you over that day. Tuttle was the first to hum in confusion, forcing Edith to explain from the beginning, recounting the entire story of the Queen's arrival at the ball and Ivan's introduction to her negotiations. Everyone was shocked, each claiming they hadn't noticed the second floor at all. That's why she chose to stay there. It was indeed well concealed. Although Shelley already knew what had happened, to avoid making everyone uncomfortable, she stood up, gathered her things, and went into the kitchen. Mary, picking up the hint, took Doreen for a leisurely stroll in the yard. Edith then spoke, reiterating her speculation. I think it's very likely. Tuttle's face was grim. Since the Queen knew about this and remained silent, she must have her own agenda. As a monarch, she surely feared the longevity of her powerful ministers. She was willing to accept Duke Eddie's extended lifespan, presumably because she saw greater benefits in it. What did the Queen want? Longevity? Impossible. Amy refuted Belle's words. The royal family has always valued bloodlines. They wouldn't resort to using a child's body to survive, let alone finding an unrelated body, which would only confuse the royal bloodline. I tend to think she simply wants to recruit more mages. She acquiesced to Hope Eddie's so-called rebirth. In exchange, she also enjoyed access to the magical lock network Duke Eddie had established, allowing her to take away gifted children and raise them privately to ensure their loyalty to the royal family. Perhaps this was to counter the association, or perhaps to protect herself. The specific reason is unknown. But that line of thinking is flawed. Edith tapped the table. If both sides benefited, and Hope needed a body, she could have simply asked Campbell for it. Why would she have secretly dug a tunnel to steal it? The two parties seemed to be at odds. Why don't we just go to the palace and take a look? Lynchy had remained silent since his meal, but suddenly spoke up, his words so radical that Edith couldn't help but glance at him. His face flushed slightly under the stares of everyone. Didn't they say there was a tunnel? Since they were able to steal, the hiding place must be not far from the tunnel. Disguise yourself and ask those children. Maybe we can get some information. Am I wrong? We need to think this over. Edith interrupted him. Dinner was over. Since they had only come to visit, and had no intention of staying overnight, they gradually left Mary's courtyard. Hedda was the last to leave, looking hesitant to speak. Edith asked, but she said it was all right. Are you free on January 5th? Maybe you need to go back to the Turner house. Edith agreed. The other person, visibly relieved, waved and left. Shalia left the kitchen on time. Can I help? Clean up. Great, no work. Edith sat down by the fire again, Shelley about half a meter away. A moment's silence passed. You wanted to go to the palace alone. You guessed it, Edith said, trying to evade the question. Just going to take a look. I don't believe it. Be good. Edith didn't even realize what she said. Shelley was silent for a few seconds before changing the subject. Is it okay? Edith, what's okay? Our relationship. Shelley lowered his eyes and said calmly, before, when you disappeared in the ruins, and I appeared in the mountains behind the academy, it could be explained as a teacher worry about a student assistant, but this time, I'm afraid it's harder to explain. It's nothing. Edith didn't seem to mind. She extended her hand and twisted her wrist, letting the flames warm her cold skin. It's not just the two of us. It can be explained as teacher and student. Mary is still teacher Doreen, and no one would suspect their relationship. Shelley, and what about the ball? Edith's hand froze in midair. The flames were only a centimeter away from her palm. Shelley frowned and reached out to pull them away, but Edith dodged them just before they touched. Edith withdrew her hand nonchalantly, patting her clothes. It's okay at the dance, no one should see. Amy was huddled upstairs, Hedda was completely drunk, and the others probably had their own things to do. But I saw Tuttle outside the dance floor. Shelley's tone remained calm. Not only did I see him, he saw us too. But don't worry, there shouldn't be a fourth person who saw. Edith, who was the third one? Shelley realized she was speechless. Bertram. Edith, Great. I thought it was perfect, but now the teacher and classmates know. Chapter 163. January 1st arrived promptly. Even though Mary was usually slow-witted, she sensed something was amiss in the house. It seemed that Edith and Shelley hadn't spoken directly since Edith's classmates' visit. Each of them stayed in their own rooms, seemingly engaged in some task that she couldn't possibly know about. Every night before bed, Shelley would place a few sheets of paper or a book in front of the next door. When she woke up the next morning, the place was clean, replaced by a tray with something in front of Shelley's door. She tried to squat down and read the contents of the tray, but it was covered in incomprehensible abbreviations and formulas, and the occasional words were fragmented, creating an atmosphere that made it impossible for outsiders to get in on the conversation. Mary reassured herself that she didn't have the brains for reading. She shook her head, stepped around the tray, and knocked on Edith's door. A few minutes later, a head popped out from the crack of the door, its face still drowsy. It was Doreen. 10 minutes. I want to see you standing under the tree with your sword. Mary looked up, seeing Edith still sound asleep through the crack in the door. She lowered her voice. Never mind, 15 minutes. Remember, don't make any noise. Outside, a biting cold wind blew, blinding Doreen. The room was warm, as if countless invisible hands were pulling her back into bed. Doreen hesitated for a moment. Perhaps because her sister was there, she boldly objected. I want a day off. Mary, huh? Doreen, it's Christmas Eve. A day off won't make your skills any worse. Just a day off. Mary was stunned. To be honest, her former students would leave before Christmas Eve, so she assumed that as long as they were at her house, she would practice swordplay every day. Yes, you really shouldn't push yourself too hard on the day of the festival. Wait, let me think. She fell into deep thought. What do you do on Fire Christmas? Eat a hearty Fire Christmas dinner, light a bonfire or hearth at night, write your wishes for the coming year on paper, and throw them into the flames, sending them to the goddess. Other than that, she didn't seem to have done anything particularly ritualistic. Fair. Performance, Doreen blurted out. She still remembered the carnival fairs her sister had taken her to, with street vendors and performances galore. It was so lively. You want to go out? Mary thought for a moment. It had been a long time since she'd been out. Daily groceries and supplies could be bought in the alleys, and since she repaired her sword herself, she didn't really have any need to go shopping. But Doreen hadn't mentioned a wish. Okay, let's go out. Edith was awakened by the cold wind at the door. Perhaps Doreen had gotten up early to practice swordplay and forgotten to close the door. With this thought, she tried to tuck herself deeper into the quilt and stay in bed for a while. After a few seconds, she suddenly sat up straight and shook her head. Why didn't she hear the master and apprentice's voices? Doreen? She reached out and felt the space beside her. It was empty, but still warm, so she must have been gone not long ago. Mary? Edith casually threw on her cloak and walked out the door. The cold wind that hit her face instantly woke her up completely. She sneezed twice, turned around, saw the note stuck to her door, took it off, and read it with a frown. Took Doreen to the Fire Christmas gathering? Edith looked at the casual signature at the end, a little surprised. Mary didn't seem interested in the stall. Doreen must have heard about the gathering somewhere and asked for it. It just so happened that she'd been planning to take her out for a walk, and now she had the hassle out of it. Edith went back to her room and checked the clock. It was still early, way past her expected wake-up time. It was a rare holiday, and she wanted to get some sleep. But now that she was wide awake, there was no need to lie down again. She changed her clothes, pulled a few sticks from the stove, half-closed the air intake to keep the flames low, then picked up a book from Mary's desk and sat in the soft chair, flipping through it casually. The story was long and straightforward, exactly the kind Mary loved. Edith had initially been interested, but by the third time she turned to a chapter with the same plot line, only with different names and places, she couldn't stand it anymore and closed the book. There was a knock on the door. Edith froze for a second. Doreen and Mary had gone out, leaving only Shelley and herself in the room. It didn't take much to know who was outside. She remained silent for nearly 2 minutes, confirming there were no extraneous sounds outside before quietly pushing the door open a crack. Her breakfast lay by the door. Edith breathed a sigh of relief, unsure of the exact reason for this emotion. She bent down and brought the food in. Unlike her usual breakfasts, today's looked rather dismal, but Edith felt a pang of nostalgia. Bread soup. Shelley had clearly done her best. To honor the gift of fire, the church bakes bread 3 days before Fire Festival. Any resident of the capital can receive one with proof of identity. Mary and Shelley each received one. Traditionally, on Fire Festival, the inhabitants of the kingdom should praise the goddess loudly before facing the bread, then eat it, and finally express gratitude. It sounds reasonable, but after all, 300 years had passed since the founding of the kingdom, and actual implementation was fraught with limitations. First, to maintain tradition, the bread was baked in the oldest earthen ovens. Without any magical intervention, it was difficult to maintain a consistent temperature throughout the oven, and burning was common. Besides the burning, the bread itself was also inedible. The dough contained only a small amount of yeast, resulting in a product more like a traditional flatbread than bread, so hard it could crack your teeth. There was no standard for determining whether the bread was done. Usually, church members would wait until the bread had dried out and fallen off, and then remove it with tools. The fallen bread had already rolled in the ashes, leaving a circle of marks on the hand. This bread was dry and hard, making it difficult to eat directly. Most people would soak it in water. Mary soaked both loaves last night, and this morning Shelley cut off the burnt edges, chopped up the center, cooked it with milk, and finally poured a dollop of congealed honey on it. Now, warmed by the hot milk below, the honey gradually melted, releasing a delicate sweetness. Edith scraped the honey from top to bottom with the tip of her spoon, tilted it to fill it with milk, and then scooped up a small piece of bread. She filled the spoonful and emptied it into her mouth. Although I didn't remember it tasting quite as good, I missed it last Christmas with Hedda, when we spent it elsewhere. Some things are truly worth missing. Edith struggled to swallow the lump in her throat. The rough fibers still grated against her throat under the combined assault of water and milk, burning and stinging as she swallowed. The capital was the same as every year. The bread was just as bad as every year. Everything tasted just like she remembered. To earn the goddess's blessing, Edith forced herself to finish the entire bowl. Jian finished her inner gratitude and rushed out of the room. She felt even hungrier. Want to go out for a walk? As if predicting her departure at this time, Shelley dressed and emerged from her room. Edith was startled, almost dropping her bowl. It's too cold. How did Shelley manage to speak so naturally after not having a face-to-face conversation in days? There's not much food left. Most of it will have to be saved until tonight, making it difficult to have lunch at home. Shelley raised her chin towards the courtyard. Mary had placed a metal box in the courtyard, covered with Shelley's freezing circle, leaving the food exposed. It certainly didn't look like much. Mary didn't buy much leftover. The people who came over that day consumed some, and haven't replenished yet. Edith was silent. She only seen one staple there, church bread. Recalling the taste of it just now, she decided to go out and get something else. I need to buy some more things. Shelley's voice tinged with a smile. Yeah. A thick scarf obscured the lower half of Edith's face. While knowing that the academy was mostly filled with aristocrats, and that Fire Christmas Day would likely be filled with various balls and banquets, with fewer people participating in the common people's gatherings on the streets, it wasn't impossible that some had escaped and were wandering around. Casting a spell on the face was a good option, but with so many mages guarding the royal capital, it was easy to be mistaken for someone with malicious intentions and arrested. Out of the narrow alley, the wind wasn't too strong on the wide streets. Edith finally managed to open her eyes, and quickly opened her shopping list. Bread and meat need to be replenished. I don't want to eat potatoes anymore. It wasn't the potatoes' fault, it was just that Mary only knew how to cook them, boiling them in salt water. The two of them exchanged a few words as they walked along the empty streets. If it weren't for the growing volume of chatter and laughter, Edith would have almost thought everyone was still asleep. Why are there so few people? Before she could finish her words, they turned a corner, and the cacophony of conversation instantly pierced her head. Damn it! Edith's eyes widened. The street they passed seemed like another world, crammed with stalls and carts, making it difficult for people to navigate. Overhead, the houses on either side were strung together with countless colorful ribbons, some of which broke in the middle and dangled down onto passers-by's faces, randomly slapping them. The stalls on either side pulled out all the stops to attract attention. The most basic ones included lights, flags, and fireworks, while the more sophisticated ones employed various methods depending on the area they were selling. The food vendors desperately manipulated the wind to spread their fragrant aromas, while those selling odd items played their mouth-to-mouth instruments. When Doreen had come here during the carnival, she could still clearly hear their hawking. This time, the music, the chatter, the advertising, all the sounds blended together, making it feel like my ears were canned, completely blocked. It was really noisy. But it did smell delicious. Edith, having suffered so much from the church bread that morning, didn't hesitate. She simply pulled Shelley into the closer line and joined the other. 20 minutes later, the two of them squeezed out of the crowd and exchanged their food. Edith took a bite of the paper-wrapped meat pie, and the instant the scalding juices spurted out, she forgave the entire morning. A thick, white vapor emanated from the cracked opening, blurring the scene before her eyes, and her voice became slurred. I don't want to eat church bread anymore. Forget all the traditions. Shelley lowered his eyes, leaning towards the food in his hands, but didn't touch a single bite. Really? I think it's pretty good. This time last year, the teacher had been dead for over a month. His emotions were much the same as when he first learned of her death. He felt no grief, just a sense of emptiness, a sense of unreality. Lying in his apartment, He would often go days before he remembered to drink water, but he would devour every bit of the church bread from Christmas Eve. As a child, out of a faint hope that life would get better, he would always finish the free loaf of bread. Life did indeed improve afterward. After joining the association, he became busy and had no shortage of food, so he stopped collecting for several years, until last year, when, with no hope left, he once again placed his feeble hopes in the so-called gods. Thankfully, it was all over. Chapter 164. The crowd was packed. After a quick meal, Edith didn't hesitate and headed straight for the food shop. Shelley followed behind, clutching an untouched piece of food. He glanced at the surrounding carts and suddenly paused. He stopped. Elsewhere, Edith finally squeezed out of the crowd. Looking back, she couldn't find Shelley. Perhaps because they were separated by the crowd, she knew the destination and would eventually meet up. She didn't take it too seriously, and continued shopping according to the list. After replenishing the food for the next 15 days, Edith put away the list and pulled her wand from her pocket. Carrying the heavy things would be much easier, so using magic to suspend them in midair would make it much easier. However, going out this way would attract much more attention than before. Even though the capital had the largest number of mages in the kingdom, not many mages would go out to participate in the rally. Most noble families had servants responsible for shopping, and carriages would pick them up at designated points. No one would carry things on the streets. Compared to the shoddy magic shows that appear every year on haphazard roadside stages, Edith's magician was clearly more entertaining. Several children were paralyzed by the sight of the floating wooden box, tugging at their parents' sleeves and screaming. The bolder ones even approached and tugged at Edith's clothes, trying to figure out what new trick this was. The parents of the boy who tugged at the clothes instantly changed their expressions. The child, naive, thought it was magic, but they recognized the silver gleaming stick in the girl's hand and quickly apologized, stepping forward to hold their son back. Edith lowered her head slightly, gazing at the girl's insistent gaze, and a flashback to her childhood flashed through her mind. When she was 5, her father was still alive, her mother was healthy, and her family had plenty of money. Her parents would buy her anything she wanted during Christmas holidays. At a fair, she saw a noble boy, having just bought iced tea from a stall, complain that the iced fruit inside was too covered in icy shards. He took out his wand and smashed the ice. His movements were swift, and the shattered ice flew everywhere, glittering in the sunlight before vanishing like snowflakes falling on his hands. Her parents, seeing her intent gaze, smiled and asked if she wanted a glass of iced tea. She said, "No, I want a wand." Her parents were surprised. A wand is expensive, and with their family's means, even if they could afford it, they couldn't afford the high cost of subsequent spell training. But they bought it anyway. She can still vividly remember the feel of the wand in her hand. It was light, crisp, and even the splinters hadn't been removed. But there was a gentle warmth in her hand, like a winter stove, warming her from her fingertips all the way to her body. After asking several of his coworkers, her father finally learned a clumsy spell, and taught her step by step at home. Then, Edith's mind suddenly became confused. After her mother's death, her memories of the past had been shrouded in a fog, hazy and unclear. Perhaps influenced by the same environment, she could now clearly recall events before the age of 6. But her memory suddenly stopped there, as if someone had suddenly dropped a huge rock into a gurgling spring, forcibly blocking the outlet. Edith felt a headache. She closed her eyes, trying to suppress the inexplicable irritation that welled up within her. She put on a calm expression and said, "Want to try?" The boy nodded vigorously. Edith waved her wand, lowering the box, and the boy instantly climbed up, using both hands and feet. Edith made sure he was secure, then flicked her wand gently, and the box slowly rose. In a few seconds, it was taller than a person's head, level with the second-story windows of the houses on either side. The girl, crouching on the windowsill, looking down, screamed in fear. A few seconds later, a row of heads appeared around her, as if the entire family had crowded in, thrusting their heads through the gaps in the windows, all exclaiming, "Wow!" The boy's face flushed with excitement, his hands gripping the edge of the box tightly, squinting against the biting cold wind. Everyone stopped in their tracks. The boy lowered his head to see countless outstretched hands pointing at him, their faces filled with surprise, their mouths opening and closing. The children who refused to move became even more clamorous. After a dozen seconds, Edith turned around and saw the boy's parents, nearly fainting from fear, beside her. She quickly retracted her magic and lowered the boy to the ground. As if granted amnesty, the parents quickly embraced the boy, still eager to learn. The trembling in his body gradually subsided. Edith averted her gaze. A path had automatically cleared around her. Even the vendors didn't dare shout, huddling quietly to the side with their mouths shut. She crouched down, weighed the box, and confirmed that the contents hadn't moved much. She waved her wand forward again. The hem of his clothes was tugged again. The boy, with all his strength, broke free from his parents' arms and came to Edith again. He raised his head, looked at Edith's profile intently, and asked, "Are you a student at Beaujolais College?" Edith lowered her eyes. It's not easy for someone so young to memorize such a long word. "Yes," she replied. "I want to be a mage, too." The boy's eyes suddenly sparkled with enthusiasm. "Is Beauty's Academy accepting commoner students? The uncle next door said I have a talent for magic, so I should be able to go in when I grow up." Edith frowned slightly. She touched the boy's head, carefully sensing the fluctuations of magic within him, and sighed inwardly. He certainly has talent. Born into a wealthy family, he's been well connected since childhood, so admission to the academy is a sure thing. If he came from a smaller family or a wealthy merchant, his ability to learn might depend on his acquired learning, which might be a bit of a stretch. But if he came from a commoner family, this talent wouldn't be enough. Mulan's talent and acquired learning ability were fully utilized, making her the only commoner student admitted to the academy in its first year of enrollment. With the same learning conditions, she made steady progress, placing in the top 10 at the end of the semester. That's how it is. Even with open admission requirements, commoners, without external help, can only rely on talent to achieve the same level of success. After all, talent is random, so that's fair. Then you need to work hard. Edith wasn't one for encouragement. She was silent for a moment, then looked up at the boy's parents. Admission requirements might be relaxed in the future, and tuition. Maybe even reduced. Even if he can't get into Beaujon's, there are other magic academies he can enter. There's no need to emphasize too soon that this wish is impossible. The boy's parents were a little confused. Edith's demeanor clearly showed that she was the daughter of a wealthy family, but they didn't expect her to initiate such discussions. "We got it," the boy's mother spoke first. "Thank you, we keep an eye on it." Edith nodded, picked up the box, and walked forward again. No one stopped her. Even though the street was already crowded, people still left a gap for her to pass through. Edith calmly made her way through the crowd, sensing the gazes coming from all sides. Someone seemed to recognize her by the top half of her face. This was understandable. She had made a lot of noise in the newspapers before, and her portrait, though simple, was very vivid. Many people must have seen it. Passing by another child eager to move, she paused slightly, but ultimately left the gathering without stopping. Some things, if you might never touch them again, are better not to be touched in the first place. There was still a long way to go, but she didn't intend to wander around. She headed straight for Mary's house. Turning the corner, she sighed softly and stood against the wall by the roadside. The skin on her back felt cool at first, then gradually warmed, and finally felt like a burning needle. Edith then waited for Shelley. She looked unusually disheveled. His breathing was unsteady, and his collar was wrinkled from being squeezed. Only because he was taller, his hair wasn't as messy. Seeing Edith, he seemed relieved, calming down and saying, "I heard they said there was a blonde wizard heading this way." Edith: "Yes, it was me." "What happened?" "Using magic in a crowd, and being seen by so many people, the teacher must have gotten into some serious trouble." "It's too heavy," Edith said calmly, pointing to a wooden box beside her. "Someone disappeared somewhere, so I had to use magic to move it, and that's why we were seen." "Shelley, sorry." He hadn't expected the line to be so long for such a small stall. He extended his hand, opened it in front of Edith, and whispered, "This is for you." Edith lowered her head. A small glass bottle, the size of a thumb, looked almost identical to a common laboratory potion bottle, down to the finest detail. A thick liquid flowed inside, somehow blended, but it shimmered with a golden luster, and a faint fragrance could be detected up close. Edith gently reached out and grasped the bottle. The liquid within the bottle flowed slowly under the shaking, like the warm sunshine pouring down on a spring day. The bottle tilted, revealing a corner of the mineral beneath. Resonant stone. Edith instantly recognized the name of the substance, and looked up at Shelley. "Where's yours?" Shelley was slightly startled, looking a little flustered. He had assumed Edith wouldn't pay attention to such matters. "Herta really likes this stuff." Edith shook her head. "When I was locked in my dorm after killing Celeste, it just happened to be popular. She brought back a few and gave me one. The resonant stone comes from a newly discovered mine on the outskirts of the capital this autumn. The cave is narrow, with numerous pores and intricately designed rock. A gentle tap on the wall sends a clear echo reverberating throughout the entire mine, hence the name Resonance Cave. The ore in this mine, after research, has been found to have little practical value, but since it's still quite beautiful, they simply named it after the cave and sell it directly on the market. Some merchants, attracted by the appealing name, break a whole piece of ore in half and sell it to lovers. If you want to give it to friends or family, you can customize the number of pieces, so each person can get a share. The main selling point is the resonance gimmick. The ore in Edith's hand has a smooth cross-section, so there must be another half. Shelley was silent for a moment, then pulled his bottle from his pocket. Dark red mucus flowed from it, but because of the shimmering powder, it didn't look like blood. Another ore was buried beneath. Edith was quiet for a few seconds, then suddenly laughed. You actually believe something like this? A marketing pitch for a sale. Chapter 165. Resonance stones aren't as aesthetically pleasing as gemstones, and their price is high. Putting aside the romantic name, they're certainly prone to slow sales. Edith took the bottle in her hand and gently spun it. It seems some vendors have overstocked. Originally, they sold the stones raw, but now they're even turning them into jewelry. She suddenly stopped, and the bottle flipped over. The ore rolled down the bottle mouth with a liquid, blocked by the stopper. The stopper was tied with a thin black string, which also dangled in the air. Shelley watched her movements quietly. Which stall? Edith suddenly looked up. They're beautiful. I'm buying 2 for Mary and Doreen. Shelley, Edith wanted to dilute the emotion inherent in her gift. And so she did. A few minutes later, when she reappeared on the street and reached the stall selling resonance stones, the line in front of her suddenly retreated, leaving a space for someone, indicating that Edith should buy first. Edith, not really. The crowd behind them nodded frantically. Sure, sure. It seemed they wouldn't even come near if she didn't buy anything. Edith shook her head, bowed in thanks, and walked over to the stall, where she began to choose amid the stall owner's overly enthusiastic gestures. Bottles and minerals were all available. She chose blue and purple liquids, according to their preferences, and told the stall owner to break the stone into 2 pieces. The man quickly sorted the bottles and enthusiastically pulled out a piece of string. You can choose the color of the string to tie the cork, too. Edith put away her wallet and casually said, you can match it up. That's fine. The stall owner deftly pulled out 2 ropes. Then I matched them according to their corresponding meanings. He tied a purple rope to the blue bottle, then the blue rope to the purple bottle. Edith raised an eyebrow. What's the meaning? For gifts, if you want the 2 to complement each other, they must be matched. The stall owner wrapped the 2 bottles separately in paper bags and handed them to Edith. When breaking a resonance stone in 2, we generally recommend that the bottles and ropes on each side be opposite colors. As for your choice, hair and eye colors are both fine. For example, if you want to give it to a friend with blue eyes, you can choose a blue bottle and tie a green rope to it, the same color as your eyes. Edith, She silently glanced down at the bottles in her arms. The golden liquid and the black rope perfectly matched her and Shelley's hair colors. She picked up the bag, made her way through the crowd, and approached Shelley, who was standing by the roadside. As the man stared in surprise, she tugged at his sleeve and pulled him closer, pulling the contents of his pocket and holding them up to the light. Red liquid, paired with a dark green string. There's no uglier color combination than this. Edith withdrew her hand. Let's go home. Doreen and Mary played around until just before dinner. The girl was too exhausted to speak, but Mary, simply accompanying Doreen, was full of energy and sweat, clearly having a blast. It was so lively. Goddess, I've been in the capital for so long, I miss so much. She gulped down the water Edith offered her. Where's Doreen? How's she? She's tired. Let her take a shower and get some sleep. Edith shrugged. Little kid, a little sleep will rejuvenate you quickly. Shelley went into the kitchen without hesitation. The Christmas Eve dinner was quite formal, and even though Mary wanted to help, Edith tried to stop her. Do you think my cooking is bad? Mary was emotionally sensitive for once. No. Edith remained calm. I'm worried you tire yourself out. Leave it to Shelley. As expected of the capital, the streets lit up as soon as it got dark. Traditionally, Christmas Eve candles burned until dawn, but they could easily cause fires due to collisions. So, after magic lanterns became popular, the Queen replaced all the candlesticks on the streets. Even their narrow alley was festooned with lights, their warm yellow glow maintaining its brightness until dusk. Doreen, awakened by Edith, emerged from her room and drowsily gazed out the door. How long have I slept? How could the sky still be the same as when she entered? 40 minutes. No more than that, or you won't be able to sleep tonight. Edith opened the door and took Doreen on a tour, alerting her and letting her see the surrounding lights. Doreen's exclamation never ceased. In Oliver City, the slums couldn't even afford candles, yet the capital city could boast such expensive magic lamps. It was truly unimaginable. Let's go back. Edith lowered her eyes. To be honest, if she hadn't inherited Griffin's memories, she couldn't imagine the poverty on the outskirts of the capital. She was born in the capital, and though she had experienced many hardships, she had never gone hungry. She encountered the person with the most difficulties, but that had a lot to do with his parents' inaction. The problem lay with the person, not the circumstances. The capital is still the best, Doreen sighed heartily. A bonfire was lit in the yard, and Mary moved the dining table inside. Doreen wanted to help, but Edith pinned her down firmly on the chair. I'm stronger than you now. Doreen shouted, you can't even move things. Edith raised an eyebrow, flicked her wrist, and half of her wand slipped out of her sleeve. A small pot flew out of the kitchen, landing safely on the potholder Mary had laid out. I don't have to lift it with my hands. She glanced at the irritated Doreen, a hint of a smile playing on her face. The temperature outside was indeed low, but with Edith and Shelley around, the table remained warm. Mary symbolically added a handful of firewood to the bonfire, and eagerly sat down at the table. A bonfire was enough to maintain tradition. There was no need to eat around it. Although Edith and Shelley had been living at home for almost 10 days, Mary had been cooking most of the time. She was adamant, believing she was the host and responsible for every dish. So, aside from the time when the students from the academy came and ingredients were scarce, today was the first time Shelley had prepared a dish on her own. Doreen ate quietly for 5 minutes before finally flashing Shelley her first genuine smile in 10 days. Delicious. Although the food Mary had prepared for her before was bland, she had been exhausted from daily training, and with no comparison, she didn't care about the taste. Now, having tasted real food, Doreen was almost moved to tears. I'll allow you to stay here a while longer. Mary remained silent. Though she didn't say anything, she kept chewing, tacitly agreeing with Doreen's statement. Her understanding of food had always been that it would keep her healthy, nourish her, and provide ample energy. Edith had no idea where Shelley had learned to cook, certainly not from her. Curious, she paused, her knife and fork in hand, and asked with a smile, do you have any other teachers outside? She had intended it as a simple joke to liven up the atmosphere at the table, but silence suddenly fell. Doreen had no idea what they were talking about, while Mary felt it was inappropriate to interrupt. After all, she had always disapproved of Edith taking Shelley in, even though she hadn't yet established herself in the association. Edith, shut up. I taught myself, Shelley suddenly said, without a teacher. The tense atmosphere at the table began to shift again. Edith smiled twice, attempting to change the subject, but Shelley had no intention of stopping. He looked up at Edith and said, I don't have any other teachers, and I never will. Edith shrugged, after all, you become someone else's teacher. Time flew by. Dinner was over, and the voracious master and apprentice left nothing on their plates. Shirley volunteered to stay behind to clean up, while Edith sat in the yard with Mary and Doreen, watching the time to pull out the paper packages. Gifts? Both looked delighted, Doreen especially, exclaiming repeatedly at the shimmering liquid. Mary wasn't particularly interested in the small ornaments, but since they were a gift from Edith, she gazed at them with cherished care. Are we the only ones who have them? Mary put the items away and inquired vaguely. Edith was at a loss for words. Mary and I both have them. Did you buy them all? Shelley bought them all. Edith, unfazed, shifted all the credit onto Shelley, attempting to confuse the gifts. No. Who knew Shelley could clean up so quickly? I only bought for Edith and me. The gifts for you and your sister were personal gifts from Edith. I don't dare take credit for them. He smiled, avoiding Edith's gaze, and produced 2 more paper packages. These are for you and Doreen. Doreen cheered again. The bags contained 2 exquisite little wooden horses, palm-sized, glossy, and lifelike in their movements and expressions. Even Mary couldn't resist touching them a few more times. She had to admit, as a swordsman, even though she couldn't ride into battle herself due to the peacetime situation, she still had a natural interest in horses. This gift pleased her more than Edith's resonant stone. But her hostility towards her remained. If Shelley dared to take credit, she dared to make a snarky comment. Well, even just one. But Shelley said nothing. He made sure both of them received their gifts, then silently stepped back 2 steps, letting Edith stand in front. Mary, damn, couldn't this guy have acted a little less well? Edith tooted. So you're the only one without a gift? I forgot to get one. I don't need one. Shelley shook her head. Being able to spend Christmas here is the best gift. Mary, overhearing the conversation, turned her gaze away from the wooden horse and narrowed her eyes. She still remembered Scott's words, I only bought one for Edith and me. Why not call her teacher? Why did she address Edith by her first name? And not only did he give it to Edith, but why did he keep one for himself? Although Mary didn't understand the reason, the name Resonant Stone was enough to make her wary. Seeing the atmosphere was about to turn sour, Edith quickly went inside, fetched pen and paper, and fudged the gift-giving part. Write your wish, write your wish. Let's finish the ceremony quickly, and go back to our rooms to rest. This was the last tradition to be completed before the fire festival ended. Wishes couldn't be spoken out loud, they had to be written on paper, for the goddess alone to hear. Doreen couldn't write, so she could only scribble something erratically. Mary scribbled a few words, probably another wish for improvement in swordsmanship. Finally, the four of them threw their paper into the fire. The paper scorched, blackened, tore, and billowed with black smoke, finally dissolving into a small, indistinct pile of ash. Time for bed, Mary said, explaining that they had training the next day, and forcibly took Doreen back to her room. Edith and Shelley planned to stay until the very end of Fire Christmas, ensuring the bonfires continued to burn. Finally, the bell in the center of the Capitol rang. It marked the final 5 seconds. Shelley's thoughts drifted into space, when he suddenly felt a hand push him. He turned his head, and at the final chime, Edith chuckled and raised something in her hand. A gift. Shelley was completely stunned. Chapter 166. The next day. Doreen sat up straight, refreshed. Her sister was still sound asleep. Normally, when she woke up, her sister would stir or say something, but today, she was silent, probably because she slept too late the night before. Doreen climbed out of bed. It wasn't time for Mary to wake her yet, and she didn't want to leave the warmth of the room too early, so she paced around the room, groping around. Passing by the clothes rack, she caught a glimpse of a glimmer peeking out of her sister's cloak pocket. Curious, she reached over, grasped the bottle, and exclaimed, "Wow! No, my sister's still asleep." Doreen slammed her hand over her mouth and turned stiffly, confirming that Edith had merely rolled over, her breathing still steady and long. She patted her chest, then, with a lingering fear, turned back to examine the bottle closely. Why does my sister's look better than hers? She quietly reached for the table and pulled her own bottle from the cabinet. She placed the two objects together and nodded confidently. My sister's is simply better looking, not to mention that gold is naturally more striking than blue. Even the resonant stone underneath is different. Her sister's is noticeably more translucent, unlike her own, which is dull and a bit gray. And she turned the bottle suspiciously. It felt strange that the two bottles were different. Were they really bought from the same stall? Doreen? Mary's voice echoed from outside the door. Doreen shuddered twice, quickly put her things back where they belonged, changed her clothes, and left the room. Mary sat in the yard, carefully cleaning the dust off the hilt of her sword with a cloth. Doreen slowly closed the door and looked up, suddenly noticing a figure in the yard. Good morning. It was Shelley Scott, a teacher at Sisters Academy. Doreen squinted her eyes, mimicking her sister's, and feigned a fierce demeanor. But instead of being intimidated, the man in front of her smiled and patted her head. Doreen shrank back and took a step back. Although his cooking was delicious, she was on Mary's side. Mary had repeatedly emphasized that she was not allowed to get close to him, and if possible, it was best not to let her sister get close to him either. Seeing the girl's fearful expression, Shelley chuckled softly. He could feel Mary nod with satisfaction behind him. Without saying anything, she turned and walked towards the door. Doreen squinted, but this time it was a natural reaction. Shelley's hair hadn't been groomed in a while, and the tips had already reached her shoulders. Normally, it was loose, but today it was tied up, looking much fresher. Of course, that wasn't what caught her attention. Wow! She couldn't help but follow, staring intently at Shelley's hairband. Back in Oliver City, she never tied her hair up, always letting it hang loose. Once it grew past her shoulders, her sister would cut it off. After arriving in the capital, Mary had been using coarse linen to wrap her head, disliking the commercially available headbands, which broke easily during swordplay. She had never realized headbands could be made so beautifully. By then, Shelley had already reached Mary, who was sharpening her sword. The woman looked up at the dark red headband behind her head, and couldn't help but sigh. Judging from the sheen, the fabric must be fine. The edges were embroidered with gold thread. Though simple, it looked luxurious, like something aristocrats fond of attending balls would wear. The price didn't look cheap, And with that much money, they actually spend it on useless decorations. Mages love fancy things. She shook her head. A red headband. They're just plain and simple swordsmen. Ugly. She often complained about Shelley whenever she had the chance, and he was obviously used to it, usually ignoring her. But today, for some reason, he stopped and looked in her direction after hearing her voice. Mary, what's wrong? Ugly? Shelley lowered her eyes, put her hand behind her head, and twisted the smooth fabric. Mary, ugly. Her tone was filled with sincerity. Really ugly. Shelley, I like it very much. Mary, you have poor taste. Shelley lowered her hand, pursed her lips, and said, with a hint of a smile, Really? Edith gave it to me. Mary's sword clattered to the ground. What's wrong? Edith, awakened, opened the door and stuck her head out without even changing. Mary and Shelley simultaneously told her to go back. It's cold outside. Edith pretended not to hear. What's going on? Mary's expression was indescribable. Mary, She glanced at Shelley, who stood upright, and then tooted again, pointing to the red headband on his head. This headband. I gave it to you. Edith tilted her head. What's wrong? Mary, it's pretty. She forced a change of subject, ignoring the visibly cheerful Shelley beside her, and hurriedly explained, Doreen likes it. I'm thinking of buying her a few too. Doreen, suddenly promised a gift, said, Surprise? Great. She actually received gifts from 3 people. Edith smiled. I take her there later. After taking care of that, she turned to Shelley and asked, Going out? Shelley, yes, visiting some friends. Fire Christmas was over, and the major families had put social balls back on the agenda. Most of Edith's previous connections had been severed after her death, and only a few close friends still maintained some contact with Shelley. Edith realized this, and after a moment's silence, she nodded. It's okay to stay a little longer. Although Shelley and Mary were the only 2 people she could call family in her previous life, she had been in the association for so long that she must have a few good relationships. But their relationship wasn't life or death, and she couldn't be sure if they were capable of keeping secrets. For safety reasons, it was best for her to remain dead. Shelley had already turned to leave, but after hearing this, he paused and turned back. Do you want to come with me? Edith, ? Shelley looked at her quietly. Your new identity has spread throughout the capital, and few people would suspect you're related to the former researcher, Gary. Coincidentally, those people also know you're my lab assistant. Taking you with me might be seen as an introduction to my students. Edith lowered her head, thinking quietly for a moment. Okay. She heard her own voice utter. The first person to visit was the researcher who had originally brought Edith into the association. The man's name was Toynbee. His family title was quite high, but by the time he got there, it was just a shell of itself. He was known for his extravagant lifestyle, spending money like water. Although he had a sharp mind and easily reached the level of owning his own laboratory, he was broke and couldn't afford the rent. His investors had already fled after he ripped them off. Edith is like a ray of light that illuminates my life. Toynbee said exaggeratedly. She brought gold coins, and I offered her access to my lab, even though she only stayed there for 2 months. Edith, was it researcher Gary, or the money that illuminated you? If Edith were here, I say it was her, but now, I have to admit, only the gold coins shine. Toynbee wiped away a non-existent tear from his eye, flicked his handkerchief, and winked at Shelley. Would you and this lady like to have water, tea, or coffee? Black tea, thank you. Edith glanced at Shelley beside her, with a strange expression. He coughed twice. He did it on purpose. She flirted with both men and women, even more so than Bertram. What are you talking about? Toynbee, his hands raised high like a butterfly, walked to the table, carrying 2 cups of tea. Tea is here. You can't even afford a servant to serve tea? They have Christmas off, and I can't afford to pay for a blessing. Toynbee rolled his eyes. Aside from that, you brought Miss Edith here for other reasons, didn't you? Shelley then offered his previously prepared excuse. As expected, he didn't doubt the relationship between the 2 Ediths. He nodded coolly, speaking to Edith with a noticeably less formality than he had to Shelley. You're quite capable, but it's true that entering the association without an identity is difficult. He glanced at Shelley, a hint of pity in his eyes. Don't worry, as long as you maintain your current performance, I guarantee you have no trouble advancing within the association. The visit was brief. Edith left the room, looked up, and watched the white mist from her mouth gradually dissipate in the sunlight. She closed her eyes, waiting until she heard footsteps behind her before opening them. Are you done? Yes. Shelley didn't wait for her to continue, speaking proactively. It was mainly to warn me not to project too much of my feelings for Gary onto Griffin. Edith laughed. You and Toynbee have a good relationship. Shelley waited until Edith's laughter died down before continuing. He looked a little confused. Why? After Edith's death, most of the nobles who had praised her at the banquet withdrew, turning to curry favor with the next chief. Only a few contacted him. He had few friends, and those who came to him were all out of love for Gary. He hadn't expected Toynbee to be among them. Yes, it was originally a bribe-taking relationship. Logically, once inside, they should have quickly avoided suspicion. Edith lost herself in reminiscence. Probably because Toynbee himself was a fallen aristocrat. Such people are more likely to empathize with her. Although unreliable, they are thoughtful. Yeah. Shelley lowered her eyes. I'm glad. Glad that so many still care about their teacher, glad that some relationships haven't been shattered by death. He didn't care about the accusations. From Mary to Toynbee, all the warnings against him were essentially another expression of their love for Edith. He was delighted by this. Edith said little, and the two of them continued to visit the rest of their friends. There were researchers assigned to Edith's group, administrators who had helped teach her etiquette, and 2 assistants who had worked in Edith's lab. Everyone was doing well, but a glimmer of sadness still lingered in their eyes when they looked at her. They knew clearly that the Edith before them was not the same person as before, but they couldn't help but project that sadness onto her. The two of them finally returned to the alley in silence. Damn it, Hope Eddie. Edith let out a slow breath. How many other people are going through this pain of forced separation? Shirley, don't think about it. He was about to offer comfort when a familiar voice, tinged with sarcasm, interrupted him. Hey, you visited so many people, and none of them are me. Shirley felt his brow twitch. Bertram. Hey, you still remember my name. The man was pathetically covered in a thin layer of snow. He tried to shake it off, when he suddenly froze. Hello. Edith stepped out of the shadows in front of him, raised her hand, and greeted politely. Chapter 167. If the snow hadn't continued to fall, Edith would have thought time had stood still. Bertram's movements were held at an awkward angle, making them uncomfortable to watch, but he remained motionless, staring blankly in the direction the two men were approaching. Ahem. Shirley coughed. Come back. Seeing still no response, Edith tentatively called out, Professor Carter? Bertram. I still like it when you call me Bertram, the annoying idiot. This time it was Edith's turn to cough. Eager to escape the awkward atmosphere, she pushed open the door and welcomed Bertram in. The man casually skipped the questioning and continued his attack on Shelley. Why? You went out this morning and now you're back. But why didn't you come to see me once? I went. Shelley glanced away. You weren't here, so I came back. Huh? Bertram sneered. I have servants who come every 10 minutes to report, and no one has said they seen you. Shelley, T. Edith quickly interrupted, pushing Bertram against the stone table and shoving the teacup directly into his face. Bertram howled from the burn, but he finally learned to shut up. Now it was his turn to dart his eyes wildly. He looked at Doreen, diligently practicing swordplay in the yard, then at the looming figure in the kitchen, his eyes flickering with confusion. Why are there so many people? How could you remember Shelley being an orphan? It wasn't easy for you to find this place. Shelley noticed the water in Bertram's glass had dwindled a little, and quickly refilled it. The scalding heat made Bertram howl again. Yeah. Why don't you live in your old apartment anymore? I had to sneak into the academy, and look through your updated mailing address to find it. Edith, mailing address? Surely, there's an end-of-term evaluation that needs to be mailed. Who would have thought Bertram would even find this? Edith frowned. It seems my opponent for next semester's first match also received an announcement by mail. We both gave the same address, so it should be okay. Don't worry, it's okay. Amidst the conversation, a sudden voice rang out. Sister, I need some water too. Doreen, panting, set down her sword, sweating profusely, and scrambled to the table. Tea is fine too. Edith quickly stopped him. No, it's too hot for human consumption. Bertram, ? He nearly laughed out of anger. While Edith took Doreen to the kitchen for some water, Bertram leaned over to Shelley and asked in a low voice, Edith's sister? Same hair and eye color, though one had straight hair and the other curly, one had fair skin and the other dark, but they were still similar. Yes, Shelley replied. The one in the kitchen is Doreen's teacher. Doreen is the sister Edith just took away. This is the teacher's home. Bertram narrowed his eyes. So this family has nothing to do with you. Shelley, that's true. Hiss. Bertram gasped, his teeth aching. You actually been reduced to relying on the girl's family for support? Don't talk nonsense. I'm just here for Christmas. Shelley's expression was expressionless. Are you done asking questions? I leave after that. I haven't prepared any dinner for you. Bertram hadn't planned to stay. Christmas Eve was precious, and he wanted to devote all his time to the dance. Honestly, now that we're all moving in, what about you and Edith? It has nothing to do with this. Shirley paused, then continued, there's nothing between us either. Bertram narrowed his eyes again, trying to express his suspicion. I smell a lie. Shirley, I don't want to say more. You definitely know better, and are more rational than I am. Bertram stood up, brushed the snow off himself, and said solemnly to Shelley, Edith is still a student after all. Whatever you think, please wait quietly and calmly for her to graduate from the academy. But honestly, I don't want your wish to come true. Shirley's interest was finally piqued, and he raised his eyelids. What do you mean? Bertram looked down at him. I'm Edith's history of magic professor. I personally seen the team centered around her. I don't know about the others, but that Tuttle guy definitely has feelings for her. I tell you the truth, even if you don't want to hear it. Edith, a commoner who rose to prominence through talent and hard work, is far more suitable for him than you. You're young, have similar abilities, and have more opportunities to interact. He's also of noble birth, which would be a great way to complement Edith's background and help her get into the guild in the future. Most importantly, he's a new noble, and would be more receptive to a commoner's wife than those bloated old nobles. Shirley was silent. Bertram, as if he had finally won the game, sat back calmly, admiring the man's thoughtful expression. Your headband is quite pretty. Why did you suddenly change? He kept adding to the confusion, trying to further muddle Shelley's mind. It's strange you wear something so suited to me. Unexpectedly, after he said that, Shelley calmed down, his expression relaxed. Like it? Bertram vaguely sensed something was wrong. I like it. Edith gave it to her. Shelley tried to appear nonchalant. A Christmas present. Faceting Bertram's stunned expression, he added, I gave her one too. A resonant stone. I bought it when we went to the gathering together. Bertram, You still say it's okay. Dinner was over. Shelley volunteered to stay and clean up the mess. Doreen warmed herself by the fire in Mellie's room, listening to her talk about swordsmanship theory. Edith lazily lay on her bed, flipping through her book, a faint irritation lingering in her heart. She'd been a little too relaxed the past 2 days. She was so relaxed she almost thought she was just another student, Edith Griffin. Number 5, and Hedda had an appointment to go to the Turner residence, but nothing was happening for the next 2 days. What could she do? Edith's mind wandered to the cave in the hills behind the academy. Why not take this opportunity to visit the palace? She fiddled with the bottle in her hand, pondering for a moment. She found the wooden box made by Shirley in the back of a drawer. Opening it, she saw several of Joe's fingers, still as if they had just been severed, and smelled of fresh blood. At that moment, there was a sudden knock on the door. Startled, Edith quickly closed the box and tucked it back in place. She stood up and opened the door. What's going on? Shirley stood at the door, holding a slightly crumpled piece of paper. Bertram sent a servant to deliver a message. Joe Rodney is awake. Hedda and Tuttle have both replied. Amy, I don't dare ask. Their family might intercept all incoming and outgoing mail. Edith immediately sent inquiries to several friends who might know. They were quick to gather information within an hour, and the letter was delivered directly to Edith's room via a magical bird. Hedda's letter was brief and official looking, likely the Rodney family's announcement. She said Joe was awake and able to sit upright, and would probably be fully recovered by tomorrow. If you want to meet him in person. On the 5th, at the Turner family ball, he most likely be there. Edith raised an eyebrow. Hedda asked me to go to the Turner family on the 5th, just to attend the dance? That recovery is a bit too fast. Shirley frowned. How come he recovered so quickly after waking up after being in a coma for so long? Wasn't it the same with Joe's last serious illness? Edith's brow relaxed. Bedridden for a long time, then suddenly claiming to be recovered. But the illness was long enough before that it wouldn't have been easy for anyone else to tell. This time, it's so short, it seems he's recovered. The specific circumstances of the situation were very curious. She opened Tuttle's reply. His content was far more in-depth than Hedda's. Edith understood it all at once. His parents were also involved in some of the treatment. It was just that the Rodney family was more cautious this time. They had consulted many mages and doctors, but each of them only treated parts of the situation in fragments, so no one had a clear understanding of Joe's overall condition. Tuttle wrote that his parents were responsible for his mental state. Although Joe Rodney was in a coma, he would occasionally make sounds. My mother said he occasionally uttered violent curses. It looked like a normal dream, Edith commented. Does this need treatment? Shirley pointed to the last line. It seems the Rodney family wants Joe to be in a deep sleep. Can't die, but can't dream either. Deep sleep. Edith leaned back slightly. To be honest, now that I know about the existence of the soul, I'm skeptical of this kind of deep sleep. The two continued reading. Earl Rodney mentioned Hope Eddy, but my parents don't remember the specifics. However, they do know that he never visited Joe once during his coma. Mrs. Rodney was furious, but Earl Rodney remained relatively calm. A black dot of ink swam where the last word landed. It seemed Tuttle paused there for a moment. His parents prepared a potion and fed it to him. Joe's curses vanished instantly, though he barely moved. His parents had believed him dead several times, but the Rodney family insisted he was still alive, and this proved true. However, according to my father, he was certain Joe had experienced dilated pupils at certain times. The paper ended here, probably because it was written in such a hurry that there was no concluding remarks. Joe's soul isn't stable, which is why he frequently displays symptoms of death. Edith concluded, the so-called verbal abuse is probably a sign of a loosened soul. He curses because he's in pain. The potion he prescribed is probably poison. Shelley lowered her eyes, chewing over the words on the note. I read Louise's research. Body and soul can only harmonize if they match. If the soul isn't strong, the body must also remain weak. Joe's soul swap failed once, so there must be a flaw. Edith realized, not everyone is as gifted as Duke Eddy, who can easily swap between male and female. This person had no connection to her, but due to the scarcity of research subjects for soul swapping, Edith reluctantly recorded the matter in her to-do list. We talk about it on the 5th. The next day, Edith left a note saying she was going to visit Belle, and quietly left the alley before Mary woke up. She teleported directly to the ruins within the cave and entered the inner tunnel unimpeded. Good news, the Eddy family is having a ball today, so he won't be here. Bad news, there's also a ball at the palace today. Hopefully, I don't run into Ursula, Zebulon, or Ivan. Or the Queen either. Chapter 168. Joe's fingers were becoming increasingly thin, and he needed to carefully plan his next exploration. Edith, somewhat distressed, returned the items to the box, tucked them into her arms, and crawled into the dark passage. Why aren't there any lamps lit today? She frowned, groping for the lampshade in the darkness and feeling it carefully. There wasn't a trace of residual magic, indicating no one had been here for at least a week. It seemed Duke Eddy himself couldn't come, and fearing it would be too easy for others to enter, he simply told the servants not to come. But Edith had already figured out the route last time. While walking in the dark was more dangerous, the chances of being discovered were greatly reduced. She drew out her wand, illuminated a 2-meter radius in front of her, and channeled her magic into thin threads, extending them continuously along the passageway. It was surprisingly smooth, with no traps or obstacles. She reached the same spot in the atrium as before, extinguished her wand, and paused. Snow seeped into the ground. The soil where she had last climbed was soft, and it seemed to give way when she pressed it with her fingers. Edith didn't dare force her way up, choosing instead to release her magic from the hole. Hope's Burrow's location was indeed well chosen. The palace was guarded throughout the fire festival, but no one would stand in the middle of the flower bed, and the queen didn't want her precious flowers trampled underfoot. And the flowers were so delicate that even the slightest soil problem would be discovered immediately, leaving no one to suspect anything was hidden beneath. A patch of flowers hung above Edith's head, unable to take root deeply, yet now they were blooming as vibrantly as ever. Duke Eddy must have invested considerable time and gold in him. Edith's magic emanated from the flower bed and slowly shifted to the path. Her meticulous control of magic power was effective at this point. Guards stood every 2 steps along the path, yet no one noticed anything unusual. The magic line followed the path, briefly circling the perimeter before quickly retracting. The guards were so densely packed that sneaking out unnoticed would be difficult. But from what she had heard, the queen and her 3 children were in the inner hall attending a ball, so sneaking out wouldn't be noticed. Edith pondered for a moment and released her magic power again, this time over a larger area, just enough for a normal person to barely detect. She wanted to see if she could lure the guards away. The guard on her left trembled slightly. He shook his leg, tangled in the magic thread, and said with a hint of complaint, "Why is magic leaking again? Don't discuss things you shouldn't discuss." The guard on her right remained standing straight, motionless, staring straight ahead. Edith pursed her lips. She suddenly realized that the two men before her were noticeably more robust than the other guards. Furthermore, the one on her right seemed to be clutching a wand. She was a swordsman and possessed some magical prowess. Why? Could it be to guard this cave? Impossible. If the queen knew there was a secret cave here, she would have devoted all her efforts to tracking down the culprit, not allowing such a dangerous object to remain here. What was the queen guarding against? She abandoned her thoughts and sent out her magic power again, this time wrapping it directly around the neck of the man on her right. The guard quickly turned around. Who? No one responded. I told you there was a magic leak, and you didn't believe me. The man on her left gloated, reported to the queen. Although this is the second ball after the fire festival, the queen cannot be absent from socializing. The woman on the right quickly freed herself from the magic wrapped around her neck and said calmly, let's wait and see. Didn't the queen say that anything should be reported directly to her? So hard. Then go report it. The man fell silent. If there was something real, it would be fine. But if it was just a false alarm, the queen would keep quiet, but would surely blame them both in her heart. For now, she only detected a slight magical fluctuation. It was most likely those going crazy. There was no need to pay attention. Underground, Edith pondered the conversation between the two. The queen valued this place very much. Magic fluctuations and other problems often occur here, making others accustomed to it. Those civilian talents must be nearby. That's right. Since Hope was able to save both the stolen child and the tunnel, he must have filled in the original tunnel and dug in a new location. The temporary filling wouldn't be too thick. The original tunnel was probably right around her. Her gaze fell on the wall that had collapsed after she had pinched it. Your Highness the Second Prince. Just then, a sudden shout jolted Edith from her thoughts. She gathered herself and refocused her attention on the outside world. The Second Prince. Ivan had escaped? She hadn't been wrong. In the snowy weather, the frail little prince had gone mad, seemingly clad in a thin formal dress, and walked straight out from the back of the banquet hall. Surprisingly, no one noticed him along the way from the back door to the garden, otherwise, he would have been dragged back. The male guard standing in front of Edith stepped forward quickly, looking a little flustered. Why are you out? Stand back, Ivan said coldly. He actually stunned the burly guard, who dared not move, staring blankly ahead. Isn't that right? Isn't the second prince weak, quiet, and taciturn? Ivan looked in a foul mood. If he had any sense left, he wouldn't have scolded the guard. Edith abandoned her magic and pressed her eyes directly against the upper aperture, adjusting her angle so she could observe Ivan directly. The palace was surely kept at a comfortable temperature, so Ivan's dress wasn't designed for warmth, but simply to look as good as possible. He had clearly walked here on a rage, and now, having stopped and calmed down a bit, his muscles began to tremble slightly. The guard noticed this too. He stared at the man's face, which was gradually losing color, and gritted his teeth as he continued forward. I take you back. Stand back. Ivan's attitude remained unchanged. The male guard frantically looked back for help. The female guard standing by nodded and stepped forward. My apologies, Your Highness. Even if it means punishment, we must send you back. Their attitude seemed to irritate Ivan, and he chuckled angrily. Really? What if it was Ursula standing here? Or Zebulon? If they had refused, would you still dare to speak to them in such a tone? The two guards paused. How could they be the same? One was the queen's favorite child, and the other two were future monarchs. Their attitudes were bound to be slightly different. Edith understood instantly. At the ball, most people must have flocked to Ursula and Zebulon. Ivan probably thought that since he attended Beaujolais College, he would be the center of attention, but he was still ignored, so he left. She was still pondering when Ivan suddenly rushed out, leaving the two guards stunned. He seemed to have his sights set on the flower bed, stepping into a gap between the flowers and moving behind the tree. Edith's pupils constricted. Damn it, how could Ivan have stepped right here? She could probably guess his thinking. Surrounded by guards, he couldn't escape, but he didn't want to go back in such a disgrace. In a moment of desperation, he rushed in. Ivan finally realized his impulsiveness. His steps slowed, his strides less firm, but out of pride, he still edged closer to the tree. He lowered his head, searching for a gap at his feet, when he met a pair of familiar green eyes. Edith, Ivan, Time was running out, and Edith had never reacted so quickly. She quickly opened the flower canopy and dragged the guard underground before he could even turn around. The hand that had grasped Ivan's face swung across half, tightly covering his screaming lips. The free hand gripped the wand tightly, and with a chant, the mud returned to its original state. Everything happened in an instant. By the time the guard realized what was happening and turned back, Ivan had completely vanished, leaving only a few distinct footprints amidst the flowers. Ivan's tense body relaxed the moment he heard Edith chant the spell. It was too dark underground, and he couldn't adjust to the light for a moment. He could only pat Edith's shoulder and tap the back of her hand, covering her mouth, to signal him to be quiet. Edith then released him. The first thing Ivan did when he had a free mouth was cast a silencing spell. Then, lighting his wand, he surveyed the furnishings within the passage. "Don't worry, I don't plan to tell Mother." He still knew nothing, but he looked at Edith calmly. "If you're still worried, you can cast a spell and make a contract with me." Edith raised an eyebrow. In some ways, Ivan was indeed more suited to be king than Zebulon. Suddenly thrust into a completely unfamiliar environment, he was able to quickly adjust his mindset and begin to secure favorable conditions for himself. "Okay," Edith said calmly. "After you cast the spell, tell me where in the palace the guards are light, and I take you there." "It's okay, don't worry." Ivan smiled. "It's so hard to come to the palace. Why don't I show you around?" "No need." "Then you show me around." Edith glanced at Ivan. She wasn't worried he'd run away. The terrain here was complex and Ivan would definitely get lost if he hadn't walked through it. He smiled at her, his hand resting on the wall, tapping on it repeatedly. "No." Ivan shrugged, looking regretful. "What a shame. Since I can't see the back, what about the front?" He withdrew his hand, spread it out, and pointed behind Edith. "The walls here can't just be left with finger marks, yet there are such deep fingerprints in the front. Is it a makeshift structure? I won't go anywhere else, but this is the palace, my home." "What's in my home? Can I go see it?" Edith raised an eyebrow. It seemed Ivan didn't know about the treasure house yet. This was perfect. By making him an accomplice, I wouldn't have to worry about him leaking the secret, and if I got caught, I have someone to defend me against. "Okay." Edith's straightforwardness only made Ivan suspicious. The boy's hand slowly moved to his wand, watching Edith, her back to him, clearing the dirt from the passage. "Remember what the queen told us about the luck potion at the ball?" she suddenly said. "I remember," Ivan said cautiously, "but I still don't know what that so-called treasure is, and neither do my sister and brother." He had deliberately asked, "Why can the key be opened with a luck potion?" but didn't dare delve deeper, fearing his mother's suspicion. After returning, he searched the palace cellars, but nothing matched his mother's description. Edith nodded. She had cleared the dirt in front of her, creating a passage wide enough for one person to pass through. She paused, turned, and looked at Ivan, her tone flat. "The cellar is right behind this." Chapter 169. Edith caught a whiff of the material while digging. It seemed Hope had created a magical formation in the wall, allowing this passage, so close to the cellar, to remain unseen by the queen. Ivan was completely stunned, his mind barely moving as he stared blankly at Edith's movements. Cell? Here? How did Edith know if their mother hadn't even told them? Across from them, faint voices pierced through the earth. Edith turned, motioned for Ivan to remove the silencing spell, and listened closely to the wall for a moment. The voices were only those of children, and their tone was relaxed. There couldn't be an adult. She stepped back, drew her wand, and struck the wall. The sounds from the other side of the wall stopped for a moment. Ivan reacted, stepped forward, drew his wand, and stood beside Edith, ready to defend himself at any moment. He had long suspected that the treasure his mother described was a living creature, but he had no idea whether it was a dragon or some other magical beast. It was definitely dangerous. The dust cleared, and figures gradually emerged from within, but there was no roaring as Ivan had anticipated. Huh? Why were there so many people inside? Edith, She stared at the huddled children in silence, forced her wand back into her pocket, and raised her hands to signal her intentions. The children were clearly terrified, but instead of letting their guard down, they huddled even tighter. No wands, Edith pondered. She could certainly sense the surge of magic within them, but it seemed the queen hadn't given them any tools for their magic. Edith was still lost in thought, while Ivan, beside her, was too shocked to speak. How could this be? Why are there so many people? The sound startled the children again. Edith cursed inwardly and smiled at them. Don't worry. After a brief reassurance, she turned and whispered in Ivan's ear, Shut up and listen. Ivan's mind was in a turmoil, but he still obeyed. He trembled slightly. Although the ground was warmer than the surface, it was still cold for him in his thin clothes. Edith casually untied her cloak, put it around his neck, and turned back. She had a headache. She had assumed there was at least a wall separating them, but the queen's cellar was built solely with a magic circle to hold the walls in place. Once broken, there was no resistance at all. Unexpectedly, someone stood out from the group of children. Are you here to take someone away too? The boy raised his head, his expression calm. Same as before? Then take me. Edith calmed down at this moment. She remained silent, scanning the room until her gaze settled on the children before her. The oldest looked to be in their early teens, the youngest perhaps 6 or 7, not as small as she had imagined. The cellar itself was crude, a hastily constructed affair. 12 beds lay in the cellar, but only 9 bore any sign of slumber. Beyond the beds lay what appeared to be a play area, a large carpet scattered with toys. Next to the carpet stood a bookcase, but it contained only a few novels, consisting almost entirely of picture books with scanty text. Further down, a narrow corridor with a skylight above remained, presumably providing food for the queen. At the end of the corridor, there was a door. Judging by the sign, it should be a bathroom. It was better than the orphanage the Griffin sisters had stayed in Oliver City, but it was still not good for the children's physical and mental health. It was almost certain that the queen hadn't captured them as children. 10 years ago, Hope hadn't revealed the soul to the queen yet. She couldn't have foreseen it. In other words, the children here were all abducted, likely victims of the disappearances in the capital in recent years, which was good news. Children who had parents and families, but were unexpectedly abducted here, were more likely to resist the queen. Edith raised her hand and placed a hand on the boy's shoulder. Can you represent these children? He did look like the oldest one. The boy shook his head. I can't represent them, but I'm temporarily responsible for them until they can protect themselves. My name is Van Williams. You can just call me Van. He was an interesting guy. Did someone come to abduct you in the past? Edith felt a little relieved at having someone intelligent enough to communicate with. The boy said, well, an uncle came here before and took away Joan and Kit. It must have been Duke Eddie. Edith observed the skylight above, confirming it led to a room she didn't know. She casually said, aren't you afraid of being taken away? Why are you rushing to be taken this time? Van looked up at her quietly. This child really doesn't look 10 years old. He calmly and logically began to recount his story from the beginning, describing how he had been taken from home and brought here. How he had been lured, how he had suddenly fainted, and when he regained consciousness, he was in this dark cellar, illuminated only by a few magic lamps. I'm the first child here. I've been responsible for guiding every one that came after me. The 9th one just arrived a week ago. How do you measure time? Food. Everyone is provided with 2 meals a day. Edith nodded. Continue. There's nothing more to say. The boy turned and looked at the children hiding in the corner. No one does anything to us. We're just stuck here, eating, sleeping, and playing. A doctor comes to check on us every month. That's it. Edith frowned. That's all? Is the queen really just keeping them locked up, not nurturing them or killing them? At night, I'm occasionally taken away. The boy hesitated for a few seconds, then lowered his voice. Someone would teach me. Someone would teach me some magic. But I was the only one. The other children weren't taken away. I suspect it's because they weren't old enough. After saying that, he quickly recovered and spoke in a normal voice. In any case, those who kidnapped us must be bad people, and their enemies must be good people. His logic was simple and crude. Since we're staying here anyway, why not go with them? Death would be a relief. Ivan finally came to his senses at this moment, and stepped forward with mixed feelings. He didn't stand like Edith, but squatted down, bringing his eyes level with hers. If I take you out, will you go home? Not yet. The boy gave an unexpected answer. My parents will definitely report me missing. I go to the city hall first, and tell them how I was abducted. His Majesty Campbell will definitely take this seriously once he learns about this, and then everyone can leave. Ivan opened his mouth. These children had no idea it was the queen who had captured them. Edith, understanding the situation and seeing how long it had been, grabbed Ivan's shoulders and applied a gentle pressure. We have to go. If we don't leave now, the guards will probably report his disappearance to the queen, and then it won't be easy to get away with it. Ivan was a little dazed, and his steps back were hesitant. Ivan's face quickly tightened, and Edith had no choice but to kneel down and pat his shoulder reassuringly. We understand. She stared into his azure eyes. But this time, we're only here to gather information. We report the news to the queen immediately, and we take you away next time. Understand? Ivan said nothing, staring intently at Edith's face, as if considering the truth of her words. Finally, some detail touched him, and the boy relented, nodding and promising, I believe you. I won't tell anyone about this. Excellent. Edith hadn't expected the trip to go so smoothly. Hearing the increasingly rapid footsteps overhead, she quickly retreated with Ivan. Although Ivan's mind was in a state of confusion, his hands were diligent, helping Edith restore the wall to its original shape. How? Before he could even ask, Edith had already roughly stuffed the original materials back into the soil. With a flick of her hand, a new magic circle had been drawn on the wall. Ivan, have you learned this magic circle? Edith, I just took a look at it while dismantling the wall. Ivan, Is this the difference in learning ability? After finishing the wall, Edith turned back to Ivan and raised an eyebrow. Are you satisfied? She said calmly. You wanted the first-hand intelligence you wanted? Satisfied? Ivan's expression remained somewhat serious. You know a lot, don't you? Edith, guess. Ivan, He was silent for a moment, then took the initiative. If you're not in a position to investigate the palace, I do it. In exchange, I hope you can tell me something else. How's that? Exchange. She hadn't expected this reward. Edith agreed without hesitation. She knew more than Ivan, making it difficult for him to conceal information from her. She could freely decide whether to reveal her own intelligence, and how much to reveal. She was in control. But the current dilemma still needed to be resolved. Ivan looked up, peering through the tiny hole. He said innocently, It's guarded. I can't get out. Edith, Can you take me through the passage? He naturally pointed to the narrow tunnel behind him. It can be anywhere in the palace. Edith shook her head. No. She had only explored this one spot. Ivan didn't insist. He narrowed his eyes, observing for a moment, and then proposed a somewhat risky solution. Zebulon is involved in the affairs of the palace guards. He knocked on the wall. These matters, neither big nor small. They probably report them to Zebulon first, and then he consider whether to report them. I left balls before, and usually went straight back to my room. Zebulon would probably come back to my room right away. If we leave now, we might be able to get there before him. Edith frowned. It's you, not us. I'm leaving. But they had to stay and seal the tunnel. While Ivan was unlikely to get past the guards and explore here, it was best to lock it up for safety. That way, even if Ducati came, he wouldn't be able to open it. Ivan smiled. But I need a reason to leave mid-sentence. Edith didn't understand what he meant, but the next second, a magical light suddenly flashed beneath their feet. Edith's pupils constricted slightly. When did you release the scroll? Before she finished her words, the two had vanished from the passage. Outside, Zebulon found a random exit to leave the ball, hurriedly walking through the palace. Suppressing his irritation, he walked directly to Ivan's door and asked the servant nearby if he had seen him. The servant shook his head. Zebulon took a deep breath. Opened the door. He entered the suite and headed straight for Ivan's door. The door was closed. He raised his hand and knocked, trying to speak softly. Ivan? Are you there? Nothing must happen. The door opened with a click. Goddess. Zebulon breathed a sigh of relief. Thank goodness you're all right. But why did you run away from the party again? The accusatory words got stuck in his throat. He stared blankly at the new figure in the room, unable to utter a single word. Chapter 170. Edith and Zebulon, Ivan raised an eyebrow at the two of them. Zebulon claimed to be looking for him, but he hadn't once glanced at him since entering the room. Brother? Zebulon snapped back to his senses. The moment he turned back, Ivan had reverted to his timid and obedient self, staring at him with curiosity. Sorry, but I just wanted to greet a friend. Edith, ? Is this what you call needing an excuse? Although the excuse was riddled with holes, Ivan looked incredibly confident. Why was Edith at the palace today? How had she managed to sneak past the guards at the door and into his room unnoticed? How had he learned of Edith's arrival and voluntarily left the ball? These things, though obvious upon closer examination, were nothing to Zebulon, whose mind was now blank. He quickly accepted his brother's explanation and rationalized the process, his eyes falling on the cloak that had grown larger around his chest. It was clearly Edith's cloak. Go get her, Zebulon said calmly. Use the scroll to bring her here, right? Ivan nodded, his eyes cast down in bewilderment. I'm sorry. I didn't know it wasn't allowed. I didn't find anyone to chat with at the ball, so I wanted to get some fresh air. I didn't mean to leave on purpose. Zebulon couldn't blame her, nor could he avoid it. Although he felt a pang of discomfort, he sighed, lowered his head to comfort his fragile brother, and studiously avoided looking in Edith's direction. This made things easier for Edith. She no longer had to feign an expression. With a faint look of death on her face, she stared directly in Ivan's direction. The boy looked up at the sky and continued speaking in that disgusting voice, asking Zebulon to help get Edith out. Zebulon had no choice but to agree. He summoned 2 guards to escort Ivan back to the ball. Before leaving, he took the cloak from the resisting Ivan and said solemnly, "Thank you for your trouble. I have this dress cleaned and returned to you after school starts." "Edith, that's not necessary. It's not underwear, and it only lingered on Ivan for a moment, so it shouldn't be dirty enough to require cleaning. The royal family wouldn't allow such a thing to happen." Zebulon shook his head. "It's a matter of etiquette. If you're worried about your visit to the palace being exposed, I can promise not to let anyone else handle this." Edith had no choice but to agree. Zebulon nodded, folded the cloak, and clasped it in his left hand. He raised his right arm and nodded for Edith to take his hand. "Please allow me to lead the way." "Thank you, but that's not necessary." Edith politely declined. "We're classmates, there's no need for standard etiquette. Holding hands is a bit strange." Zebulon coughed lightly, covering up his slight embarrassment, and extended his hand, leading Edith to the next room. He pulled out a scroll and set up a one-time teleportation circle. He looked up and asked, "Would you like me to take you away?" Edith, "No, please go back to the ball. I do it myself." She mentally marveled at the palace's wealth. They could easily send someone off with just 2 scrolls, something that would cost a fortune outside. She stepped forward and stood in the center of the circle. "Excuse me, where will I be teleported to?" Even though it was a scroll, it couldn't leave without a corresponding teleportation point prearranged. Zebra named a place, and Edith pondered for a few seconds, barely registering it in her mind. "Why is it there?" "For concealment." Zebra coughed again deliberately. "Occasionally, we need to escape the guards and leave the palace on our own." "Got it. A special magic circle for running away." Edith understood, and seeing that Zebulon hadn't yet inputted the magic to activate it, she considerately offered to do it herself. Zebulon finally pulled himself out of his mixed emotions, placed his hand on the magic circle, and hesitated for a few seconds. "Excuse me, may I ask why you came to the palace to see Ivan?" He had always assumed that Ivan had a one-sided opinion of Edith's good relationship, but he hadn't expected to see them in the same room today. Edith was instantly alert. Was she starting to doubt Ivan? Although Ivan's life or death had nothing to do with her, they now had a vested interest, so she decided to maintain this temporary alliance. "Yesterday, according to tradition, I visited a friend, but due to personal reasons, I didn't. I make up for it today." Zebulon, Oh! He had never received a personal visit. Even his friends from the academy came with their fathers or mothers, first visiting the queen and then stopping by to see him. Could one only achieve such a relationship by becoming a king like his mother? Edith suddenly felt the temperature drop several degrees. "Thank you for your kindness to Ivan." Zebulon's movements were suddenly swift. He had been struggling to find his position just now, but now he activated the magic circle in a few seconds. Before Edith could react, she was already in an unfamiliar alleyway far from the palace. "Edith, I really don't understand what's going on in their minds." She shook her head, regaining her composure, and surveying her surroundings. There were only piles of debris around, no one. She struggled over the garbage heap and returned to the street. This place seemed quite close to the Turner family. She squinted at the surrounding shops, reaffirming that this was the street she had seen from her carriage ride. It was still a bit far from the alleyway, and after some thought, she decided it would be better to visit Hedda first and then borrow her carriage. When Hedda saw her, her expression of surprise was immediate. "Edith." She gave her a loose hug, and seeing that she was not wearing a cloak, she hurriedly led her upstairs. On the way, several servants approached Hedda to check on things, but she impatiently dismissed them, saying she would wait an hour. "What's wrong?" The door slammed shut, and Edith sat in a chair by the fire, frowning at him. Hedda's smile faded, but one could sense the anxiety deep within her. "Nothing, just the ball is coming up soon. This is my first Christmas Eve ball as heir to the family." Hedda's eyes drifted a little. "It's okay, I can handle it." Edith still felt something was amiss. "Just now, so many people were urging you to try on your dress." She paused. "Do you need so many? And downstairs, why are they decorating the hall now?" The ball venue didn't require any special decorations. It could usually be done that day. Even if they were worried about running out of time and started early, they shouldn't have made such a fuss by bringing in so many decorations. Hedda was silent. After a moment, she abruptly changed the subject. "It's a good thing you're here today. Why don't you try on your dress?" "Edith, you even prepared a dress for me?" She had been planning to just come in wearing her robe. Hedda hummed twice, and pushed Edith down the stairs. The servant from last time had disappeared, and older sister stood there, her head bowed, silent as she fetched the dress. Edith frowned the moment she saw the dress. "Isn't it a little too ornate?" ornate enough to wear directly to the next king's coronation. The pants were simple, but the top was covered in nearly every kind of lace Edith had ever seen, adorned with intricate jewels, a priceless sight. At Hedda's urging, she put the dress on. She turned around in the mirror. It was surprisingly pleasing. The crispness of her trousers offset the complexity of her top, and her hair, casually tied up and bare, looked remarkably chic. She had indeed never attended a ball dressed like this before. "But why are you dressed like this?" Edith looked up at Hedda, who still avoided her gaze. She shrugged and turned to the servant. "Excuse me, may I see Miss Turner's dress?" The servant, without a trace of doubt, pointed directly to the back of the cloakroom. There stood a transparent glass case. Inside it was a gown of indescribable complexity. Giant, extravagant, and dazzling. Edith, Edith, don't tell me you're officially inheriting the title. You saw it yourself." "I didn't say anything." Hedda instantly regained her spirits and cried out, "Great-grandfather won't let me tell anyone. I'm almost suffocating." "Edith, damn it." She patted Hedda's shoulder soothingly, asking her to calm down, then asked for details. Hedda calmed down and told her about her great-grandfather's considerations and the plan for the ball. Edith was unsure how to respond. It actually involved her. Old Turner sensed the family's decline, but his life was drawing to a close, leaving him powerless to change it. His only son would only lead the family into ruin. Mrs. Turner wasn't very bright, and Hedda, the only hope, was too young and clearly immature. Letting her inherit the title would make it easier for other nobles to notice the Turner family's decline. But the situation had clearly reached a point where change was necessary. Compared to the increasingly absurd Turners, Hedda at least wouldn't do anything that would harm the family's interests. As for the transition from student to head of the family, old Turner chose to place his hopes on Edith. "The most direct obstacle to your inheriting the title now is your father. That's why your great-grandfather chose to conceal the true purpose of the ball and act first and ask for your permission later." Edith closed her eyes. "And the greatest obstacle comes from the other nobles. Many will seize the opportunity to tear a piece of flesh from you, a person who knows nothing, under the guise of friendship. This could accelerate the decline of the Turner family. To this end, your grandfather chose to use me as a deterrent." Hedda nodded. "Edith, I'm just a student. No matter how famous or talented she is, she's still just a commoner student." "That's enough." Hedda pursed her lips. "Your talent is destined to take you far in the future. No family wants to antagonize a future Grand Mage. I'm sorry to drag you into this. Great-grandfather simply wanted to borrow your name." "It's okay, I don't mind." Edith shook her head. "It didn't hurt me in any way. You helped bring me back to the capital from Oliver City, so I should contribute something. The priority now is your father," she said seriously, quickly adjusting her composure. "Was this ball kept secret from everyone?" Hedda nodded. "They used the excuse of a gift for the heir, and the dress code just happened to comply with the transfer ceremony's requirements. So, your father wouldn't know until your grandfather announced the transfer?" Chapter 171. Hedda was speechless, only nodding her head. "He definitely disagree, but he's concerned about saving face in front of others. I wonder how big a fuss this will be." A flicker of despair flashed in Hedda's eyes. "But the transfer ceremony must be attended by the original heir. My great-grandfather told me to leave it alone, he handle it. But who could truly rest easy? She wasn't even an adult yet, and inheriting the title would already be met with murmurs of arbitrariness. If her father disagreed, he'd definitely be criticized for breaking the rules. My great-grandfather spends most of his time asleep, his wakefulness decreasing by the day." She paced anxiously. "That time wouldn't even be enough to arrange the ceremony, and I doubt it would be enough for my father either." Edith took a deep breath. At this point, Hedda had to help. "It's okay. If anything unexpected happens, I handle it." She patted the girl's shoulder soothingly. "Just focus on preparing for the ceremony. A 16-year-old duke, Hedda inheriting the Turner family would also benefit her. This ceremony must proceed smoothly, no matter what." Allie Mary's house. Seeing Edith's head peeking through the crack of the open door, Shelley breathed a sigh of relief and strode forward to welcome her in. "Welcome back." Edith nodded and brushed off the light layer of snow. Shelley glanced over Edith's shoulder, frowning slightly. "You didn't bring your cloak? In this cold weather, even if your inner robe is warm enough, you still need a coat outside to keep out the wind." "I did bring it, but I left it at Hedda's house and forgot to bring it back." Edith remained expressionless. Shelley's face flashed with surprise. "I thought." He assumed Edith had gotten up early to explore the palace in the cave, which was why she was so restless. Was she actually going to visit Miss Turner? Today isn't a visiting day, he cryptically questioned, extending his hand and casting a spell that ignited a small fireball. Edith naturally took it, letting the ball hover in her hand to warm it, and casually relayed the news she received today. The Turner family wants Miss Turner to inherit the title now? Shelley's frown was even more pronounced this time, his bewilderment written all over his face. That's too radical. In times of change, radicalism is also a personal choice. Edith released her hand, letting the fireball dissipate naturally into the air. She pushed open the door and slipped into the warm room. Shelley followed her in, pulling out the recliner for Edith. After a day of walking, Edith finally settled down comfortably, closing her eyes for a few seconds. Some families choose to let centuries-old elders continue in control. Others let every young person learn centuries-old knowledge to perpetuate family traditions. And naturally, some families choose to go all out and let their young heirs take over. Shelley remained silent, not commenting on this choice. You want to participate? Definitely. Does the Turner family use you as a bargaining chip? To be precise, only old Turner thinks so. Edith opened her eyes. I'm not opposed to the idea. My current position is a tutor, and the host family's use of me is within the rules. They're just a little unhappy about the secrecy. Shelley nodded, pondering for a moment. From what you're saying, controlling Duke Turner is also your mission. Edith paused. That's the case for now. Shelley, I go with you. His tone left no room for negotiation. He simply declared calmly. Edith didn't object. Although Shelley's main focus was potion research, his proficiency in spells rivaled that of the average researcher. Having him would only make things easier. Besides, according to the invitation Hedda gave her today, she was indeed eligible to invite another dance partner. It might be a little awkward on the day. Edith imagined the scene and shuddered. Tuttle, Belle, and the others will probably be there. The last meeting ended abruptly. If she found their names together on the guest list again, this time, she would be in a dilemma. 2 days later. On January 5th, after lunch, Edith opened the door and stared blankly at the servants crammed into the alley. The Turners had sent a special person to help her dress, put on makeup, and style her hair, then bundle her into a carriage and transport her directly to the Turner mansion. But, is it necessary to come now? Makeup takes time, the leading servant said evasively, so we're a little early. This wasn't just a little though. Christmas Eve was a quiet time, and since it was lunchtime, many neighbors poked their heads out of doors, forks in hand, curiously observing the goings-on in the alley. Edith could only welcome them in. Mary led Doreen back to her room. 2 footmen emerged from the crowd, carrying a men's suit and politely offering Shelley to follow. The suit wasn't a gift from Hedda, but it was indeed thanks to Hedda's connections. Otherwise, in 2 days, it would have been difficult for the 2 of them to find a suitable suit. The remaining nearly 10 people were all responsible for Edith. By the time the 2 of them officially boarded the carriage, it was already 4 in the afternoon, with only an hour left until the evening ball. Shirley sat upright, his eyes occasionally glancing at Edith beside him. Edith was quietly closing her eyes, trying to soothe the fatigue she felt from being pressed into a chair all afternoon. Shirley lowered his eyes, but didn't look away. He had never seen her wear trousers. To be more precise, he had never seen Edith in anything other than a black gown. What's wrong? The person in front of him noticed his gaze and cracked his eyes. Before Shirley could find an excuse, the coachman in the front row suddenly said, "Madam, sir, we arrived at Turner House." This time, the speed was quite fast. Shirley instinctively lifted the curtain, got out of the carriage, and walked around to the other side, lowering his head and holding out his hand, waiting for a hand to touch him. He was faster than the hurried servant who had rushed forward to meet him. The other man opened his mouth, unsure what to do. Edith helped Shelley out of the carriage and, unable to help but lower her voice, whispered into his ear, "I'm not your teacher now." Shelley suddenly came to his senses. It had been a completely knee-jerk reaction, but fortunately, they had arrived early and there were not many carriages at the gate, so no one except the servants and the coachman had seen his action. He coughed lightly, raised his arm, and motioned for Edith to take it. "Sorry." Edith glanced at the reflective glass of the gate. To be honest, 2 people in trousers holding hands together didn't look strange at all. She looked away, handed the invitation to the doorman, and signed it. Shelley's name was written next to hers, the characters roughly the same size. Edith let go of her hand the moment she entered. Shirley lowered his gaze, only to find Edith's attention elsewhere. "Duke Turner is at the front of the stage," Edith said, lowering her voice. "Do you think he's noticed anything's wrong?" Shirley looked up and around. "It's hard to say. This scene certainly doesn't look like an ordinary ball. Other things would be fine, but there was a long carpet running down the center of the hall, embroidered with gold thread. It was clearly not a suitable place for dancing. Go ask. Seeing Edith staring at him motionlessly, he suggested, "Does he know you?" "It's hard to say." Edith pondered. "It wasn't that long since we last met. But it was dark before, so he might not be able to see clearly. I'm wearing makeup today, so he might not recognize me." Shirley hummed and held out his hand. "Then give him some more confusion." "Edith?" ? She lowered her head and saw that Shirley had taken her arm and was leading her in the direction of Duke Turner. Hedda, not far away, had already noticed them. From her wide eyes, it was clear that she was deeply shocked that Edith's dance partner was Shirley. But Edith had to ignore her surprise and feign calm as she blended into the group of people coming to greet her. Duke Turner's face was almost frozen with a smile. He was clearly pleased with this kind of attention. Though he hated to admit it, his reputation among the aristocracy had indeed increased significantly since Hedda entered the academy. It was also because of this that he did not repeatedly ask his grandfather to change the heir to his youngest son. But just because he could accept it didn't mean Mrs. Turner could accept it now. Her smile was noticeably more forced. Faced with these guests, who had come for Hedda, she truly didn't want to spend even a second in the hall. Edith remained silent, her head half lowered, letting Shirley speak for her. As expected, Duke Turner didn't recognize her. He didn't even ask what family they came from. He laughed and chatted with Shirley. When he lamented, "I never seen such a grand ball," he even shook his finger pretentiously, suggesting that it was the legacy of a great family. Edith, Shirley, he really didn't notice at all. The two of them left Duke Turner's sight and took a slight detour, finally arriving in front of Hedda. She was wearing a simple dress, gorgeous but not over the top. "It's not a big deal." Edith shrugged. "At least there's no need to worry about him finding out before your great-grandfather makes the announcement." Besides Duke Turner, many people at the scene sensed something was amiss. They had all attended countless balls, and were well versed in the ceremonial conventions of various ceremonies. The Turner family's arrangements today clearly exceeded the norm for an ordinary ball. But this kind of discussion would definitely not become mainstream, so there was no need to worry about Duke Turner hearing it. The only problem is the timing of the announcement. Hedda took a deep breath, her body trembling slightly. "I hope everything goes well. What are the specific procedures for the ceremony?" Edith confirmed. "I went back and looked it up, and it's slightly different from what you told me before." From what she had inquired about, the original title holder had a significant task during the transfer ceremony. They had to recite a long speech summarizing their own shortcomings, praising the strengths of the transferee, and finally declaring their willingness to transfer. But Hedda told her that she only needed to trick the other party into saying agree. "I don't know. I'm just repeating what my great-grandfather said." Hedda sighed. "He said as long as my father says yes. We just have to believe it for now." She was completely confused. Edith frowned, but before she could ask more questions, several friends suddenly appeared and rushed in front of them. "Good evening." Belle, wearing a skirt this time, looked at Edith's pants with a hint of surprise. "You can wear this to a formal ball?" "Of course not, but I'm one of the witnesses tonight." Edith said a few words to get by. By then, the remaining friends had finished greeting Hedda, and their eyes fell on Edith and Shelley beside her. Chapter 172. Good evening. Everyone's reaction was surprisingly unanimous. They uniformly ignored Shelley's presence, greeting Edith only. They had probably seen the two from a distance, and had already suppressed their surprise. "I never been to a formal ball before." Malin looked a little nervous, but generally composed. The months at the academy had greatly boosted her courage. After Christmas, she received many visits from the neighbors, and everyone described her as almost like an aristocrat. "It's okay. It's not a grand ceremony. There's no need to worry about etiquette. A regular ball is just a way to socialize." Belle, after all, had lived aristocratic life for a few years. He waved his hand. "If you don't want to dance, we can go eat something off to the side." The banquets at the royal aristocracy's balls differed significantly from those in other regions. In Oliver City, the food served on both sides of the ball was all about grandeur: huge multi-layered cakes, whole roasted lambs, and fish longer than a person's outstretched arms. These dishes were primarily for show, not for easy access. Most of the guests at the ball were only interested in alcohol. But the royal capital values smallness and exquisiteness. She had just glanced at them. The dishes on the white tablecloth were all bite-sized, served on small plates, even garnished and presented. It looked like it would be easy to try a variety of foods. Malin nodded quickly and slightly. "I'm coming." Amy suddenly appeared from the side. He was rarely dressed in formal attire. The jeweled brooch on his chest gleamed, and his hair was meticulously combed back. He looked at everyone with a tingling feeling. It doesn't suit you. Hedda was the first to complain. Ugly. Tuttle was noticeably more direct. Amy tooted, pretending not to hear the two's complaints. Her hand restlessly touched her neck, unbuttoning a button. It's indeed uncomfortable, he said sincerely. But not as uncomfortable as socializing. Unlike the others who could freely wander into Hedda's presence the moment they entered the house, he, the heir to the dukedom, had to be escorted by his family to meet Duke Turner first. That guy was a complete idiot. Just one look at him made him feel his wisdom diminish. In this respect, his aunt was still the better choice. Although she also despised Duke Turner, she at least showed respect for him. Edith narrowed her eyes and glanced at the distance. The distance between the heir and the real power was indeed more than just a little. The holder of the title had the power to replace the heir at any time. Even if the heir's position was secure, if the real power lived long enough, the heir might never ascend to the throne. Today's ball was nominally for Hedda, but the visitors all went to see Duke Turner himself, leaving them alone. It seems the family still values you. Amy spun around, unable to hide her amazement. The first time I hosted a ball, the decorations at home were minimal. His parents had wanted to throw a grand ceremony, but their aunt stopped them, saying, "He's not worthy yet." Joyce is still evaluating him, wondering if he has what it takes to inherit the Walker family line. She doesn't want the next Duke of Walker to be a volatile bunch, but unfortunately, his strength is overwhelmingly dominant among the new generation. It seems that despite being the daughter of the deceased former wife, Hedda's position as heir is still secure. Amy stated her speculation aloud with a matter-of-fact expression. Hedda could only chuckle dryly. How could it not be secure? He'd be officially crowned Duke tonight. Edith grumbled silently, placing a hand on Hedda's back in silent support. Aside from that, when will old Duke Turner arrive? Amy sensed something was amiss and changed the subject, saying, I was only 7 when I last saw him. Back then, old Turner could still maintain about 8 hours of lucidity a day, making most of the family's decisions. But then his health deteriorated, allowing Duke Turner and his wife to take control. Ordinarily he, who could only lucidly remain awake for half an hour a day, would appear at the ball, apologize, and leave, concluding his duties for the night. Great-grandfather will arrive midway through the ball. Hedda raised her eyes slightly, trying to keep her face calm. Tuttle frowned slightly. Everyone was perceptive, but unfortunately, there was no time left for explanation. Edith smiled and addressed the situation, redirecting the conversation. Meanwhile, Shelley nodded to Edith and left, walking slowly down the hall, carefully observing the furnishings, as if pondering his next move. Suddenly, Duke Turner stepped into the center and, with a smile, announced the start of the ball. Everyone frowned. First, the ball's official opening time hadn't arrived yet, and second, since it was Hedda's turn to host the ball, it was Hedda's turn to open it. Duke Turner's actions were a clear attempt to undermine Hedda's reputation. He has no specific ill intentions. Hedda's face was expressionless. He's just plain stupid. If any other noble would have thought Duke Turner was suppressing his daughter to pave the way for the other children, but Hedda herself knew that he simply enjoyed the attention he received, forgetting the purpose of the ball. That's a good thing. Edith followed his steps, shielding her lips with her wine glass and taking a sip. He's forgetful, so respectable, and speaks without thinking. It could be put to good use. I hope. The ball began normally. Hedda took a deep breath and went about her business as usual. Countless people extended their hands to her. She symbolically chose to, dancing to mask her trembling and pounding heart. Tuttle grabbed the hem of Edith's clothes as she tried to leave. What happened? He asked, frowning. I didn't think you were that close to that professor. The other party was clearly not in a position to receive an invitation, so Edith had to be brought in. Come and help me. Edith evaded the question. You find out. How long? About 2 hours. Tuttle blinked, a rare expression of pure, unadulterated confusion. 2 hours? That's still during the ball, isn't it? Edith caught up with Shelley, who was circling around Duke Turner. Well? Old Turner probably didn't have any backup plans. Shelley lowered his head, shielding his lips with his wine glass, and whispered, I don't see any signs of magic circles, potions, or spells around. They could only have forced Duke Turner to hand over the property through human intervention. I took another quick look at the guests' faces. No one showed any anxiety or forced calm. Except Hedda herself, and most likely no help. Edith sighed softly. I guess so. I can handle everything, she said, but that was just to comfort Hedda. The old Duke probably intended to rely on his influence to announce the transfer directly, leaving the rest up to fate. What do you think would be the hardest part of getting him to deliver the long transfer oath? Edith paused. If Hedda's sudden change of dress hadn't put him on guard. Shirley thought for a few seconds. Probably the self-criticism. Given the Duke of Turner's personality, he could praise his daughter, but he'd definitely spend twice as much time praising himself. We had to find a way to make him laugh at himself. Edith casually picked up the plate next to her, and put the small piece of cake in the center into her mouth. She chewed for a moment, glanced at the lady beside her, and suddenly, she tugged at the corner of Shirley's shirt. If you were asked to compliment that lady, what would you say? Shelley was confused. He followed Edith's gaze, and paused suddenly. She was holding a piece of cake in her hands, gently grasping a slender spoon handle. But the spoon had only a shallow indentation, delicate and small, barely covering her lip beads when brought to her mouth. Edith swallowed the cake in one gulp. She scraped it with the spoon for a long time, sipping a few sips of tea in the process, and finally, as if losing interest, turned and left. The cake, left there, looked only superficially damaged. Shelley was silent. Do you have to compliment it? Edith nodded. So, elegant manners? Excellent. Now, find a few of her flaws. Wasteful food. Right. Edith raised an eyebrow. Her behavior of eating only a small amount might seem like the epitome of elegance to some, but from another perspective, it's just wasteful food. We could have Duke Turner praise himself with a self-critical compliment. That would be easier for him to accept, and superficially consistent with protocol. For example, praise my behavior. Edith picked up the second plate, opened her mouth again, and shoved the cake in. Surely, decisive and decisive. It was hard for him to come up with those two words. Edith wiped her lips silently. Then I can say it's my fault for being too decisive and wasting the opportunity to savor the food. Shirley straightened himself slightly. It was indeed a good idea. Let me think. To accomplish this, I probably need some advance hints. Edith searched through her mental archive and looked up. Did you bring the exam powder? Shelley's eyes flickered with confusion. Deep sleep powder. Edith tapped her head. This ingredient is made from ground dried dream flowers. Taken before bed, it allows the most profound memory of the day to enter a dream. Originally intended for insomnia, this powder became a lifeline for college students on the last day of review before exams. They read the book once during the day, and then reread it in their dreams. They then woke up and headed straight to the exam room, avoiding the sleepiness that comes with staying up all night and maximizing their time. Everyone's constant calls for exam powder, had muddled her memory. I brought it. Edith hadn't held out hope, but unexpectedly, Shelley quickly pulled out a small bag. I brought some of all the portable, mind-affecting materials. But the amount is small, it only lasts 15 minutes. That's enough. Edith accepted the bag, wiped her mouth, and walked directly to the nearby Duke of Turner. At the start of the ball, most of the people who came to the man were minor nobles, and their flattery was quite vulgar. Edith simply leaned over and praised Hedda, and the bored man quickly became excited, loudly praising his own parenting methods. Chapter 173. From the moment she was born, I could tell she had a talent for magic, so I named her Hedda. Duke Turner boasted. Edith feigned admiration, nodding slightly with a smile on her lips. It had to be said that Hedda was a well-chosen name. The literal meaning of Hedda is battle, and the extended meaning of the name is bravery and strength. She found it hard to imagine that someone who gave their daughter such a name would eventually send her away to protect the family's status. Thinking of this, she tilted her head slightly and casually mentioned, I heard that Miss Turner never received any magical training. She decided to go to school only 6 months before the start of the semester. To have been admitted to Beaujolais College in such a short time, she's quite a clever child. Duke Turner's face twitched uncomfortably. That's my fault. Realizing this crucial word, Edith flicked her wrist, causing some of the wine to spill from the edge of the glass and drip onto her sleeve. The transparent liquor cast a dark spot on the white fabric. She feigned panic as she fumbled with her belongings, but in reality, she glanced around. After confirming Hedda had vanished from the hall, she quickly reached for the hidden pocket on the side of her gown. Aristocrats, who didn't want to embarrass their hosts, but also wanted to leave early, often prepared a small sachet of powdered medicine. Inhaling it would temporarily induce a daze, leaving their faces pale, and their lips bloodless. Thus, the inclusion of hidden pockets in gowns gradually became a common practice among tailors. Edith scratched the pocket with her fingernail, then pulled out a handkerchief tucked away, and wiped the water stains from her cuffs. She held her breath. Duke Turner was completely unaware of this, and continued to make excuses. I was so busy dealing with noble affairs that I neglected to care for the child. I even forgot to tell my wife to hold the initiation ceremony when he turned 6. I couldn't come up with a better excuse. Edith smiled wryly. Even if other families had no expectations for their children, they would never forget the 6-year-old enlightenment ceremony. After all, it was crucial to whether the family would have another mage. It can only be said that Duke Turner and his wife were determined to have Hedda maintain the family's respectability through marriage. As for training a mage, that would cost a lot of money, take a lot of time, and the returns were unknown. It would be better to directly win over a wealthy new nobleman. The initial investment was small, and the process was stable and quick. Duke Turner had no regard for the continuation of his family line, only pursuing his own comfort. Edith put the handkerchief back into her pocket, swirled it around with her fingertips to confirm that the powder had mostly dissipated, and began to breathe naturally again. The air circulated around her nose again, and Duke Turner continued to show off. She lost her patience, and casually guided the conversation towards praising Hedda. Whenever Duke Turner agreed, she would smile and praise him. After a few times, he could reflexively spout off Hedda's virtues without Edith having to initiate anything. Prepared? Edith raised her glass and took a natural sip. She found the break between the music and excused herself to dance. Duke Turner didn't even ask about her trouser suit. After expressing his superiority, he said goodbye to her contentedly. Shirley walked by, casually picked up the plate, and whispered to Edith, right-hand pocket. Edith put down her glass and, using the table's cover as a barrier, reached inside and pulled out a bottle the size of a fingernail. Green slime swirled inside, surging upwards without agitation. The cork at the top quietly guarded everything, pinning the slime down. Meditation? Shelley pronounced its name. You mentioned insomnia powder, and it reminded me of this. Edith put it in her pocket and tugged the hem of her dress toward the bottle, fluffing it slightly and covering the unnatural bulge. Very well prepared. I just hope you're safe. Edith spoke briskly and was caught off guard by Shelley's serious tone, giving her a slight start. But this time, the risk level was practically zero. Edith shook her head, suppressing the sudden surge of memories, and touched the bottle again. Meditation, likewise, is a remedy for insomnia. It allows the mind to briefly clear, allowing all the day's worries, love, friendship, work, to vanish in an instant, leaving the body as light as a feather. Take advantage of this opportunity to close your eyes and enjoy a deep, sweet dream. Unlike the commoners, who fall asleep immediately out of exhaustion, the vast majority of the privileged nobles rely on various potions to fall asleep, and pharmacists are always in demand. Vaporized version. Simply unscrew the cap, releasing the magical circle above, and the liquid inside will quickly evaporate into gas. Shelley tapped her fingers. You're a witness. Stand close to Duke Turner. Let him sniff it, and his mind will clear, his thoughts pausing. Many nobles combine meditation with deep sleep powder, falling asleep first, and then creating a good dream. This suggests that the former's effects don't affect the latter. With his mind blank, Duke Turner could only recall what he had discussed with Edith. You can hold your breath. The only risk is that some of the guests in the audience might also inhale. This is a good thing. They won't be able to react immediately, and it reduces the chances of Duke Turner discovering it himself. Edith's lip curled. When his mind is stagnant, Duke Turner's fear of silence will cause him to unconsciously repeat what those around him say. I can offer some guidance at the last minute. There are too many mages here. Too much guidance will definitely lead to someone discovering the clues, but I can still squeeze in a few words. She raised her glass again, emptied it, and looked up at the second floor. Hedda had already changed her clothes. Before Hedda appeared, old Turner finally arrived, finally appearing in sight. Although Duke Turner was now the head of the family, old Turner's prestige remained, and countless people rushed forward to greet him. Old Turner smiled in response. As the 3 minutes were up, the servant beside him patted the chair twice from behind. Sensing the shock, old Turner turned with a smile. Guy. He addressed him by his first name. The man was flattered. Old Turner had always called him idiot and useless, and the last time he called him by name was almost before he was 10. He stepped forward quickly. Grandfather. For some reason, tonight, Grandfather's eyes were particularly deep, like a blood-red moon. Today is Hedda's first time hosting a ball, old Turner said calmly. As a father, why don't you go up and say a few words? This request wasn't unusual. Many nobles would express their feelings during their children's coming-of-age ceremonies. Duke Turner, unsuspecting, waited for old Turner to clap for the band to stop, then walked straight up onto the raised platform with his head held high. Edith calculated the powder had less than 6 minutes left to last. Enough? Hedda? The man frowned slightly when he couldn't find a familiar figure. The interrupted music caused everyone on the dance floor to pause, and they slowly gathered in front of the stage, giving Hedda ample time to move upstairs. Edith watched as she took a deep breath and quickly rushed downstairs. Only when she neared the stage did she regain her traditional ladylike demeanor, and strode over to Duke Turner's side. Duke Turner's pupils constricted slightly. Now, before Duke Turner could inquire, Edith strode between the two men, held her breath again, leaned over the man's hand, and applied a gentle pressure, causing the cork to pop out. The green gas, freed from its restraints, quickly dissipated. In an instant, not only Duke Turner, but also Hedda and the guests in the first 2 rows of the audience lost their focus. Edith, the only conscious person on stage, looked up and forward. Tuttle and Belle, vaguely guessing what was about to happen, both changed their expressions. Joyce, beside Amy, narrowed his eyes, trying to restrain his nephew, whose excitement was almost uncontrollable. Lynch's lips paled, while Mullen, standing in front of him, was not in the right frame of mind. She didn't understand the complex rituals of the nobility. Mrs. Turner's face also grimaced, but she probably didn't notice anything unusual. We had to end this quickly before everyone reacted. Under old Turner's astonished gaze, Edith extended her hand and gestured to Duke Turner. Guy's eyes were blank, but old Turner's previous command to say a few words was still lingering in his mind. He was sleepy, but to complete the order, he dug out the few remaining memories in his head. Hedda started her initiation very late, partly because of me. He lowered his eyes, and confessed that he had forgotten her initiation. Amidst Mrs. Turner's flushed face, and the mixed expressions of the crowd, he continued to praise Hedda. She's a strong child. His words weren't brilliant, even clumsy, but the expressions of the audience gradually shifted from initial amusement to solemnity. This rhetoric somehow sounded familiar. Edith ignored the audience's reactions, and, keeping to the 4-minute mark, interrupted Duke Turner during a breath. Now, please take the oath. Oath? What oath? What am I doing? Duke Turner felt an indescribable pain. If the human brain were a water bottle, the water within it would be oscillating between boiling and freezing violently, nearly shattering the glass. A soft but gentle voice saved him at that moment. I voluntarily relinquished my title. The voice was like a warm spring, calming the water in his mind to a steady 50 degrees. Duke Turner found a solution, his emotions soothed, and he obediently followed suit. I voluntarily relinquished my title. Except for the first 2 rows, everyone in the audience paused. Then, led by the screaming Mrs. Turner, the rest of the children, the restless crowd erupted in a roar. Edith, using her voice as a shield, recited the second half of the sentence. In the presence of the goddess, I bestow my title, a gift from the house of Campbell, upon Hedda Turner. Mrs. Turner stopped screaming. Her legs gave way, and she fainted in disgrace before the crowd. Old Turner, reacting quickly, raised his hand for the prearranged servant to come on stage. He removed the insignia of power from Duke Turner's chest and placed it, along with a previously prepared Duke staff, on a red velvet-covered tray. Edith picked up the badge from the tray, turned, bit her right hand, and gently pressed it against her heart in a salute. As witness, Hedda's eyes gradually cleared. The effects of the potion wore off, and she blinked, a little confused as to what had happened. All she could see was her foolish father behind her, gasping for breath like a freshly landed fish. His horrified gaze fell on the badge in Edith's hand. Chapter 174. Edith hadn't discussed this with Hedda beforehand. Hedda only knew that Edith was planning some tactic, but didn't realize that it would directly affect her. So, without waiting for her to react, Edith tugged at the fabric on her chest and pinned the badge on. Here. As she pulled her head back, she tilted it slightly, bringing her lips to Hedda's ear. The cane. Hedda suddenly regained consciousness, grasped the object in her hand, and held it aloft. The transfer is complete. Congratulations, Duke Turner. Old Turner smiled wearily but gently. He stood up with the help of others, and spoke through the complex summary paragraphs. The ceremony was simplified considerably, but everything was necessary, and telling the Queen was absolutely in accordance with protocol. But the atmosphere cooled briefly as he spoke. The former Duke Turner, Hedda's father, had restored his name after inheriting the title for so many years. Guy frantically groped his chest. The spot where his insignia once stood was now empty, and even the fabric of his dress was wrinkled from the servant's violent tugging. He had just publicly announced, in front of the highest-ranking nobles of the capital, that he was transferring his title to Hedda. No, this shouldn't be the case. How could it be? He would never do such a thing. Who cast a spell? Guy, no longer even caring about his dignity, his neck veins bulging as he demanded, his face flushed. I couldn't have. Or a magic circle, a potion. I'm going to tell the queen. How could they resort to such vile tactics? He immediately turned to the side, recognizing the girl with her back to him as the damned study partner Hedda had found herself, Edith Griffin. He hadn't recognized her at all, and had chatted with her for so long. This was all premeditated. The silent audience erupted in an uproar. Laurel, the former Mrs. Turner, woke to the commotion, still thinking she was dreaming. A servant held out a hand, and she grabbed it. Halfway up, she looked up and saw the empty space on her husband's chest, and the Duke's staff in the hands of her most hated stepdaughter. She opened her mouth to scream, but amid the commotion, old Turner closed his eyes in frustration, clasped his hands around his staff, and hammered it 3 times on the ground. Knock, knock, knock. Shut up. He looked exhausted. If you're dissatisfied with the decision you made, you can choose a wizard here to examine it. He cracked his eyes, saw Edith nod imperceptibly, and said gravely, within 10 minutes, even the most subtle magic will leave traces. Potions can linger longer, but are also more difficult to detect. Edith pressed her nails lightly against the fabric, leaving a noticeable mark. Then she raised her hand and rubbed it with her fingertips. The mark was instantly smoothed out, completely vanishing. A professional doctor would be required to examine the body for residual potion. They would twist their magic into thin threads, insert them into the patient, and circulate them along the blood vessels throughout the body. A complete search would take at least 3 hours, and Guy didn't have the right to keep everyone waiting for him that long. And if he let the person go, word would spread, and no amount of proof would be enough. But no one present focused on the potion. To manipulate someone into saying something they didn't want to say, such a delicate gesture, probably involved a spell capable of controlling the mind. That mage must be extremely powerful. A man stood out from the crowd, seemingly a viscount whose family was primarily in the tobacco business. He radiated a powerful magical energy. He stepped onto the stage from the side, extended his hand, flattened it, and placed his palm in front of Guy. There's only one person here who can do this. Joyce raised an eyebrow. Are you talking about me? The Viscount choked. No, no. He quickly shut up, ending the conversation. He asked Guy to place his hand in his palm, and felt it for a moment. There's no residual magical energy. What? Impossible. I do it. The Queen couldn't possibly attend such a ball in person. The highest-ranking person present was Joyce, both the Duke and the president of the Magic Association. She ignored Guy's outstretched hand and slapped him on the back of the head, withdrawing it 3 seconds later. Nothing unusual. Everything Guy Turner just said came from his heart. The new Duke of Turner, Hedda Turner, took a deep breath. Taking advantage of her father's shock, she took 2 steps to the center and briefly expressed her gratitude for her father's trust and her devotion to the Queen. Then, she raised her head and gulped down the champagne Edith had offered her. Servants, already prepared, distributed tons of champagne to the stunned crowd below. Everyone smiled and offered congratulations, but after finishing their drinks, they all found excuses to leave and hurried back to their carriages. Great news! Soon, only the Turner family, Shirley, Edith, and a few other companions remained in the Turner family hall. Edith cast her gaze toward the door. The last person to leave, holding down her wide-brimmed hat with one hand, felt her gaze and turned back to Edith. It was Ursula, representing the royal family. Very exciting. She raised one eyebrow and silently mouthed to Edith, a 16-year-old Duke. I'm looking forward to it. Edith, Ursula must have noticed something amiss and guessed she was behind it, but it didn't matter. Without solid evidence, no one could hold her accountable. In the capital, where self-interest reigned supreme, no one bothered to speak up for the former Duke Turner. She lowered her head, looking at Guy, who was trembling uncontrollably on his knees, tears streaming down his face. Then she looked at Laurel, who was beside her, sobbing and ripping at Guy's hair. Suddenly, she felt a sense of exhaustion. I had planned to observe Joe tonight, but this incident had completely disrupted my plans. He was indeed very discreet. I had just observed the departing crowd, and had a hard time making out his profile. He seemed fine, and his magic fluctuations were normal, but given his personality, it was a little strange that he was so discreet. But regardless, the evening ended in victory overall. For Hedda, it was just the beginning. She said goodnight, bid farewell to Hedda, who was clearly flustered but managing to maintain composure, and left the ball with Shelley. Before they reached the door, Tuttle caught up. Is that what you meant by knowing in 2 hours? Yes. Tuttle's expression was complicated. He glanced through the car window, past Edith, who was leaning against it, and directly at Shelley inside. He could know about it in advance and offer help, but couldn't she? The Christmas holiday that followed flew by. The day after Hedda inherited the title, this was the headline in newspapers across the capital. A 16-year-old girl inherited the dukedom with her great-grandfather and father still alive, the queen refusing to interfere, the ceremony proceeding intact, even the father taking the initiative. All of this could easily provoke the already idle residents. Walking down the street, Edith, hearing the word Turner so often mentioned, momentarily mistakenly believed she was walking through the Turner family estate. It was a way to broaden her profile. Edith recalled Hedda's exclamation of her as a child of destiny when she first brought her back to the capital, and she rubbed her forehead with a wry smile. In a way, she had indeed become the center of the world, the protagonist of the story she had longed for. But it wasn't something she had always wanted. Old Turner was truly decisive. Although it had been clear before that he'd been using Hedda more than caring for his younger generation, he wasn't so anxious. Did he feel he wasn't going to live much longer? Edith sighed, forced her attention back, and stepped into the shop. I want a custom-made wooden sword. School has begun. A word brimming with pain. Edith, however, felt fine. Academy life hadn't brought her much pain, it was the events outside of it that truly wore her down. So, she couldn't understand why everyone seemed so lifeless. I'm not suffering. Hedda's eyes were filled with unwavering fatigue. Managing a family is still too much for me. In just 10 days, she had lost a whole ton of weight. The Turner family was small, but they had numerous branches scattered around the capital. Upon hearing this, they all rushed to the mansion, clamoring for a piece of the action. While old Turner's prestige was there, it was only enough to appease everyone for half an hour. The rest of the time, Hedda had to manage the situation alone. Edith had gone twice for this purpose, each time giving the others 2 days' peace, but only for 2 days. What do we do now? Belle, for once, refrained from arguing and patted Hedda's head. You're at the academy, so you can only go back once a week. Great-grandfather has found a wizard he's friendly with for help. The other family is down, and for a fee of gold, he can take care of everything. Hedda closed her eyes. As for family affairs, everything remains business as usual, just as it was before my father inherited the title. The Turner family isn't suited to drastic reforms right now. Restoring the status quo is the best way to recuperate. Feeling the vague gazes of those around them, the others fell silent and enjoyed their lunch in silence. I'm so tired. Amy sat down with a thud, shaking the table. Edith reached out to hold the bowl of soup to prevent it from spilling. What's wrong? It's because... He paused mid-sentence, his gaze drifting. And told me to speed up my training and reach the level of inheriting the title as soon as possible. Hedda's ethereal gaze flicked over. Are you going to be forced to inherit too? No, Amy said dreamily, and said I'm unworthy. I see when I can beat her. I said. Then I be the heir until I'm 90. She didn't say anything at the time, but starting the next day, my training load doubled. May the goddess bless you. Edith quietly lowered her head to drink her soup. Tuttle, sitting across from her, stopped using his knife and fork. He looked up at Edith. Speaking of which, has your opponent for the second round of the qualifying tournament been decided? Edith hummed. All eyes suddenly focused. As the last match before the finals, Edith had very few opponents to face. They're all formidable opponents. Edith swallowed hard and shrugged. Rose Vallon. The opponent she defeated in the preliminary round. Rose? Unexpectedly, Lynch looked up with a hint of surprise. She didn't seem to be back for Christmas break. I'd been to the academy twice, and both times, I saw her practicing swordplay in the training grounds. Chapter 175. Swordsmanship? Edith leaned back slightly, resting her shoulders on the back of the chair, her hands folded. Why is she practicing this? It's not that her swordsmanship isn't good, but it's already the final round. The remaining contestants are all geniuses in the field of spells. The game changes in seconds, so practicing swordsmanship seems unnecessary. Maybe she's trying to surprise us? Belle tilted her head, her hair cascading down her side, glancing at Edith beside her. I lost to you in spells before, so I want to try something else. I can't rule it out. Edith shrugged, forked the last piece of fried fish, and put it into her mouth. She swallowed it before speaking again. I have a good impression of Rose. She has an almost fanatical obsession with competitions, which makes her seem a bit belligerent, but overall she's a good person. Swordsmanship or spells, it's all fine. The competition will begin in the second week of school. Edith, temporarily free, walked at a leisurely pace. She had just exchanged a few brief messages at the dinner table and learned that Duke Eddie had only attended 2 balls during Fire Christmas, one at the Royal Palace and one at his own home. It seemed he hadn't yet found a way to restore his body. This was good news, but it also meant that he might be moving up his plans for a body replacement. Additionally, Joe Rodney had returned to the academy on time on the first day of school. Edith planned to wait 2 days to see if any unusual rumors would come from the 3rd grade, or perhaps ask Xia Ji directly. Potion's class was in the afternoon, but Potion's teacher Marcia was clearly troubled. In exchange for the 3rd-year gold badge, she not only confiscated her Potion's homework, but also allowed her to arrange her own lessons thereafter. Edith vaguely heard some people whispering, complaining about why she had to go back to 1st grade to take up a spot, but most of them were Indias. No classes. What a beautiful word. For the first class of the new semester, the teacher didn't cover much useful information. Masiotti led them through a review of the previous year's foundation, frowned, and reprimanded a few students who had clearly forgotten everything after the holiday. The class ended half an hour early. Edith was already sitting near the door, and since her textbook wasn't even open, she immediately pocketed it and left when she heard the noise. Unexpectedly, she ran into Zebulon, who had been waiting at the door. Edith. He had been leaning against the wall, one leg propped up, the other stretched out sideways. He straightened up when he saw her. Before turning around, he was idly tossing a gold coin in his hand. The coin twirled between his fingers, and Campbell's eyes face gleamed. Edith, This gesture would look cool on most people, but when she thought about the head on the gold coin being Zebulon's ancestor, and how this Lord Campbell was tossing his own ancestor's portrait around for fun, she couldn't help but feel a subtle disconnect. What's going on? Edith tilted her head. The classmates in the classroom behind her were gradually packing up their things. In less than a minute, they would be out the door and witness the scene. She didn't think there was anything about her that warranted Zebulon making such a fuss on the first day of school. Zebulon turned completely, revealing his other hand, which was facing away from Edith, a pure black cloak. The cloak rested lightly on his forearm, ironed and stiff, and the slight wear on the edges seemed to have been repaired, making it look much newer. Ah! It was the cloak she left behind from her secret exploration of the palace. Thank you again. Zebulon lowered his eyes and stretched out his arms. Clean it all. If you don't like the lingering floral scent, you can rinse it again with clean water. But normally, the smell will completely dissipate within a week. Edith felt a headache as she listened to the dense footsteps behind her. Many people exited the classroom at this moment, pausing in slight surprise. Although they didn't dare linger due to Zebulon's status, their glances were still somewhat irritating. She could only feign ignorance, accepting the cloak, lowering her head, and gently pressing her nose against the fabric, sniffing it. A faint floral fragrance lingered on the fabric, but unlike the floral scent sold outside, this one wasn't overpowering, likely a non-magical product. It was also remarkable that the capital city had the most magical families, yet those nobles preferred genuine, man-made goods. Thank you. She bowed calmly. Please return it in person. Yes, can't you just let me bring it over? Edith now had a habit of hiding whenever she heard Ivan speak, and it took a great effort to suppress the urge to leave immediately. Zebulon only then realized that his brother was also in potions. Hearing the voice, he opened his mouth slightly. Ivan? He suddenly remembered that, yes, there were no house divisions in first years, and his brother, destined for a career in charms, was still learning potions. They must have been in the same class. I forgot. Ivan smiled, but he wasn't satisfied with the answer. He walked between them and tilted his head. Really? Even if I didn't remember, I took potions. As a first-year student, I had more opportunities to interact with Edith. You can't forget that, brother. Zebulon was at a loss for words. He closed his eyes, hurriedly said goodbye to Edith and his brother, and turned to leave. Ivan was right. Zebulon's behavior was somewhat strange. Edith's thoughts drifted back, and she thanked Ivan. Unexpectedly, Ivan waved his hand and replied with a smile, I should be the one thanking you. If it weren't for your cloak, I'd definitely catch a cold. Stop talking. It's too much to explain. Edith sighed, and to prevent the situation from escalating, she hurriedly pulled Haida, who was still moaning, away. A week passed in a flash. Free from the pressure of the outside world, Edith truly relaxed. Aside from contacting Xia Ji once, and receiving a reply that I haven't noticed anything unusual with Joe, her research progress had almost stagnated. She barely saw Dean Keith. She went to the lab a few times during the week to try to help, but was told he was out and didn't need an assistant. It was said he received some revelation somewhere and was working on a spell in seclusion, likely not returning to campus for a long time. Shelley wouldn't actually let her do any work, and after all this time, she even felt more relaxed than Christmas. Until the day of the competition arrived. Perhaps because it was just the beginning of the school year, everyone was lost in grief. On the day of the actual competition, the crowds were far fewer than they had been for last year's final match. Edith looked up and noticed that even Joyce was absent from the commentary. She wondered what her purpose was in coming here. Edith shook her head, casually dismissed the newspaper staff squatting at the door, and fell silent amidst their disapproving gasps. However, she could tell the opposing newspaper member was even more disgruntled. She was only perfunctory, while Rose remained silent, her eyes fixed on Edith. For a moment, she felt like she was being stared at by a wild beast. The newspaper member behind her sighed in excitement, and the scraping sound of pens scraping against paper resounded again. For them, a clash between two players would be a major headline-grabbing event, something they had to keep track of. What a fuss, Edith pondered for a few seconds, deciding to proactively show goodwill. She extended her hand, greeting the other player from a distance. Screw froze for a moment, the enthusiasm for battle fading from her eyes, and she waved back. Besides her enthusiasm, she looked dazed, but it did effectively neutralize the hostility that had threatened to overflow. Edith smiled, and just as she was about to withdraw her hand for a final pre-match check, she caught a glimpse of the other player's sword. Is Lynch telling the truth? Is she really planning a sword fight? Before she could even begin to question it, number one's familiar voice boomed from the podium. Edith Griffin versus Rose Vallon. Please enter the arena, both competitors. The referee flipped a coin and directed the two students to their respective halves of the court. Number one sounded indifferent, likely lost in the agony of returning to work. Without a single unnecessary word, he lazily said, "Pre-match communication begins now." It was a familiar, aggressive remark, but the two didn't seem to have any issues, so it was highly unlikely they hear anything particularly interesting. He leaned back in his chair, lost in thought, when he heard a commotion in the audience, which was likely growing louder. What's going on? He didn't hear anything? Number one frowned, took off, and looked down through the transparent window, his pupils constricting slightly. In the arena, in front of everyone, Rose drew her wand and snapped it in two with a snap. Edith, shock. Everyone in the audience, shock. Number one, question mark. Damn it, no, destroying one's own offensive weapon before the match begins. Even he never seen such a move before. Edith squinted, unsure of the other party's specific motive. Tilting her head, she could see the newspaper reporters standing on either side, once again frantically taking notes. Judging from their expressions, their drafts were likely unsightly. At the commentary booth, number one quickly adjusted himself, grabbed the microphone, and began speaking. Rose? Vallon broke her wand on her own initiative. What's her motive? Is she planning to give up the match? Rose's eyes remained fixed on Edith, completely unaffected by the voice from the booth. I won't be using magic in this match, she suddenly said, seeming a bit unfamiliar with communication. But if you wish, please do so. She slowly reached behind her back, grasped the hilt of her sword, and yanked it upwards with all her might. A flash of cold light flashed. But? She raised her voice. Of my own free will, I wish to challenge you in a true battle of skill. No magic, no potions, just pure swordsmanship. Madman. Why were all the opponents she met in the finals mentally unstable? Couldn't normal people be mages? Edith felt a pang of pain in her teeth. She wasn't afraid of a sword fight. In her previous life, she'd practiced for so long under Mary's personal guidance. Although she neglected practice in this life, her enhanced magical power and physique had more than made up for it. Even if Mary herself stood before her now, she wouldn't be incapable of fighting. The problem was that while she could conceal her occasional use of her skills, in a serious fight, when she needed to rely on her instincts, she struggled to control her fighting style. Mary's fighting style is still quite obvious. Good news, she really does have a sister studying there, so it's not hard to explain. But it has to be done now. Rose has already broken her wand, and if she casts another spell, it would tarnish her reputation. Chapter 176. In the audience, Hedda and the others remained calm, but their expressions varied, and their thoughts diverged. If they had heard such a request before Fire Christmas, they might have been a little nervous. While they knew Edith's swordsmanship was highly skilled, the request had been initiated, and they couldn't be sure if she had any hidden tricks up her sleeve. But now, having learned that Edith's sister's teacher was the renowned swordsman Mary, and that Edith herself might have been a student of the same teacher, Everyone's mindset shifted somewhat. It sounded like a risk-free challenge. Could Edith be defeated by Rose? Hedda pressed cautiously. Absolutely not. Lynch shook his head vigorously, rarely showing such determination. That's Mary Rupert. He would never allow anyone to tarnish the teachings of the god of swordsmanship. But Edith's choice of holding her wand is the safest option. Bell gazed at the center of the field, his tone flat. If she were someone who would do anything to win, she have already secured a spot in the finals. Unfortunately, she wasn't. In the center of the practice field, Edith listened with a headache to the noisy discussions around her. Some people shouted at Edith not to believe it, saying it was definitely Rose's scheme to win, but more people urged her to break her wand as well. A pure sword duel, in the final round before the finals. No one had ever seen anything like this. Edith shook her head and finally, under the spotlight, pulled her wand from her pocket. But she chose not to break it in such a dramatic display, instead handing it to the referee. But the effect looked similar. The audience's enthusiasm was completely ignited, and a thunderous cheer erupted. Wow! Great, great! A pure sword fight? Hedda breathed a sigh of relief, patting his chest and chuckling as the others watched. I gave it to you. I gave it to you. It was such a shame to have such a valuable item broken like that. Edith made her choice. She handed her wand to the accompanying teacher on the sidelines. Does this mean she's accepted Rose's sword challenge? Number One's enthusiasm was also fully aroused, and he roared recklessly for a long time. Edith, She hadn't put her rusty sword on her back, so she had to gesture for the referee to help her get the thing she had left in the lounge. The audience cheered again. This might be the easiest match of my league. Edith thought inexplicably, shook her head, took the scabbard and sword, slinging the former onto her back and dragging the latter to the center of the field. Rose's muscles trembled with excitement, the light in her eyes blazing so intensely it threatened to roast Edith. The match begins. Rose, moving swiftly and without hesitation, charged towards the east half of the court, slashing at the air. Almost the instant the referee announced the start, Rose's tense muscles released, and her figure slashed across the court in a lightning-fast pattern, dazzling everyone on the stage. But as everyone followed Rose's steps and turned their attention to the other half, Edith was nowhere to be seen. Rose's dynamic vision was excellent, and she quickly noticed something was wrong. Using the weight of her sword, she pushed herself backward, her feet leaving 2 deep tracks in the mud. But just as she raised her sword again, a chill touched her lower back. Edith's voice, as calm as water, echoed, "Heavy sword, don't rush." She subconsciously instructed her opponent on her attack pattern. Rose had good eyesight and quick reflexes. Though sometimes, that wasn't always a good thing. Rose's pupils constricted, and a layer of goosebumps spread across the skin on the back of her neck. Her body reacted faster than her mind. In a split second, her hips thrust her upper body forward, and she fell sideways, rolling 3 times in a row in the mud, landing belly first on the ground. This was the perfect time to exert force, but she didn't rush to stand. Instead, she bent her knees and pushed hard, smoothly slipping under Edith. Ms. Rose's reaction was quick. Number One was also experienced in commentating sword fights. Before anyone in the audience could fully grasp the exchange, he had already mentally deconstructed the entire process. He took advantage of the enemy's proximity, making it difficult to generate power with his sword swings. He actively lay prone on the ground. Even if Edith suddenly changed her stance to pierce, she had ample time to react. This reaction speed didn't seem the product of practice, but rather innate. Edith pondered, her turn slowing down for a moment, allowing Rose to immediately seize the opportunity. She raised her sword, exerting her strength on the blade, her forearm forming a straight line with it, her upper arm pressed against her body, and using the speed of her turn to swing it forward. The instantaneous movement seemed infinitely long to Edith. She raised an eyebrow, briefly judging that the distance was sufficient. The sword wouldn't reach her, so she retreated, taking a step diagonally forward, facing the sword. Rose's powerful dynamic vision and quick reflexes allowed her to quickly detect this unusual development. Without time to decipher her opponent's specific intentions, she instinctively braked and lurched backward. But the sword swing, she had just made sacrifice control for speed. Her body slumped, her feet planted in place, while the sword, swiftly swung halfway behind her, lashing out at her right shoulder. Blood oozed. The first streak of blood was from Rose herself. Edith seems to be holding back. In the stands, Lynch, the only one with a deep understanding of swordsmanship, was granted a seat in the center. While everyone's eyes were fixed on the field, their heads leaned toward the center to listen to his comments. Hidden? Hedda was skeptical. Quick and effortless, without a scratch, and even made Rose bleed. It looked smooth. You can't look at it that way. Lynchie didn't take his eyes off the court for a second. She was always on the defensive. Aside from that initial push against her opponent's waist, she never attacked once. Rose's injuries were the result of her guiding the opponent. Is she afraid of being discovered as her teacher? He had a vague idea, but it seemed unlikely. Mary voluntarily left the fencing academy due to a disagreement. Her reputation lives on, and everyone still wants to entrust their children to her care. There's nothing to hide. That's what Mary requested. She doesn't want to be known for teaching and disturbed? Possibly. Returning her gaze to the competition field, Rose, not caring about the injury on her right arm, immediately switched her sword to her left. It wasn't her dominant hand, but for a qualified swordsman, being able to fight with both hands was a crucial requirement. Edith averted her gaze, took a step back expressionlessly, and returned to the initial standoff. Unfortunately, because Rose's technique was limited, her upper arm wasn't fully extended at first, resulting in incomplete force, and the wound wasn't very deep. Several thoughts flashed through her mind, but none of them showed on her face. Rose, having switched to her left hand, lacked flexibility. She abandoned her more agile moves and stabbed instead of slashed. Number 1 became excited again. Compared to more elaborate moves, stabbing is more direct and less spectacular, but the visual stimulation it provides is no less. Stab. It represents speed, power, and decisiveness. To ensure force, the sword thrust was no higher than her shoulder. Facing the rain of sword shadows before her, Edith didn't raise her arm, but gently moved her wrist to make a half circle with her sword. Swish, swish, swish. The thrusts were all blocked, but because Edith moved so quickly, and at such a low angle, many people didn't even see what happened. All they knew was that Rose's ferocious attacks were completely negated. Damn it! What just happened? Number 1 was smugly lost in thought, explaining the techniques of rapier fighting, when, upon regaining consciousness, the two players had already reached the edge of the field. The halftime bell had rung, and Edith frowned, figuring that if she continued dodging like this, in a draw, her opponent would surely have more effective moves than her. She shifted her sword to her left hand, blocking Rose's flurry of blows horizontally. She half-crouched, clenched her right fist, and gathered power before swinging it fiercely, striking the opponent in the stomach. Rose grunted and was pushed backward. Edith instantly dodged behind her, holding her sword with both hands at her neck, and slashed in the direction of her retreat. The combination of her retreating speed and Edith's slashing blows instantly ripped a deep gash in Rose's back. She remained silent, gritted her teeth, took 2 steps forward, and let the metal pop away from her flesh. Blood gushed from the wound. Edith frowned. She paused her attack, letting the sword drop naturally. She said calmly, "You better forfeit." At this rate of bleeding, Rose, unable to heal herself with her wand, would faint before the final bell rang, potentially even endangering her life. It was a legitimate concern, but everyone on the other side, and in the audience, clearly took it as a provocation. Edith mocked Rose. She thinks the other party would have been better off forfeiting, and not even dreaming of competing with her for a spot in the finals. Number 1 presumptuously speculated and elaborated on Edith's meaning, but no one present thought it was wrong. Too arrogant. Well said, give up. That's a provocation to the face, fight back, Rose. Rose's eyes weren't filled with anger, instead, the provocation ignited a new passion. Edith, She truly just meant well. Holding the sword, her brain had no spare energy to process words, and unadorned words were indeed tempting to speculate. Seeing that Rose, far from paying attention to her injuries, swung her sword even more vigorously, her excitement dulling the pain, Edith couldn't help but feel a headache. At this point, instead of focusing on stopping the bleeding, she was actually increasing it through exercise. To prevent her death, a quick victory was necessary. Wait, why did that sound so strange? Edith shook her head, her grip loosened, and she shifted her grip on the sword again. So what exactly is Mary's swordsmanship? Tuttle wasn't very familiar with swordsmanship. Deadly? Lynchie's expression grew serious for a moment. He had long heard of Mary's heroic deeds in wars with the surrounding small nations, but had never witnessed them firsthand, until she gave him a few pointers during this year's fire festival. Those 2 words made him realize his own shortcomings, and even more, that Mary's path wasn't for him. Lynchie lowered his head, reviewing each step one by one, move quickly, step lightly, avoid unnecessary attacks, and each step paves the way for the final attack. It's better to expose yourself and leave the enemy with the opportunity for serious injury than to seize the opportunity to deliver a fatal blow. I can be seriously injured, but you must die. Chapter 177. Commentary Platform. For some reason, Number 1 suddenly felt a chill on his back. He shuddered and continued down, racking his brains to form sentences to fill the gap. This match will probably drag on for 30 minutes. He made small talk. So far, it seems the two swordsmen are very similar. In the first half, Valen had significantly more effective moves, but she was also injured, so she might be at a disadvantage in the second half. Edith suddenly abandoned her customary distance and rushed directly in front of Rose, engaging in close combat. Rose leaned back, narrowly avoiding the blow. The heavy sword blade slammed into the stone wall behind her with a resounding clang, sending sparks flying and rubble scattering, sending the nearby newspaper staff fleeing in panic. Rose, however, did not let this brief respite allow her to relax. Too fast. Too close. For some reason, Edith suddenly changed her strategy. She no longer held the hilt horizontally, but instead held it upright. No matter how she retreated or dodged, the cold blade followed her skin like a ghost. Feeling the chill against her exposed waist again, Rose gritted her teeth and shuddered, feeling a strange sense of panic. What was Edith doing? Each time one had made contact with her, each time there was a chance to hurt her. So why did Edith just follow? What was she planning? On the commentary platform, Number 1 couldn't see such detailed movements. He could only judge the situation based on Rose's lack of injury. Edith's quick, but Rose is even faster. At such close range, she perfectly dodged the barrage of attacks. I dodged it. Unknown fear enveloped her. Listening to the applause from those around her, Rose felt a chill run down her spine. Edith's speed was accelerating, and she was completely powerless to resist. She could only retreat. Wait, retreat? She was trying to lead me into a corner this way. Rose's lip was bleeding from her bite. She took a breath, and the lingering taste of blood from her teeth washed up her throat. Did Edith want to kill me with one strike? No, that was impossible. At this close, I have a chance to react to any move she made. She tried to escape, but no matter which way she moved, Edith's sword followed her like a shadow, silently connecting with her skin the next second. Starting at her waist, then her arm and then her neck. Rose's muscles tensed instantly at the touch of her vulnerable neck, but this didn't affect her. Rose is slightly at a disadvantage, but the match is still long, and Edith hasn't found a suitable opening yet. Number 1's enthusiasm gradually waned, his tone calming. We both need a... And at this moment, Rose was finally forced to the edge of the field. She made one last attempt to escape, but this time, Edith's sword touched her face directly. Now, she watched as Edith reached for the scabbard behind her back, instantly unsheathed her sword, and slashed downward with a powerful blow. She also swung her sword with all her might, slicing it from bottom to top into Edith's sword. Swish! The sword in Edith's hand shattered with a clang. Yellow sawdust exploded like fireworks, sparks from the rapid friction of metal igniting the swirling snowflakes, and a burning sensation washed over Rose. She closed her eyes subconsciously. Wait, why did the sword shatter? Why did the wood fall? Yes, Edith had the sword in her hand the whole time. That thing she pulled from the scabbard was just a deception. She even used her right hand to distract me, but it was too late. The moment before she closed her eyes, she watched as Edith raised her left hand expressionlessly, poured all her strength into the tip of her sword. Her skirt fluttered slightly, her eyes half closed, and she thrust it hard at the junction of her throat and collarbone. Puff! Blood splattered everywhere. The burning wood chips were extinguished, filling the air like mist, and blood stained Edith's entire body, obscuring her facial expression. Both of them need a chance. Before Number 1 finished speaking, even the referee froze for a second and screamed in horror. The match is over. The match is over. Please stop attacking immediately. Rose fell silently to the ground. The blood from her neck flowed down her collarbone, merging with the blood oozing from her back, slowly watering the soil. Magic Association. Joyce had just finished her first important meeting since Fire Christmas, and walked out of the conference room with a sullen expression, her mind still replaying the scenes of the clash of factions. They all appeared respectable outside, but behind closed doors, they were worse than rats. She rubbed her wrist, which was slightly sore from gripping her wand too hard, her face expressionless. It wasn't until she forcibly cast a silencing charm over the entire room, blowing the heads of the two managers who had led the riot, that she finally understood why the president of the Magic Association, an administrative position, required magical proficiency. There's no way I can control these idiots without my ability. We must find a breakthrough quickly. She pressed her forehead wearily, pausing slightly before the office door. She wasn't particularly eager to face the daunting tasks right now. Let's go for a walk outside and gather our thoughts. Joyce felt awkward, but she never forced herself. Sensing her current mental state wasn't suitable for decision-making, she turned and headed for the door. She needed fresh air. Turning the corner, her ears twitched slightly, her brow furrowed as she glanced to the side. A faint clamor emanated from the wall. It was clear the voice's owner was trying to mask it with a spell, but their excitement had broken the barrier, allowing a high-level mage like her to overhear something. This was clearly a conference room. Was there a secret meeting going on today that she didn't know about? Joyce's expression suddenly changed. She took 2 steps to the door, her fingers tightened, and the remaining sealing magic circle on the doorknob shattered like glass. With the rumbling sound of a collapse, everyone in the conference room turned in fear, looking towards the door. Joyce, half her face hidden in the shadows, stepped out, looking down at the seated people with an oppressive gaze. Joyce, cake, bread, juice, beer, and the capital's current trendy fried bean snack. She looked at the shivering people huddled on the cushions, then at the video projected on the white wall. I'm sorry, President. The leader suddenly let out a cry of grief and knelt on the ground, tears streaming down his face. I'm done with today's work, and I just want to relax for a while. I'm sorry, President. The rest of the group knelt one after another, bursting into tears. We never used the conference room projector to watch videos again. Joyce's breathing paused, and after a long moment, he slowly exhaled. Is this why you blocked the conference room? Just to watch the videos. Joyce waved her hand, a little exhausted. It wasn't a matter of principle, and while it wasn't against protocol, she didn't want to deal with it right now and decided to just give him a warning and let it go. Just as she was about to speak, her eyes suddenly fell on the still-playing video. Edith's face flashed across the screen, and at the same time, a dark red rust spread across it. Joyce lowered her hand. Get out of here now, immediately. The men lying on the ground looked up in disbelief, seemingly surprised by Joyce's gentleness. A cold glance from the man sent them shoving each other to their feet, thanking him as they squeezed out of the room. The conference room door slammed shut behind them. In the conference room, Joyce found a clean cushion and sat down, leaning back comfortably. She rewound the video to the beginning. She had indeed missed Edith's match today. She hadn't expected the video to be released so quickly. She seemed to have just seen the rusty sword. In the final round before the finals, there shouldn't have been time for her to draw her sword. She casually brushed aside the snacks on the table and crossed her legs. The video began to play. 3 minutes later, she raised an eyebrow and lowered her legs from the table. 15 minutes later, she sat up straight, her hands unconsciously gesturing in the air, as if there was a real enemy there. 20 minutes later, her eyes grew brighter, and she completely forgot about her work as she strode away. Clean this up. She hurriedly threatened the man who had just taken the lead in the meeting room and walked straight out of the association's doors. The man timidly replied, okay, and quickly returned to the meeting room, gazing silently at the scene, which was 10 times more chaotic than when he had left. How could the president be so agitated? Boyoni's Academy. Edith sat by Rose's bedside, watching her finally open her eyes, and breathed a sigh of relief. Rose was truly the most normal player she had encountered in her entire league life. Although she had secretly cast a healing spell on Rose's vital areas with her bare hands before the doctor arrived, she was no expert after all, and she had already lost a lot of blood in the previous match, so the possibility of an accident could be ruled out. Seeing that she was fine, she relaxed and left with a sense of peace of mind. But Rose's hand remained tightly gripped on her arm. Which swordsman did you learn from? Having just recovered from a near-death experience, she didn't know where she found the strength. The fiery light in Rose's eyes hadn't faded at all. Edith was pulled closer, and she could even hear her swallowing. She fell silent. Rose hadn't expected her to see the problem so quickly. Mary Rupert. Edith didn't hide it. I only learned briefly. My sister is her official student. Rose had no doubts, but she swallowed even louder. Can you mention me in front of Ms. Mary? Or could I have a chance to hear her guidance? She had grown up hearing stories about Mary. Although her exceptional magical talent had forced her into Boyoni's Academy, she had never slacked off on her swordsmanship training. Mary's charm remained as strong as ever. Edith didn't refuse or agree. She simply said she would mention it to Mary, but the decision would be hers. Rose nodded frantically, her enthusiasm fading. She was still a child at heart. Edith pushed open the ward door. Standing in the sunlight again, she sniffed her clothes and frowned in disgust. It smelled terrible. A good deal of Rose's blood had splattered on her, and after being warmed by the ward's heater, it now emitted a faint, eerie odor. She was about to head to the classroom when she turned back, planning to return to the dormitory to change clothes. There were so many people in the class, the teacher wouldn't notice one person was missing. Chapter 178. Edith sat comfortably on the sofa, letting her body sink into its soft depths. After a long time of exercise, she felt a warmth radiating from her body, banishing the winter chill. There were points matches tomorrow, and the day after tomorrow, meaning she would soon learn her opponent for the finals. Having won 2 matches in a row, she had already secured a spot in the finals. Judging by the current points situation, there was a high probability that a third player with 2 points would appear. Without a tiebreak, her opponent would definitely be Zebulon. He was just unlucky, facing me in the promotion round, the final exam, and the finals. Edith was lost in thought when she heard a knock on her dormitory door. Who? She turned cautiously, her first thought being that she'd been caught skipping class. Impossible. Even if she had been caught, the teacher wouldn't have come to arrest her personally. Who would come at this hour? She hesitated, then walked over and opened the door. The gleaming golden emblem caught her eye. Edith looked up and, unsurprisingly, saw Joyce's face. President Walker. Why had he come to the academy after the match, even though he hadn't made it to the game commentary? Steam slowly rose from the teacup. Joyce closed her eyes, letting the steam soothe her stiffened face. She had channeled all her magic power into the journey, leaving no time for warmth. Good tea. She opened her eyes. Duke Turner's private collection? Edith took a moment to reconcile the name Duke Turner with Hedda's face and nodded. She's a generous lady. Joyce put down her teacup, seemingly about to use this topic to ramble on, but forced herself back to focus. I watched the video of your recent match with Rose. Those video sellers are so quick. Edith muttered inwardly, keeping it to herself, nodding calmly to indicate she was listening. Your swordsmanship teacher is Mary. Joyce stated declaratively. A very impressive match. She herself was a swordsman enthusiast, observing the situation much more thoroughly than number 1. The match that had just ended appeared to be a back and forth between the two, but in reality, it was entirely under Edith's control. Edith said half-heartedly, not really a teacher, I just had the pleasure of listening to a few pointers. Really? Joyce shifted her stance. Judging from her reaction, it was clear that someone who hadn't practiced swordsmanship with Mary since childhood couldn't possibly follow Mary's style in every move during a high-intensity fight. But Edith's movements did show a slight stiffness and unfamiliarity in her muscles. She didn't look like she'd been practicing for a long time. How could someone who looked so experienced be so unskilled? But that wasn't her purpose today. Joyce turned and looked at Edith, who had deliberately sat to the side. Without hesitation, she asked, Are you planning to join the guild after graduation? Edith raised an eyebrow. My pleasure. She paused for a moment. But I don't think the Magic Guild is this short of people. No matter how impressive her performance was, her superficial achievements were only on par with Ursula's, but she hadn't heard of Joyce proactively inviting the princess. She was about to inquire about the situation in a roundabout way, but Joyce nodded thoughtfully and suddenly said, I want to go against the royal family. Edith, Damn it! Don't say that in front of her. She turned to leave, trying to show she wasn't interested in the struggle between the royal family and the association, but Joyce's next words stopped her. Are you interested in collaborating? Teacher's area, Shelley's pharmacy laboratory. Shelley Scott examined Edith's injuries, while listening to her talk about Joyce's invitation. Finally, he found a wound half the width of a fingernail at the junction of her neck and back, and cast a spell to heal it. After finishing everything, he stood up straight, his dangling red hairband brushing Edith's nose. He turned and sat in the chair across from her. Sorry, let me summarize. Joyce thinks you can win the league championship. She hopes you can take advantage of the invitation to visit the palace as the league's top player and help her find something. Seeing Edith didn't seem to want to add anything, he paused and continued, and the reward she can offer is a position with the association that will lead to the position of laboratory director in 4 years? Also, she will ensure the fairness of the finals. Edith shrugged. The queen certainly wouldn't do anything to affect the fairness of the competition, but the prince's faction, and others who want to curry her favor could. The former can be ignored. Shelley lowered her eyes and thought. For you, laboratory director isn't a particularly difficult position to reach. Besides, it takes 4 years to achieve, and many things can change in that time. The latter is certainly attractive, but the danger of stealing something from the palace justifies the higher reward. My advice is, don't take this mission. That's true, but that's not what's making me hesitate. Edith tapped the table lightly. Joyce promised to create a dangerous situation that would attract everyone's attention, facilitating my actions that day. This would also greatly facilitate her free exploration, which was consistent with her own goal. What did she want? Shelley's tone was icy. Something that would make Joyce risk being discovered and executed by the Queen. With her abilities, she could certainly escape before being executed, but obviously, the Walker family couldn't. She said it was evidence of a crime. Edith closed her eyes, Joyce's face flashing through her mind. She only knew about this thing, but didn't know much about its details. I suspect it's evidence of the Queen's captivity of gifted individuals. Joyce's words were vague, but that didn't stop her from guessing correctly. I respect your choice. Shelley closed his eyes and sighed imperceptibly. He was grateful that Edith was willing to consult with him, but she clearly already had an answer in mind. Edith accepted the invitation, and her life fell into a state of mediocrity after that. The final round of the points competition concluded, and Zebulon successfully secured first place, becoming the only two players with a score of 2. The finals were 2 weeks later. The points competition provided a welcome transition between Fire Festival and Academy life. Many were inspired by the competition and returned to their studies. The discussion about the finals intensified, but it wasn't until Edith saw the 600 gold bet slip on Haida's desk that she realized the depth of the enthusiasm. The organizers are fourth-year students Ted and Gibbon. Ted's mother is a banker, and Gibbon's father runs the largest casino in the capital. Haida solemnly tucked the bet slip into her book. They've been doing this business since 2nd grade. They have a good reputation, taking only a cut and not causing trouble. So the teachers at the academy knew about it, but they turned a blind eye. I bet on you to win. Edith was silent. Thank you. When it comes to money, the audience's enthusiasm at the finals is bound to be incredibly high. Additionally, word of Zebulon's visit to 1st grade to give her a cloak gradually spread, mixed with invitations to last year's end-of-year dance, and gradually turned into a rosy story. But by the time Edith realized what was happening, the rumors had already disappeared. Bertram made the students who passed notes about this in class copy 3 times as much homework as punishment. Besides Haida and Tuttle's friends, Shirley also said she was working hard to dispel the rumors. However, Edith suspected that the Queen was largely responsible for the complete demise of the rumors. Just because everyone loves to see a prince fall in love with a commoner, doesn't mean the royal family behind the prince loves it. The external turmoil had no effect on Edith. She continued to study, work, and prepare for the competition as planned. A week before the finals, Dean Keith finally arrived. The elderly woman, with a rosy complexion and a resonant voice, looked at least 10 years younger than she had been before Christmas. Several senior assistants quickly stepped forward, collecting items, removing coats, and pouring water and making tea, their feet constantly busy. Unable to find a place to intervene, Edith was about to say hello and return to organizing the materials, but Dean Keith waved her off. The assistants paused. Though they quickly adjusted their minds and moved with almost no flaws, each one leaned in to listen, desperate to understand what was going on. The dean didn't even have time to praise them. Teacher? Edith's tone was slightly questioning. She put down the materials, and in the few short steps she took, countless speculations flashed through her mind. She didn't seem to have done anything wrong recently. Making an exception, and letting you become one of my assistants in your first year, is the best decision I made in recent years, Dean Keith said cheerfully. She stretched slightly, casually pulling out a pinky nail-sized badge pinned to her right chest. Edith's gaze paused for a second, then quickly retracted. It was the Queen's Special Contribution Badge. She was familiar with it. It was originally awarded to mages, who had made exceptional contributions to research. She had received one in her previous life. Almost every researcher with their own laboratory had one. But this badge, which was almost overwhelming in the association, was even more valuable in a college not known for its research. Edith didn't offer any praise. Given her current status, it would be a little strange for her to know about this. Finally, the student pouring the water was the first to notice, exclaiming in exaggerated surprise. Edith's surprise was timely. What is this? Dean Keith's lips twitched as he replied reservedly. A special merit badge bestowed by the Queen. Well, my recent research has been recognized. The ideas you left in my notebook are very useful, Edith. What? Edith thought back, barely remembering something like this. The dean was away at the time, and she saw the formula and casually wrote down some ideas on a piece of scratch paper. I didn't expect the dean to recognize my handwriting. Yes, of course she did. I compiled so much information. A tangle of thoughts swirled in her mind, but Edith looked flattered. My honor. The dean smiled and offered her a reward. The assistants nearby instantly lit up their eyes, filled with envy. The student pouring the water asked directly, but Dean Keith informed her that the research was still confidential. Confidential? It seems like practical research. It's so sophisticated, probably meant for use in the palace. Wait, what was that formula I saw last time? She tapped her head. Hopefully it's related to the place she was going to explore. Chapter 179. Boyuni's College, Cafe. Tucked away in a small room deep in the dining hall, Edith swallowed her coffee. The bitter aroma dispelled her sleepiness, but it also made her grimace. It was so bitter. Across from her, Xiaoji apparently didn't notice her unusual behavior. She lowered her head and took a sip, her expression relaxed. Tastes good, doesn't it? Rich and fragrant. Edith mumbled a few words and looked around. I didn't know the college had such a place. After Tuttle led her to the library reading room, Xiaoji introduced her to a new place. It's quieter here, less crowded. Xiaoji smiled. It's normal you don't know. After all, there's a cafe on campus with better prices, more stable hours, and a nicer atmosphere. This is a place for the restaurant staff to earn some extra income. After the small talk, she quickly got to the point, piling the information Edith wanted on the table. No compensation. Just let me know if you find any results. Edith didn't hesitate, thanking her and quickly flipping through it. The notebook contained the Rodney family tree, which Xiaoji had obtained from her father, along with some scattered information. Her reason was that she wanted to know why Joe had been unconscious for so long, so she wouldn't make the same mistake in the finals. Xiaoji was sure her purpose wasn't solely that, but sharing this information wouldn't hurt her, so she simply went along with it. The information was minimal. The Rodney family wouldn't likely share their secrets with a marginalized individual, but it was enough to give Edith a basic understanding of the family. Including Joe, there are 17 children in total. Edith was secretly shocked. She originally been looking at 10 children, and when did 7 more appear? Of all the children, the most normal one was surprisingly Joe. But why 17? Xiaoji put down her cup, her expression also tinged with confusion. I'm surprised too. Rodney has only had 2 wives, so most of his children must have been born to mistresses. But in the capital, where illegitimate children are despised, 1 or 2 could be considered the result of a mistress's scheme, but so many could only be deliberate. Xiaoji felt he was gambling on a normal child. Edith closed her eyes and slowly exhaled. She would have thought so at the beginning. She reopened her eyes and reviewed the remaining information, her thoughts gradually coming into focus. The Rodney family's curse did exist, but it was merely a genetic disorder. Under the previous 2 heads of the family, the children had only minor problems. The previous head began using potions in an attempt to produce completely normal children, but it backfired. The children were becoming increasingly strange. But the underlying reason was simply that they mixed drugs, not just to make them healthy but also to greedily hope for intelligence, courage, and beauty. Edith frowned as she watched. Different ingredients mixed together would have different effects. Even 2 bottles of finished potions would become something new the moment they met. The Rodney family's drug abuse had directly resulted in Earl Rodney being the only normal person in the previous generation. Well, judging by his current behavior, his brain wasn't quite right either. In short, by this generation, aside from the illegitimate child, the remaining children's defects had become so severe they were unbearable to be seen with. According to the information, the illegitimate child is normal only because Earl Rodney was unaware of his existence, and therefore didn't force-feed the pregnant woman with any random drugs. The Rodney family really brought this upon themselves. That all made sense. Edith pieced the scattered clues together in her mind. Earl Rodney was a firm believer in the curse, and Duke Eddie took advantage of this, promising to give them a normal child, instantly gaining their trust. After Duke Eddie left Louisa, he lost the means to continue his soul research, and his approaching death heightened his sense of crisis. He urgently needed a group of special test subjects to further his research. He demanded that Earl Rodney provide a steady supply of strange children as experimental subjects, with the reward being a normal heir. Earl Rodney initially didn't take Duke Eddie's plan seriously. While continuing to spend large sums of money to impregnate his wife and mistress, he attempted to conduct the soul-swapping ritual himself, avoiding Duke Eddie's attempts. During this time, he unexpectedly discovered a healthy illegitimate child, Roy, Lynch's childhood playmate. He initially intended to give the child a good identity as heir, thus averting Eddie's plans. However, Roy's revealing his true identity at a dance brought shame upon the family. He had no knowledge of etiquette, and possessed only average intelligence. Furthermore, the couple were both attached to Joe Rodney, who had been raised by them since childhood, and was dying of illness, and their minds were temporarily confused. Duke Eddie offered them a perfect answer, using Roy's body and Joe's soul to create a new Joe Rodney. He succeeded. Thank you. Edith reluctantly finished the last of her coffee and handed the information back to Xiaoji across from her. Anything you want to ask? She remembered that the reward the other party wanted was sharing intelligence. Xiaoji looked at her quietly for a moment, then suddenly said, "Is the Joe now the same Joe at the dance, and the Joe I met as a child, the same person?" "No." Edith shook her head. "Thank you." Xiaoji didn't dwell on it, nor did she ask further questions. She stood up and offered to pay for the meal. One last question. What kind of people are Joe's brothers and sisters in their family? She was an only child, with no close peers, and couldn't imagine such a relationship. Sacrifices. Edith pondered for a moment, choosing the word she felt most appropriate. Sacrifices. Xiaoji repeated. Restaurant. Edith had just finished a large cup of coffee, and now, looking at the black tea in front of her, felt a little nauseous. Ivan pushed the sugar bowl toward Edith, then added 2 more sugar cubes to her tea as he pulled his hand back. "Please help yourself. Why would I jump from someone who only liked bitter coffee to someone who even added sugar to black tea?" Edith shook her head, took a sip from her teacup, and said, "I'm more used to drinking tea straight." Ivan quickly took the sugar bowl back and added another sugar cube to her cup. Ursula and Zebulon only drink tea straight too. Maybe they really like it, or maybe it's a matter of status. This sugar bowl is for me alone. Edith looked around again, gaining a new appreciation for the academy. She hadn't been around enough, and she didn't recognize many places. But even if she passed by, she couldn't enter. She had just learned that the royal family had a special area within the academy, where not only His Majesty Campbell's 3 children, but also anyone with royal blood could relax. But this greenhouse seemed reserved for direct royal bloodlines. Ivan chuckled self-deprecatingly, took a sip of something so sweet it felt sickly sweet, and continued his previous conversation. "The bad news is, I never had a fair chance to compete with them. The good news is, I have a certain privilege to be myself, and because my mother is less guarded, I have access to more information than they do." Edith sat up straight. This was her reason for coming to Ivan today. This was their first private conversation since they met at Fire Christmas, and agreed to exchange information. Ivan had contacted her, so it seemed he had found some information. Since she was going to explore the palace alone during her visit, it was imperative that she learned as much as possible about the palace and the queen. Edith didn't hesitate, and rushed over immediately after receiving the news. "But?" Ivan suddenly gasped, lowering his head and looking upward. From Edith's perspective, he could barely see his pure golden pupils. "After all, this concerns the kingdom and my mother. I need to confirm that the information you're offering is valuable enough." It seemed she had obtained something truly remarkable. This thought flashed through Edith's mind, and she asked, "How would you like to confirm it? Pick one piece of information and tell me half of it." Edith paused for a moment, then nodded. "The Queen and Duke Eddie have a private transaction." "I know that," Ivan said calmly. Edith assessed his facial expression, confirming he wasn't lying. She found quite a few good things. She silently elevated Ivan's importance. "Then," Edith paused, "those children in the cellar might be related to the selection of the heir." Ivan's muscles tensed instantly, and the spoon in his hand dropped, tinkling against the teacup. Edith knew only this would interest him. This information wasn't strictly confirmed, it was just her guess, but it piqued Ivan's interest. Ursula and Zebulon were both top-tier talents, so they didn't need to seek out backup bodies. But Ivan was different. The queen might be seeking a healthy body for his well-being. That was true, then. "Deal?" Ivan opened his mouth and quickly handed over the copybook. "We look at it later. Tell me this first." Edith ignored him, and briefly flipped through the information in her hands. Her pupils constricted. She braced herself on the table, trying to prevent herself from falling over in her excitement. Inside was a complete transcript of the conversation between Campbell and Duke Eddie. This was exactly the evidence Joyce needed. I just asked yesterday, so turning it in today wasn't a bit too soon. After a moment, she calmed down and quickly flipped through it, only to discover that the word soul hadn't been mentioned in their conversation. Very cautious indeed. But if so, why leave a written record? Edith looked across at the other person, realizing Ivan didn't yet know about the soul, so she cut short the story. She changed the soul exchange to a method of absorbing another's life to gain a healthy body and powerful talents. Unexpectedly, Ivan wasn't as delighted as she imagined, nor did he resist. He merely pulled the corners of his mouth together, a smile tinged with self-mockery, and said calmly, "Is that so?" Without warning, he spoke, recounting in a calm tone the story he heard as a child. His mother deliberately weakened him to create a more peaceful atmosphere among the royal family. Edith listened quietly, sitting motionless in her seat, her thoughts unsettled. It was truly surprising, yet strangely plausible. For the Queen, two equally talented children, each keeping a check on the other, was more than enough. Fewer would be insecure and easily lead to a loss of competitive spirit, while more would cause chaos. She sighed, and seeing that Ivan didn't seem to have any further questions, sitting there in deep thought, she simply stood up and said goodbye. She planned to hand over some of the information to Joyce first. Chapter 180. The Magic Association is always busy, especially at the beginning of the year, just after Fire Christmas. A lot of work, once labeled to be dealt with after the holidays, and tucked away in the bookcase, was now being pulled out one by one, piled nearly a meter high. Joyce was utterly exhausted. She had initially wanted to sort out the unimportant but urgent items, but trouble kept coming, researchers were fighting, investors were causing a scene in the hall, and finally, several people from different associations stormed into her office, demanding she reallocate funds. Finally, after everything was sorted out, she closed the door, and sat in absolute silence for a moment, sighing slowly. My head hurts. She glanced at the clock, confirming it was past lunchtime. Too lazy to ask her assistant to prepare it separately, she decided to stay up until the evening. As she sat up, the gemstone inlaid on the photo frame beside her suddenly flickered faintly. Joyce turned her head, staring at it quietly, counting in her mind. 1, 2, 3. 10 seconds passed, and the gem showed no sign of extinguishing. Joyce resignedly stood up and told the assistant at the door, I'm going to take a nap. No one is allowed to disturb me without permission. The assistant nodded repeatedly and stood quietly by until the door slammed shut. Behind her, separated by a wall, Joyce closed her eyes in a closed office and suddenly vanished. Tulip Market, on the second floor of an ordinary flower shop. The Tulip Market was originally a place for selling flowers, with a constant flow of flower shops arriving and departing. Besides the two largest shops that consistently supplied flowers for various ceremonies, countless other small shops were hidden within the market, as unobtrusive as a leaf in a forest. Edith sat in her room, quietly gazing out the window. An anti-peeping array had been set up here. From the outside, it looked like a large sign, obscuring no human presence. Joyce appeared across from her. After fully stabilizing herself, she raised her head and gazed at Edith with a calm, emotionless expression. What's up? This was the contact information she had given Edith. If she had anything else to tell him, or if Edith had any questions, they could communicate here. But the mission had only been assigned the day before, so Edith probably hadn't even fully understood the procedures. There was no reason to contact her, unless she was an idiot who demanded to know everything. Edith keenly sensed Joyce's agitation, so she said bluntly, I obtained a piece of incriminating evidence. She was currently a commoner, and few of her allies had the power to influence the royal family. Reporting any problems to Joyce was the best option. Joyce half closed her eyes, hoping to use the time to answer questions to ease her fatigue, but paused. She slowly opened her eyes, and for a moment, she thought there was something wrong with her hearing. Say the question again. Not a question. Edith handed Ivan's information over. To conceal her identity, she copied it again in her own handwriting. I said, I got a piece of evidence of guilt. But it's not the original, and the content is relatively concise, so it's not decisive. Joyce could no longer hear anything else. The accumulated fatigue dissipated in the blink of an eye. Her hand left a shadow, and Edith felt the tablecloth tremble slightly. When the wind died down, the handwritten sheets were already in Joyce's hands. Joyce's brow furrowed at first, but her eyes grew brighter as she quickly flipped through the entire document. She forced herself to shake off the urge to read it again, and looked at Edith. Where did you get this information? She didn't question its authenticity. Based on her understanding of Campbell and Duke Eddie's speaking habits, she knew it was likely genuine. My source, confidential for now. Edith wasn't afraid Joyce would guess Ivan's existence. His acting skills were exceptional. Even his mother and siblings, who lived with him day and night, hadn't noticed anything unusual about him, let alone outsiders. Joyce was silent. After a long pause, she slowly exhaled. You're even more capable than I thought. It happened so quickly. They had only just discussed the basics the day before, and before she had time to refine her plan, Edith had already laid out some of the information in front of her. If only those idiots under her could be this efficient. Joyce closed her eyes, suppressing the chaotic thoughts in her mind. She sat up straight and said, I need the original. If possible, preferably one with more direct content. But this document is for internal communication, and no more than 4 people know about it. The writer is likely the Queen's recorder. Even if they get the original, They can still claim it's a forgery. Joyce pondered for a moment. It would be best if we could find an original contract with a signature and royal seal. That's hard to find. Edith didn't even need to add qualifiers, like perhaps or estimated, to directly determine the difficulty of the task. It's definitely heavily encrypted, and it might even have a self-destruct mechanism, incinerating the moment someone doesn't touch it. Of course, otherwise why would I need you? Joyce leaned back matter-of-factly, resting her weight on the back legs of her chair, crossing her legs and resting them on the table. I need someone who can reasonably enter the palace, and who possesses multiple abilities. Not only spells and arrays, but this person must also be proficient in swordsmanship, capable of defending themselves in rooms with restricted magic power, and capable of resisting numerous monsters. Ideally, they be familiar with the weaknesses of various monsters. Finally, they need to be proficient in potions to avoid inhaling various mists and hallucinations. You're perfect. Edith, you're even more perfect than I could have imagined. At this point, she suddenly pulled her legs back and tilted her head to look at Edith. To be honest, I was skeptical of you. What a perfect match. Just as she was desperately searching for a suitable partner, Edith suddenly appeared. Besides meeting all the above requirements, she was also a commoner, without inherent political affiliations, making it easier to exchange benefits. It looked like a trap. My original plan was to wait 2 more years, using those 2 years to train Amy, hoping he reached the top of the class by his junior year. We're natural allies. As the heir apparent, he have no choice but to listen to me, unfazed by betrayal. But the downside is, precisely because we share the same last name, Walker, Campbell's vigilance will be at its highest. Amy's face suddenly flashed through her mind, and she pressed her forehead with a gritted teeth. Of course, Amy's reliability is questionable. But you're different. While our relationship might seem familiar to outsiders, Campbell wouldn't doubt it. She's a very proud person. Joyce lowered her head and smiled. She praise you, but she never consider you qualified to judge her. This pride will help us avoid many problems. Edith listened quietly. She could sense Joyce's mood improving. I see. To avoid appearing strange, Joyce disguised herself as a lecturer, observing the situation from the shadows. She only emerged after being startled by Edith's transformation circle. Joyce's relationship with the Queen was even worse than expected. Of course. Even in the evening, in the reading room of Bo Eunice College, Amy listened to Edith's sentiments and felt a surge of bitterness. Many people say the Walker family dislikes any of the prince's branches because they hate the Queen, but in reality, they only hate my aunt. Amy slumped back in her chair, looking at first glance like Joyce. When my great-grandfather, my aunt's grandfather, was head of the family, the Walkers were considered the Campbells' most loyal servants. My aunt only began to oppose the Queen after she inherited the title. No one knew why she did this. Joyce was stubborn, defying the Queen several times at the palace, and even enacting rules within the association that were completely different from the Queen's laws. But the strangest thing was that, although the Queen disliked her, she silently tolerated her anger and never imposed severe punishment. However, many of the elders in the family still protested, and at the height of the situation, they even rushed to the palace, begging the Queen to use her power to remove Joyce's title. But my aunt later gave everyone a beating. I think she beat those who refused to obey a dozen times. Gradually, no one resisted. This was a very Joycean approach. Edith said silently in her heart, and looked around. She could tell from the expressions of others that they had the same idea. She hadn't shared her plan with everyone. After all, it involved the Queen and theft, and she didn't think the first-year students could provide much help. If anything went wrong, it could even lead to death. So, today's gathering focused on her exploration of the palace after the fire festival. The story was brief, and Edith didn't take a sip of water until it was over. She had thought everyone would naturally start discussing it once she stopped, but the silence of everyone's gazes slowly forced her hand back. What's wrong? Amy seemed to want to speak, but, distracted by the gazes of the others, she obediently shut her mouth. Finally, Hedda spoke first. You're going alone? And your destination is still the palace? Edith hummed. Hedda, that's too dangerous. Tattle's lips curled into a straight line, looking very serious. At least 1 or 2 people should accompany you. If you're worried about extended family members being unable to leave during Fire Christmas, you can find friends who are more convenient. He practically had the words, "Why didn't you come to me?" written all over his face. The rest of the group also expressed confusion and concern. Edith was momentarily overwhelmed by the sheer amount of concern. Why not ask for help from others? First, she was confident in herself, but skeptical of help from others. Second, it was just habit. When she was in the apothecary guild, she only took Shelley with her when she went out to prepare materials, and when she was researching ruins, allowing him to provide some magical assistance and protection. The rest of the time, she was more accustomed to researching and handling things on her own. But they already knew part of Duke Eddie's truth, and they hated the way these people used soul swapping to change the fate of others, so much so that they wanted to participate personally. So, should I tell them part of the plan? Edith closed her eyes and pondered for a moment. Tuttle was still waiting for Edith's response. He quickly regretted what he had said. He was indeed worried about Edith's secrecy, but his panic had made his words sound like accusations. He was a little agitated, his head lowered, when he suddenly heard Edith's voice. Joyce discussed a collaboration with me the day before yesterday. It involves the royal family, and has a lot to do with Duke Eddie. Are you interested? Tuttle, He couldn't help but shake his head. Who's talking about this collaboration? And who's involved? Chapter 181. Who? Amy scratched her ear, her usual casual expression replaced by shock. Who? She was no less shocked than anyone else present. As the heir to the Walker family, Joyce Walker's nephew, and the person she interacted with most besides her work, his impression of Joyce was deeply ingrained. She can actually communicate normally? Amy's body shuddered, her mind swirling as she recalled something. I thought she wouldn't say anything more than hums, ha, and tsks during normal conversations, outside of sarcasm. What kind of shadow did Joyce leave on you? This thought flashed through everyone's minds simultaneously. They were understandably intimidated and awed by Joyce's status as president of the society, but as a member of the same family, Amy shouldn't have been like this. It's fair to say that Joyce's image in the past was indeed serious, and because all the children in her family were like that, Campbell wouldn't easily suspect she would seek cooperation. Edith pondered. People on both sides of the table engaged in a flurry of conversation, but nothing substantial was said, only words like Joyce, the Queen, and cooperation being uttered with fondness. Cooperation meant that President Walker viewed Edith as essentially an equal, recognizing her abilities. No, since the Queen was involved, it must be more than just recognition of her abilities. Something else must have been at play. What was it? Ability to keep secrets? Or something else entirely? Tuttle said nothing, seeming somewhat out of place amidst the lively discussion, prompting Belle to glance twice. Besides Amy, she and Tuttle were the only ones familiar with the association. But Green had been exiled to Oliver City for so long, and all he could tell her was the basics. Tuttle was undoubtedly the one who could most clearly sense the underlying reasoning. Edith also withdrew her gaze from Tuttle. Joyce must have known something was wrong with her. This cooperation was clearly unequal. There was no reason for someone as cautious as her to suddenly share a plan that could be considered confidential. She must have doubted the identity of Edith. Edith closed her eyes. This was inevitable. Although she had been careful, there were still many flaws. She was close to Shelley, skilled in potions, and during the competition, she had shown a familiarity with the magic circle created by researcher Gary. Finally, her swordsmanship was clearly influenced by Mary. Everything connected. As the president, who had dealt with Edith Gary face to face, her perceptiveness was far superior to others. But she couldn't be sure yet. She had seen Gary's body with her own eyes, and had vague suspicions about the soul, but she lacked crucial evidence, so she was just testing the waters. But she couldn't tell her friends this, which made the whole thing even more bizarre to them. So what kind of collaboration is this? Tuttle's mind flashed back to the memories his parents had shared of Joyce, and he was still shocked. Are we able to help? Edith briefly stated her request. And knew about the soul all along? Amy covered her mouth. Don't look at me. I didn't tell her. You didn't know. Edith found it amusing. She didn't know, she just had a guess. But in the future, she learned the truth, and that you knew all along but kept it a secret. Edith paused mid-sentence, and Belle was the first to burst into laughter, brightening the mood in the reading room. After the laughter, everyone finally regained their composure, and began to consider their own roles in the plan. There's no rush for that, Edith soothed. At least wait until I actually win the match. Everyone was silent. Hedda rubbed her head. Since President Walker said she'd calibrate the fairness of the match, that should be guaranteed. If fairness is guaranteed, winning should be easy, right? She had complete trust in Edith. It's hard to say. Belle was more direct. I'm not trying to embolden Zebulon. I mean, he's the Queen's child after all. There are traces of Langman's ancient spells. Things in the Queen's library won't be circulated outside. Alex's magic circle is flawed, but a royal tutor would never cast a circle without knowing its effects. His wand is also made of the finest materials. While the spell's power has nothing to do with the wand, in high-level competitions where victory depends on details, a wand that can better concentrate and control magic power more precisely will definitely have an advantage. And, finally, the important thing is research. Tuttle continued, the royal tutor will definitely record every second of your match footage, analyzing your attacking habits and patterns. Those ruthless people can even interpret your facial expressions, like raising your eyebrows means attacking, frowning means retreating. The benefits of having money and power. Edith couldn't help but sigh. Sorry, I didn't scold you. Indeed, with this level of support, the naturally talented Zebulon has essentially secured the championship. Judging by the odds for the final between the two, most people agree. Because she was unique and a hot topic, many people, seeking to muddy the waters, predicted she would be the ultimate winner. However, when it came to money and real interests, the balance shifted. Should I bet on myself? She leaned back, pondering for a moment. She felt she wasn't short of money for the time being. She cast her gaze towards Mullen, who was at the end of the table. The girl wasn't participating in the conversation, quietly enjoying her snacks, and discussing a book with Belle beside her. She shuddered at the sight. What's wrong? She looked uneasy. Have some spare cash? Edith smiled warmly. I help you earn back your 5 years of college tuition. Practice range. The finals were still a week away, but as usual, Bo Eunice Academy would prepare a warm-up ceremony in advance. Edith had only watched matches and never participated in such superficial ceremonies. She assumed it would just be two people making speeches, expressing their enthusiasm for the game and their friendship for their opponents, with the principal concluding the speech, leaving everyone happy. Unexpectedly, this ceremony was far grander than Hedda's succession to the title. For half a day, all classes were suspended. Except for the fifth-year students, who were away and didn't need to return, the remaining students sat in the stands, sitting upright and silent. And there was only one reason for the silence of this group of young people, who were at their most boisterous age. Edith sat beside Zebulon and silently glanced toward the center stand. Dolores Campbell, the current ruler of the kingdom. The biennial tournament selects the most outstanding students, who will become important pillars of the kingdom. For this reason alone, Her Majesty must attend, demonstrating her commitment to education and the future of the kingdom. The last champion was Ursula. Barring any unforeseen circumstances, this year's champion should be Zebulon. 2 years from now, Ivan will also be in the 3rd grade. Edith suddenly sensed something was amiss. The queen gave birth to 3 children too close together. The queen is also an extremely powerful mage. Short intervals between births won't harm her health, but they're unnecessary. Furthermore, for the future of the kingdom, she liked to ensure a certain age difference between her heirs to accommodate her uncertain lifespan. With each of the 3 children separated by 2 years, if Ivan follows in the footsteps of Ursula and Zebulon, he'd likely win the championship, allowing the royal family to hold the title for 3 consecutive years. What's the purpose? To enhance the royal family's prestige? Does the royal family need to improve its prestige? A series of questions flashed through Edith's mind, making her expression a bit serious. Beside her, Zebulon, sitting stiffly upright, shifted his gaze slightly. Seeing Edith's similar nervousness, he relaxed a bit. But his gaze shifted only for a moment before quickly retracting. He didn't feel relieved just because his mother was sitting in the center stand. On the contrary, she felt more nervous and suffocated than anyone else. Lately, he barely even attended classes, spending most of his time in the library, and with his tutor, studying Edith over and over again. His spirit was nearly at its limit. To escape the suffocating feeling of drowning, he canceled 2 family dinners to prepare for the league. His mother hadn't said anything, but she had quietly stood in his path as he left today, smiling and patting his shoulder despite his frozen state of shock. Just do your best. Her voice was like a lullaby, as gentle as the ones he heard as a child. Who? Zebulon suddenly began to breathe heavily, drawing Edith's attention. His mouth wasn't wide open, but the sound was clear, drowned out by the queen's speech in the background, leaving only Edith to hear. Is he afraid of the competition? Edith hadn't expected such a strong reaction. At the results announcement a month and a half ago, he had a resolute gaze, telling her, I win, word for word. What had provoked him? She frowned, her thoughts turning as the queen's gentle voice continued to fill her ears. Edith raised an eyebrow. Is it because of the queen? Zebulon was frightened by his mother's voice. The answer sounded absurd, but the more Edith thought about it, the more plausible it seemed. She hesitated for a moment, afraid she'd lose her opponent before the actual competition, so she gently raised her hand. Zebulon suddenly felt the voice in her ear vanish in an instant. He seemed to finally emerge from the depths of the ocean, taking 2 deep breaths. His heart, threatening to beat out of his chest, finally settled. It was then that he realized he hadn't been in the right state. Normally, fear of his mother wouldn't reach this level. He must have been overly stressed recently, leading to an overreaction. Luckily he stopped it in time, identified the problem, and at least he could manage it himself. Zebulon tilted his head slightly. As a gifted person, he could clearly sense the direction of the magic power. It was Edith. She had noticed something was wrong with him, but instead of letting him go and trying to increase her chances in the competition, she reached out and helped him. In his sight, Edith remained motionless, seemingly oblivious to his gaze. "Thank you," he finally spoke, risking the risk of being overheard. Edith didn't turn back, but with a flick of her finger, she removed the spell from Zebulon's ear. Now, let our 2 finalists speak in turn. Chapter 182. Zebulon, as the older one, was the first to be called. He stood up, his heart once again filled with gratitude. Luckily, Edith intervened in time to interrupt his fear. He couldn't imagine what kind of rude behavior he might have done if he had remained in panic after his mother called out his name, and if he had been provoked again. Edith remained silent, but nodded slightly before he left. Zebulon's voice echoed in his ears, steady and powerful, like a true air. Edith remained motionless, but her thoughts wandered further. While comforting Zebulon, she suddenly came to her senses and realized something was wrong. When had her mind truly become like that of a teenager? This change seemed to have been gradual. When she interacted with Hedda and the others, she had only occasionally thought some of their words were a little childish, until just now, when she was helping them out of their troubles, she suddenly felt like a teacher again. Edith half closed her eyes. What does this mean? After soul swapping, can the other person's physical condition affect the person to a certain extent? Because Edith Griffin is a 16-year-old, her mind is also somewhat suppressed, leaning towards the 16-year-old side. What about Hope Eddy? She's only swapped once, and after experiencing so many lives, what kind of mental image does he have of himself? She tapped her knuckles unconsciously on her leg. For someone who frequently swaps souls, is a weak sense of self a good thing or a bad thing? Edith? The teacher beside her gently urged, "Your turn." Edith then realized Zebulon had finished speaking. She cast aside her thoughts, stepped onto the stage, and, under the expectant gazes of the crowd, delivered a speech that was guaranteed to be flawless. What a joke. The queen was still sitting nearby. She wasn't so arrogant as to make such a threatening statement at this moment. After the lengthy preliminary preparations, Edith had just settled back into her chair when she heard the beginning of the part she'd been most eagerly awaiting. His Majesty Campbell would personally announce the prizes for the league's champion. The prizes were supposed to have been decided from the outset. In addition to medals for the top 3, the Academy would also award substantial rewards, such as powerful weapons or control potions difficult to purchase outside. The royal family would also provide a separate, symbolic award, such as a badge, a ribbon, and a small amount of money. But something went wrong this year. The Academy only hastily announced the prizes right before the finals, with the details to be revealed at the ceremony. Edith had a vague suspicion. The Academy had hosted 100 competitions before. There was no way there could be a mistake here. Was it because the royal family was holding back on deciding the prizes? In the center of the auditorium, Campbell smiled as he returned to his speaking position and read out the college's prizes according to the list. A custom medal, a letter of recommendation, a chance to be selected as an assistant, 5 readings in the internal library. India's sighs gradually rose from the audience, but Edith and Zebulon remained silent. For students capable of reaching the finals, these items were either already in their possession or on the verge of becoming so, and were merely bonuses. A replica of a book from the college's internal library. After discussing the gifts, the Queen finally revealed the actual prize the college had prepared. But a contract must be signed, prohibiting the direct display of this book to outsiders. In other words, even without reading directly, information can be conveyed to others through retelling, writing notes, and other methods. Edith's spirits brightened. This prize was much more interesting than the weapon and potion scrolls of previous years. I can find a thicker book with content that's difficult to memorize. She immediately began to think about what she would choose after receiving the prize. A moment's distraction brought her to a realization that Zebulon beside her was also lost in thought. Hey, this guy thinks he can win the championship too? Audience. The bonus just now was enough to excite everyone. Although assistant experience and letters of recommendation could secure a position in the association, for aristocrats, who could be supported by their families for life without working, the library, legendary and adventure novels, was still more appealing. On a campus of several thousand people, fewer than 100 could access the inner library to read, and most only had access for an hour, wasting half that time just flipping through the covers. But before they could finish their sighs, the words book replica struck them like a boulder. My goddess? Hedda's throat hissed. This is simply. If there were no restrictions, wouldn't I be able to obtain a truly remarkable book? It's a pity it's only for personal use. Personal use is also remarkable. Tuttle's eyes burned with the same intensity. Notes, paraphrasing. There are so many ways to write down the content. How could the Academy be so generous this year? The crowd around them was so amazed that few noticed the Queen had already turned to the next page of the list. Next, the royal gift. A special medal presented by me personally, a visit to the palace, and the opportunity to share afternoon tea with me. At this point, Campbell's tone was light, a rare joke. If you don't want to interact with an old fellow like me, you can choose to enjoy it alone. Laughter erupted from the stands, but Edith knew it was a magical sound of cheering. The unimportant prizes were listed one by one, and finally, when the list reached the last item, Campbell's voice paused subtly. Finally, the champion will receive a separate autographed piece of paper. Queen Campbell paused for a few seconds, her gaze suddenly turning. The two sat close together, but Edith knew she was looking at Zebulon. A blank sheet of paper with my signature on the end. You can fill it with anything. Money, goods, even a law change. Her voice gradually softened, and she smiled. Of course, a magic circle has been engraved on the paper. If it determines that your words are malicious or inconsistent with actual laws. For example, if the amount of money you demand exceeds the maximum I can provide, if you demand the killing of an innocent person, or if your words contain fabrications, the writing will be automatically erased. However, if you actually write down laws or anything else that would change the kingdom, I need to do a final check. Edith's breath hitched. At the same time, Zebulon beside her also held his breath. The entire practice field fell silent. What a reward! While it wasn't a physical object and required you to fill in the contents yourself, it didn't sound as appealing as the replicas from the inner library, but for those truly interested in participating in politics, having this item in hand could guarantee an advantage in any confrontation. This tiny advantage could mean the difference between life and death. No, that's not right. The Queen definitely didn't throw this gift out on a whim. She has a hidden agenda. It can't have anything to do with me, it's to find an opportunity to give it to Zebulon. TSK, does the Queen trust him enough to think he'd definitely take first place? Also, the promotion tournament is a team competition, and test scores have little to do with family background. She must think the previous events were all flukes. That's not the thing to dwell on right now. Edith shook her head, a sharp movement, but everyone around her was so caught up in the shock of hearing about the prize that no one looked at her. Edith pinched herself to calm herself. Why would Campbell give such a gift to Zebulon? Zebulon is unlikely to use it personally. This signature must ultimately represent the shared interests of the prince faction behind him. Is the Queen deliberately trying to sway Zebulon? Does she prefer Zebulon as the heir? Impossible. Her preference for Ursula is obvious. She's already heavily involved in royal affairs in her 5th year. It's all about balance. Edith's hand relaxed slightly. She leaned back, her knees slightly bent, less tense than before. Because of her, Zebulon had done two things that damaged the royal family's reputation, giving the princess's faction the upper hand. Campbell feared that the succession would be set, and that the family supporting the princess would gain too much status, so he wanted to lift Zebulon, who was at the bottom of the valley, up. Being a ruler of a kingdom is truly difficult. Maintaining a balance takes painstaking effort. Edith shook her head. The Queen finished her closing remarks, and naturally walked away. The host, standing nearby, was still a little stunned, paused for several seconds before resuming the conversation. The ceremony continued, but what followed had little to do with the two contestants. Edith tilted her head slightly. Zebulon remained lost in thought, seemingly moved. However, after this experience, his fighting spirit would likely be boosted considerably. Furthermore, he felt his mother still had expectations of him, and the pressure would be, well, perhaps even higher. I just wondered if Joyce would still uphold her promise of fairness after learning about the prize. She could already imagine just how crazy the Prince party would be, and how much they might manipulate the competition and beyond. She couldn't rely solely on Joyce. She had to be more careful herself. After the pre-match ceremony, she had to admit that the ceremony wasn't entirely ineffective. At least for now, the entire academy was filled with a frenzy. Every time Edith walked, she attracted countless stares. Fortunately, she was able to control her facial expressions, but she had to walk faster to minimize her exposure to the public. I suddenly feel like your victory isn't such a good thing. After once again watching Edith expressionlessly pick out the strange black object from the food, Hedda gritted her teeth and tried to question someone, but was once again stopped. I don't think it would be easy to eat something this big. Edith smiled. The pranks lately haven't been very fatal. They're probably trying to lull me into a trance and cover up their real purpose later. So for now, there's no need to worry. I buy you a new one. Tuttle frowned and sighed. Don't touch your food for now. We take turns helping you. Okay. Edith didn't refuse. It's okay. We won't use the same tricks again. I don't think it's a good idea either. Belle sat down, huddled with Mullen, and looked down at the black, unidentified object. Once you get the signature paper, it's best to use it right away. Come up with any excuse. Even if you exchange it all for cash, it won't make you a target. I understand. Edith nodded obediently. Of course she wouldn't use it right away. But that's not the time to talk about that. Edith closed her eyes. The finals are coming soon. I wonder what kind of performance Zebulon will show. Chapter 183. Although time was running out, Edith, thinking of amassing some countermeasures, registered with the librarian and entered the inner library. Zebulon hadn't been to school for 2 weeks, so her teacher had tacitly tolerated her absence. Preparing to spend the entire day in the library, she selected a few books and found a seat by the window. The inner library was much safer than the outer library. At least the prince's men couldn't get in. But boosting her knowledge and avoiding pursuit weren't her primary goals today. Edith planned to spend the day selecting the prizes she would receive if she won. The library was overloaded with books, so she could only glance over the covers of the thicker ones. I don't want any history books. They're of no use to me right now. The association's internal library has more books on spells and magic circles. I might return to the association someday, so there's no need to rush. A rich collection of monster illustrations? Back when she was still studying potions, she definitely wouldn't have been able to resist, but not now. Damn it, I still want it. She forced her eyes away from the 2-fist-thick complete guide to monsters and reached out to pull out a similarly thick hardcover book from the next shelf. This feels wrong. The unusual touch made Edith look away. The book in her hand had no publication or author name, not even a title. She weighed it. It was heavier than the complete guide to monsters, which was similar in thickness. She flipped a page at random, and the falling powder made her pause slightly. The paper of officially published books is treated to prevent decay, so it won't break even after hundreds of years. Whose original notebook is this? Edith narrowed her eyes, silently staring at the chaotic signature on the cover, but ultimately couldn't determine the signer's identity. A quick glance inside revealed mostly jumbled images and fragmented sentences, the kind you throw on a table and pass by as scraps without a second thought. But since it was here, it must have its merits. And she preferred the original to those perfectly bound books. Published books are often edited out by self-righteous editors, but as Louisa's autobiography shows, many answers lie within those unimportant parts. Edith sat back down and started over, flipping through nearly 10 pages before finally, from the contents, she could barely guess the name of the notebook's owner. Kim Bailey Fergus. Professor Fergus's ancestor, the brilliant pharmacist of 200 years ago, the researcher who developed the theory of material properties, and made pharmacy a truly viable research discipline. Before she discovered the theory of material elements, the entire pharmacy guild was following her method in potion research. Did Kimberly still leave behind any notes? Edith was very familiar with this name, often compared to herself. She disliked the practice of praising one over the other, especially since the other's research wasn't flawed, it simply seemed outdated for the current era. This person could truly be considered her spiritual guide on the path of potion research. Kimberly's notes, even if not meticulously protected as artifacts, should have been kept in the pharmacy guild's internal library. How could they be here? A sudden thought struck her. She walked to the door, pushed it open a crack, and leaned halfway outside. Hearing the door creak, the librarian instinctively looked up and murmured, "Are you leaving or not?" "I just came in." Edith chuckled, adopting a student-like demeanor, and lowered her head. "Teacher, could you please help me look up some book information?" "No." The librarian, without a second thought, snapped the book shut. "Go back. If you open the door again, your chance will be forfeited. The rule that internal library materials cannot be accessed is written down. The Academy generously gave each of the 4th to 10th place exams an hour because it calculated that it would take a long time for everyone to find the books they wanted. If you can find the right book on your first visit, and then read it multiple times on your own, that's your well-deserved reward. The Academy never intended to grant such a valuable reward to students who occasionally made it into the top 10 by sheer luck. The top 3 students spent significantly more time reading than the rest, and the top student was even more of a leap ahead of the second and third. So, in the eyes of the academy, only the top student in each grade deserved to be in the library. Edith realized her mind had briefly wandered, quickly snapping back to her original position. She continued smiling to the librarian, "I'm not looking for books, I just want information on this one. It doesn't have an author's name." Edith pushed the door open a little further, now resting half her weight on the doorknob to maintain her balance. After finding her balance, she freed one hand and pulled out the thick black book, shaking it. What? That shouldn't be the case. The librarian's attention was instantly drawn. Asking the author was a normal request. He first warned Edith to quickly take the book back inside, then muttered something as he fumbled for his wand. A withered branch appeared in his palm. The librarian closed his eyes and chanted an obscure spell. A phantom thick book suddenly appeared in midair. Number 56,671. Edith read the number taped to the corner of the black leather book. The librarian moved his fingers, and the thick book flipped rapidly like a blooming flower, stopping suddenly at a page. Golden handwriting shone on one line of the page. "Ah, this is a relic book." The librarian suddenly realized. A childless collector of ancient books donated his entire collection to us after his death. Many are unsigned originals. Aside from those with obvious value, the rest have been sorted into different libraries according to chronological order. The book 56671 you hold was determined to be 200 years old, so it's been placed in the inner library as a relic. The only entry here is ancient notes. He lowered his wand, and the illusory volume dissipated like foam. He turned to Edith kindly. "It's impossible to determine its value. It's probably just some rough drafts. I suggest you don't waste your time on it." Edith thanked him profusely, and returned to the inner library. Only when the door closed again did she finally let out a sigh of relief, her thoughts becoming clearer. The academy didn't realize this book belonged to Kimberly. It sounded a bit random, but Edith felt it was likely. The owner, a collector, had too much cluttered possessions, and the examiner wouldn't have examined it too closely. As a heavily guarded inner library, there wasn't even a staff member to organize the books or clean the place on weekdays. Everything inside was run by pre-designed magic arrays, self-cleaning, returning every book to its original place late at night, ensuring nothing was taken out of the library, and so on. In other words, after the initial registration, most books were left free range. Of those allowed into the library to browse, teachers with specific purposes wouldn't pay attention to other books, while students pressed for time tended to choose lightweight books that could be read in a few sittings. If I weren't familiar with potions. Edith let out a slow breath and returned her gaze to the hardcover notebook. Kim Bailey was a research enthusiast, so unlike Louisa, she didn't write down all her random thoughts, which made deciphering the author's work extremely difficult. The notebook was mostly filled with chaotic, disorganized drafts, the only technical terms being common ones like magic and waves. It looked like the notes of a beginner. But Edith knew that before Kimberly developed the theory of material properties, when pharmacy wasn't yet a complete discipline, knowledge related to pharmacy was often referred to using these inaccurate terms. It's simply the perfect book for reproduction. Edith looked away, easing the pain in her eyes from the densely packed handwriting. The information density is low, so it'd take a long time to read through it, but it could be extremely valuable. I could easily browse through it. She didn't believe this ancient master of pharmacy wouldn't have left some useful formulas in the notebook. "You're the one." Edith was in high spirits. "Then there's only one thing to do now. Win the match." A week later, at the Bo Eunice Academy practice grounds. Thanks to the Wizards' protection, the weather on the day of the finals was clear, with no rain and no intense sunlight to obscure vision. Edith glanced up at the sky. There wasn't even a cloud in sight. To cast natural spells like rain, snow, and lightning, she had to create them herself. On the field, the natural grass, which had previously served as a buffer, shimmered with faint magical fluctuations. Edith poked her head out of the lounge and felt it for a moment, but detected no additional vitality. The grass couldn't be used either. Is this what you call fair? Edith had only briefly exposed herself when enthusiastic cheers erupted from the stands, each rising in volume. Frightened, she quickly retreated to the lounge before the newspaper staff arrived. She listened intently, sensing the clamor outside, which seemed to be lingering. She shook her head and glanced at Joyce, who was disguised behind her. "This kind of superficial fairness doesn't require my intervention." Joyce shook his head. "Overt injustice will lead to popular rebellion. The royal family can do a more polished job than anyone else. What you really need to be wary of is what's happening in the dark." She had her hair tied up and tucked completely into her peaked hat, leaving no strands hanging out. She wore a classical robe, devoid of buckles or strings, secured by a belt at the waist. A patched cloth bag hung from the side, loose and unstructured. It was a mage's outfit popular 100 years ago. It was unclear where she had borrowed it from. Her face was hidden in the shadow cast by the brim of her hat. She wore blue glasses, obscuring her eye color. Combined with her already sharp features, she looked like a male mage out of touch with the times. She was Edith's official tutor today. This identity was so different from her true self that it was difficult to detect. Edith sat back on the sofa, appearing completely relaxed. Seeing Joyce on hand, personally assuring her that he would monitor the match's fairness, she felt relieved and decided to focus on the competition. Then I leave the off-field stuff to you. Joyce chuckled softly. I hope you won't let me down. Edith said nothing, but Joyce could see her confidence in her relaxed posture. She raised an eyebrow, and was about to make a teasing remark when she heard a polite knock on the door. Who? Me. The person outside paused, as if realizing the voice was unfamiliar, and added, Shelley Scott. Chapter 184. Shirley Scott? Joyce's eyebrows remained raised as he rolled his eyes at Edith and whistled. You seem to have a good relationship with your teacher. Edith, Having guessed Joyce's suspicions about her identity, hearing him say this inevitably felt a bit strange. As she stood up, Joyce quickly walked to the door, opened it, and met her gaze. Shirley narrowed his eyes. Who are you? He looked at the stranger, who was about his own height, and slowly reached his hand to his waist, his fingertips touching the wand. I haven't seen you in the academy before. Joyce spoke in a masculine voice. Do you know every teacher in the academy? Shirley said calmly. Joyce, then you're quite impressive. Ignoring the suspicious gaze, she shifted her body, revealing Edith, who sat quietly on the sofa. Shelley's attention quickly shifted, and he strode over to the sofa, half crouching. Is that all right? He mouthed. From the moment he heard about the Queen's Award, Shelley had begun working to become Edith's accompanying teacher for her final performance. It shouldn't have been difficult, as accompanying teachers were open to application, but his application was flatly rejected by the Academy. We need teachers with whom the contestants are too close to be removed. The leader looked kind, but his smile was barely visible. Don't worry, Zebulon Campbell's accompanying teacher is also unfamiliar to him. Fair enough. The more someone emphasizes something, the less important it becomes. Shelley's face remained expressionless, while Joyce, leaning against the doorway, looked intrigued. Compared to the relaxed Edith, Shelley looked even more tense, as if he was about to take the stage. Isn't this a bit beyond the relationship between teacher and student? Yes, or perhaps student and teacher. It's okay. Edith shook her head, and to avoid potential surveillance, she mouthed the words Joyce. She hadn't expected him to have the chance to sneak into the venue, and she hadn't had time to tell Shelley about it. Shelley stared intently at Edith's lips. Turning back, a nearby black-robed man removed his hat with one hand. His face shifted in the flickering lights, and he gracefully bowed. Joyce? Shelley's hand dropped from his wand, his expression softening slightly. I understand. He had only been granted temporary entry, and after a few quick words, he was about to leave. Joyce witnessed his restrained yet concerned instructions throughout, her expression growing more intense. Only after the door closed again did she speak. Your relationship is better than I thought. She was both familiar with Shelley Scott and unfamiliar with him. She was familiar with him because he was the association's first true civilian researcher. Researcher Gary's family was in the business world, and they had some savings. Besides that, all she knew about him came from her interactions with him after Edith Gary's death, when she was handling the Pharmacy Association's destruction by Shelley. With that limited contact, she had no idea he could actually speak properly. He had seemed like a completely different person when he was talking to Edith just now. Edith opened her mouth. Dear President Walker, your nephew actually has the same opinion of you. She grumbled inwardly, keeping it to herself, and simply smiled. Professor Scott is a good teacher. Joyce tooted. She stopped talking, glanced down at the time, and said to Edith, Get ready. The match begins now. Edith didn't carry her sword this time. The sword's speed wasn't enough for the intense spell duel, and the weight would actually slow her movement. She picked up her wand and pushed open the door to the lounge. Joyce followed closely behind her, her eyes quietly scanning the entire venue through her lens. The Queen had already taken her seat in the center stand, and 5 seats to her side, another Joyce Walker sat. She had just stood up from the passionate introductions at the podium and waved to everyone around her. Between her and the Queen sat the court wizard who protected the royal family. Campbell simply glanced at her, confirming that the wand hanging at her waist was the one she usually used, and then, satisfied, retracted it. Neither of them felt the desire to communicate. I heard Joyce quite admires Edith Griffin, and seems to be considering recruiting her into the guild. Which is a shame. With that girl's ability to reach the league finals in her first year, if Joyce hadn't been keeping an eye on her, she had been tempted to reserve a spot for her as court mage. Surrounding the Queen, Joyce, the headmaster, and the others were a dense crowd of nobles. Tickets for the league are already scarce. Aside from the top tier, everyone else needs to secure them through their own channels, but there's always a chance if you want one. It wasn't until Ursula's participation in the last competition that the number of applicants skyrocketed, and the academy faced a shortage of spots for the first time. Last year, they expanded the practice field in preparation for this year's Zebulon competition. Edith pushed open the door and looked out at the sparse number of newspaper reporters, not particularly surprised. There were too many newspapers, and to manage time, each could only interview one side. Furthermore, the only major newspapers allowed into the finals were large ones. Whether due to their backing or to highlight their status, interviewing Zebulon was the preferred option. She looked from a distance, and saw a calm Zebulon standing in the middle of the crowd, his body relaxed, answering the questions earnestly. The people around him also maintained their composure, their heads held high, and their chests puffed out, forming a line with a meter between them. She turned her gaze to the newspaper member in front of her, their eyes aglow, and fell silent for a moment. It was easy to understand. Those who stayed with her were either underqualified and had to compensate by writing more, or simply eager to dig up explosive news. In either case, the newspaper members would appear frantic. Behind her, Joyce took a step back. Miss Griffin. The first newspaper employee stepped forward. Hello, I'm Kits Keith from the Green Crystal newspaper. As everyone else was eager to move, no one stopped him. Apparently, this person was the largest of the newspapers. His last name was Keith. I wonder if he was related to Dean Keith. Edith's mind raced as she began, hello. The man adjusted his glasses, seemingly pleased with Edith's respectful attitude. He nodded slightly. Anything you want to say about today's game? Edith's face twitched subconsciously. What kind of question was that? She could sense the arrogance and dissatisfaction emanating from the man. Was he trying to interview someone next door, but failing? Edith shook her head, unwilling to argue, and said no. Next. The man was stunned, seemingly surprised by Edith's abrupt decision to switch players, and his expression changed. The woman behind him was instantly delighted. Without giving him time to hesitate, she scurried forward and began the interview. Edith answered all the questions smoothly. Zebron Campbell? He's a worthy opponent. I'm good at spells, but I prefer potions. I probably choose the pharmacy school. I know your background. Both parents are orphaned, so you're not a bastard. Your arrival in the capital is purely coincidental. I did witness the birth of the new Duke of Turner, but that has nothing to do with the competition. I won't answer any more questions about it. The newspaper member still held the position in front of Edith, shielding him from Kits's angry gaze. She didn't get upset at being rejected, and quickly changed the subject. Okay, Miss Griffin, one last question. Do you think you can win this? Answering no would seem cowardly, and saying yes would be embarrassing if she lost. Winning. No one thought Edith would win. In short, neither answer was appropriate. The newspaper staff also felt the question was a bit bullying, but for the sake of breaking news. Of course I will win. Edith spoke decisively without hesitation. Huh? Everyone present was momentarily stunned. Edith spoke with such naturalness, without the arrogance of a conceited person or the weak whispers of a weak voice. Her tone was calm, as if she were explaining how many pieces of bread she had eaten that morning, as if she were stating an established fact. After a lull, the newspaper staff quickly erupted in excitement. Are you a little too conceited? That's Zebulon Campbell. Many mages die not from lack of strength, but from underestimating their enemies, she added, her defiance almost overflowing. Edith remained calm. It's not conceit, it's confidence. She glanced at the time, seeing it was almost time to go on stage, and added a final word. I've beaten Zebulon twice, and another won't be difficult. With that, a passionate horn blared across the practice field, and the bird perched on the spectator railing instantly flapped its wings, soaring skyward. The announcer's voice appeared, as if in addition to the original number 1, the real number 2 had been added. The two loudly announced that the match was about to begin. Edith ignored the stunned newspaper staff and walked towards the center, with Zebulon across from her. Behind her, a newspaper member rubbed his face blankly and looked back. Edith beat Zebulon twice? Another newspaper member shook his head frantically, indicating he knew nothing. I only remember once. Me too. The woman understood and spoke at the same time. Promotional tournament. The final exam before Christmas. The two voices fell in sync. The woman, Another newspaper member, Did Edith really beat Zebulon twice? The referee still tossed a coin, but since there was no clear sun in the sky, there was no clear advantage or disadvantage there. After selecting the venue, the two turned around and took their positions. Edith stroked her wand and looked up at Zebulon in front of her. He was staring straight at her. Now let's begin the pre-match discussion. Number 1 was noticeably more tense today than usual, his pronunciation accurate, his pauses deliberate, and his emotions minimal. Edith casually uttered a few simple words, I will win. Oh. So confident. If nothing else, you're full of energy. The stands, unusually quiet due to the Queen's presence, suddenly erupted in excitement. On either side of the practice field, Joyce adjusted her glasses. Intricate threads of magic instantly appeared before her. She followed one of them upward, finally locking onto the opposite side. There stood Zebulon's accompanying teacher. Chapter 185. In the center of the practice field. Zebulon paused slightly. Given his status, he never dared to speak too ostentatiously in front of a crowd. If caught, the next day, the princess's faction would exaggerate and pass on damaging accusations against him to his mother. No one had ever dared to speak so ostentatiously in front of him. The heavy pressure on him somehow eased a little. He listened to the clamor in the stands and, taking a moment to pause, whispered to Edith, I'm looking forward to it. His aura more than made up for his words. The Queen nodded slightly, looking very satisfied. She raised her eyes, gazed at the opposite stand, her eyelids twitching slightly. Gold. Although it wasn't overwhelming, its concentration in one area was enough to draw attention. She didn't speak, merely glanced and tapped her fingers lightly on her leg. The Academy chaperone beside her immediately understood and leaned over to explain quietly, it's a student-sponsored support event. The Academy isn't involved. The Queen averted her gaze. Gold? Royalty's eyes are indeed golden, but their representative color is clearly red. Yes, they took Edith Griffin's hair color. The man, seemingly trying to show off, kept adding details. The Academy doesn't prohibit this kind of behavior, so for now, we let them have their own fun. Haha, most of the participants are first years, and young kids just tend to come up with all sorts of strange ideas. His voice gradually faded. The Queen's expression seemed normal, but to be in this position, he must have been more perceptive than most. His Royal Highness Campbell was in a low mood. We will revise the relevant regulations immediately after the competition. He quickly changed the subject, his tone becoming serious. Don't worry, something like this won't happen again. The Queen hummed, saying nothing, returning her gaze to the competition venue. In the center of the practice field, the two stopped chatting, each preparing for the competition in silence. Number 1, on the commentary platform, was practically hoarse with words, filling the empty space with a stream of words. Edith hefted her wand, and suddenly felt a gaze that was hard to ignore. That gaze was like a knife, as if it wanted to slice her hand apart bit by bit. Edith frowned and looked in the direction she sensed. She saw only a group of newspaper staff huddled together, writing reports. No one was looking in her direction. The competition is about to begin. There was no time for her to delve deeper. As soon as her gaze swept over, Zebulon, sensing her movement, turned back to see number 1 on the commentary platform, already passionately counting down the seconds. 3, 2, 1. The referee blew the whistle. Shield. Zebulon threw up his gloves first. After extensive research with numerous tutors, it was confirmed that Edith favored a quick start during matches, allowing her to dominate the attack. You need to control the tempo of the match. The white-bearded teacher rested his hands on the table, his face downward, casting an oppressive shadow. Shield isn't about escaping, it's about interrupting. Interrupting her fast pace. But it would keep me stuck. Zebulon, unwilling to argue with the elderly man who even her mother had to address with respect, spoke calmly, she can use this time to attack me. She still has the initiative. So your shield only lasts 5 seconds. The old man snorted. 5 seconds is enough to block her first wave of attacks, and give her enough time to move in front of you. You need to remove the shield and attack now. As for the pain of forcibly interrupting the magic, that's what you must endure to deceive the opponent. Bang! Zebulon's attention quickly returned to the field. Sure enough, Edith's wand flicked lightly in the air, and a ball of flaming raven-shaped flames roared down in front of him. Struggling against the throbbing hum in his ears, Zebulon opened his eyes amidst the heat wave and watched Edith stretch her hands back and dash forward in a few flashes, so fast that she left an afterimage. 2, 1. The 5-second countdown ended, and Edith's figure was almost touching the transparent surface in front of him. Zebulon instantly cut off his magic power, his mind exploding like fireworks, making it impossible to see clearly. Now, he stretched out his hand, and dense ice spikes gathered in front of him, and he pushed his arm outward. At the same moment, a look of realization crossed Edith's face. Without warning, she raised her hand, unleashing a powerful gust of wind at close range. Wind magic is often used for long-range attacks without protection. The newly appointed number 2 was calmer than number 1, speaking rapidly and analyzing the match at every opportunity. Using it at close range won't weaken the attack, but the added force will push the caster backwards. Once they fall, they be vulnerable to their opponent's pursuit. Zebulon is injured. Number 1, dominated by emotion, cried out in fear. The wind at close range is far stronger than the ice spikes. The push and pull have injured Zebulon. Number 2 paused. He looked down. The shield in front of Zebulon had shattered at some point. He gripped his wand tightly in his right hand, his fingertips whitening, but he dared not let go. He could only use his knuckles to pry the icicles from his left arm. Heal. The small but deep wound healed quickly. And Edith, as he had said, swiftly retreated, driven by the wind. Her entire body hung suspended in midair, and relying on the wind's speed, she perfectly dodged all the incoming icicles. She landed steadily, halfway between her and Zebulon. The queen's eyelids drooped slightly. In the stands, the brief exchange had ignited the crowd's passion. Edith only needed to tilt her head to see the swaying golden curtain. She smiled silently. Though Zebulon had recovered quickly, the chaotic roar of the fire crows, and the pain of the forced interruption of his magic had caused his condition to decline rapidly. He gritted his teeth, opened his eyes, and with all his might blocked Edith's relentless attacks. The solid ground beneath his feet suddenly softened. Zebulon reacted quickly, leaping up on one foot. The ground sank like a whirlpool the moment he left the ground. The next second, a flash of green shot out from the center of the vortex. A vine as thick as a wrist broke through the earth and precisely bound his ankle. Edith lowered her hands, and the vine stretched downward, pulling it deeper into the ground. It takes a while to grow a vine strong enough to bind a person. Number 2 spoke quickly, so Edith chose to dig up the ground directly. A brilliant move, a double insurance. But the time was still too short. Zebulon didn't panic. In a flash of light, a neat fracture appeared a palm's width below his ankle. At the same time, he adjusted his stance, landing on the vine before it could retract, and pressed his wand against the broken end. Trace. Finally, he used the ancient spell. A powerful thread of magic stretched deep into the plant, twitching like a straw. Edith, sensing the magic within her body stirring to escape, immediately cut off the flow of magic to the vine and fell from the air. Her cloak, whipped by the wind, spread freely like a pair of wings, only to rest securely on her arms when she landed. A flicker of surprise crossed Zebulon's face. How could Edith have cut off the flow of magic so quickly, and without a trace of pain? The tracing thread, unable to find its target, continued aimlessly. Zebulon closed his eyes, gritted his teeth, and cut off the flow of magic again. A near soul-wrenching pain surged again. This spell consumed too much magic. By the time it naturally dissipated, the match might be over. Zebulon looks miserable. In the golden formation, Haida removed the spell from her eyes, restoring her vision to normal. Is this the after effect of forcibly suspending magic power? She had never tried anything like this before, so she couldn't empathize. It hurts. Amy shuddered, unsure of what she was thinking. There's a reason your tutor and teacher emphasized to you not to suspend your magic power so easily. In the long run, it can really harm your body. No, it doesn't have to be long-term. Suspending it 3 times in a short period of time could cause a magical outburst. In other words, the type and severity of the spells cast were completely uncontrollable. Zebulon can't do that. In the front row, a first-year student wearing a golden hat turned around and shook his head solemnly. It's only been 5 minutes, and he's completely outmatched by Edith. Is this the strength of the top third-year player? He laughed wildly. Nothing special. Hedda, Belle, hey Hedda, another you in this world. Hedda pouted and retorted, I wouldn't say such, awkward things anymore. She was Duke Turner, so her words and actions had to be more mature. But this student's attitude also spoke volumes. In the stands, everyone's assessment of the 2 players' abilities gradually shifted. Zebulon's at a disadvantage, number 1 said subconsciously. It's a shame he chose defense instead of offense at the start, handing the initiative to Edith. A strategic error, number 2 added. In order to avoid Edith's first strike, he lost the rhythm of the entire match. In high-level combat, even the slightest mistake can lead to defeat. The strategy is fine. The accompanying teacher, standing in the shadows, had a darkening look in his eyes. He snorted coldly, his gaze sweeping towards the queen in the stands. She looked increasingly angry. This won't do. His gaze slowly climbed up Zebulon's body. Next, follow my instructions. Zebulon had just recovered from the pain of losing his magic power, when the voice suddenly echoed in his mind, startling him again. Although he had made plans in advance, he still felt an unbearable sadness when it finally came to this. Whirlpool. Edith took advantage of his daze, and summoned wind and water simultaneously, swirling them around Zebulon. His defenses were strong, and it would be difficult to inflict match-ending damage with ordinary spells, and she couldn't drag the match out until the very last second. Manually determining effective moves meant too many gimmicks. Summon the wind in the opposite direction. The voice in his head spoke with authority. Zebulon closed his eyes, and waved his wand obediently. 2 gusts of wind merged, counterbalancing each other, and the water droplets finally fell to the ground. A cold wind suddenly rose. Edith spread her legs, several vines holding her in place. The hem of her dress rustled in the wind. Stand back. The voice in her head said methodically, don't force. He paused. No. Zebulon suddenly woke up, watching the ice creeping over him. Both gusts of wind were just distractions. What Edith really wanted was water and cold. Chapter 186. Freezing wasn't a problem. The problem was that Zebulon was completely soaked. His clothes were already clinging to his skin, and once they froze, he would have to endure some damage to escape. His joints gradually stiffened, and with a click, the hand holding his wand suddenly freed. Zebulon looked down and saw his sleeve had torn, blood staining the broken edge. Perhaps due to the ice, he didn't feel much pain, and calmly followed the instructions in his mind to melt the ice off his body. Edith suddenly stopped attacking. Strange, with such a good opportunity, why didn't Griffin take advantage of it? Number One's tone was tinged with confusion. It seems they both have their own plans. He stared intently at the playing field, watching Edith suddenly smile and stand still, looking Zebulon up and down. Number One? Question mark. The audience also had their doubts. How could the tense finals, where every moment was full of excitement, suddenly transform into a leisurely, strolling atmosphere? Could it be a mental attack? Number Two's thoughts drifted. Zebulon pinned Edith to give her enough time to heal. Of course, the most confused person was Zebulon himself. He didn't dare speak, so he couldn't communicate with the person in his mind. He simply listened to instructions and thought the other party had resorted to some trickery. Damn, he clearly didn't want to win that way. Not like you. Edith glanced at Zebulon's still ice-covered knee and suddenly asked, a change in style? She had seen several of Zebulon's matches. He often pushed too hard, striving for quick wins. Later conversations revealed that it was a way for him to relieve tension. But Zebulon was being a little too conservative today. The initial defense could be considered a tactic, but after I broke the rhythm, the subsequent tracing spells and the like were still primarily aggressive. She tilted her head. Why did you suddenly become conservative again? Given Zebulon's personality, he should have ignored the attack first, rather than wasting his magic power melting the ice on his body. Zebulon said nothing. But Edith saw a flash of surprise in his eyes. Something's fishy. Edith narrowed her eyes. Pre-training can't change someone's attacking habits, unless someone is constantly whispering in their ear. Is there such a spell outside the field? Joyce noticed something was wrong, and she suddenly straightened her casual posture, raised her head, and looked across. The accompanying teacher was lost in thought. She smiled knowingly and, in a corner where no one was paying attention, clapped her hands softly. Don't listen. The voice in his head sneered calmly. Do as I say. Now, Skyfire. Zebulon's pupils constricted slightly, and he instinctively said, no. This was just a simple match. There was no need for a life-or-death struggle. Besides, the magic power required for this spell was considerable, and it could easily melt the conductive material at the tip of his wand. He hadn't prepared a backup wand, and he might lose his ability to attack further. Grabbed quickly after Skyfire. The voice in his head chuckled. Use this last moment to swap your wand state with Edith. Zebulon still felt uneasy, but Edith was closing in. Edith isn't under mental attack. Number One saw the faint red glow at her feet, and suddenly realized she's quietly put her wand behind her back and used the conversation to set up the magic circle. Number Two glanced at him with a hint of confusion. He had also noticed the red light, but hadn't seen when Edith had made her move. Number one's expression remained calm. He hadn't noticed it either, but that didn't stop him from pretending to understand. The red light spread, and Zebulon soon felt an irritating itch that made him reach out to scratch. A mischievous spell. Preparing for Joe didn't mean it couldn't be used on others. Joe, due to his personal preference for respectability, could abandon everything in the heat of battle. Zebulon, with his reputation, felt even more uncomfortable in this matter. He had only reached out and scratched twice when the queen in the stands frowned. "Ignore your pain." The voice in his head remained steady. "Do as I say." Damn it! For a moment, Zebulon felt as if he had submerged his head in the ocean, the water filling his ears and completely dispelling his teacher's voice. The voice in his head wailed softly twice before vanishing completely. Outside the arena, Joyce silently averted her gaze. Across from her, the teacher, also covered with her face, suddenly doubled over, clutching her head, looking as if she were about to faint. Those around him quickly noticed something was wrong, and some approached to question him, but he waved them off. Direct command from outside the field. Joyce gently nudged his wand back into his sleeve. Wrong decision. But the Prince faction was determined enough to summon a spell of this caliber. In the arena, Zebulon, having lost his command, instinctively glanced toward the lounge. Edith, unfazed, groaned. Zebulon's hand, reaching for his other arm to scratch, suddenly melted and clung to the skin exposed by the torn sleeve. Remove. Zebulon twisted his wrist, aiming the tip of his wand at the stuck part. Edith wouldn't give him time to heal himself. Her eyes narrowed, and she summoned the wind again. The powerful impact pushed Zebulon, already unsteady, forward. Zebulon's hand, now freed with a spell, he cast the wind again, barely stopping 50 meters from the stands. Swoosh, Edith's figure flashed, appearing in front of Zebulon in an instant, raising her wand again. Another gust of wind. Zebulon's accumulated power was easily broken, and he easily leaped the 50-meter distance, crashing into the wall below the stands with a thud. Ah! The side stands were impacted, but protected by a shield, they only shook violently a few times, causing the students above to scream. The queen adjusted her sitting position, her expression composed, as if it weren't her son, who was embedded in the wall. The accompanying teacher beside her was shaking so much that her chair was trembling. Campbell turned his head to watch Joyce calmly watching the match, his lips slightly parted. So calm. Fortunately, we're in the front. Hedda touched her chest with a lingering fear. Edith hit the wall twice. I guess no one will dare sit on the side anymore. She turned her head and saw Tuttle sitting next to her, silent and with a serious expression. What's wrong? She tilted her head. Edith has the upper hand. Why are you so nervous? Precisely because Edith has the upper hand. Tuttle's tone was heavy. Zebulon has no need to be conservative. Many ancient spells were sealed because they dealt immense damage, and didn't distinguish between friend and foe. Zebulon was now at the point where he had to fight, and he might very well use those spells. This is the finals. Even if they die together, they can still earn a reputation as brave. He's always impulsive on the court. Tuttle exhaled slowly, his expression still grim. I don't know why he suddenly became so conservative just now. I'm afraid the more conservative he becomes, the more aggressive he becomes next time. On the court, with Zebulon at the center, the wall behind him cracked into a dense, spiderweb-like pattern. Dust fluttered down, clinging to his hair, making him look utterly miserable. Edith's still chasing. She's moving swiftly, rushing in front of Zebulon again. Edith stopped him again, like a swimming fish. Damn, her pace has never been so fast. Zebulon gritted his teeth, yanking himself off the wall, tilting his head to the left, and blocking a blow against a crumbling pillar. The stand shook again. Beep, beep! Stop attacking the building! The referee's voice rang out, and Edith, with a click of her tongue, decisively withdrew. I haven't seen so many rules in your matches before. Because of this rule, she had to abandon the idea of a close-range attack. In other words, as long as Zebulon remained hidden beneath the wall, it would be difficult for her to completely defeat him. She narrowed her eyes, observing the dented wall, only seeing a trace of blood. Zebulon's defense was a bit too strong. Although he was currently in a state of disarray, he still had the potential to turn the tables. It was just that his mentality and rhythm were off. If she didn't use clever tactics to break his defense, the required attack might even reach her. Thinking, Zebulon healed the minor wounds on his body, and slowly made his way back to the center of the field. Strategically, he should have exploited the rules and hidden himself by the damaged wall to calm down, waiting until his form improved before returning to the competition. But that way, even if he won, he would still be criticized. As soon as the newly added rule, no attacking buildings, was announced, the surrounding murmurs continued. The two of them stood in the center of the arena again. Edith quickly sorted out her plan for the second half of the match when she noticed Zebulon pause in front of her. His head unconsciously tilted slightly to the right. This was a gesture of listening. Edith sighed slowly. Zebulon's strange behavior today had a reason. She shook her head, unsure if it was a voluntary action or forced upon him by his mother's tacit approval and the nobles behind him. Either way, it was an act of unfairness. I prepared the grafting. Once your wand is damaged, it will automatically complete. The voice in her head sounded weak, as if the speaker had endured considerable pain. All you have to do is chant the spell to draw the skyfire. But the shield? Zebulon asked subconsciously. Don't worry about the audience. Their shields are reinforced. The old man coughed forcefully, his voice suddenly becoming halting. You just need to protect yourself after the skyfire descends. His voice died away again. At the lounge door, Joyce touched the burning tip of her wand, her expression growing increasingly grim. Such persistence, she muttered softly, using this spell twice in a row. He's truly desperate. She casually cast a spell, completely imprisoning the person opposite her. The teacher looked around in horror, finally focusing her gaze straight ahead. Joyce raised an eyebrow, gently lifted the brim of her hat. Joyce Walker's eyes flashed behind her glasses. Observing the other person's shrinking pupils and body trembling with fear, she calmly replaced her hat and thrust her wand out from her sleeve again. It was only natural for someone who had accessed another person's mind twice in a short period of time to go mad. The competition venue. Zebulon, having lost his voice once again, already knew something was amiss. He tried to ignore the gazes from the center stand, closed his eyes, took a deep breath, and finally decided to follow his teacher's instructions. Edith would definitely be unable to fight back after losing her wand. Once the skyfire descends, as long as I can get there in time to heal her, nothing serious will happen. Chapter 187. Edith sensed something was amiss. She smelled the faint scent of embers. She was transported back to Fire Christmas Day, sitting by the bonfire, falling asleep to the crackling sound, then waking up late at night, the scent of burning wood smoke lingering against the backdrop of cold wind and fresh snow. Back then, the scent would have felt warm and comforting, but now, Edith felt every part of her body screaming danger. Leave here. Another version of herself appeared in her mind, tugging at her clothes in fear. Admit defeat quickly, and leave the venue. Edith paused. The voices on the podium paused again. Number 1 speculated on the two's motives for stopping, while Number 2 used the pauses to reassure everyone, explaining that the shield was secure, especially after being breached several times last semester and now reinforced with several layers. The Queen and so many nobles are here today. He left the speaker and muttered, falling back. Why do you feel unsafe? After all, it's not you sitting down there. Number 1 took a moment to shut off the equipment and grumble about his partner. I saw Edith and her opponent get caught in the shield. TSK, if I were sitting down there, I want to run. Then it seems I'm much calmer than you. Number 2 sneered. Number 1 ignored him. This man, still fuming over not being able to commentate on the previous event, was still openly and covertly disparaging him. He returned his gaze to the competition field, turned on the equipment, and began commentating again. You can see an unfinished, simple magic circle beneath Edith's feet. He shifted his focus to explain. Judging from the patterns, it should be able to absorb the opponent's magic power. It seems her original plan was a war of attrition. But she paused, and the magic circle is about to dissipate. Does Zebulon's action seem to have caused her to change her strategy? Zebulon's gaze shifted slightly, noticing Edith's unusual behavior, which made him feel a little guilty. Ancient spells have significant side effects, and are not very secretive. They are not instantaneous spells that can be activated by simply reciting the incantation, but require a considerable incubation period. During this incubation period, he can cast spells that consume less magic power, but the impending magical surge of powerful spells is unstoppable. Edith is naturally sensitive to magic, and will notice something amiss sooner than most. Edith's arms gradually pressed closer to her body, lowering her body and shifting her center of gravity downward. Something is wrong. The voice in her head came from her own mind, and if she thought about it, she could suppress it. This meant it wasn't Zebulon or someone outside who cast a mental spell. That meant danger was truly imminent. She suddenly raised her wand, and Zebulon instinctively reached out to block it. The next second, a protective shield glowed over both of them. Edith, Zebulon, Audience, Haha, it seems both contestants are being very cautious. Number 1 chuckled dryly. To put it nicely, it's cautious. To put it bluntly, it's cowardly. It was already the finals, and instead of focusing on how to kill their opponent, they were standing still, shielding themselves. Dolores Campbell's eyes darkened slightly. Her own strength was considerable, so she could naturally discern the subtle timing difference between their movements. It was Edith who raised her hand first, but Zebulon's reaction was greater than she had expected. He trembled on the spot, then closed his eyes in response. This was not the way he should have acted. Seeing the Queen's fingers begin to tap erratically on the armrest, creating a crisp tap, tap, tap sound, the accompanying teacher swallowed and said, Edith was the first to put up defense. She must have sensed the pressure from His Highness Campbell. Dolores raised an eyebrow slightly and nodded, acknowledging this. Pressure. She looked up at the sky. It was just after Christmas, spring hadn't arrived yet, and the weather was sunny, but she could sense a hint of heat that was hard to ignore. This heat didn't radiate from her skin, but from within, as if burning from within her magic. Outside the lounge. After controlling Zebulon's accompanying teacher, Joyce's tinnitus worsened. She slapped her earlobes, trying to suppress the irritation. Strange, I didn't use much magic. How could I have the pain of overexertion? She glanced at the lounge behind her and, for some reason, felt the urge to go in and rest for a while. No, there's something wrong in the sky. She suppressed her urge, closed her eyes, and traced her magic. She was shocked to find that the area above the training ground was filled with dense silk threads, like threads on a loom, almost finished, with only a few gaps left to completely fill the ground. The ends of the thread shot up into the sky, leaving no trace. Following the threads downward, they gathered more and more, finally converging on Zebulon, on the tip of his wand, which was almost melting. The buzzing in her ears grew more pronounced. Joyce glanced at the attentive referee, rationally assessing the possibility of her directly aiding Edith. She shook her head and opted to walk back. She held onto the wall, silently channeling her magic power, repeatedly reinforcing the shield protecting the audience. On the court, Edith suddenly abandoned the shield she had fixed in place and rushed towards Zebulon. Once again, her opponent, shocked by her ability to interrupt her magic without feeling pain, instinctively cut off her own shield and dodged to the side. Edith dominates the match again. In the stands, the cheers for Edith Griffin grew louder, and many stood upright in excitement to watch this legendary first-year student chase the top third-year student, pressing forward. Waves of white light flashed past Zebulon. To maintain the spell in the sky, he was forced to passively resist the attack. In a moment of inattention, a ball of white light struck his head. In an instant, all memories, thoughts, and emotions seemed to be wiped away by an invisible hand. His mind went blank, as if he had entered a state resembling a deep sleep. Zebron's eyes were vacant. Deep sleep. Number 1 also stood up excitedly. It's a spell that requires extremely high magical control. It can clear the enemy's thoughts, buying you ample time to react. As far as I know, this spell doesn't appear in school textbooks, and the average student wouldn't be able to master it. Number 2 commented calmly, Miss Griffin's spell skills are even higher than I imagined. The audience erupted in an uproar. Beyond the rather pleasant-sounding deep sleep, everyone knew this spell better by its other name. Stupidity Curse. People would chant the spell's formula as a joke, but no one had ever actually performed it. So, when the spell from memory actually appeared before their eyes, on Zebulon, who was least likely to be foolish, the awkwardness was self-evident. Bell calmly lowered his head. Are you laughing? Mullen turned her head. No. Bell's voice trembled at the end of his words, but he refused to admit it. Absolutely not. On the court, Edith's thinking was simple. Whatever preparations you're making, if you can't stop thinking, you can solve the problem at its root, but just as Zebulon's thoughts faltered, a distinct roar suddenly echoed from the sky. In Joyce's field of vision, the magical threads holding the sky together began to break due to the caster's pause, showing signs of collapse. Edith raised her head. Almost instantly, everyone around the practice field did the same. The once azure sky had suddenly turned gray, and with the sound of thunder, there was a faint hint of rain. Zebulon is trying to make it rain? Number 1 scratched his head. Well, because of Edith's interruption, it seems his rain is about to fall early. It's not rain. As soon as Number 1 finished speaking, many people realized something was amiss in the sky. Tuttle narrowed his eyes and repeated, It's not rain. What's falling is ash. Amy rubbed her sweaty nose. And it's getting hotter. Not the sweltering heat before the rain, but like an oven. Could it be hot water raining down from the sky? Had his thoughts wandered. Zebulon wants to scald Edith to death? There's no such spell. Then remove the water and replace it with something else. Everyone was familiar with Ivan's voice, and no one showed any fear when he spoke again this time. Everyone calmly turned to see what he had to say. "Why are you shaking?" Had his focus shifted slightly. "That's exactly what I was saying." Ivan sighed. "Zebulon must have summoned a celestial fire. A burning meteorite. The shield will surely hold us harmless, but the scorching heat cannot be extinguished. Time is short. I suggest you prepare." Belle raised an eyebrow and reached out to touch Ivan's side. Sure enough, she felt a chill. "Is that why you're shaking?" She withdrew her hand and frowned. "This celestial fire. Is it an ancient spell preserved in your family?" Ivan nodded. That's how he knew what was about to happen. "Is it serious? Will it be fatal?" Tuttle leaned over, his hand already fumbling with his wand, casting a spell on himself to maintain body temperature. "Yes." Ivan nodded calmly. "But the skyfire will descend in time. As long as we react and cast a protective shield in advance, we should be fine. Speaking of which, I find it strange too." He turned his head, his gaze fixed on the center of the field. "Why did Zebulon use this spell? Edith couldn't be so stupid as to stand there, unless Zebulon had trapped her with a spell beforehand. Which he obviously didn't. Furthermore, using such a large spell would also be taxing on Zebulon's wand. After graduation, Mother will give us a wand made of better material, but until then, the one we have is made of ordinary materials. His wand will be destroyed." The competition venue. Edith could hear the hissing sound of the mithril melting at the tip of Zebulon's wand. Her inner voice screamed again, urging her to retreat and avoid danger. Edith narrowed her eyes and waved her wand, causing the flames to instantly engulf Zebulon. Zebulon was burned in the chaos. "Is the match over now?" Number 1 had barely finished his words when he noticed Zebulon's eyes, etched in the flames, cleared. At that moment, the sky had already turned a vibrant red. Chapter 188. A red light shimmered through the dust, a hazy glow, like the faint glow of a fire one sees when awake. Protection. Edith acted decisively, casting a protective shield. Having cut off the magic power supplied to the deep sleep spell, Zebulon, already on the verge of awakening, regained consciousness. He panicked, clutching his wand tightly, only to be jarred by the scorching heat. He held it loosely, shielding himself from the falling dust with his hand, and raised his head. The skyfire was approaching. His magic power was interrupted, and now the skyfire was beyond his control, but it continued to draw magic from the tip of his wand, and the wand itself continuously drew magic from his body to supply the upper part. In just 1 minute, he had consumed more magic power than he had in the first half of the duel with Edith. Furthermore, as the wand heated up, Zebulon could feel the conductive material at its tip melting. With no other recourse, he closed his eyes, raised the wand above his head once more, and forced the connection, Heaven Fire. He finally uttered the spell in its entirety. Heaven Fire? What Heaven Fire? Number 1, unable to wrap his head around it, turned to look at Number 2, who seemed to possess a vast knowledge base. But the other simply twitched his lips and turned his head away, indicating his complete ignorance. It seems to be an ancient spell, a very powerful one at that. Number 1 could only speculate. This seems to be Zebulon's trump card. He realized he was currently at a disadvantage, and decisively chose to break free and reveal his trump card. From the name, we can roughly guess what this spell means. Heaven Fire, it should be fire falling from the sky. Boom! Everyone instantly lost their hearing. At the same moment, everyone in the manors throughout the capital, and even in the surrounding countryside, looked out windows, panicking for the source of the noise. Young children, held by their parents, hid under beds and in cellars. The braver ones covered their ears and peered out windows, gazing at the red light overhead, their minds racing with countless rumors of doomsday. In the Magic Association, many researchers rushed out of their laboratories, their gaze fixed squarely on the direction of the academy. Many of them had children attending Bo Eunice Academy, and they nervously ran there only to be driven back to their rooms by falling rocks. Thankfully, the flaming boulders converged toward the academy, and did not scatter outside. At the competition venue, the court mage quickly erected a small protective shield, enclosing the nobles in the central spectator stand, who were clutching their ears and howling in pain. Then, blocking out the outside sound and heat, he cast a soothing spell on the queen, calming her. Dolores was no stranger to this spell. After her initial shock, she quickly calmed down. Despite a slight pallor, her heart had returned to normal. Of course, the group around her weren't so lucky. Dolores methodically directed the other court mages to treat the unconscious nobles, while the remaining group worked to reinforce the protective shield. She tilted her head and was surprised to find that the students in the public stands on either side weren't as reactive as they were. While many students covered their ears, most were still conscious and able to use their wands to heal themselves. Do the public stands have a better shield? Even on the other side, Hedda and the others were incredibly thankful that they had listened to Ivan and made sufficient preparations beforehand, allowing them to remain seated and free to help others. Hedda forcibly restrained the girl in the front row and chanted 2 spells to block her hearing. Finally, she had time to look up. Her pupils rapidly constricted, and her body trembled slightly. At that moment, she understood the meaning of the term skyfire. A scarlet cracked in the sky, and countless rays of light, trailing blazing flames, pierced the gray sky and plummeted downward. It was a boulder wrapped in flames and carrying a powerful impact. It was engulfed in alternating blazing white and orange red. Its tail flame shattered in the wind, exploding into countless tiny sparks that filled the sky. The sound of the boulder tearing through the air filled the minds of everyone present, like the hungry roar of a giant beast in the darkness. A wave of heat swept over Edith, and she felt as if she had stepped directly into a furnace. The acrid stench of burning filled her nose. She wasn't sure if the referee had blown the whistle, but in this situation, even if he had held his ground and pointed his mouth at the whistle, his voice would have been powerless against the overwhelming volume of the falling boulders. The commentary booth's loudspeaker amplified the rumbling sound until it finally exploded with a bang, completely rendered ineffective. At this moment, the locker room wasn't necessarily safer than outside, and besides, she might have been exposed to the falling skyfire before even entering the locker room. Edith decisively chose to protect herself. She reinforced her protective shield once again, not sparing her magic power, allowing it to flow out continuously, maintaining the safety of the circle around her. Before her, Zebulon made the same move, but it was clearly more difficult. Although the shield was formed, it looked like an underdeveloped eggshell, so thin that it seemed like a finger could pierce it. Furthermore, even though Zebulon's forehead was already covered in sweat, Edith could still see the chipped hole in his protective shield. His wand was about to give out. Edith frowned, her doubts reignited by this incongruous scene. Zebulon had clearly been following someone's instructions, and that person behind the scenes was clearly a conservative one. How could they issue such a devastating order? In an indiscriminate attack, she clearly had a better chance of success, given her greater magical power and a more intact wand. The skyfire would take at most 10 seconds to descend, and in those 10 seconds, Zebulon wouldn't be able to protect himself. Before she could grasp the source of her confusion, she suddenly heard a rustling sound of shattering above her head. The foreboding in her heart reached its peak, and Edith looked up. A crack had appeared before her, piercing the protective shield. She suddenly lost all sense of her own magical power. In an instant, the wand shattered, magic spilling out, and the shield crumbled and dissipated from top to bottom like a cracked eggshell. At that moment, the skyfire was directly above Edith's head, its scorching heat already igniting the ends of her hair and crackling beside her ears. Edith's shield is broken? Hedda choked. Wait, how did Zebulon's shield suddenly repair itself? What did he do? From her angle, she could only see the shield reflecting red light, unable to discern their hands. Edith's wand is broken. Tuttle narrowed his eyes, his voice taking on an indelible solemnity. I'm not mistaken. Edith noticeably lowered her head. Something must have fallen. The wand is broken? Hedda's voice rose even higher. How could that be? I found someone using the finest materials. Under normal circumstances, a wand lasts at least 10 years, and 20 or 30 years is possible for the most cautious. Edith takes good care of it. It's only been a year, so there's no reason it should have broken. If it were to break, it should have been Zebulon. Belle pondered for a moment. Don't you find it strange? As soon as Edith's wand broke, Zebulon's shield returned to normal. Several heads turned their heads. Ivan, staring intently, endured the tingling sensation in his scalp. I don't know. Suddenly, as if a thought struck him, his expression changed. Zebulon did it. Seeing this expression, Tuttle understood the situation without him even saying a word. Very good. Using the power of a damaged wand to attack, and then replacing it with the opponent's wand, the royal family truly is unfathomable. In the center of the practice field, Edith reacted quickly. She slapped the flames from her hair with her bare hands, and leaped to the left, narrowly avoiding the passing gravel. She pocketed the broken wand, thinking it might be reparable. She crouched down, and picked up the remaining half, saving it from becoming fuel. Then, deftly bending over the wind-blown flame, she rolled over on her back, smothering the remaining flames on the unburned grass. Zebulon's eyes widened, a look of shock. Edith noticed his mouth opening and closing, his hands moving erratically, as if he were trying to convey some important message, but the thud of stone hitting the ground was too loud for her to catch a single word. Abstain! Zebulon's voice echoed within the shield. Forfeit immediately, or your life will be in danger. He hadn't expected Edith to be so resolute. Even in the face of a clear natural disaster, with her wand damaged and defenseless, she still thought of holding on. Luckily, many of the rocks shattered due to the intense heat before they fell, and most of the debris that fell to the ground was the size of a fist or a head, making it relatively easy to dodge. He watched helplessly as Edith weaved through the rain of flames, nearly igniting several times. His heart pounded, his breath choking. Wait, that's not right. Edith can't leave even if she forfeits now. Zebulon suddenly woke up, his back drenched in sweat. He was so focused on keeping the referee and commentary desk safe that he forgot the field was in trouble. Even if they wanted to declare the match over, they couldn't. Edith couldn't leave the practice field until the shield was released, and the staff couldn't release the shield until the skyfire completely dissipated. This was a dead end. What have I done? Zebulon took a deep breath. No. He should have realized long ago that those people would stop at nothing to secure his victory. How could they possibly offer him a radical plan that would guarantee his opponent's survival? His thoughts raced, and he gritted his teeth and removed the protective shield above his head. Only then could he move freely. He stepped forward. He wanted to pull Edith back, keeping them both sheltered under the same shield until the skyfire ended. Edith, who had been running out with her back to him, seemed to sense something. She stopped and turned, seeing Zebulon, stepping steadily toward her in the firelight. He was without a shield. Edith! Zebulon breathed a sigh of relief. Come here, take cover. Edith's mouth suddenly broke into a smile tinged with joy. She might be terrified, she might cry tears of joy, her face frozen with nervousness, but Zebulon didn't think she should be joyful in any way. The girl turned and ran toward him. Zebulon decided not to dwell on it for now. He timed it perfectly and began to chant urgently, ensuring the shield would quickly form after Edith entered. The translucent shell gradually closed, and Edith, at that moment, passed through the remaining door and rushed into the shield. Her hand suddenly shot out like a claw, wrapping itself tightly around Zebulon's neck before he could react. I got you, she whispered. Under Zebulon's incredulous gaze, Edith, without the aid of a wand, radiated a pale blue light from her palm, piercing deeply into the body of the person before her. Chapter 189. Time suddenly slowed. Everything before Zebulon's eyes slowed to a crawl. The stones stopped falling, the flames on the grass stopped spreading, and his body maintained its balance in a strange, downward tilt. The choking sensation in his throat was long and painful. He saw Edith's eyes, those emerald green pupils turning dark brown in the bright firelight, reminding him of the heavy library doors, each closing a choking sensation. She's unarmed, I have a wand, I should stop her. His stagnant thoughts struggled to process. He moved his wrist, pointing the tip of his wand at Edith. With a single thought, he could unleash an attack spell, knocking her down. But why couldn't he? He belatedly sensed something was wrong. Edith's grip wasn't tight enough, and the choking sensation in his throat wasn't from pressure. It was a far more powerful force. His eyes moved faster than his limbs, and he lowered them to see the flickering light between the other man's hand and his neck. Can you cast a spell without a wand? The stagnant air around him shattered, and he heard a whistling wind brush past his ears. The scene before him spun rapidly, and in the next second, the back of his head slammed firmly against the ground. Flames enveloped his hair. Yes, Edith whispered. What? Didn't your powerful tutors find out this from the video? A huge wave of shame suddenly surged from deep within him, and Zebulon, ignoring the pain, suddenly panicked. As the heir, he deserved excellent resources, but when Edith revealed all this, he still felt unspeakable pain. Edith sighed. Zebulon truly wasn't fit to be the heir. Under such circumstances, instead of trying to escape, he was still lost in his own emotions. A single provocation would have him lose his rhythm. The loudspeaker whistled again, and it sounded as if some mages had already rushed out of their safe area and begun attempting repairs. Once the repairs are complete, we'd probably declare the match over immediately. Edith allowed her magic to coat Zebulon's skin, leaving a strong enough layer of protection around key areas. I imagine that after causing such a spectacular natural disaster, you have more effective moves than I do. You're going to win, Zebulon. Zebulon's consciousness was gradually fading. He could hear the hidden meaning in Edith's words, but he couldn't discern her thoughts. Suddenly, he felt his hand move. Wait, what? I didn't. He was sure his mind wasn't sending any signals of resistance, but his own hand straightened up, and, right in front of him, clenched the wand again. At the tip of the wand, the mithril, which had stopped melting, began to stir again. The boulders in the sky paused for a moment. As if an invisible hand held them, the flames burned quietly in midair. Silence fell upon her ears. In the venue, only the intermittent whine of the unrepaired loudspeaker system remained. Everyone looked up in confusion, taking in the full extent of the disaster and the current state of the venue. Joyce's hands trembled slightly. The excessive release of magic power caused a swirling white halo to appear before her eyes. She shook her head, covered her eyes with magic, and gazed towards the center of the venue. Edith and Zebulon were within the same protective bubble. Surrounding them were rocks embedded in the ground, burning grass, a mist spreading like smoke, and ash obscuring their vision. Edith held a half-broken wand in her pocket, her hands clasped tightly around Zebulon's neck. Zebulon, straddled by her, tilted his head back, a trace of blood spreading from the corner of his mouth. His clothes were much cleaner than Edith's, but now soaked in flames, holes visible from the burns. But the boy's hand was upright, his wand intact, clearly still capable of fighting. Confrontation. The two men were locked in a standoff. Those who had calmed down held their breath, ignoring the calamity that had yet to strike, their full attention focused on the scene before them, where the outcome was about to be decided. Edith had the initiative, but Zebulon hadn't lost his resistance yet, and he had a wand in hand, making him the more likely. Joyce noticed that Zebulon's pupils had suddenly shrunk to the size of a pinhole. The situation suddenly changed. Zebulon was completely unable to control his body, and he finally realized the problem. The thread of magic in Edith's hand penetrated his body, trying to control his movements. Is this possible? Could someone really control magic to this level, not only without a wand but also freely? It turned out that Edith could do it. Beads of sweat dripped from her forehead, falling onto Zebulon, whether from the burning flames or from excessive exhaustion. She bit her lip, increased her strength, and finally gained full control of Zebulon's arm. Now, not only was the movement under control, but even the magic within her hands could be harnessed. Speed up. She breathed quietly twice, whispering. No one except Zebulon could hear her words. In an instant, time began to shift again. The sky barrier retreated, and the boulder roared downward, but even faster than before. Everyone's hearing was once again robbed. Zebulon felt the limbs on his neck leave. He rolled his eyes blankly, watching Edie turn and leave without a trace of reluctance. The shield above them shattered with a clang. The wand in his hand met its end, and the dead wood fell into the flames, becoming new fuel. He lifted himself up with his hands, and saw the dark mass above him. A boulder, almost the entire size of the field, was accelerating downward. The people around him were still deaf, unable to hear the sound of this massive object. They could only scream and retreat as the object slammed into the ground like a lid, sealing it tightly. White flames instantly erupted from all sides, while red and blue flames, no less, emerged from the cracks, enveloping and blasting the entire rubble apart. Crushed ash and stone instantly spread across the entire field, carrying sparks of fire against the surrounding protective shields. The stands had been silent. Now, darkness fell. After half a minute, the spell finally freed everyone's ears from the buzzing, barely leaving a path for other sounds. The sound of a gentle patter of rain began to drift, and with it, the ash that had filled the air above the practice field was gradually pressed back to the ground. The ink was diluted with water. Joyce quietly withdrew his hand from the protective shield and turned to gather the clouds, directing the rain from the capital city to this spot. The flames on the ground had been extinguished by the ash long before the rain fell. Everyone had expected to see a towering mountain of ash, but surprisingly, the rubble on the ground had completely vanished, leaving only a deep, ash-covered pit. The ash lay evenly at the bottom of the pit, making it uncertain how deep it lay. The rain had carved small pits into the ash surface, seemingly filling them up soon, transforming the meadow into a lake. The loudspeaker began to blare again, this time no longer a cacophony. Number One's trembling voice rang out, "The game is over." Behind him, Number Two, who had just mocked his cowardice, huddled in the corner of the commentary desk, motionless, as if hoping the world would forget him. Where are they? The Haida people, who had prepared in advance, recovered the fastest. They clung to the protective shield and quickly searched the field for the contestants. Nothing was found. The ash was so deep that the two men were buried at the bottom of the pit, as if in a grave, completely silent. The referee's whistle pierced the ash, and it seemed as if someone had evacuated a corner of the protective shield and entered the field to search. But they had no way of judging the situation at the bottom of the pit, so they could only circle around it, trying to determine the appropriate route down. "It's okay," Belle whispered. "Zebulon's in there too." At least the rescue will be carried out to the highest standards. Tuttle raised his head and looked intently at the central spectator stand across from them. The respectable nobles chose to save their lives in the face of the natural disaster. Few remained in their seats, all huddled on the ground, seemingly trying to relieve the pressure. Dolores was one of the few still sitting. In terms of courage, the king is worthy of being a king. He sighed silently, but the next moment he saw him lose control and stand up. She stood up, as if wanting to search the side herself, but her legs gave way, and she fell to the ground after taking a step. The one at the commentator's booth, perhaps tasked with calming her nerves, tried to find something to say in a trembling voice. But the current atmosphere clearly wasn't suitable for such talk. He was silent for a few seconds, leaning back. Mutually destroyed? The faint voice carried through the loudspeaker, muffled, but everyone could guess what it was saying. All dead? Had his voice trembled. No, no, no. Her dry eyes suddenly reflected a wriggling patch of earth. A head popped out. Hoo. Edith breathed in deep breaths, ignoring the dust that burrowed into her lungs. If you're sick, you can treat it later. If you don't breathe more air now, you lose the chance to cure it. Edith. Someone's still alive. Shouts of surprise echoed from every corner. Hedda reconfirmed the man's identity, gasped, and collapsed to the ground, sobbing several times. Edith's head spun, and the cheers around her nearly sent her plummeting back into the depths. She briefly buried her head in the ash again. Amidst number one's disregard for appearances, help! She reached out again. This time, she grasped the edge of the pit, then her head and body. Finally, amid cheers, she knelt at the edge of the field, only her right hand remaining strangely sunken. Before rescuers arrived, she exerted force with her arms, and another figure slowly emerged from the ash. It was Zebulon. He was like a newly unearthed radish, his entire body gray. His eyes trembled, as if trapped in a nightmare from which he could not awaken. But his abdomen was heaving slightly. Dolores Campbell finally breathed. Zebulon's still alive. Number one exclaimed excitedly, no one died. Edith crawled out of the pit conscious, while Zebulon was unconscious and unable to resist. He paused, looking at the referee in the audience. The referee closed his eyes, then finally pulled out the whistle and blew it. Boyoni's Academy, League Finals, Edith wins. The champion is born. Number one chimed in, let's congratulate Edith Griffin. Chapter 190. After recovering, the after effects of inhaling too much dust quickly set in. Edith coughed incessantly, drowsily reaching for the offered arm. Well done, a calm female voice soothed. Much better than I imagined. You worked hard. Now close your eyes and rest. A protective shield rose around the voice, shielding it from the settling dust and the incessant rain. Besides this, she seemed to have cast other spells, leaving Edith no reason to calm down. She tried to replenish her strength, but her mind, exhausted from exhaustion, made it impossible to sleep. Not only that, her grip was so tightly clenched that she couldn't loosen. The last rescue mage to arrive had to burn half of Zebulon's sleeve to dig the unconscious prince out. A healing light danced around him. The healer was, after all, a top-tier court mage. The boy quickly regained consciousness and coughed loudly with effort. With a sound like he was coughing up internal organs, his face contorted. He pressed his hands against his neck, and it took him 3 full minutes to cough up a pool of blood mixed with ash. Afterwards, he continued to cough intermittently, and new blood clots kept falling from his mouth, hard and resembling small broken stones. It's all right. It'd be painful for a while, but then you just need to stay in bed for a few more days. The court mage breathed a sigh of relief and wiped away the sweat that was dripping down his face. Fortunately, His Highness Campbell's vital parts are protected. He just fainted temporarily due to the excessive force of the impact. The protection he had on him played a crucial role. Joyce had just finished calming Edith down and looked up to see if he could find a doctor to help him. Unexpectedly, he saw Dolores, who had hurried down from the stands, ignoring any attempts to stop her. The queen half knelt beside Zebulon, her lips pale. At this moment, she finally forgot her dignity. The court mage quickly informed her of Zebulon's condition. Queen Campbell nodded repeatedly, reaching out to grasp her son's wrist, feeling the powerful pulse of his veins. Joyce couldn't help but sigh. Zebulon is the only one worth saving? Green light spread from her hand, continuously healing Edith's injuries. But her specialty wasn't healing, so she couldn't do better. With the court mage present, and with so much time left after rescuing Zebulon, he actually rushed to curry favor with Dolores. The queen, having just recovered from the shock of loss, realized the inappropriateness of the scene. She instinctively turned back and saw that many people, including members of the newspaper staff, were looking in her direction. She felt something was wrong. "Chris." She called the court mage's name. "Heal this, Miss Griffin." "No, I do it." A familiar voice reached her ears, and Joyce could clearly feel the tense muscles in her arms suddenly relax. Her eyes, no longer forced open, remained half-closed in a relaxed state. She raised an eyebrow and looked at Shelley, who was running with a frozen expression. The man must have just gone to get his medicine box. Before he could even catch his breath, he slipped into the protective shield and ran to Edith. "It's okay. I do it." The court mage shook his head solemnly. "Injuries like this can easily have sequelae if not properly treated. I'm more professional, so I do it." "No," I said. Shelley's voice was devoid of warmth. His brows were furrowed, his lips as pale as Dolores's, his face devoid of color. He knelt on the ground and opened the box. His hand trembled slightly as he took the medicine bottle, causing the liquid in the transparent bottle to churn. It was the first time Joyce had seen such a vivid expression on Shelley Scott's face. She thought for a moment, then tucked Edith into Shelley's arms. The man paused briefly, but quickly adjusted his posture, allowing Edith's head to tilt slightly upwards, resting on his knees. He quickly mixed a bottle of potion from the medicine box's semi-finished product, held it to Edith's lips, and tilted the bottle. The bottle had an eerie color, a pungent smell, and an unidentified sediment floating in it. Joyce and the court mage beside him held their breath. They both tried to stop her, but Edith didn't ask, obediently opening her mouth and swallowing the liquid in large gulps. The bottle was empty, and Shelley had taken in the sediment as well. He set the bottle down, and with a firm push of his arm, he helped Edith sit up, her head resting in the crook of his neck. After a 5-second pause, Edith suddenly retched and spat out a gray, muddy liquid. The whole process lasted about half a minute. After the last 10 seconds, she had no more energy to vomit. It was only with Shelley's gentle pats on her back that she finally expelled the remaining contents. "Very good, you worked hard. Now rinse your mouth and drink some water," Shelley said softly. His expression was gentle as he held the cup to her lips, watching intently as Edith spit out the dirty water. She then took a few sips of sugar water to replenish her energy. "Now close your eyes and rest for a while." After vomiting the ashes, Edith relaxed. She exhaled, saying nothing, letting her eyelids relax. After a few seconds, her breathing became even. Shelley covered Edith's ears and glanced back at Zebulon, who was still coughing. His expression darkened. They really didn't give Dolores any face. Joyce, slightly envious, coughed softly. How about Zebulon drink a potion too?" Edith spat out only ash, while Zebulon coughed up blood. The court mage's face gradually turned red. He didn't think there was anything wrong with his approach, but it was clear that the person before him had a better treatment plan than his. Even the queen's expression turned unfriendly. "Zebulon." He probably coughed for another half hour. The court mage's voice trailed off. "How about a try?" "No need." Finally, Queen Campbell felt uneasy about the outsider. After politely thanking him, she quickly ordered Zebulon to be transported to the hospital. Shelley also stood up and held Edith in his arms. The girl's head naturally rested on his arm. She dazedly opened her eyes, jolted awake by the walk. She reached out and grasped Shelley's collar. Shelley's body stiffened slightly. "Edith, when will the awards be presented? Has the prize been damaged?" "Shelley, You woke up just to ask that." Joyce completely relaxed, laughing twice. "Don't worry, a win is a win. Dolores won't go back on her word." "Luckily you were awake in the end," she lamented. "If both of them were unconscious, there would have been a lot of arguments over who would win the award. But we also have to thank announcer number 1 and the referee. They were both decisive and persevered in completing their tasks, leaving no room for manipulation for the Prince faction." Edith hummed, her exhaustion leaving her too exhausted to speak further, and she fell into a deep sleep once more. Green Crystal newspaper. Rejected by Edith, Kits Keith left the scene early, leaving his assistant to record the competition. He sat back at his desk, angrily scribbling down Edith's arrogance. "As a first-year civilian, I don't see any respect for others in her. She's incredibly arrogant, showing no respect for the outstanding third-year students, simply declaring, 'I win.' She's conceited, and while lucky enough to make it to the finals, she has absolutely no potential for further growth." He had written a short page of eloquent prose, and was about to get up to walk around for a drink of water, when he heard a deafening bang outside the newspaper office. All his colleagues screamed and jumped up, ducking under their desks. He couldn't dodge quickly enough, and his legs gave way to the ground. He waited until the noise died down before trembling and crawling to the door to observe the situation. He saw the falling boulders and fireworks. "Oh my God, oh my God, oh my God," he swallowed repeatedly. From Bo Eunice College. Big news, absolutely big news. For this, he even spent a sound transmission scroll to obtain the definitive information that it was Zebulon who cast the spell. He quickly sat back at his desk, changed his paper, and picked up his pen to boast. Zebulon would definitely win the competition. To get the report out as soon as possible, he had no choice but to start now. The roar outside the window continued, briefly pausing, only to be replaced by an even more intense and rapid roar. In the meantime, Kit's mind raced, completing what he considered a perfect report. Blowing on the still-dry ink, he smiled broadly and looked up to see his assistant, sweating profusely, running back to the newspaper office. "I need to go faster." Kit's expression was delighted, and she casually asked, "What was the result?" As soon as she uttered the words Zebulon won, I leaned back, casually flinging the finished manuscript into her hands, and then casually added, "Yeah, it's done." Kit's, having mentally reviewed the entire process, leaned back in her chair with ease, watching her assistant open his mouth. "Edith wins. Zebulon loses." The referee blew the whistle, and the commentator announced the result. "It won't change." The assistant gasped, "We have to hurry, get the manuscript out." League reports don't need to be discreet about royalty, they can be as creative as they want. "Oh my God, Edith beat Zebulon, this is definitely big news." Kit's smile froze. "What?" The half-dried handwriting gradually blurred under his exertion. But it didn't matter. He'd never get to show this manuscript again. Edith felt as if she had been dreaming a long, bizarre dream, trapped in a small room, unable to move. Finally, she pried open her stiff eyelids, stared blankly at the ceiling. Neither a hospital nor a dorm. She reached up with her hands, but before she could fully grasp her surroundings, hurried footsteps echoed. Then, a dark figure blocked the light in front of her. "Edith?" Shelley crouched down, cupping Edith's face and examining her closely, causing her to look away in embarrassment. "I'm fine," she mumbled. "Why am I in your lab?" "The doctor checked you out and said you're fine, just tired. He suggested you return to a familiar environment and rest." Shelley realized he had overstepped his bounds, his ears tinged slightly red. He coughed softly. "I'm worried about you in the dorm. It wouldn't be convenient for me to take care of you." Taking her back to his dorm seemed too ambiguous, so he ultimately chose the lab, a place with no one else around and familiar to Edith. Edith nodded, and with Shelley's help, she sat up straight and drank the water he offered her. "How long did I sleep?" "All day." Shelley lowered her head, untied her hairband, and tied up Edith's hair, which had almost fallen into the glass of water. Zebulon woke up once, but he wasn't in good condition. Plus, the practice field hasn't been repaired yet, so the award ceremony will be the day after tomorrow. Chapter 191. Edith nodded. Knowing that Zebulon was alright, any slight guilt she felt for removing the shield at the last minute completely vanished. She lowered her head, letting Shelley tie her hair up, and changed the subject, saying, "I'm hungry." Shelley smiled. Wait a minute." He turned and walked into the next room. The clanking of kitchen utensils rang out from behind the door. "They're practically turning the lab into a kitchen," Edith sighed. This room, empty except for lab equipment when she first arrived, had now been filled with a wealth of household items thanks to her frequent visits. Now, only the inner lab remained for its purely experimental purpose. She climbed out of bed, grasping the edge of the bed, and pulled her cloak from the side. She walked to the window, shaded by curtains, hoping to catch a glimpse of the sunlight outside. Waking up only feels real when you see the light. She'd only taken a few steps, when her sleepy mind suddenly registered something amiss. But before she could register what was wrong, her hand had already touched the corner of the curtain. Swish. The curtains opened, and the afternoon sun wasn't too strong, but it still dazzled her eyes. Edith squinted, and the next second, a fierce knocking sound came from outside the window. "Edith, Outside, Hedda was banging on the glass excitedly, her mouth moving as if to say, "You're finally awake." The lab soundproofing was pretty good. Edith's thoughts drifted off, and she smiled at Hedda, mouthing to herself that she was fine. Hedda nodded in relief, using both hands and mouth to indicate to Edith that everyone was taking turns guarding, and now it was her turn. "I'm glad you're okay." She seemed relieved. Shelley, hearing the noise, walked out of the room, looked out the window, and tooted inaudibly. Hedda seemed to shudder, then quickly waved her hand, telling Edith to hurry and eat. Edith laughed. The word teacher still carries a lot of pressure. she teased Shelley. "Everyone's terribly afraid of you." "But I don't think you were afraid of me before." Shelley's arm muscles contracted slightly, then quickly returned to their original position, setting the plate naturally. "It's different." He lowered his head. "To them, family members are close, and the strict teacher seems terrifying in comparison. But back then, no one except you was close to me." Shelley didn't finish this sentence, and Edith didn't respond, quietly enjoying the meal before her. After a day of sleep, she wasn't suited to a heavy meal. A rich soup with bread was just right. She spread butter from the can onto her bread and asked, "Are there any injured in the training grounds?" "A few, but none from the Skyfire." Shelley pulled up a chair and sat across from Edith, watching her sip her soup. "Some fell in the panic, some miscast their spells, some tumbled down the stairs. They were all minor injuries, all healed yesterday. But the psychological trauma is probably quite significant, especially for those nobles who haven't experienced a grand occasion in a while. The Queen sent several court mages to soothe them somewhat, but they're still going to have nightmares for a month. Not a big deal. Comparatively, my injuries are more serious." Edith joked, but Shelley didn't respond. His eyes seemed even deeper than usual, almost black in the backlight. He stared at Edith silently for a moment. "Yes, your injuries are worse than Zebulon's." Edith glanced away. Normal. In a league final, how could one determine who was stronger without a life-and-death battle? But it's meaningless." Shelley shook his head. "The royal family possesses such a powerful spell, and they actually use it in a single match, just to compete for first place. Too dangerous, too strange." At this point, he stood up, as if struck by a thought, and pulled a slender black box from a side drawer. Edith let go of the spoon, took it, and flipped open the lid. A brand new wand. "I'm repairing the old one. It'd take at least a month." Shirley squatted down. "This one was custom made. It's made of better material than the one Turner gave you. I wanted to give it to you for Christmas, but I was afraid you'd be embarrassed to accept it." Edith was nostalgic, and rarely changed things she was used to. Especially since that wand was a gift from Hedda, who had helped her so much. Given the hidden meaning behind it, Edith wouldn't have used it often. Unexpectedly, it came in handy right now. Edith was silent for a moment, then pulled the jet-black wand from the box. She chuckled and shook her head. "How come it's better quality than yours?" Shirley's wand was still hers, and after all the twists and turns, he even given her one in return. "Thank you." She didn't think she'd have to refuse a gift given her relationship with Shirley, so she accepted it naturally. Shelley seemed relieved and sat back down, waiting for Edith to finish her meal and take the plates back to the other room. "Should I be all right?" Edith, well-rested, well-fed, and armed with her new wand, felt a bit restless. Shelley looked reluctant, but she finally relented, telling Edith to skip class and go back to rest. Edith pushed open the door to the lab. Hedda, still standing there, rushed over and gently embraced her arm. She spoke distractedly, her eyes glancing at the ends of Edith's hair, her tone rising slightly. "Where did you get that new headband?" She didn't recall Edith wearing such a bright color, and it looked strangely familiar. "Where did you see it in a store? It shouldn't be. Headbands sold ready-made in stores wouldn't be too expensive, and they wouldn't be made of such fine material." "Wait." Her expression changed. "No, this is Professor Scott's headband." It was common for teacher gossip to spread among students, and this one was one of the major announcements after the start of the semester. Seeing the rather prim Professor Scott using something brightly colored, something only Professor Bertram would use, Edith instinctively reached out and touched it, humming. "Yes, yesterday's headband got burned, so he lent it to me. It's quite nice. I ask where it was custom made when I get a chance." Hedda glanced at it again. "The same shop where you made your wristband." "How did you know?" "I had custom made this originally for Professor Scott." Edith quickly corrected herself, while Hedda's eyes widened in shock. She paused for a moment, forcing herself to detach herself from the topic. By the way, President Walker asked you to contact her when you sober up. She said you know how?" "I know," Edith continued. "I call her shortly. Don't you have class?" Leaving the classroom, the crowd thinned out, and Edith glanced up at the clock tower. As expected, it was class time. "I skipped?" Hedda shook her head. "We all took turns skipping class, and the teacher knew what we were doing and just allowed it." Not only the teacher, but the students around her were also very cooperative. When someone secretly changed class during class, the students around them would even put their feet away, without even having to ask. The teacher would step down from the podium when someone strolled to the door, his eyes open, pretending to be blind. This morning, When Tuttle returned to the classroom to replace Bell, Bertram stopped him. He even asked if he was awake. Tuttle, standing alone at the podium, said no. He was the center of attention. Edith felt ill at the mere thought of that scene. She persuaded Hedda to return to the classroom, at least to let her classmates know she was fine. It would have been best if she had gone herself, but Joyce had spoken first, and this matter was more important. Magic Association. Marshall, who was supervising the finals inspection at Bo Eunice College, was being scolded by the president for his negligence. "You should be thankful I was there," Joyce said coldly. "They only reinforced the central spectator stand. And the lives of students, instructors, and judges were so carelessly disposed of. If she hadn't taken the trouble to supply enough magic power, several poor students might have been crushed to death by the boulder. A shield of this specification would have been sufficient in previous years." Marshall's voice trailed off, his outward compliance unsettling him. Damn it, damn it, damn it! He was the one who disregarded the lives of others by using such a powerful attack. Not only Marshall, but the entire group of personnel involved were standing in Joyce's office, heads bowed, listening to the lecture, sweating profusely in the winter capital. And Joyce's taunt seemed endless. Near despair, Joyce's voice suddenly paused. A staff member hiding at the edge bravely raised his head, and noticed that the other person's gaze had fallen on the photo frame on the desk. 1 second, 2 seconds. She was silent for a full 10 seconds, 10 seconds in which the office sweated profusely, constantly contemplating their own demise. "That's all for today." Joyce's voice suddenly calmed. "Huh?" Marshall hadn't expected it to end so abruptly. Seeing the president's cold gaze, he quickly said hello and took small steps back, facing Joyce. His back pressed against the door, he reached behind him and yanked it open, disappearing into the hallway with a whoosh. "Thanks." Though she didn't know what President Walker had seen, her mood had clearly brightened. He would sincerely thank the unknown being who had brought him joy. He would also curse Zebulon Campbell, who had caused him so much trouble. When Joyce sat down at the table, Edith was concentrating on her dessert. "The boss is extraordinarily welcoming today." Edith finished the last scraps. "He even offered me a plate of cake. You're the league champion this year, after all." Joyce let out a faint smile. "With that face, many people will be willing to provide you with all kinds of services for free. Newspapers will all feature it on their front pages, and everyone will be talking about it on the streets. This enthusiasm will last at least 3 months. Joyce rested his head on his hands. "After 3 months. It depends on the face. I understand that a champion from over a decade ago, because of his outstanding looks, still receives Christmas cards from adoring fans every year. You need to keep your home address private." Edith was silent for a moment. Joyce chuckled and leaned back in his chair, relaxed. "Glad to see you're okay. I forgot to congratulate you on winning a league title from the royal family." Chapter 192. "Thank you." Edith accepted it calmly. "I'm surprised by that, too." Zebulon wasn't difficult to deal with due to his personality flaws. If it had been his sister Ursula, who had stood on the court with her yesterday, the match might have been a bit more difficult. Joyce nodded. "Ursula is indeed better at handling emotions than Zebulon. Are you on the royal side?" Edith was curious. "The Walker family remains neutral." Joyce raised her teacup, took a sip, and said, "If I had to choose, Ursula would be more suitable for the position. Although, from my perspective, neither of them is perfect. Maintaining top grades in the academy, serving as a teacher's assistant, balancing study and research, and helping her mother with complex government affairs in her 5th grade. Ursula wasn't suitable in Joyce's eyes? She's too rigid." Joyce blew on her tea and said calmly, "I'm not saying that in a derogatory way. I mean rigid in a righteous way. But a king can't be completely upright." She stopped there. "What about Dolores?" Edith disrespectfully pronounced the queen's real name. "When she first ascended to the throne, she was perfectly suited to the position, maintaining a perfect balance between light and darkness." Joyce lost himself in memories, a touch of nostalgia creeping over his face. "But in recent years, selfishness has become more apparent. Once the balance is broken, some things cease to exist." Edith keenly sensed the queen's subtext. What selfish motives does the queen have? She still wasn't sure why she built such a crypt, why she secretly captured and hidden talented civilians there, and it seemed she was also at odds with Duke Eddie. "The royal family has declined." Joyce wasn't about to hide it from her. "The royal family has declined?" Edith winked subtly. "Decline in what?" Dolores was young, with a long life ahead of her. She held great power. Her 3 children were each unique and exceptional. The 2 heirs were exceptionally gifted, ensuring a long line of successors. The royal family's prestige remained intact, and the queen's presence during carnival parades was always met with enthusiastic cheers. The kingdom prospered. Wars against the surrounding smaller nations were easily won. The association continuously produced new achievements. Nothing could cause the royal family to. Civilians? The memory of Edith Griffin suddenly flashed through her mind. To be honest, you're the only one who can shake the queen's rule right now. Edith suppressed her irritation and joked, after all, you control the Magic Guild. I can't, Joyce said frankly. The guild doesn't share my sympathy. The kings of all generations have been clever. They divided the guild into 5 smaller chapters, each with its own president and a dedicated administrative department. We call them the headquarters, and the head of the headquarters is the president of the Magic Guild. That's me. She shook her head. I can only control the Magic Guild and the Spell Guild. The Circle Guild is suspected to be controlled by Duke Eddie. The Alchemy Guild is a collection of the major families, and the Walker family, not being a potion family, has been excluded. The Astrology Guild has always been secretive and ignores everyone. It's precisely because she knows the truth that Dolores has allowed me to manage the guild, treating me with respect and keeping me in check, preventing me from overreaching. Joyce dissected his predicament bit by bit, looking Edith in the eye. I told you she's perfect for that position. It was the common people who truly caused the royal family's decline. Edith remained silent. Because talent is fair. Joyce ignored her reaction. Ancient spells can be blocked, but the systematic spell books developed by the association are readily available in bookstores, and can be learned by self-study. There are already many magical talents among the common people, but most have been overlooked. Now they have the opportunity to learn, and with a little effort, they can make rapid progress. Just like you. A few hundred years ago, in an era when magic was fragmented and cold weapons were the primary means of attack, it would have been extremely difficult for ordinary citizens to overthrow the kingdom. They would have needed more people than the army, a way to obtain sufficient weapons, food, and money, and at least one leader with savvy strategy. But now, perhaps all it takes is a single wizard, perhaps not very clever but courageous and powerful. In extreme cases, even a single individual might be enough. Within 10 years, the kingdom would be flooded with self-taught wizards. These people weren't powerful enough to overturn the kingdom's understanding, but they possessed enough power to overthrow the queen. Edith nodded silently. She had tangled with Zebulon for so long because she didn't want to put him to death. If they really came to blows, a few high-damage spells would render all his defenses useless. This crisis will arise at the end of the queen's term, so Dolores has to consider a countermeasure. She closed her eyes and reviewed all the information in her mind. Is her countermeasure to further enhance the royal family's prestige? Ivan may be physically weak, but his magical reserves are substantial, and he's a gifted individual. As long as each match is kept within 15 minutes, he might be able to take first place. Edith opened her eyes and looked at Joyce. Having 3 consecutive champions come from the royal family is indeed an effective deterrent. Commoner mages who don't understand the royal family will be intimidated by this achievement, greatly reducing the likelihood of a one-on-one duel. Of course, this is only part of the plan. Divide the nobility into 2 factions, the prince and the princess, and make them evenly matched. This way, each side will feel they have a chance to rise to power. With a more stable and less risky path to advancement, fewer will be willing to risk their lives to overthrow the kingdom. This stability will last at least until Dolores' death. Other miscellaneous policies and laws are merely supplementary measures to complement these 2 major plans. For example, easing commoner enrollment to reduce the likelihood of commoners going crazy due to unfair treatment, or allowing commoners to take the exam to become court mages, directly controlling all sufficiently powerful commoner mages. Those who fail can also be marked, allowing the city hall to monitor them more closely. The magic locks used in conjunction with Duke Eddie can control the number and location of gifted individuals throughout the kingdom, preventing them from clustering into powerful organizations. The kingdom is unlikely to suffer any harm in her hands, Edith concluded. Those unnecessary measures are all for the next king. She spoke with certainty. One of the prince and princess will inevitably be defeated. Correspondingly, the nobles who support the losing party will see their status decline and lose real power for a long time. Unless the next king continues to follow Dolores' principles. But that requires the right conditions. Joyce shook his head. Cultivating 2 or more equally powerful heirs simultaneously is no easy feat besides. The defeated nobles don't have the patience to wait for decades. So she needs to bring new forces into the political arena? Incorporate commoners, who might otherwise overthrow her, to contain the old nobles? By balancing these 2 crises, the kingdom can survive for a while longer. Logically, that's true. Joyce's eyes were filled with a hint of confusion. But it doesn't make sense. As the number of commoners increases, the number of nobles won't decrease, and the possibility of a united overthrow of the kingdom hasn't decreased. What exactly is Dolores's goal? Edith's train of thought clicked as Joyce spoke. That's right. Whether it's Zebulon or Ursula, upon ascending to power, they undoubtedly reuse the nobles who supported them. But to avoid backlash, allowing commoners, who are inherently neutral, to hold important positions is a good choice. Commoners are more easily trusted. If the queen nurtured a group of talented commoners, and then, after confirming her heir but before her own death, privately contacted the defeated aristocrats, offering them a chance to wash their hands and become neutral, I believe no family would refuse. She simply needed to find a loyal family member, transfer their soul into a commoner's body. This person could then represent the will of the family behind them, as a neutral figure, using him as a mouthpiece to secure benefits for their original family. This way, commoners would have role models, discover that their own efforts could lead to political participation, reduce their chances of madness, and align themselves with the right family to gain power, focusing their attention on the next king's side. This would open up new avenues for the defeated, preventing them from finding their own path to ruin. All the forces were balanced against each other. Aside from the necessary sacrifice of some civilian talents and the destruction of their families, the plan was practically perfect. Dolores was truly a natural ruler. Edith sighed inwardly. Joyce followed her into silence. It seems you know more than I do, she said calmly. Edith remained somewhat wary of her. Don't worry, I get the evidence. Edith recovered. Please forgive me for keeping the rest secret. Everyone has secrets. Joyce expressed understanding. But now that you become number one, we can discuss the details of our plan to enter the palace. Edith spent the entire afternoon reviewing Joyce's pre-designed plan and offering revisions to several aspects. Joyce was puzzled by some of her requests, but he still prioritized her wishes. The two parted quietly, and Joyce returned to his office, looking normal as ever as he continued to work on the documents. Her assistant opened the door half an hour later and reported on the day's mission. No one noticed her disappearance. Boyuni's College. Edith went back to her dorm to lie down for a while, then the aftereffects of just a little soup kicked in, forcing her to get up and head to the cafeteria for food. It was just after school, and many students were coming and going, mostly gathered together to chat. But almost everyone suddenly fell silent as they passed her. This reaction wasn't admiration, but fear. Edith muttered silently. This feeling was too strange, as if she were carrying a silencing array, absorbing all sound wherever she went, and once she left, whispers would echo behind her. She could tell there was no malice, but she still felt uncomfortable. It wasn't until she sat down in the cafeteria and saw a few friends who were talking normally that the feeling eased. The atmosphere is so strange. After enduring a full round of overly enthusiastic attention, Edith sat down and ate something to replenish her energy. I don't understand. Why are you so afraid? Because you think you offended the royal family? Hedda speculated, if Zebulon ultimately wins the inheritance, these 3 losses to you will be the biggest shadow of his life. No, it's precisely because everyone thinks so that the royal family will be more willing to show you goodwill. Tuttle reassured her, I even think His Majesty Campbell will offer additional rewards. Chapter 193. Not only will you receive a reward, but I'm sure you'll be given important positions in the future. Congratulations again, Miss Griffin. No one looked up, only Bell, standing to the side, symbolically shifted his plate to make room for Ivan. Thanks to the reminder during the finals, everyone's resentment towards him had lessened considerably. What resentment remained was due to his status. I saw you said in the interview you were planning to join the guild? Ivan sat down, oblivious to the others. Why not consider becoming a court mage? Mother even said she loves you at a recent family dinner. What good is being a court mage? Amy muttered. To put it bluntly, a court mage is the royal family's personal guard. People only pursue that position to increase political leverage for their families. As a commoner without a family background, Edith's future would certainly be worse than the guild unless she was deeply favored by the king. Really? Ivan feigned surprise. But I heard Mother is considering allowing the court mage to participate in politics. Everyone was shocked, and Edith's grip on the spoon paused slightly. Ivan, assuming she was tempted, curled his lips and continued to entice. After the war ended, and the system of distributing titles based on merit, the kingdom hasn't had any new nobles for a long time. According to Mother, she hopes to inject new blood into the country. Since we are introducing this system, we naturally need a compelling example. His meaning was clear. With Edith's current abilities and reputation, if she were willing to join the royal family and become a court mage under the queen's control, she could shed her commoner status and become a model for the reform of the new nobility. This was far more tempting than Joyce's assurances. But Edith had other thoughts. She reaffirmed her inner thoughts, and with Ivan's input, she was almost certain her previous suspicions were true. Now, wary of her displayed strength, Dolores planned to tempt her with benefits, making her a moving target. But Ivan shouldn't be the target of this propaganda. No. Seeing Ivan's calm expression, Edith shook her head decisively. I don't want to be assassinated by the old nobility just yet. Ivan, expecting a passionate reaction, was stunned. Huh? What? Amy decided to fight for her aunt. The reason the association can provide commoners with normal advancement channels is because the nobles don't care. Your resources and status can't be passed on to your children. If it comes to titles, do you think they'd be anxious? Adding new nobility means that the old nobility will be reduced in the future. Starting with the barons, anyone could be abandoned. Tattle said coldly, when everyone is in danger, the easiest way to maintain status is not to increase family power, but to overturn the policy. Killing the policy subjects is the easiest way to overturn the policy. Besides, no one can be sure what you're saying is true. Bell spread his hands. It's all just a matter of a word from His Majesty Campbell. What if Edith becomes the court mage and the rules change? The association can voluntarily withdraw, but the court mage can't. Everyone expressed resistance. This reaction was beyond Ivan's understanding. He tightened his fingers and suddenly glanced at Mulin, standing to his left. He wasn't familiar with this classmate, but he knew his identity. After some deliberation, he asked, "What about Raphael? Are you planning on joining the guild, the city hall, the palace, or something else?" "The guild?" Mullen didn't hesitate. "I don't want to be a guinea pig either." "Where did you hear that?" Edith tilted her head and cast a soundproofing spell. "It sounds like His Majesty Campbell hasn't assigned you any lobbying tasks. Is that your personal wish, or someone else's?" Ivan's smile gradually faded. Edith's keen sense of observation remained. Last night, already in his dorm bed, Ivan received the news that Zebulon had woken up. He quickly asked the dorm warden for leave and, with the help of the royal forces, teleported back to the palace. Mother and Ursula were already standing in the room. Ivan suddenly felt like laughing. Although the four of them gathered monthly for family dinners, it was surprisingly rare for them all to gather together outside the dining room. He forced a frown down his lips, a look of worry on his face, as he slowly moved from the doorway to the window, standing parallel to his sister. Zebulon's gaze briefly shifted from his mother, who sat beside the bed, and greeted him. "Your voice." Ivan's brows were filled with concern for his brother's health. "What's wrong? Has the flames burned even here?" Zebulon, "No, I just coughed." The court mage's healing skills were truly exceptional. From such a serious injury, he had completely recovered in just a few hours, save for the coughing that had weakened him mentally, a weakness he couldn't show in front of his mother. "Keep quiet," Ursula instructed. "The doctor is already preparing the appropriate healing potion." She didn't seem at all pleased by her brother's failure. Her tone remained concerned. "The wand is confirmed defective, but rest assured, all your personal information has been destroyed. You can use the finished one for now, and then have the craftsman make a suitable one." "No rush," Dolores said. After confirming that Zebulon was not in danger, she regained her calm and dignified demeanor. "Zebulon, rest in the palace for a while. During this time, don't touch the wand." Ursula nodded repeatedly. "As you should. Using an ancient spell of this level would undoubtedly damage one's internal magical power. Forcing the spell could lead to a mental breakdown." After speaking, she sighed casually. "Teacher Clark, for example, his magical power suddenly became disrupted, and he became completely insane. The doctor said it was probably the result of the backlash of the ancient spell, and treatment is useless now." Zebulon's hand, hidden under the quilt, curled up. "Salisbury has gone mad?" The queen was a little surprised. "When did it happen?" "Just discovered. You were worried about your brother at the time, and didn't dare to disturb him." Ursula lowered her head, and quickly apologized, admitting her mistake. She continued, "But the other mages saw him at lunch. The problem probably occurred in the afternoon." "Afternoon?" Zebulon could feel his mother's gaze lingering on him briefly. He could only feign ignorance, silently clutching the sheets beneath him. At this age, madness is common. Dolores averted her gaze, dismissing Ursula's words, with a casual understatement. "What a pity. He was a good tutor. He was unfortunate, but you, my child, are lucky." The queen's warm hand caressed Zebulon's cheek, yet it felt like he was surrounded by ice. He suppressed the urge to shudder with all his might, and lowered his head. "It wasn't me who was lucky. It was Edith Griffin who showed mercy. Oh! The mother's tone was subtle, making it impossible to discern her specific thoughts. Zebulon closed his eyes, but insisted on finishing his story. I was too impatient, forcing myself to recite a spell of this magnitude, which damaged my wand and caused the Academy such great losses. It was Edith. She took the initiative to use her intact wand to cast a protective spell, protecting my head, neck, and other vital parts. In the end, I only suffered these injuries. At this point, he raised his head and met his mother's calm gaze. How is Edith now? She still cares about others. She's recovering quite well. Dolores commented cryptically, she hasn't woken up yet, but she's fine. That's why the award ceremony has been scheduled for the day after tomorrow. She hasn't woken up yet. That's right. She pulled me out of the ashes back then, and she's endured much more of the remaining power of the spell. Zebulon suddenly felt a surge of guilt wash over him, and he nodded silently. Seeing that the conversation had almost concluded, the doctor who had prepared the potion knocked on the door and entered. Ursula and Ivan tactfully left, and after the doctor left, Zebulon and Dolores were alone in the room. Zebulon felt a gentle hand touch his head. Well done, the queen said with a smile. This was the first time she had shown such strong emotion that night. Zebulon panicked, repeatedly apologizing and constantly reflecting on his mistakes during the competition. Dolores extended a finger and gently tapped his forehead. Don't be so nervous. The smile on her lips remained. The skyfire, witnessed by the entire capital, can be considered a different way to accomplish its purpose. Her voice trailed off, and Zebulon missed the last half. Dolores' smile faded with the end of her voice. She regained her composure, but her hand remained on Zebulon's head. Don't worry about Salisbury, she said gently. He was overly absorbed in his research, and the side effects of the ancient spell backfired, ultimately driving him mad. This madness has been going on for some time, unnoticed. Because of this, he took advantage of the situation and taught you the Skyfire curse, causing damage to the Academy. Zebulon felt as if he were sinking into an icy cave, but his mother's voice continued. The person in charge of the tutors, who failed to detect any abnormalities in Salisbury, will be punished, but since no one died, the punishment will be reduced to a deduction of 3 months' salary. The queen glanced at her son's frozen expression and chuckled. You done nothing wrong. You won't be punished. Rest well. She turned and left his room. Mother knows everything. She knows everything about my support for the noble schemes and Mr. Clark's help. She's just not going to punish me because of our blood relationship. Zebulon's mind was in a tizzy. He swallowed, his expression changing. Wait. Did Mother turn a blind eye to his actions, or were all his actions carried out under her direction? Palace Gardens. Ivan continued to play the role of his angelic younger brother, chatting casually with Ursula. Ursula listened with a smile, occasionally responding. Ivan steered the conversation towards politics, trying to extract some information from his unsuspecting sister. As expected, Ursula shared her mother's new policy proposal for the common people. Commoners promoted to nobility. Goddess above. Ivan was deeply shocked, but outwardly remained innocent. Great. Yes, it's great. Ursula, like her mother, suppressed her smile, slowly stopped, and looked down at her brother, who was a head shorter than her. A shadow fell over Ivan. Since you think it's a good idea, why not tell Edith and ask her what she thinks? Ursula's voice was soft, so soft that only the two of them could hear it. Don't play dumb. I know what you're thinking. Chapter 194. With Edith's permission, Ivan revealed Ursula's words, completely clearing himself of all wrongdoing. My sister told me to ask. He had a kind expression. Although Mother hasn't announced it yet, since I discussed it with my sister, there won't be any major changes. You mean, Her Highness wants Edith to enter the palace? Amy felt something was wrong with her ears and pinched them. Are you two familiar with each other? As he finished speaking, he suddenly remembered Ursula giving Edith the voice scroll and covered his mouth. It seems they do. Then why didn't she come herself? No, Edith said calmly. That was an exchange, not a favor. But Ursula's attitude was indeed intriguing. What a pity. She turned to Ivan and raised an eyebrow. I'm curious about your expression when your sister said that. He thought he had been hiding it well, but it turned out that the only person who hadn't noticed was Zebulon. His ambitions had always been under the watchful eyes of his competitors. Ivan's eyes evaded. What expression? Of course, his eyes were blank, his face shone with shock, unable to utter a word. She's the only one who knows, he said vaguely in self-defense. My mother doesn't know. Dolores's innate guilt made him particularly tolerant, making it harder for her to notice anything unusual. Is Ursula trying to recruit an ally? Edith pondered the situation briefly, reflecting on what Ivan had just recalled. Ivan's only chance of success would be to surprise everyone. Now that Ursula has discovered him, his plan is likely to fail. This currently most popular princess intends to win over this relatively intelligent brother and, through his connections, test my intentions. She wants me as an ally. Why? The princess's faction was already powerful enough. Edith closed her eyes. Can you tell me about what you said in Zebulon's room? She suddenly asked. Just the gist of it. It wasn't anything off limits, but there wasn't much information. Ivan was confused, but he simply repeated it. Edith suddenly understood. As expected. She shook her head and said to her friends, who all looked bewildered. Zebulon received outside help during the competition. Someone was constantly directing his actions from within his head. It must be Mr. Clark you just mentioned. What? Everyone fell silent. Hedda slammed her hand on the table and stood up, attracting everyone's attention. Under Ivan's accusing gaze, she sat down awkwardly and muttered, the royal family actually cheated openly. We didn't. Ivan's eyes widened. If I could cheat, how could I have only ranked 49th? What a convincing rebuttal. After everyone calmed down a bit, Tuttle spoke. No wonder I thought Zebulon's rhythm was odd. But in a competition where reaction speed is key, remote command shouldn't be very effective. Beyond command, he must have put in other efforts, otherwise he wouldn't have suddenly gone crazy. Belle glanced at the brand new wand at Edith's waist. Edith's wand broke, but Zebulon maintained his shield. Did he cast a conversion spell through a third party? He probably figured out the Skyfire spell too. Ivan added, before graduation, we weren't allowed to look through the mass destruction spell book. Someone must have helped him look up spells suitable for use at the academy. How abhorrent! Hedda raged. All sorts of poisons and sabotage before the match, and all those secret preparations during the match. Fortunately, fate was fair and made him lose. And the wand! He actually destroyed the wand I gave Edith. It can be repaired, and it's being repaired. Edith soothed her and turned. Ursula was testing His Majesty Campbell's attitude. With the Queen's intelligence, these few hints were enough to understand what the prince's faction had done. The Queen showed no anger or embarrassment, but simply brushed the matter off calmly. She doesn't care about Zebulon's little tricks. Judging by her calm, unsurprised demeanor, they may even have been done with her tacit approval. Your Highness understands that fair competition no longer matters. She raised her head and calmly met Ivan's eyes. Ivan seemed to see his mother for a moment, then sensed his sister's shadow the next. He had to lower his head, averting his gaze to calm himself. Why is it meaningless? Hedda was curious. Does she think His Majesty Campbell favors Zebulon? She understood all too well the feeling of a family member constantly protecting their favorite child. Overall, I think Mother treats my sister better, Ivan added. I don't think so. Edith connected her conclusion to her previous conversation with Joyce. She's realized that what Mother needs right now isn't who's more powerful, but rather that both are equally powerful. Once one person is at a disadvantage, the other receives more attention from Mother. Given the presence of a royal family member at the table, she chose not to expound on the theory of balance, alluding only to a few subtle references. In short, Ursula realizes that her rivalry with Zebulon might continue for a decade or even decades. Until your mother's health deteriorates significantly, forcing her to appoint an heir. For decades, no matter how hard she tried, she couldn't get a definitive answer. So she decided to try a different approach. Everyone was lost in thought. Amy and Ivan, with their extensive political experience, had a vague grasp of the key, but most of the others were confused and at a loss. What's the point of Ursula's actions? Ivan frowned, demanding confirmation. Why does she want me to tell you this? What's her alternative? Good question. Edith put a finger to the corner of her mouth. Everyone, assuming she was about to speak, leaned closer. Edith, I don't know either. Ouch. Ivan was at a loss for words. Forget it, I won't ask any more questions. Just give me a direct answer, something that can handle Ursula. No need. Just arrange a meeting between Ursula and me. Edith made the request naturally, completely ignoring Ivan's skeptical look. Have her contact me, and let me know the location and time. I'm sure Her Highness has a secret plan. Day 3, Practice Grounds. The court mages were incredibly efficient. In just a few days, the practice grounds were restored to their former glory, belying any trace of the devastation they had endured. The elaborate podium was already erected, streamers sprinkled and lights flickering. Edith curiously sensed the magical fluctuations emanating from it, trying to understand how the lights could remain bright in broad daylight. Audience stands. Hedda tilted her head and, in a low voice, asked Ivan, who sat down beside her, what did Edith and Ursula discuss? The two had met secretly yesterday, but Edith hadn't said anything since returning, which made her nervous. Ivan turned around, and was met with countless pairs of gleaming eyes. He blinked slowly, leaning forward, his voice mysterious. I don't know. Then you can leave. Belle chuckled, straightened up, and gestured to the chair behind him. No room. Ivan said confidently, the award ceremony was just as packed as the finals. After interrupting, he lowered his voice again. I really don't know. I don't even know when Ursula ran out to meet her. I heard she spent the entire day yesterday in her mother's study, handling official business under the watchful eyes of everyone in the palace. Apart from that, have you seen the report? He spoke ambiguously, but everyone nodded in understanding. Amy pulled out a newspaper from somewhere and cleared her throat. Tutor Salisbury Clark broke into the royal library and stole a long-sealed ancient spell book. For experimental purposes, he taught it to Queen Campbell's eldest son, Zebulon Campbell. His Highness Campbell was deceived and mistakenly used the spell during the Beau Eunice Academy finals, causing some damage. But thanks to the efforts of him and fellow competitor Edith Griffin, no one was killed. Zebulon Campbell won an honorable defeat. The royal court has sentenced Salisbury Clark to death. They say it was just sentenced, but he actually died the day before yesterday. No, the day before yesterday. Ivan silently cast a silencing spell. Learning that he was mentally ill, my mother didn't even attempt an interrogation. She simply convicted him, and secretly executed him. Even Hedda, the most obtuse person present, sensed something was amiss. So anxious. Like I'm afraid he'd say something he shouldn't. Hedda lowered her head. It just feels a little scary. A crack appeared in her image of a gentle and powerful queen, making her seem more dangerous and more desirable to avoid. Zebulon's responsibility has been completely absolved, and neither has the royal family's responsibility. At most, they've been accused of negligence. Tattle-tooted. It was clearly mainly due to the protective shield, but the report claims it was Zebulon's desperate efforts to save the situation. Now, not only is he innocent, he's even been credited. Isn't he ashamed? The award ceremony lounge area. With less than 5 minutes left before the official start, Edith finally saw Zebulon, who had arrived belatedly. He looked pale, and his robe, made of thick velvet, looked too large for him, fitting the image of serious injuries the royal family had advertised. But Edith narrowed her eyes. How could she be seriously injured? Her injuries were more serious than Zebulon's, but she was almost fully recovered the next day. No matter how skilled Shelley, who treated her, was, he couldn't match the vast team of court mages and doctors. After 3 days, she should be full of life. Psychological trauma? Zebulon wasn't so fragile as to be depressed for so long after losing a match. Even if he felt unhappy, he managed to put on a good front. Perhaps it was her piercing gaze that caught Zebulon's eye, and the boy turned and met Edith's gaze. Congratulations. He smiled sincerely. Thank you too. Thank you for leaving my shields on, and for helping to rescue me. It was a piece of cake. Edith shrugged. There were many other contestants sitting around. Rose ultimately took 3rd place with a perfect record. Furthermore, the Academy had awarded over 20 awards, large and small, effectively taking care of the noble's pride. But Zebulon didn't even look around. He walked straight to Edith, and sat down next to her, without any seats between them. Chapter 195. Don't promise, Ursula. The moment he sat down, Zebulon tilted his head, and whispered in Edith's ear. Then the rustle of his robe against the chair drowned out the last syllable. Zebulon sat down calmly, as if the words he had just spoken were merely a sigh. Edith stared straight ahead, as if she hadn't heard anything. But her mind was racing. Did Zebulon know that Ursula had extended an olive branch to her? No. He didn't know what the two had talked about yesterday, that they had reached an agreement. His information was still stuck at the beginning. Did Ivan tell him? She immediately dismissed her idea. Ivan didn't need to do that. That's what Ursula told him. It's something she needs to consider, not my business. Edith quickly relaxed, putting the little episode behind her. Around them, the other contestants, seeing the two sitting close together, looked at each other in confusion, unsure of their relationship. It's not right. Edith and Zebulon were still sitting next to each other. But it's right. They sat down without saying a word. And so, they all stopped talking, and gradually quieted down. The ceremony began just then. The principal's lengthy speeches, the dean's, and the noble representative's speeches. The venue was bustling with activity, and the cheerful music pounded Edith's ears, making her drowsy. How boring. Finally, the award ceremony began. Starting with smaller prizes like Best Tactics and Fastest Battle, Edith saw many familiar faces standing on the podium. Each person could only take one award, and since she already had the championship, she wouldn't be eligible for any of these. She was lost in thought, her eyes unconsciously glancing toward the central auditorium. Dolores Campbell smiled, applauding each student as they took the stage. No more, no less, exactly 3 times. This wasn't polite. Edith could tell she was in a good mood. She turned her gaze away before he noticed, joining the rest of the audience in applauding. Over an hour passed, the applause fading from enthusiastic to sparse, finally completing the small awards process. Next, the top 3 prizes will be announced. The host's voice suddenly rose, and the background music reached another climax. Edith's body trembled at the overwhelming sound, and she finally saw the queen move. She raised her hand, refusing the court mage's escort, and slowly walked to the center of the practice field, replacing the principal, who had tactfully withdrawn. Why is it the queen presenting the awards this year? Tuttle's brow furrowed, his fingers resting on his lap gently clenching. Didn't the queen usually just make the announcements? The queen stood in the center, reading out the names of the top 3. The principal then pinned the medals to the students' chests. Finally, the students and principal went up together, standing beside the queen, while members of the newspaper staff drew their portraits. I don't know. It seems like a spur-of-the-moment decision. Hedda lowered her voice. Although the principal didn't notice the pause, if they really changed the rules this year, they would have announced it in advance. What does His Majesty Campbell want? Maybe he simply wants to present the award to his son himself. Then why didn't she help Ursula 2 years ago? I don't know. Tuttle was stunned. But she wouldn't do anything to Edith in public, so there's nothing to worry about. Rose received her medal, and returned to her seat with her ribbon. After ensuring she was seated, the host, with forced composure, called out Edith and Zebulon's names. That clearly wasn't his responsibility. They both stood up simultaneously. Zebulon paused, bent down, and extended his hand, motioning for Edith to go first. Edith instinctively looked up, meeting Dolores' smiling eyes. Ultimately, she didn't refuse. She descended the steps, with Zebulon following 3 steps behind her, keeping a respectful distance. The platforms on which the 2 finalists stood were the same height, differing only in color. Edith stepped onto the golden steps on the left, and the audience erupted in cheers. She looked up, and in the distance, she saw a vast expanse of gold. Edith was startled. You're very welcome. Dolores turned off her speakers and chuckled. No non-noble has ever achieved such high prestige at Bojan's Academy. Sorry, I didn't mean to criticize your background. Edith shook her head. I don't mind. To be honest, she was also surprised by the attention she received. Behind her, Zebulon also stepped onto the silver steps. He was noticeably more tense than he had been in the stands, but overall, he was surprisingly calm. Edith was slightly surprised. Zebulon's state didn't seem relieved, but rather completely numb. Before she could comprehend the reason, Dolores had already stepped to the right amid the host's passionate introductions. The runner-up is Zebulon Campbell, 3rd-year student at the School of Charms. Cheering and applause erupted from the stands, but they paled in comparison to what Edith had just received. Amidst cheers, a silver light exploded from nowhere above the practice field, and silver streamers rained down, melting onto the ground like snow. Dolores reached out amid the shower of streamers, and took the silver medal from a tray held by a student beside her. Edith couldn't help but squint. The silver reflected the surrounding light, illuminating the entire stage. Blinded by the light, she turned her head and glanced at Zebulon's profile. The boy stared blankly ahead, his face pale. Dolores said nothing, but gently adjusted the medal on his chest and pinned her own on top. Gold, silver, silver. She suddenly smiled, her hand withdrawing, and patting her son's chest, examined the 3 medals arranged in a triangle. They were for the Academy teacher's assistant, 2nd place in the final exam, and 2nd place in the league. 2 of them were awarded because of Edith. For some reason, Edith felt a sudden pang of guilt. Hearing this, Zebulon finally responded. He moved his fingers, his body trembling, his voice a little hoarse. I'm sorry. There's nothing to be sorry about. Dolores' eyes shifted without warning, meeting Edith's gaze. Edith raised an eyebrow, but instead of ducking, she smiled at the queen. Dolores seemed unprepared for this scene. She averted her gaze with interest, but her composure returned the moment she caught sight of Zebulon. Life has its ups and downs, and so do people, she said calmly. For example, you. She tapped the golden badge on Zebulon's chest. And Ursula, and Ivan. She selected the remaining 2 in turn. Too much success isn't a good thing. She shook her head, glancing off to the side with a pointed look. Edith completely ignored her words. She averted her gaze. That moment was the first time she had so directly felt the balance Dolores had forged. When Zebulon was feeling down, she had deliberately hinted that he was her chosen heir. But come to think of it, the Queen had even mentioned Ivan's name. Seeing the Queen finish another award presentation, the host cleared his throat and solemnly announced the winner. Boyani's College, League Champion, the winner is first-year Edith Griffin. Wow! Oh wow! I never heard a champion's name without a college name. First year. So young, they haven't even been assigned to a college yet. In front of them, the area where Hedda and the others were standing erupted in cheers, but the sound quickly merged with a chorus of voices from the entire audience. Edith Griffin. A faint smile played across Edith's lips. This wasn't a deliberate attempt at silliness, it was simply that at this moment, standing in this position, caught up in the atmosphere, it was hard not to feel joy. Amidst the cheers, Dolores stepped forward, bowed her head, and placed the fourth golden badge on Edith's head. 4 of them weighed heavily on her cloak, pulling the right side of the fabric downward several centimeters. Assistant to the Dean of Charms, assistant to the potions teacher, top third-year finalist, champion of the Bojans Academy League. Dolores stepped back and recited the meanings of Edith's badges, one by one. It's hard to believe you only been in the capital for half a year. Her voice was devoid of emotion. Edith is a wonderful name. I know many excellent Ediths. Intelligence is a common trait among you. I'm honored, Edith replied quickly. Dolores seemed about to say something, but just as she took a breath, a rumble erupted from the top of the podium. Her golden light exploded across the sky, completely obscuring Zebulon's silver. A sky full of golden ribbons drifted in the sunlight, falling on her golden hair. Edith narrowed her eyes, plucked a piece from her head, and examined it in her hands. For some reason, the ribbon didn't dissipate. It was deep winter, at least a month before early spring, but amidst the blanket of gold, Edith felt a sense of warmth. She gazed through the golden rain toward the stands. Her vision, enhanced by the magic, saw a Rose, wearing a bronze medal, grinning from ear to ear, waving her arms and shouting her name. She saw Hedda, with the friends she had made in just 6 months, with the bewildered Ivan, and all the first-year students around her, with whom she had only a limited but constant contact, running around. They waved golden banners, cheering and celebrating. She saw many people, too. She saw Joyce, leaning against a pillar with a smile, his arms folded. When she looked at him, he tipped his hat in greeting and quickly vanished into the darkness behind him. She saw all her previous opponents, some smiling, some reluctant, but all applauding. Edith finally caught sight of Shelley. The man, dressed in black with black hair, stood in the teaching area, cloaked in the darkness. At first glance, he was invisible. But he was wearing the red headband she had given him. The vibrant red served as the perfect guide, like a flickering flame in the darkness, fixing her gaze in that direction. Dolores seemed to sense something. Rationally, Edith knew she should look away, but emotionally, she ignored the Queen's probing, arched her brows, and grinned at Shirley. She smiled a smile of undeniable sincerity. Shirley froze in his tracks. After a moment, he touched his face and realized he had, without realizing it, smiled too. That was good. Chapter 196. Tuttle. The Mullen family tavern welcomed guests once again. After much deliberation, they finally gave up on a fancy celebration venue. Mullen asked her parents to reserve a room, cleaned up a bit, and prepared some street food. For a group used to fine dining, this was a rare and novel experience. You gave too much. My parents are so panicked they insist I pay you back. Mullen took the drink from her parents and sat down to complain to Hedda. Hedda, her mouth full, grumbled in confusion. She reached out, took a drink from the tray, and gulped it down. How could that be? I only gave a little more than the standard. She was now a duke, well-versed in family affairs, and wouldn't make a mistake in such a small matter. Hedda counted on her fingers with Mullen, and the girl, feeling both amused and helpless, stopped her. Don't equate this drink with your alcoholic beverages. Honestly, it's better than what they serve at the ball. In a blink of an eye, Amy had already finished the entire glass of sweet water, still savoring it. It tastes fantastic. But the price difference is far from zero. The more Hedda thought about it, the more she felt something was amiss. She checked the bill with Mullen and explained that someone had definitely rigged their expenses. Edith listened with amusement, shook her head, and took a sip of the juice in her hand. The liquid in the glass had a slightly bitter herbal taste, and only after swallowing did a hint of alcohol emerge. According to Mullen, it was her parents' homemade fruit wine. This is the first time I've seen this discrepancy so directly. Tuttle was silent for a few seconds. He had never considered his family comparable to the great nobility. Aside from his parents' aristocratic status, his circumstances were probably comparable to those of commoners. But he hadn't anticipated that the real commoners were far poorer than he imagined. "But it's getting smaller and smaller," Edith said glumly. Her mind was slackening at the moment, and a combination of sleepiness and alcohol washed over her, leaving her feeling dizzy. If it weren't for Yulin, Hedda might never have known that her purchasing servant had manipulated the prices. The only difference between us was communication. Now that the policy for commoners has been relaxed and communication has increased, the gap will narrow somewhat. At least, she hoped it would be smaller. Tuttle quietly observed Edith's profile in the firelight, deliberating. "Are you still planning to work with Joyce?" Edith hummed doubtfully. "Why? Do you think it's inappropriate?" "No, I just think." Tuttle's throat suddenly tightened. "I just think it's too dangerous. You only been in the capital for 6 months, but you come into contact with so many people and facts that it's really too many." He didn't know exactly what he wanted to say, so he just rambled. "You were a companion, your background was unknown, and those probing eyes should have been focused on the only publicly known commoner, Mullen. But whether in daily life, exams, or competitions, you performed better. After the newspaper revealed your commoner identity, you became more representative than Mullen, and you had to participate. It was forced, not voluntary." "I was forced, but what about you? Didn't you also participate voluntarily?" Edith was amused. "Exploring caves, stealing your parents' files, discussing Duke Eddie. I didn't seem to think you felt any danger at the time." "It's different," Tuttle said seriously. "At first I was curious, then I felt pity for those children and the civilians being tricked. I put myself in the shoes of the savior, believing myself to be the protagonist of an adventure novel. That was naive of me. You feel you've been targeted, becoming a vessel for Duke Eddie and his crew to swap bodies. To avoid death, you want to confront it head-on. But you can definitely hold off for a while. Soul swapping requires the body to be near death. The academy is safe, and you're strong and have a bright future. Whether you side with Joyce or Ursula, you find protection from them, and at least get through the next 5 years at the academy. After 5 years, Edith will surely be more resilient." He finally sorted his thoughts out and closed his eyes. "Watching the award ceremony today, seeing you wearing so many medals, I suddenly feel you shouldn't be involved in this. As long as you stay on this path at the academy and stop acquiescing to President Walker's demands, you have a successful life." He was worried. Edith laughed, raised her hand, and pointed out the window. "Someone just told me today that too much success in life isn't a good thing." Tuttle frowned. Who? Who would say such a pessimistic thing on such a celebratory day?" "Dolores Campbell." Tuttle, Edith took a sip of her juice and said calmly, "I think she's right. So, regarding your question, what if I say I don't consider it? Then I hope I can help." Tuttle's expression was serious, and he sat up straight. "I can't enter the palace, but I can communicate with you through the magic circle. I can attract your attention, create chaos, anything. Edith, I feel like you're doing this on purpose." First, he asked her to give up, and after being rejected, he offered to help her, making it difficult for her to refuse again. Tuttle remained silent, raising his glass to cover his upturned lips. Boyani's College, Laboratory. Shelley wiped the potion bottle clean, returned it to the cabinet, and turned to walk into the inner laboratory. Edith was sitting beside the ice coffin, carefully wiping her face. "This feeling is so strange." Shelley shook her head, gently removing her fingers from her skin. "Strange. My skin remains warm even now. Even though I'm not breathing, I still feel the magical energy emanating from it." This pulsation was so strange that Shelley tried to trace it, but it was difficult to find a corresponding source. "I can try to draw a few storage scrolls." Shelley sat down across from Edith. "Save some and try to compare them when you have a chance." "No need. There's no chance. The Queen and Duke Eddie have collaborated briefly, so they should have records of magic fluctuations throughout the kingdom. We can compare them directly when we explore the palace," Edith said casually. Shelley didn't respond. Edith looked up, raised an eyebrow, and asked, "What do you want to say?" Every time Shelley lowered his eyes and remained silent, he was holding something in his heart. "Do you have to keep your promise to Joyce?" Surprisingly, the man didn't give a stubborn no this time. He quickly raised his head, seeming a little anxious. "Let's discuss it further. There's no need to take risks." Edith's movement slowed slightly. "Why have you been using the same rhetoric for the past 2 days? Who else has tried to persuade me?" Tuttle. "I temporarily accepted him as a good person." Shelley's thoughts shifted briefly, then quickly returned to their original position. It seems I'm not the only one who thinks so. Edith lowered her handkerchief, folded her hands in her lap, and asked patiently, "May I know why?" "The time, location, and difficulty of the mission haven't changed." "What changed your mind?" "It was the award ceremony. It was the golden sunlight, the ribbons, the hair, and the people who seemed to glow within. I just think everything's fine now." Shirley lowered his eyes again. "You know several nobles who could be your support. You become a teacher's assistant, consistently ranked first in the academy, and even won the league championship. When you graduate in 5 years, you'd be in even better shape to join the guild. I have no intention of returning to the guild. I'm content with my current life as a teacher, and with your support, you can return to the head teacher position at a younger age. We'd both be fine. There's no need to take any more risks." His voice grew increasingly urgent. "It's too dangerous. Joyce's actions clearly indicate she's planning a complete break with Dolores. Do you really think she can do that? The royal family's influence remains. At most, she could push Ursula or Zebulon to the throne. The new king, unable to deal with Joyce, would have to deal with you." "I won't study for 5 years. Edith interrupted him. "Duke Eddie and I are not of the same ilk. I can't accept someone else's life with a clear conscience. This is Edith Griffin's body, not Edith Gary's. Edith Griffin's death wasn't your fault." Shelley clenched her fingers. She was already on the verge of death. If you hadn't entered her body, her sister would have died in the winter. You didn't rob anyone of their life. Thank you for your guidance. Edith let out a slow breath. But I still can't accept it. I do my best to find a way back to my original body. This is an opportunity. Not only for me, but also so that no one else will repeat my experience like you. As Shelley's pupils narrowed, Edith stepped toward him, leaning down, her eyes close to his. "Did you know that Duke Eddie's next target was you? I used the wrong teacup, accidentally ruining the first attempt, so he tried a second time. The second surveillance was indeed thwarted by our combined efforts, but he's likely to try a third time. His body has reached its limit and urgently needs a new vessel. Instead of looking for a suitable candidate, why not try it again on you? You don't want me to be in danger, and I don't want you to come to the lab one day and look up and call out to me in a strange voice. Griffin student. That means the soul inside you has become Hope Eddie." A week later, Edith received her reward. She placed the entire copy of Kimberly's notebook in a drawer, and the remaining scattered prizes were carelessly thrown into a box. A passing belle lamented the waste. She didn't argue, but smiled. "If I die, you can inherit this inheritance." Belle couldn't laugh. "Don't die." She wasn't one to talk, and stared quietly into Edith's eyes. "I'll also be helping out outside on the day you visit the palace." How could she help? On the day she was allowed to visit, Edith stepped out of the carriage and stood at the main gate. She turned and looked at the sprawling lawns and paths. The palace's perimeter was still a long way from the interior she was about to explore. One could only hope Joyce was well prepared, and that no unnecessary problems would arise. She looked back deeply and walked into the palace. Chapter 197. The heavy door closed behind her, its resounding clatter making the crowd walk in silence. This is the church, further from the center, and much quieter. The ornately dressed guide smiled, as he introduced Edith. Only members of the royal family pray here on weekdays. During Fire Festival and the Summer Carnival, certain ministers trusted by His Majesty Campbell are also allowed access. Edith nodded. She wasn't surprised by the fact that the palace had its own church, but the guide was a bit surprised. Although of humble origins, Edith Griffin possessed the demeanor of an aristocrat. One day was certainly not enough time to explore the entire palace. The guide only took Edith around a few of the larger buildings before quickly using a teleportation array to bring her to the castle's main gate. Dolores Campbell sat in the center of the central hall, awaiting the arrival of the number one. Edith tensed slightly. According to protocol, the queen would personally show her around some of the castle's buildings, and all she had to do was escape her and explore deeper within. She couldn't create chaos right out of the gate. She needed to prepare a suitable excuse and choose the right moment, until the cover-up could no longer be revealed. "Welcome, Miss Griffin." Dolores's expression relaxed, much more affable than the one Edith had seen at the award ceremony. She stood up and voluntarily stepped down from the throne, startling the guide to kneel on one knee, trembling slightly. This was a high level of etiquette, clearly not meant for him. If he had accepted it without hesitation, he might have lost his head tonight. Although this was a formality intended to greet Edith, under normal circumstances, she should have knelt to express her humility. The man trembled as he glanced upward. Edith remained upright, her expression almost indifferent, save for a polite smile. "Your Majesty Campbell." She bowed, then quickly returned to her usual position. How could she be so calm? Queen Campbell wasn't angry at her impoliteness. On the contrary, her mood seemed to have brightened considerably. "No need to bow," she said with a smile. "I invited you today. You're a guest of the Campbell family. A student who doesn't know etiquette is much safer than a commoner who does everything impeccably." Edith stood up straight, and the guide quickly stood up, accompanying the two of them as guides. A little troublesome. Edith glanced intently, checking her surroundings with her peripheral vision, and silently sighed. Dolores was even more cautious than she imagined. According to the Queen's daily travel arrangements, there's a personal guard, a court mage, a personal swordsman, and at least 4 mages and swordsmen working in the shadows. Joyce scribbled on the paper during their meeting. An accompanying apothecary, and someone skilled in magic arrays. The 2 protectors are for public display, and the 8 protectors are the number publicly assigned internally, but I don't know how many are actually assigned. Besides the protectors, Dolores's own abilities are also formidable. She closed her eyes, recalling her performance at the academy. She's a powerful mage herself, and the protectors are merely an additional layer of defense. But the reality was more dire than Joyce had described. There are indeed only 2 guards in public, but this time they also added a guide. The apothecary and swordsman aren't very good at concealing their magical fluctuations. She could clearly sense the presence of 3 people in the shadows, matching the number Joyce had predicted. She listened quietly to Dolores's explanation, glancing curiously around as she frantically tried to identify figures in her mind. Every few steps on either side of the passageway stood a guard, their muscles tense, ready to rush forward to protect them. Why was Dolores so cautious even in her own home? She truly wasn't tired at all. Edith suppressed a faint sense of anxiety. It was all going as planned so far. She maintained a calm demeanor and inched her way up the stairs to the castle. They met Ursula on the 2nd floor. The girl, clutching a book, raised her eyebrows slightly, then suddenly realized, "I forgot today was a visiting day." Edith bowed quickly, her movements much quicker than when she had just met the Queen. Dolores's smile grew more sincere. "The last time you were there, you were the one." It sounded strange to be allowed to visit her own home with her mother. Ursula declined the Queen's invitation. She waved the book in her hand with a hint of regret, indicating that she was in a hurry to submit the documents at City Hall. Dolores then recalled the details and realized it was a task she had assigned. Without further thought, she waved her off. "Your Highness is truly remarkable," Edith complimented her, maintaining excellent grades and charms, and even participating in political affairs. "Of course, she's the princess, the most likely heir to the throne." The guide felt inexplicably confident, puffing out his chest. The family he supported was part of the princess's faction. 3 days after learning that Zebulon had lost the league championship, the head of the family hadn't wavered. Well, speaking of which, the princess's transformation from one of the heirs to the heir with a greater chance of success was largely due to Edith's help. His expression towards Edith was much friendlier. "You can do it too." Dolores, unsure of what she was thinking, smiled. "I don't have the power to participate in politics. I simply want to delve into my research on potions." Edith looked regretful, lowering her head slightly in the darkness. "No, everything will be there." Dolores paused subtly. The group had just entered the royal library, and as a book lover, Edith was genuinely stunned by the scene before her. When she envied the royal family most. The imposing, endless bookshelves vanished into tiny black dots at the end of her sight. Looking up, they stretched ever further into the sky. The royal library's decor wasn't particularly practical. Too much glass, too much light, and inconvenient access to the shelves. But its richness truly captivated Edith. Her gaze lingered on the bookshelves. Dolores seemed a little distracted, and casually promised her that she could ask Ivan for permission to borrow books from the outer section of the palace. Edith quickly agreed. The Queen took her for a brief tour, remarking that the scene inside was not much different from that outside, and quickly led her out the gate. "I changed my mind," she smiled. "The regular tours are a bit tiring. We waste your whole day looking at boring jewelry. We go underground this time." Inside the palace, in a corner of the garden, Joyce stood casually on the sidewalk, wand in hand. The passing guards and servants seemed to take no notice of her. They hurried past her. Occasionally, a few servants would suddenly regain their composure after a few more steps, scratching their heads suspiciously. "What's wrong?" the person nearby casually inquired. "Nothing, just wondering why I suddenly turned." The voice faded away, and Joyce lowered her head as usual. She glanced at the palm-sized mirror in her hand, blinded by a flash of red light. "So smooth?" She frowned, pulled her watch from her pocket, and checked the time. nearly half an hour earlier than planned. When did Dolores become so easily provoked? She casually ran her fingers across the mirror a few times, indicating her understanding. She raised her head and gazed in the direction of the castle. The palace was too vast for Dolores's range of perception, but once inside, she would be quickly discovered. She could only bide her time here. She closed her eyes. Meanwhile, far away in another corner of the royal capital, at the Magic Association, an assistant was placing the documents needed for today's work on a table, placing a few important ones on top. I understand. Joyce, seated behind the desk, looked calm. She reached out and grabbed a document, then pointed with a free hand at the water cup beside her. Make me some tea. The assistant readily agreed. She left the room and went about her business as usual. Everything was normal. Underground of the Imperial Palace. The basement seemed like another world. The endless darkness swallowed all light, and the guards' torches could only illuminate a small area in front of them. The environment was similar to the passageway in Duke Eddie's cave. Edith thought, silently surveying her surroundings. It wasn't newly dug, that's right. The palace must have had a basement reserved for it when it was built. But a slight fluctuation of magical energy could be detected, indicating that the magic circle on the wall was recently drawn, probably within the past few years. Did they receive Duke Eddie's help? Edith asked curiously. Your Majesty Campbell, where are we going? You don't need to know. Dolores chuckled. You only need to know that, as the king, I won't do anything harmful to a commoner like you. That wasn't necessarily true. Edith showed a hint of impatience at the right moment. The guide had been given leave by the queen, and had been sent away from the castle. The sight in the darkness had largely vanished. With no one guarding the underground, she focused her attention behind her, and could easily sense how many people had followed them. A court mage, a swordsman, followed by a mage and an apothecary. Yes, the 8-man protection team had been reduced to at least 4. Edith pondered Dolores's intentions. Is there a secret underground that she's afraid of being discovered, so she's sending only her own people down? That's for sure, but those who can personally protect the queen must have loyalty, family background, and so on that can withstand investigation. Those without permission are a minority. It could only be that she feels safe enough underground. What gives her a sense of security underground? What is it, Duke Eddie's help, or the spells offered by Dean Keith? We're here, Dolores suddenly said. Edith looked startled, turning her head in confusion. Already here? The surroundings remained pitch black. From her perception, it was completely empty space, nothing piled up. No, from this point on, you're not allowed to see, Dolores said calmly. She suddenly stretched out her hands and grasped at Edith's eyes. In an instant, Edith lost her sight. Your Majesty? Edith felt the teleportation begin beneath her feet, propelling her toward an unknown destination. Joyce felt the mirror vibrate and took it out to take a look. Why did it suddenly lose connection? Chapter 198. Her expression changed, causing Joyce Walker, far away in the office, to shudder. The assistant, who had just handed her the tea, looked up in confusion. President? The cup swayed gently in Joyce's hands. A few drops of tea dripped down, wetting the paper. It's hot. Joyce remained calm. I get you another cup, the assistant said frantically. The girl disappeared behind the door. Joyce lowered her eyes and pulled out the white paper, still wet from the tea, that had been pressed beneath the documents. She exerted a slight pressure, channeling her magic into the paper, and words gradually emerged. This was the message Edith had given her the day before the mission began. I found another partner. Her handwriting fluttered, likely written in a hurry. It's not necessary to know who he, she, or it is. Anyway, I will fulfill our agreement. There may be unexpected incidents during the mission, but don't worry, everything will proceed according to plan. I'm prepared. Edith Carey. Joyce's gaze fell again to the end of the paper, to the seemingly insignificant signature. Her thumb gently stroked the word Gary. Is this a gesture of goodwill, or a last will? In the palace's basement, after Edith had regained her sight, Dolores didn't rush to restore her sight. Instead, she used a magic thread to guide her movements, swaying left and right, making it impossible to tell which direction was which. Edith tried to extend the magic thread to sense how many protectors remained, but as soon as she emerged, her mind was bombarded with a flood of information, nearly shattering it. She gritted her teeth, cold sweat sticking her hair to her forehead, and she managed to make no sound. Damn it, how could there be so much magical fluctuations here? Her control was incredibly strong, and she snapped the magic thread the moment she sensed something was wrong. But in that split second, her brain had received magical information from at least 60 people. Some were cautious, some were joyful, some were angry. Headache? Dolores's voice was tinged with a smile. Don't try. Don't worry, I won't take you anywhere dangerous. How could she not sense Edith's subtle movements? Edith said nothing, quietly following the traction. After a few seconds, a thought began to form, and a flash of inspiration crossed her mind. This is the storage room. It's where the Queen and Hope Eddie collaborated, collecting magical fluctuations from everyone in the kingdom through the magic lock. Dolores used this to locate gifted children in and around the capital, capturing them before Duke Eddie could, and hiding them in the cellar. She stopped trying. The magic of all the kingdom's inhabitants, arrayed in minute intervals, was equivalent to touching them all. She would be mad to reach out again. Sensing the girl's honesty, Dolores felt a positive mood and actually restored her sight before reaching her destination. The darkness before Edith's eyes suddenly shifted. She instinctively squinted, watching the ball of light drift before her. Isn't it beautiful? In the darkness, countless shelves stretched deeper and farther, holding small, specially crafted boxes, all translucent, shimmering with a rainbow of light. Like a swarm of jellyfish in the deep sea. The entire room resembled the royal library she had just seen, except one open to the sky, the other to the depths of the earth. One was covered in glass, letting in countless rays of sunlight, the other had no lights at all, relying entirely on magical energy for illumination. This isn't our destination. Dolores's eyes were a little hazy. She gazed at the densely packed shelves, half her face engulfed in darkness, the other half covered in a faint, pulsing red glow of magic, like a burning flame. Beautiful. Edith answered each question. She looked around, only seeing the two visible guards. A mage and a swordsman, barely able to handle the situation after distracting Dolores. She calmly averted her gaze. In such an environment, Dolores had no reason to let anyone else hide in the dark. It was likely that only two people had come with her. What is this place? Edith tried to speak. She half squinted, trying to find the markings on the box. There was a name, and what seemed to be a date, but she had no idea what it represented. The Magic Power Bank. Dolores didn't intend to hide anything, stating openly, anyone within the kingdom under the jurisdiction of the city hall will have their magic backed up and stored here. What if someone is born without magic power? You're the first person to ask me that question. Dolores glanced at Edith with interest. Everyone who enters here for the first time, including Ursula Campbell, asks, how is it possible? Have you been here before? Yes, I brought her here not long ago. She's the only one here, neither Zebulon nor Ivan have any. Dolores smiled. You're the youngest. To return to your question, such people are rare, countable on one hand in the entire kingdom. The Queen suddenly stopped, standing silently before the shelf, gazing at the light in the box. Long ago, when magic wasn't yet a system, people uniformly referred to those without talent as magicless. But later research revealed that they simply had less magic, not none at all. Magic is like blood. Unless you experience an accident, you won't be completely depleted. But I truly didn't have any before. Edith thought silently. She remembered clearly when she was young, receiving a wand from her father, attempting a spell, and then her memory vanished. When she woke up, she was lying in bed, her eyes fixed on the mottled ceiling. The only pharmacist in the alley sat beside her. Seeing this, he poured a whole bottle of potion down her throat, then stood up and said to her parents, this child was born without magic. Not at all. The wand's pull acted directly on her, which is why she fainted. Just don't try to learn spells again. The parents praised her. They hadn't expected their child to become a wizard in the first place. The most regrettable thing was that he couldn't even learn swordsmanship. Edith lay quietly, her head tilted to the side, glancing at the wand beside her. It seemed to have been burned by something. The magic-conducting material at the tip completely melted, the shaft charred black, and the wind blew away tiny sawdust. The doctor turned to look at her and sighed. Magic is something only a few can access. Rather than having talent but being unable to enter a good academy due to family background, it's better to give up the idea from the beginning. At least there would be no regrets. He patted her head. Edith remained silent. Her body still ached after drinking the medicine, and she could only roll her eyes, glancing at the empty bottle beside the doctor. What about the potion? She began hoarsely. Can I become a pharmacist? The doctor's hand paused. Potions don't depend on magical talent. Even those without innate magical powers can make them. The only problem is the difficulty of controlling the flames. He lowered his eyes, looking seriously at the girl's face for the first time. But potions depend heavily on family background, which is even more difficult than talent. All these years later, Edith could still vividly recall the scene of that day. She lowered her eyes. What counts as an accident? Psychological trauma, physical injury, anything. The Queen turned her gaze to her. Are you really not going to ask how I did it? How did you do it? Edith readily complied. Dolores, guess. At this moment, she had a rare glimpse of Joyce. Edith, reassured by this, reassured the Queen that she was truly relaxed. I'm guessing. A magic lock? Edith knew that she was now at odds with Hope Eddy, and she doubted she would disclose her existence to the person before her. She feigned contemplation for a few seconds before quickly speaking. To distribute it free of charge throughout the kingdom requires input of magic power, which makes transportation difficult. Dolores's expression was momentarily uncontrollable, her eyes widening slightly in surprise. What a surprise! You're smarter than I thought. She had actually guessed the correct answer right away. I gave Ursula a lot of hints, and she wasted 3 chances before guessing the answer. Perhaps it's because I come from the slums of a small, border town, Edith said flatly. Even my shabby, tumble-down shack is magically locked. It doesn't make sense. Are you really from the slums? Dolores chuckled. Sorry, I wasn't mocking your background. You look more aristocratic than those nobles in name only. They held those positions for too long. It's time to give them to more suitable people. This was a clear indication. Edith lightly stopped Dolores' tongue from probing. It's all thanks to Duke Turner's good teaching. Never mind. Anything that didn't seem right about her was Hedda's fault. Since you store the magical energy of everyone in the kingdom, Curry should have mine too. His Majesty Campbell must be well aware of my origins. The Queen said nothing. She clapped her hands softly. A red thread appeared out of thin air, and from the depths of an indistinct shelf, a small box was pulled out. The box, shimmering with golden light, gently fell into Edith's hands. Edith Griffin. 314.8.21, 322.11.19, 324.12.11, 330.7.15. August 21st, 314 in the Dragonpine Kingdom, was her current body's birthday. What were the 3 numbers after that? She looked up, her gaze resting on Dolores's face. This is yours. The Queen forgave the girl's rudeness. She extended a finger and lightly tapped the air. There are 4 balls of magic inside, 1 left over from your birth, 1 from the Oliver City Orphanage, 1 from the magic lock in the slums, and the last from the dormitory at Beau Eunice College. Edith raised an eyebrow. Will the magic power I first injected into each magic lock be stored separately? Indeed, because everyone's magic power fluctuates. If a gifted person doesn't use it throughout their life, it could become almost completely depleted in their later years. The Queen turned and continued forward, her pace suddenly increasing. Edith, holding the box, followed her, almost jogging. Starting at 6 and entering school at 15 is to maximize the development of magic power. Without practice, commoners will gradually lose their talent after the age of 15. Edith suddenly understood. That's why the City Hall frequently upgrades the locks, allowing everyone to continuously inject new magic power. A kind of disguised census. We're here. Dolores finally stopped. A pitch-black door appeared before her, solemn and majestic. We just updated the defenses. You're the first guest besides me to arrive. She was in a good mood. Right now, this place is safer than anywhere else in the capital. Edith felt a familiar surge of magic on the door. That wasn't necessarily the case. Chapter 199. Edith stared at the wall in front of her with a strange expression. Although the spell already incorporated into the door wasn't as easy to analyze as the magic circle, she had been involved in the main part of the spell after all. The research that had troubled Dean Keith for nearly a year had finally been applied here. She took a silent step forward, approaching the edge. She closed her eyes in the dim light, carefully feeling it. Sensing subtle changes, she quickly understood the situation. Dean Keith had only provided the idea. Someone else had actually applied the spell to the door. Seeing Dolores's confidence, Edith even suspected she had done it herself. What's behind the door? Edith showed a hint of fear at the right moment. As an ordinary student, with the normal tour process suddenly changed and having just received a large amount of information, there was no reason for her to be so calm. Dolores glanced at her, her lips curled slightly. Stop pretending. Joyce must have told you a lot. Yes, but she certainly didn't tell me there would be such a part, Edith said frankly. Neither she nor Joyce intended to completely conceal Dolores's secrets. Their private meeting was simply intended to conceal the content of their conversation. From the Queen's vague inquiries, she wasn't sure how much Joyce knew. Dolores said nothing. Her fingers gently pressed against the door, and a blue light suddenly emanated from it, opening in the middle like a burning sheet of paper, gradually spreading outward. Edith followed the Queen inside. Surprisingly, The room contained nothing striking. It was simply an ordinary study, furnished with bookshelves, chests, a rug, a desk, and a matching stool. There were even imaginary landscapes painted on the walls, making it look like a real window. Study? Edith didn't understand its significance. Yes, study. Dolores took a few steps inside, glancing back. Why aren't you coming in? Edith had a vague feeling something was amiss, but knowing she wasn't in danger, she took a step forward. The moment she entered, the room shifted like the sea. The walls gradually crumpled like paper, the windows vanished, the desk stretched, and the once upright bookshelves broke in the middle, twisting into the shape of laboratory cabinets. Edith paused, watching the neat study transform into something strange, a riot of laboratory equipment crammed into it. Ah, the lab is where you feel safest. Dolores was half surprised, half amused. Listening carefully, she seemed to have a hint of regret. There are medicine bottles in the locker, and a man's hat hanging next to it. Is this Shelley Scott's laboratory? Edith, the place where I feel safest? Yes, this house embodies the concept of safety. It not only ensures external safety, but also the psychological safety of those within. Dolores sat down in the chair. The wooden soft chair that came with the desk was stacked in front of the cold laboratory table, looking out of place. But she spoke naturally. The room automatically transforms into the most relaxing scene. I'm the study, and you're the medicine lab. That's unexpected. I thought I'd see something interesting. Edith's face remained expressionless, but her heart was slightly moved by her words. Fortunately, they were sharing a room now. Although they looked similar, she could still tell from the details that this wasn't Shelley's lab. This was the one she had at the Apothecary Guild. If Dolores had looked more closely, she would have noticed a magically imbued flame basin at the bottom of the locker. Shelley, possessing magical powers and the ability to control flames, clearly wouldn't need this. What do you hope to see? Edith asked casually. Duke Turner's estate, or the classrooms at Beaujolais College? Home. Dolores didn't hesitate. Everyone who comes here almost always manifests their own home. Edith wasn't surprised. With Dolores's keen sense, she must have sensed some connection between herself and Edith Gary. But she wasn't as familiar with researcher Gary as Guild President Joyce, so she couldn't confirm it for now and considered trying other methods to test the waters. Judging by the layers of protective shielding surrounding her apartment, if the image she was imagining was of her past life's home, she'd probably be at war with Dolores by now. Which home? Edith lowered her head, leaving no room for error. My parents died in the first house. The orphanage exploits the children, and the slums don't foster a sense of belonging. If you were hoping to learn about the lives of impoverished children in remote areas, I'm sorry to disappoint you. Dolores was silent for a moment. I'm sorry. She changed the subject, knocking on the table and motioning Edith to sit across from her. Knowing she had successfully passed the first hurdle, Edith still didn't dare relax. After sitting down, she took the initiative, seizing the opportunity to speak. Ursula told me you're considering allowing commoners to become nobles. She's on good terms with you. Dolores didn't seem surprised, saying casually, very well. Now that you know, communication will be much easier. She knocked on the table again, and a thick contract appeared. Edith took it and quickly flipped through it, her ears filled with Dolores's firm voice. Whatever Joyce promised you, I can give you double. She doesn't have complete control over the association. The Apothecary Association you're interested in is even hostile to her. It might take years to climb up through her. Edith said nothing. She simply flipped through the contents of her hand in silence. Dolores stared silently at her forehead, tilted towards her, and after a moment, she continued, The Apothecary Association will not allow another Edith to appear. This succeeded in making Edith raise her head. Edith Gary? She asked briefly. Yes, Edith Gary. Dolores folded her hands and scoffed. Is that what Joyce used to coax you? Telling you that a commoner once took the position of chief researcher, so you can do it too? Edith nodded. Yes. Edith Gary died in the end. Dolores added only this. I know that. After all, it was me who died. I just wiped my face yesterday. Edith's thoughts wandered as she casually addressed the queen. You have complete control of the palace, don't you? Yes. Dolores nodded slightly. According to the terms of the contract, I will grant you the title of Viscount upon your graduation and qualification as court mage. The commoner court mage of your cohort will receive the title of Baron, so that all attention won't be focused solely on you. Commoner mage of your cohort? Do you have a candidate in mind? That's not your concern. The queen indeed intended to train those children hidden in the cellar to become court mage. To allay her concerns, Edith deliberately asked a series of questions, appearing hesitant and bargaining, attempting to increase her profits. The more difficult she acted, the more relaxed Dolores became. I can agree to all these terms. She circled a few of Edith's words. These are not. But I don't want to stop at Viscount, Edith insisted. You won't even get the title of Baron if you follow Joyce, Dolores said flatly. Edith fell silent. Dolores glanced at the girl, deep in thought, her lips curled slightly. She casually grasped the air, and a cup of hot tea appeared in her palm. She lowered her head and took a sip. The moment she disappeared from view, Edith withdrew one hand and quickly unrolled the scroll she had prepared under the table. We can proceed to the next step. The sudden voice exploded in her ears, but Joyce showed no sign of panic. She simply raised her one hand. Didn't anyone tell you this was rude? Sorry. Shelley apologized insincerely. Dolores was too wary of you, and Edith couldn't get through, so I'm here to pass on the message. You're her other partner? What? It seems you're not. The two stood side by side on the already narrow path, completely blocking it. Passers-by naturally chose other routes, and no one passed by. Joyce raised an eyebrow, his hands moving without stopping. Your spell skills are higher than I expected. If this matter is completely resolved and Edith Griffin returns to the Society under a new identity, you can leave her lab and have your own named lab at the Society. Not interested. Joyce shrugged. She finished her preparations just then, raised her wand, turned and smiled at Shelley. Remember to put on your shield. Sherry didn't want to respond, but out of the corner of his eye he caught a glimpse of an extremely bright red. He looked up. Firelight. The red gathered at the top of the palace, like a heavy brick, plummeting downward. Zebulon, resting in his room, seemed to sense something. He straightened and looked out the window. It was a celestial fire at least 3 times greater than the one he had witnessed. Boom! Just as Edith had agreed to sign, a deafening explosion erupted from above, shaking the entire room. Dolores's face paled. Who is it? Outside, the court maid shouted, It's coming from above. He wasn't particularly anxious. This was the safest place in the entire palace. With everything outside destroyed, he would be unscathed if he stayed here. Go and take a look, Dolores ordered. No, wait, I go with you. As queen, she had to understand what was happening immediately. But before that, she turned, her eyes narrowed, and scanned Edith with a scrutinizing gaze. Sign first. She suspected Joyce was plotting this. You handle it first. Edith mumbled, We discuss it later when you come back. No. Dolores's expression darkened, almost certain that this was Joyce's doing. She calmed down and used her pressure to push Edith back into her seat. You just agreed. Now immediately sign. Edith, unable to resist, finally closed her eyes and reluctantly signed her name. Infuse magic here. Dolores pointed at the paper without hesitation. She was simply coercing her. The girl, driven to her limits, gritted her teeth and completed the final step. Huh? Dolores breathed a sigh of relief. She retracted her wand and commanded, Stay seated until I return. Do not move. She watched as the figure before her stiffened visibly. Edith's face paled. You placed a command contract on the paper? You lied to me. A little self-protection. Dolores curled her lips, leaned over, and pulled Edith's wand from her pocket. After making sure she didn't have a spare, she left with the 2 guards. The door closed before her. Edith quietly counted 60 seconds and chuckled softly. TSK. She stood up and patted the wrinkles on her robes from sitting down. Giles' family. The Grey Keeper suddenly heard a loud thud. Startled, he shakily walked to the ice coffin and was horrified to find Louisa inside, trying to sit up. Master Giles is alive. He fainted before he could even deliver the message. Inside the ice coffin, Louisa closed her eyes and stopped moving after completing the task of staying seated and in place. Chapter 200. No matter how knowledgeable Dolores was, it was hard for her to imagine someone wielding 2 magical energies simultaneously. She watched as Edith injected her magic into the paper bearing the contract array, then quickly relaxed, not even bothering to check. Edith looked back at the room. Since Dolores's departure, it had completely transformed into a laboratory. But she was truly anxious, so she didn't take the time to take a closer look. She walked to the door and pushed hard, but it didn't budge. Edith raised an eyebrow. Dolores remained cautious. With the powerful constraints of the magic contract in place, she had added another layer of protection to the door. But she hadn't realized that the design of the door was Edith's idea. She placed her hand flat on the door, palm pressed against the panel, and pierced a thin thread of magic. Avoiding the surging magic, Edith successfully opened it after just a few minutes of trying. It was dark and silent outside. Edith clapped her hands expertly, and a ball of blue flame hovered in her palms, gently illuminating the surroundings. But the illumination was limited to a small circle, 1 meter in radius, centered on her. Does the surrounding ring suppress light? That's true, it's easier to get lost that way. Edith once again mobilized her magical power, allowing countless threads to emanate from her body, extending tentatively in all directions, acting as a substitute for her eyes. A path formed in her mind. She sensed a downward passage, one whose magical power vanished upon entering it. Edith decisively headed in that direction. There, an ancient magic circle was engraved, the writing deeply embedded in the stone. The person looked older than Dolores. Thank you, Louisa Giles. Edith once again silently praised the great wizard she had only met once. Using the knowledge she inherited from the cave ruins, she easily deciphered the circle's contents. She figured out its function was teleportation and where to inject magic power, and without considering the consequences, she stepped onto it. At this point, hesitation would only cost her the best opportunity. She extinguished the flame in her hand. Palace. Zebulon was awakened by the sound, and when he saw the scene outside the window, he could only hear the shrill cries of servants. Ignoring his injuries, he snatched up his nearby wand, casually threw on a robe, and rushed out. What are you doing? A familiar voice suddenly rang from the door, and Zebulon glanced to his side in surprise. Ursula? Aren't you at the city hall? The servants in the corridor had almost all fled, leaving only the 2 of them on this floor. Ever since he lost the championship, the nobles behind him had gone mad, brainwashing him daily, filling his head with Ursula's schedule, trying to persuade him to compete with his sister elsewhere. Just yesterday, a servant had passed on word that Ursula had been sent to the city hall again, and asked him to take advantage of his mother's visit to join them, to see if he could use this opportunity to understand the extent of Ursula's power. Zebulon declined. But knowing that Ursula wasn't home today, he rushed out to help. Edith was still at the palace. Edith's face suddenly crossed his mind, and he paused, unsure why she had come to mind first. Didn't you see outside? He casually replied to his sister, his body relaxing slightly. It's good that you're here. Go and control the situation. I go find Mother. No need to look. Mother's already outside. For some reason, Ursula wasn't in a hurry at all. She raised her chin toward the corridor window. Go check it out if you don't believe me. Zebulon, without a second thought, took 2 steps to the window. Where's Edith? On the ground, Dolores Campbell, protected by a group of court mages, looked up, seemingly studying the range and intensity of the skyfire. He spotted his mother's personal guards among the crowd, but no sign of Edith. Yes, she's a guest, so she's definitely under protection. Zebulon consoled himself with these words, and turned to go downstairs. In that case, I go find Mother first and see if I can help. Mother or Edith? Ursula's teasing voice came from behind him. Zebulon, his thoughts revealed, froze. He turned back, frowning slightly. What are you trying to say? That's not your style. Edith is under house arrest. Ursula's tone was calm, but Zebulon's mind felt like a thunderclap. What did you say? Don't you have ears? I said everything I wanted to say. Ursula yawned. If you don't believe me, you can go downstairs now and help Mother out of this predicament. If you do, I give you a chance to come with me. Underground. Edith held her breath the moment she stood firm. Huff, huff, huff. She heard a burst of heavy breathing, and every few breaths, the sound of dripping water echoed around her. The sound was thick, as if someone had opened their mouth wide, letting saliva flow out. A foul odor lingered at the tip of her nose, and Edith was certain that a hungry and ferocious beast lurked in the darkness around her. She closed her eyes, afraid to release the magic thread, relying solely on her hearing. Finally, before she could draw her last breath, she heard the scraping of chains. That meant safety. Edith breathed a sigh of relief and quickly summoned flames. After finding a nearby magic lamp, she channeled her magic, filling the room with light. The sudden brightness blinded her for a few seconds. Edith blinked, then heard a whimper to her left. Was the creature also stimulated by the light? Edith tensed her muscles, gathering her magic power in her palms, and turned to look in the direction of the sound. A dragon. A curled-up, scaly dragon. Edith double-checked that it was securely chained and took a few tentative steps forward. The dragon remained curled up, seemingly unaware of her presence. Edith frowned. The closer she got, the more pronounced the strange stench grew, but that wasn't her reason for doubt. Why was this dragon so small? Besides, dragons, with their keen sense of smell, should have sensed her presence long ago and instinctively pounced on her to bite. A sudden thought struck her, and her expression changed. Hello? The dragon paused, then trembled even more violently. Understand? Pets that spend time with humans do understand somewhat, but she remembered the information Shelley had given her, which stated that dragons weren't intelligent creatures. Edith closed her eyes and recited the name that lingered in her mind. Jennifer Rodney. The dragon's trembling ceased. After a moment, she, slowly turned around. Edith was silent for a moment, a face pure and simple. It seemed the Rodney family had succeeded. They had successfully swapped the transformed Jennifer's soul with that of the dragon, proving that souls could be exchanged if two creatures were physically similar. It was unknown where Jennifer's body was, or whether she was still alive, but it was certain that the soul now occupying the girl's body had originally belonged to the dragon before her. Found you. It seemed they had found the right place. Although this was all part of the plan, seeing the scene unfold before her eyes was still a shock. Can you move? She leaned close to the dragon's ear and asked patiently. I know you can't speak, but can you nod or shake your head to convey information? The dragon lay quietly on the ground for a moment, gently moving its head up and down. The chain around its neck clanged and clattered as she moved up and down. Edith felt her head buzzing. She forced herself to suppress some of her hearing before regaining consciousness. Excellent. She met the dragon's weak and yet alert gaze, and pulled a piece of candy from her pocket. Dorian had slipped it into her cloak pocket. If she hadn't felt around for it on her way out this morning, she wouldn't have noticed it. She looked around. Dragon excrement was piled haphazardly in the corner, but that wasn't the source of the stench. The real stink was the pile of rotting flesh to her right. The flesh lay intact on the ground, seemingly untouched. Jennifer was on a hunger strike? No wonder she was so thin, but given a dragon's physique, she wouldn't die easily even after 3 to 5 years of starvation. She said nothing, peeling back the candy wrapper and slipping it into Jennifer's mouth through the gap. The dragon didn't react at all, as if even if Edith had stuffed poison into her mouth, she could accept it calmly. The candy, already small, seemed dwarfed in the dragon's enormous mouth. Edith even doubted Jennifer could taste it. But the dragon stopped. She closed her eyes, her expression relaxed, her mouth motionless. After half a minute, she licked her lips lingeringly, nearly smearing her tongue on Edith's face. Edith suddenly felt a little sad. She touched Jennifer's eyes. I do my best to find you a suitable body. Jennifer's expression, softened by the candy, returned to its composure. She paid no attention to Edith's words, seemingly having lost interest in the possibility long ago. But her tail continued to wag slightly, gently tapping the ground, indicating that she was listening patiently. The girl's vigilance dropped. Edith breathed a sigh of relief and quickly asked, Does the Rodney family favor the Queen or Duke Eddie? The former, a nod, the latter, a shake of the head. Jennifer was silent for a moment, then wagged her tail. You don't know? This time she nodded. Well, a test subject wasn't qualified to know so much. Edith's thought shifted, and she changed her approach. Does Duke Eddie know you're here? She shook her head. No. That's easy. Edith asked a few more urgent questions, and Jennifer did her best to answer them. Since they couldn't communicate directly, the information they gained was still very limited. But they had pretty much figured it out. Hope Eddie was closely following the progress of the experiment, but in the end, the Rodney family was swayed by the Queen, and along with Jennifer's experimental results, they disappeared. Now, all she had to do was process the message and pass it on. Duke Eddie would surely react the moment he saw it and teleport here. The only thing to consider was how long he would stay awake. Edith calmed the girl again and calculated. According to the procedure, Dolores should have finished her business above ground and was preparing to return underground. She should have gone back to her room. Dolores sensed Joyce's presence, but couldn't locate her. She ordered the mages to the guild to find her, but they only learned that President Walker was still in his office. The skyfire above her head refused to fall. She waited patiently, hoping to snatch Joyce away when her magic power was exhausted and she could no longer maintain her form. Even if only for a second. Only when the scream subsided and everyone realized the sky was no longer agitated did the Queen's expression change. It's just a projection. Chapter 201. When did Joyce achieve such a high level of control over magic? Dolores could still distinguish between projections and reality. The projection only provided a visual impact, with more stable magical fluctuations. Reality was far more chaotic and could be mentally intimidating. She prided herself on being rational, yet she was still frightened by the sight of the skyfire. This showed that while Joyce maintained such a large projection, he also subdivided some of his magic to create a deterrent effect, allowing some to flow freely, creating the illusion of chaos. Dolores suddenly remembered the girl she now imprisoned underground. Edith Griffin had protected Zebulon's vital parts during their match. Putting aside her concern for her son, she rewatched the footage and couldn't help but applaud Edith's exquisite manipulation. The perfect wrapping, not a single extra magical power was used, and the adhesion was just right, leaving Zebulon some breathing room. Joyce seemed to have learned Edith's demon-controlling methods. Ridiculous, already the guild's president, yet he's still learning from an apprentice. Dolores snorted coldly, briefly giving the guards control orders, dispersing them, and then retreating underground. Joyce had been able to sow chaos so precisely before Edith signed, and she must have planted a number of probing devices on the girl. Thankfully, she remained calm and forced Edith to sign the contract before leaving. Joyce must have had a backup plan for this situation, but it was highly unlikely he could break her contract. She had taken the highest level magic circle. Thinking of this, Dolores calmed down a bit. She hurried back to the room, checked the door, and pushed it open, seeing Edith struggling in her seat. Everything was normal. Her expression remained unchanged as she approached, and the surroundings suddenly shifted dramatically. Edith's head jerked upward, as if trying to discern something from her face. Dolores stood silently, clapping her hands. A mirror quickly flew out of Edith's pocket. Something else hidden? She raised an eyebrow and held the object, which clearly bore Joyce's scent, before her eyes. Interrupted? Strange. A spell of this magnitude should have been interrupted. How had Edith conveyed the message? What was that noise just now? Edith gave up struggling and looked toward the door, her expression unsettling. Nothing, it's all taken care of, Dolores said calmly, seeing a flicker of disappointment on Edith's face. Why, were you hoping to hear something else? No. Edith turned back. The contract's signed, and I'm not in the mood to visit the castle. Can you let me go? No. Dolores sat down across from her, her lips curled. It's safer here until Joyce is found. Was Joyce the one who made the noise? A momentary silence fell. Dolores wasn't in a hurry. She pulled out the contract again and confirmed its validity. The magic flowing through Edith's body seemed different from what was flowing through her. She looked at the person before her thoughtfully. Try a spell. You have the wand in your hand. That's right. Dolores nodded, raised her hand, and lightly pinched Edith's face, drawing out a ball of magic. Just as in the contract. Maybe I remembered it wrong. Dolores no longer had any doubts, and put the contract away. I don't care about your deal with Joyce. From now on, follow my orders. First, tell me your plan. Magic contracts can't control the mind. Edith said calmly, you might not believe me if I tell you. The last shred of doubt in Dolores's heart dissipated. Just a little experiment. She smiled. Edith observed that the study facilities in the room were decreasing at a noticeable rate, while the experimental facilities were gradually increasing. This showed that the Queen was very relaxed at the moment. Her inner peace required no external support. I just wanted to confirm whether you were truly under the influence of the contract. Dolores leaned back. Some people pretend to be controlled to make me relax. So far, it seemed that Edith had successfully signed the contract. Don't worry, we can chat. Her smile faded, and her dark eyes stared at Edith unblinkingly. How much do you know? What? Hope Eddie. He made a deal with you. Edith was silent for a moment. This deal led to the disappearance of civilian children in the capital, and it's a criminal act. So Joyce Walker hopes you use this visit to find evidence of my guilt? Dolores relaxed a bit, almost laughing. How interesting. She sat up straight and explained her actions to Edith. In a completely distorted way, she said Hope Eddie was the culprit, and she was the main investigator. However, to maintain political stability, she couldn't directly convict Duke Eddie, so she had to conduct a private investigation. Unfortunately, Joyce is a superficial person. Dolores said nonchalantly, she doesn't care about the stability of the kingdom. She only cares about whether the guilty are punished. How naive. If you want evidence of this crime, I can take you upstairs later. You can hand it to Joyce in person, so she won't offend her. Will you give it? Of course. She suddenly leaned forward, so close to Edith's face that Edith could almost feel her warm breath. Evidence of Duke Eddie's crime, enough for her to achieve the justice she seeks. That's fine. Edith readily agreed. Where is it? You don't need to know. Dolores stood up. I go get it. Just sit still. I let you go after this is over. You can use this evidence to gain Joyce's trust. I allow you to keep our relationship secret. You can maintain both lines simultaneously. As long as you can keep Joyce from discovering it. 5 years from now, after you graduate from Beaujolais College, make your decision. Edith lowered her head, unsure of what she was thinking. After all, she was an immature student, easily provoked by a few words. Dolores? Dolores didn't bother to respond. She walked out the door, turned to lock it, and suddenly noticed something was wrong. She had clearly resealed the door when she left. Why had she just opened it without using any magic when she first came? She raised her head, her gaze flickering over Edith. At that moment, the scene in the room had completely transformed into a laboratory because of her departure. Edith sat at the cold lab table, her hands folded, tapping rhythmically. The lab had no windows. The only light came from the overhead lamp, which only illuminated half of Edith's face. Dolores paused. Edith turned. She said nothing, her expression impassive, like a puppet. Dolores felt an inexplicable tightness in her throat. She took a step forward, and the room shifted rapidly as she approached. She had to jog a few steps to reach the storage counter, grasping the handle before it transformed into a bookshelf. This was a cabinet from the Pharmacy Guild. A sharp touch against her palm confirmed her assumption. Only cabinets from the Pharmacy Guild would have the surname of a family of pharmacists engraved on their handles, reinforcing their reputation. This isn't a college lab. How could a commoner student feel most secure in the Pharmacy Guild, unless... Edith Gary. Dolores uttered the name through almost gritted teeth. She'd been tricked. Behind her, Edith slowly rose from her seat, effortlessly breaking the no-standing rule. A simple spell immobilized Dolores, whose back was turned. She walked to the door and touched it with the sealing gesture she had just witnessed. Thank you for your instruction. Without finishing her words, Edith looked up in Dolores' direction. I get the item. Just sit tight. She repeated her words exactly as they were spoken. Don't touch the door. Dolores quickly calmed down. You don't understand the mechanism. You're just imitating my movements. It's easy to cause confusion. Not only will I be implicated, but you too will be, she emphasized. You were once the chief researcher, with extensive theoretical knowledge. You should know the consequences of spell disruption. Edith Griffin might be persuaded by her words, but Edith Gary wouldn't. She glanced to her left, seeing Edith standing silently. She took a deep breath, raising her hand. In this body, you must know about soul transfer. I remember Shelley took your original body away for protection. It still exists, and there's a good chance you'd be able to return if you're provoked. I can tell you how to circumvent it. Edith tilted her head. Why circumvent it? Because your original body has no magic. Dolores blurted out. Edith shook her head. I thought there would be some serious aftereffects. Magic energy flowed continuously from her hands, finally completing the seal on the door. Edith stopped arguing with Dolores, and simply closed the door. I know the structure very well. She lowered her head. The spell Dean Keith gave you uses my ideas. The door slammed shut before her. It should trap Joyce for at least 2 hours. Inside the castle, Joyce crouched calmly in front of Dolores' study, several unconscious guards lying around him. She raised an eyebrow at Edith. Here? I'm not sure. Edith shook her head. Let me see the interior first. That's a bit difficult. Joyce tooted. The defenses here are very high. I'm confident I can break through, but everything inside will be damaged. Is there any way to open it without any damage? Let Dolores herself do it. You know that's impossible. Joyce chuckled and ran her hand over the wall, trying to crack it. You're asking a poor question. If the lock on Dolores' study could be easily opened, this wouldn't be a palace. She was about to lecture her again when she saw Edith move aside, giving her place to the newcomer. I do it. I can open it. Edith nodded. Thank you. Joyce's mouth dropped open. As she stared in astonishment, Ursula Campbell calmly crouched down, pointing her wand at the indentation in the door. Joyce, you're saying you dragged the daughter into a situation that severely traumatized her mother, right? Chapter 202. How did you convince her? Joyce watched Ursula crouch down, then step back, standing parallel to Edith. She had considered many possibilities, but she had never imagined that this partner would be the princess. Does it require convincing? Edith raised an eyebrow. After Dolores steps down, who do you think will take the throne? In theory, that's the case. Joyce tilted her head to look at Edith. But Ursula and Dolores have a good relationship. Dolores won't necessarily lose the throne because of this, and there's no benefit for her to get involved. Even if she succeeds, with the heir undecided, she still needs to compete fairly with Zebulon. Now that Zebulon had lost the league championship, the better option was to seize the opportunity and work hard to dethrone him. Since Ursula was standing here, it meant Edith had made her an offer she couldn't refuse. I always thought you weren't good at socializing. She spoke half in a reminiscence, half in a sigh. Edith remained silent. Dolores gave you access to the study? Joyce turned her head and raised her voice. No. Ursula chuckled sarcastically. If Mother could trust me to that degree, the princess's faction would be running rampant throughout the capital in a split second. But I know how to temporarily open it. The Queen's study was heavily guarded, accessible only to her. Occasionally, however, Ursula would be tasked with delivering two unimportant but urgent documents. Dolores would create a small window for this purpose. After 4 confirmations, herself, the person delivering the documents, the palace guards outside, and Ursula, the window would open for 3 seconds, just enough time for the documents to be inserted. If the Queen isn't in the room, and the other 3 parties have confirmed the absence, the window will open for a second after the study beauty confirms it 3 times in a row, but the gap will become narrower. Joyce casually lifted the unconscious guard nearby and channeled his magic into the confirmation scroll. Ursula quickly counted the 3 documents. Now we just need someone to submit the documents. It needs to work in a key institution, and be of a high enough status. I do it. Joyce narrowed her eyes. No one is more suitable than me. Ursula, That's true, but when have you ever been so respectful to the royal family? Palace, Interior Affairs Office. Realizing that the skyfire outside was merely a projection, the officials hidden throughout the various locations returned to their duties. The newly added task of pacifying the public and suppressing public opinion kept many busy. People came and went in the corridors, and voices constantly called out names. A government official who was supposed to be off duty was forced to return to his seat and drowsily flipped through the documents in his hands. It should be left to those nobles. He ruffled his hair in frustration. Damn it, if all else fails, call the city hall. Managing the people is clearly their job. Before he could finish his complaint, the transmitter beside him suddenly began typing away, sending a sheet of paper, warm and ink-scented, spraying into his face. Royal line, Joyce Walker, President of the Magic Association, implores to submit documents. What? He mumbled, ripping the paper from his face and glancing casually. What's so urgent? His hand froze in midair, his expression frozen. At the same time, a second and third sheet of paper flew out of the transmitter. Royal line, Joyce Walker, President of the Magic Association, implores to submit documents. Royal line, Joyce Walker, President of the Magic Association, implores to submit documents. What's wrong? The colleague leaned back in confusion. 3 sheets of paper, urgent news? The man said nothing, simply handing the papers to his colleague. The colleague's expression was initially normal, but then it twisted when he saw Joyce Walker's name. Then his gaze dropped, resting on the word sincerely invite. Colleague, Joyce Walker, sincerely invite? The image of the president in a robe suddenly appeared in his mind. The woman, her hair half-tied, the ends splattered with blood, grasped a wand tipped with concentrated magic power, pointed it at the Queen's face, and politely stated, requesting a meeting. He couldn't help but shudder. When did President Walker become so polite? The colleague trembled, his expression dazed. When she usually comes to see His Majesty Campbell, doesn't she always rush straight to the castle gate and ring the bell? He glanced at the paper in front of him again, but quickly turned away as it burned, as if the word sincerely invite would blind him. Her Majesty hasn't responded. Should we approve it? A colleague tooted. According to the rules, 3 consecutive no responses warrant direct approval. But this is Joyce Walker. Let's not approve it. The man muttered, we're so busy right now. Just pretend we didn't see it. I'm not the only one receiving the information, so let someone else make the decision. At the study door. Failed? Joyce smacked his lips. Dolores isn't here, and someone else is blocking me. We need to find someone else. Ursula lowered her head in thought. The nobles of the princess faction are no match. The interests of the various families are too intertwined. If one were to change, the whole chain would be shaken. Who else could they choose? Edith was silent for a few seconds, then tugged at Joyce's cloak. Can I? The transmitter began to crackle again. Royal line, Chief Researcher of the Pharmacy Society, Edith Gary, kindly requests the submission of information. Royal line, Chief Researcher of the Pharmacy Society, Edith Gary, kindly requests the submission of information. Royal line, Chief Researcher of the Pharmacy Society, Edith Gary, kindly requests the submission of information. 3 more sheets. The man glanced at them casually, only having time to confirm the name wasn't Joyce Walker's before the words on the paper quickly faded to a lighter blue. Someone passed? Great, no need for him to do anything. It was almost time for him to leave work. He relaxed, placing the sheets on the pile of miscellaneous items to the side, and said to his colleague with a smile, done. The colleague, who was just taking a break, turned and glanced at the sheets. Edith Gary? He frowned. Why does that name sound familiar? The chief researcher does have the authority to contact His Majesty Campbell directly, but due to the delicate tension between the association and the palace, no one usually does so. Who? The man was stunned, snatching the paper, its handwriting so faint it was barely visible, away from him. Edith Gary? The civilian chief researcher? Isn't she dead? Outside the study. The opening, supposedly a second, was only open for a split second. Edith leaned her head against the gap, taking in the entire scene in that split second. Not here. She pulled away decisively, looking at Ursula. Does your mother have any other hidden study? What? Ursula's expression changed slightly. Impossible. This is her most cherished place, the most heavily guarded in the entire palace. She usually stays here. What did Mother tell you? She said the evidence was in the archives, but that's obviously a lie. Edith pulled out a piece of paper and, disrespectfully half crouching on the floor, began to write and draw from memory. I know Dolores took you to the magic storage room, but what about the safe house? What safe house? Ursula suddenly understood. You mean the door that hasn't been repaired yet? It seems the safe house wasn't finished when Ursula went there. Edith's thoughts raced as she continued, yes, it's finished now. She briefly explained the principles and functions of the safe house, finishing the final strokes with her hand, then shook the drawing in front of Ursula. In my opinion, the place that gives Dolores the most peace of mind is this. Ursula narrowed her eyes. This is the old church's prayer room. Originally, it was a prayer room, but when the church was renovated, the prayer room moved, and this room became a storage space for scriptures and legends. After ascending to the throne, the queen, fond of quiet, converted that room into a study, occasionally listening to the bishop's sermons there. As Dolores's daughter, she quickly understood Edith's meaning. Her mother was a cautious person, and only by keeping the evidence she had to keep to contain Hope Eddy could she feel at ease. A normal person would surely want to get as far away from such things as possible, but with Dolores's personality, this was the only possible option. Enter through the side door of the new church, turn left at the end of the corridor, and you should be able to easily spot the room. Ursula closed her eyes. My invisibility can only be maintained within the castle for now. I can't leave. You must go there. The lock inside isn't complicated. Just keep an eye on the bishop and the others to avoid detection. The bishop knows about the magical storage. If he discovers anything unusual, my mother will be rescued quickly. I lure them away. Edith nodded, and she and Joyce hurried out. What are you going to do? Rely on connections. Edith said seriously. The palace chapel. Hedda, dressed in formal attire, walked into the room with her head held high and chest puffed out. She was personally received by the bishop. Although he was directly under the queen, he still had to treat a noble of the duke and marquise with respect, even if the duke was only 16. Furthermore, this was her first visit to the palace since inheriting the title. I want to confess. Hedda Turner lowered her eyes. The goddess will forgive your sins, the bishop said gently. The sky was ablaze, and everyone in the chapel fled. His only task for the day was to receive Duke Turner. The two of them descended the stairs and entered the confessional. In the dim candlelight, the bishop whispered through the window, What do you want to confess? I want to confess, Hedda hesitated for a few seconds. Last week, for my spells homework, I copied my roommate, Belle Green. The bishop, prayer room. Knowing they were in the confessional, Edith and Joyce were careful to open the study door without making a sound. Yes, this is it. Edith breathed a sigh of relief. It's exactly the same as what I saw in the safe house. Joyce was about to step closer when he frowned and took a step back. There's surveillance. Joyce wasn't surprised. Don't worry about Dolores, it just make her anxious for a while. I'm looking forward to this scene. The main thing is to avoid the bishop. What are the trigger conditions? Edith stared intently at the room's furnishings. Does it trigger upon entering, or upon touching certain objects? It triggers upon entering. Dolores wouldn't leave such a loophole. Then the spell won't work. A magic circle. The two of them offered a solution simultaneously. It would work outside the house, have a wider coverage area, and effectively avoid surveillance. It's definitely too late right now, and I forgot the scroll because we were trying to avoid surveillance. Joyce cracked her knuckles. Let's go back to Ursula. No need. Edith shook her head and, in front of Joyce, cast a spell with her bare hands, creating a slit in the air. Amy's face emerged from within. Aunt? The boy, initially filled with passion, froze upon seeing Joyce. He gave a sheepish smile and fished out the scroll Edith had asked for from among the scattered scrolls. Here you go. Joyce, Joyce, I thought this was just the two of us. Chapter 203. Edith bent down to set up the magic circle and smiled. With so many people helping just now, I haven't seen you so emotionally unstable for so long. I didn't expect him to get involved. Joyce stood up, lost in thought as he stared at the scroll on the floor. Did he draw it? Yes. Did you teach him? Why do you ask that? I thought you start by lamenting his progress. I know his level. Joyce sneered and fell silent again. I suddenly feel Dolores is pretty miserable. What? Suddenly imagining Amy trying to steal your position as president? Edith chatted intermittently until she finally set up the magic circle and activated it with magic. The bishop in the underground seemed to sense something. Amid his chatter, he looked up at the ceiling. Something was wrong. It seemed he had suddenly lost contact with the prayer room. The prayer room wasn't airtight, insects often strayed in, and he could occasionally receive messages. But almost 10 minutes had passed since Hedda began her confession, with no further news. Although not in a rush, out of natural caution, he still wanted to go up and see for himself. Duke Turner had already been confessing for nearly 20 minutes. Seeing that he was about to finish his words, he waited patiently. The goddess will forgive your sins. He uttered this sentence for the umpteenth time. Do you feel your soul purified? Not yet. Hedda replied instantly. I haven't finished my confession yet. The bishop, He had to press himself back against the window. I want to confess. At last month's Christmas feast, I replaced my father's wine with pure lemon juice, and out of etiquette, he was obliged to drink the entire glass with a smile. Bishop, alcohol is a sin. If you dispel it, it's not a sinful act. What about adding broth to ice cream? The goddess will forgive your sins. It's all right. Entering the room, Edith briefly touched a few things to confirm there were no unnecessary mechanisms. Sure enough, a fake study. That's why they're layered with protection, so that genuine items aren't overly enchanted, preventing others from spotting them. But basic locks are still in place. Joyce closed the door. Even if Dolores knows it was us, there can't be any obvious traces. I know. Edith opened the drawer and rummaged through each item. What do you plan to do with the items after you get them? Don't worry about that. I have my own forces. And since you already roped Ursula into our side, the princess's faction will naturally contribute. What if Ursula doesn't want to involve the nobles behind her? Huh? Joyce raised her head in confusion. Doesn't Ursula want the ready-made support? If the nobles behind her were involved in this incident, they would have ample leverage to coerce Ursula into granting them political power. Of course, Ursula could also use them in return, further solidifying their cooperation. This has always been the way the kingdom has always been. Of course, the drawbacks are obvious. Otherwise, Dolores wouldn't have thought of controlling the situation through the succession issue. But she was only trying to control it. She had no intention of changing. Edith remained non-committal. Just assume she wasn't involved. Joyce paused for a moment. I understand what you mean. You think I can't use this to convict Dolores? Of course. Edith closed the drawer, sorted out the slightly useful items, turned, and walked over to Joyce, each searching a cabinet door. Putting aside the royal control of the newspaper and the public's trust and fear of the royal family. Simply looking at the facts, has anything Dolores done so far caused public outrage? Controlling the nobility, and the heir is her duty as king. Cheating in the Zebulon competition was the choice of the princess faction, and she condoned it, but it had nothing to do with her. The only thing that might attract attention is the hiding of the commoner's child. She suddenly remembered that Joyce still didn't know the results of her Christmas Eve exploration, so she briefly explained it. Joyce almost laughed in anger. Why tell me such important news now? You already had some idea. Edith shrugged. Giving you too much specific information will only hinder your judgment. Joyce shook her head. I think you're afraid I give up halfway when I see the difficulty has increased. Now Edith was tying her to the same boat. All the children in the cellar are still alive, and they don't know who kidnapped them. Even if they are rescued, Dolores can still shift the blame onto Duke Eddie. Dolores's plan will cost the lives of commoner talents, but until she formally carries it out, she's not guilty of capital punishment. Joyce pondered. We can't wait 5 or 10 years. Therefore, we must prove now that Queen Campbell's plan involves harming commoners. Of course, we can't let the public know about the soul swap, nor can we spread the news among the nobility. Therefore, Dolores must advocate in secret and voluntarily hand over the throne to Ursula. What do you have in mind? Use my prize. Edith had already prepared her answer, the blank sheet of paper originally intended for Zebulon. Joyce shook her head. Dolores will conduct a final check on the contents. But it's not common sense. Fabricated writing will automatically erase itself. Edith finally unlocked the cabinet, her eyes brightening as she pulled out several documents. The handwriting hasn't disappeared, which naturally proves the contents aren't fabricated. Confessional. Hedda finally received the news that she could leave and breathed a silent sigh of relief. She nearly recounted all the wrongdoing she committed in the past 16 years. This job should have been left to Belle, she muttered silently. She's the only one who can so calmly fabricate things she didn't do. It was too painful for a kind person like her to have to do this. The goddess will forgive your sins. The bishop was already dazed, his words driven by his own instincts, not his own subjective thoughts. Do you feel your soul purified? Yes, I feel my soul is now pure and clean. Hedda said respectfully, praise the goddess, her forgiveness has given me a new life. The bishop's eyes were hazy, and he nodded. The goddess will. He paused for a moment before realizing what Hedda had just said. Ah, may the purity of your soul always be with you. It's over? This torture is finally over? The bishop was in disbelief, until he personally escorted Hedda out of the church and watched her walk further and further down the palace path. Only then did he breathe a sigh of relief. Next, we're going to... Wait, what was I planning to do? Every time he tried to think, Hedda's ramblings filled his thoughts. After a short pause, sitting outside the church and drinking a glass of water, the bishop finally remembered what was wrong and hurried to the prayer room. Everything was normal. A few flying insects landed on the doorknob, scattering when he approached. It must have been because no insects had been entering during that time. The bishop relaxed a little, pushed open the door, and walked around the room. The same table, chairs, and the still locked cabinet. He didn't examine it too closely, just a quick glance before heading out. His hand rested on the doorknob, and the bishop habitually glanced toward the window. A green insect lay quietly on the glass. Not outside the window, but inside. Castle. Edith and Joyce collected their belongings and quickly returned to the study to rejoin Ursula. The girl took the documents, briefly flipping through them, her expression growing calmer. I understand. Ursula looked up calmly and placed a hand on Edith's shoulder. Now, take me to see Jennifer. President Walker. Probably can't go. Joyce nodded matter-of-factly. I meet her outside. She was Dolores's primary target of observation, or rather, most everyone else was within her radar. Except for her cherished child, Ursula, and the mage apprentice, whom she didn't even consider. Some passages required Dolores's authorization to open, but with Ursula around, re-entering was no problem. Ursula prided herself on her composure, but the sight of Jennifer's figure before her made her unable to control her facial expression. Words, images, and the reality before her were three completely different sensations. Goddess. She exhaled slowly, reached out, and touched the dragon's eye. Jennifer's eyelids fluttered twice, then slowly opened. A single, vertically shaped yellow eye appeared before Ursula. The girl hesitated, then slowly spoke, as Edith had said, Jennifer Rodney? The eye moved, as if in response. Meet me, Ursula. Even though Ursula didn't utter her last name, Jennifer's pupils contracted rapidly, her tail curled, her body stiffened, and she let out a low growl. She recognized the person before her as the Queen's child. Sorry. Ursula closed her eyes. The mother had little to do with the entire experiment. She had merely provided the dragon for exchange, but she had generally acquiesced. But being an accomplice was still a crime. Edith stepped forward and whispered a few soothing words into Jennifer's ear. Jennifer had a good impression of her and quickly calmed down, though she still didn't look at Ursula's face. I need help. Ursula lowered her head. I know you hate Mother, and by extension me, but now's not the time to dwell on that. Seeing Long close his eyes, Ursula took a deep breath, discarding all her chaotic rhetoric. Help me, and I help you kill Rodney. Jennifer's eyes widened slightly. As for Hope Eddy, Edith Griffin will do it. She stepped back and gestured to her side. She kill him? Edith, don't think of this as a deal. If Jennifer doesn't help, I make sure Hope dies. Ursula's attempt at profiteering was punctured. She coughed. All right, then, I can promise that if you can regain your body, you inherit the title of Earl of Rodney. This was the biggest promise she could offer at the moment. Jennifer adjusted her posture, raised her head, and looked at Ursula. She nodded slowly. Ursula quickly got into the swing of things and began explaining the situation to Jennifer. Although she didn't say it explicitly, Edith could see that she was somewhat relaxed. Do you understand what you're supposed to do? Ursula tried to simplify her words, trying to make the uneducated girl understand. Jennifer shook her head honestly. Then I explain it again. Ursula checked the time, a little anxiously. Your main role is? Edith chimed in, bait. Chapter 204. Ursula closed her eyes. While that was the case, putting it this way was a bit too blunt. She tried to add, to be precise, I took advantage of Duke Eddie's obsession with you, proactively revealing your presence and luring him here. Disrupting the situation was the simplest solution the two of them could achieve. Long blinked, seemingly confused by Ursula's words. Edith realized, are you asking if that's all your mission? Jennifer nodded, swinging the chain around her neck wildly. Yes, but it sounds easy, it actually requires cooperation. Ursula, checking the time, said, you need to show struggle, pain, and a reluctance to be found by Duke Eddie. Just play your part. The most difficult part is how to make Hope feel like you didn't do it on purpose. And, in a very short message, how to convey Jennifer's importance to him, giving him a reason to leave the family immediately and go alone. Jennifer's tail twitched slightly, as if she were thinking. Let's contact Duke Eddie first. Edith stopped Ursula's wandering thoughts. Do you have a way to determine his awakening hours? Of course. Someone from the royal family has been planted in Eddie's household. The cautious Hope had removed all the spies Dolores had planted in Duke Eddie's household, and Ursula's public arrangements had been eliminated, but one servant remained, unknown to the Queen. Fearing she would be exposed, Ursula didn't assign her to a position as a doctor guard or personal servant. This person then slipped into the kitchen, quietly preparing meals each day. Ever since Duke Eddie's coma, his diet had primarily consisted of oatmeal porridge. By monitoring his oatmeal consumption, she could easily gauge his current state. Hope's recovered well. He's now awake for nearly 2 hours a day, mostly between 2 and 4 p.m. Ursula glanced at her pocket watch again. It's about the same as mine. By the time Mother breaks free, Duke Eddie should be awake. We just need to. She suddenly stopped talking. Edith also covered her mouth, casting magic over her ears to amplify her hearing. A faint knocking sound came from the teleportation circle, as if someone was trying to sneak in from outside, but was stopped by the protective spell Edith had casually cast. Ursula's expression froze. Is there a mute? Edith nodded. Yes, you're not exposed for now. At this point, leaving was impossible. Before ensuring everything was smooth, Edith decided to protect Ursula. You go hide. She pondered for a moment where to hide. Magic concealment was essential, but the two of them had no idea who was coming. Friendly, there was no reason for them to come without contacting her. As for enemies, it could be the bishop who had reacted and was looking for her, or worse. The bishop had already found Dolores, and they were both here now. Given Edith's assessment of her own luck, the latter was likely the case. If it's your mother. Edith hesitated. Ursula immediately replied, she knows me well, and disguises won't work. This place is small, with no place to hide unless... Edith turned to look at Jennifer. Success? The bishop's face paled, as he finally broke through his defenses and took a step forward, attempting to block the first wave of attacks for the Queen behind him. But nothing happened. She had clearly heard the noise, but when the door finally opened, only Jennifer was left in the room, peacefully sprawled and sleeping. Her exposed nostrils opened and closed, gently and steadily. At least 2 people were in the room. The bishop closed his eyes and felt for a moment. Edith and Joyce? Joyce can't get in. Dolores shook her head. Since it's Edith Gary, it must be Shelley Scott who followed. She raised her arm. After regaining control of her body, she quickly dispatched tasks, and the guards hidden in various locations were dispatched, and information began to flow again. Edith Griffin was away from the academy. Professor Scott had taken a week's leave to search the dense forest for materials for potion research. The forest ranger could confirm that he had entered the woods an hour ago. Hedda had been praying in the palace chapel, and had returned to Beauty's college, where she was in the classroom with her 2 roommates, Amy, and the others. It could only be Shelley. Shelley's quite interesting, too. With matters under her control again, and surrounded by her most trusted subordinate, Dolores's nervousness faded, and she visibly relaxed. She raised her hand, completely sealing off the entire underground chamber. Her emotions gradually calmed, and she spoke calmly. When he gave up the opportunity to work in an independent lab at the association to follow Gary, it could be explained by a lack of connections and a desire for a superior willing to accept him. Blowing up the pharmacy association after Edith's death could barely be considered a sign of grief. But why is he still helping now? Edith Griffin was just a civilian, not as good as Shelley, who taught at the academy. Why would he get involved in a losing situation under these circumstances? Would you? Dolores suddenly tilted her head, looking in the direction of the bishop. If I died, and I were to enter the body of a poor commoner, I would find you in the palace, your status unchanged, and demand that you assassinate the current king. Would you obey? The bishop's expression was firm. I will always follow you. You won't. Dolores smiled calmly. You're such a cautious person. I already served the new king to maintain my position. How could I be willing to do something with a high probability of death? But she didn't mind being coaxed by false words. Shirley is indeed talented. If he didn't have a deep relationship with Edith, I wouldn't mind him coming to the palace as a doctor. As for Edith, she lowered her head slightly. She believed in Edith Griffin's potential, and she admired Edith Gary even more. But how had Edith circumvented her contract? Unfortunately, she couldn't control it. The bishop's body tensed, but Dolores' comment was clearly a casual remark in response to Edith's condition. She quickly returned her attention to the scene ahead. I sensed magical fluctuations when I arrived, and I sealed this place off. They can't escape. They're still here, let's find them. Both of them were exceptionally skilled mages. With a few spells, the basement's apparent tranquility vanished in an instant. Dolores' fingers twitched, and she curled them back into her palm with a composed expression. Edith Gary. She sensed her magical fluctuations, but the other person hadn't noticed yet. Strange. Dolores frowned. Why did they sense Edith first? There were generally two scenarios for sensing Edith first. Edith's defenses were weaker than Shelley's, leading her to be drawn out first, obscuring the stronger party, or Edith proactively released her magical power, shielding the other person. The latter is impossible. Judging by Scott's mental state, as a member of the Dead Explosives Association, he couldn't possibly be hiding behind it. Dolores scoffed. That's because Edith's control over magic is weaker. That's right, she was even a commoner without any magic before entering another's body. After all, she had only been exposed to magic for a year. Why bother? The Queen gestured to the bishop to continue clearing the barrier. She stood before Jennifer and said casually to Edith, who was nowhere in sight. If it were you a year ago, you wouldn't even be able to disguise yourself right now. A new body would clearly make your life better. Isn't that good? You could have an endless life, excellent talents, cooperate with me, and even a title. I can help you kill Duke Eddie, and I can promise you his title. Edith didn't respond. The Queen hadn't expected a response. She was just looking for an opportunity to buy time. By then, the bishop had already discovered something wrong through his meticulous investigation. Jennifer's tail was positioned a little too high. Edith is hiding down there. The bishop hesitated, then he pointed to Jennifer's position. Dolores glanced at him expressionlessly, then looked away. Although she had taken the subject from Hope, its value was quite limited. It had low intelligence, and wouldn't even eat food on its own initiative, but it would swallow what was fed to it. It couldn't communicate, but it responded to its name, indicating that the soul exchange had been successful, but to what extent was unknown. Every time she came, she almost always found her sleeping. Edith must have taken this opportunity to lift its tail and hide it down there. You're quite brave. She crossed her arms, raised her chin, and gestured for the bishop to retrieve the man. The bishop showed no hesitation, not even taking the initiative to defend himself. With a flick of his wand, Jennifer's tail suddenly twitched, slamming the advancing bishop back against the wall. Ouch! The bishop had some passive defenses, so the fall wasn't painful or bruised, but it was a mess. He picked himself up, his hair matted with dust, and patted his clothes awkwardly. Not careful enough, Dolores commented blandly. The bishop shouldn't have made such a rudimentary mistake, but having been held back by Hedda, he hadn't noticed immediately, and now, in his haste to make amends, he had made such a blunder. Sorry. The man lowered his head instantly. He knew the Queen valued results over attitude, so instead of remaining there to await her fate, he approached the dragon again. Neither of them believed Jennifer would proactively help others. This time, the bishop was fully prepared. He cast a spell to calm Jennifer, then flicked his finger, and the tail was lifted by an invisible hand. There was nothing below, but Dolores only had a glance, and her lips curled. Get out on your own, or should I help you out? She waited patiently for half a minute, and finally, a blurry figure appeared where she was looking. Edith took the initiative to remove her disguise. Dolores didn't hesitate. The moment she appeared, two beams of light simultaneously struck the girl's position. Tracking, fearing Edith would disappear again, both men took control of their attacks. With so little space underground, Edith was naturally struck. Her translucent body suddenly solidified. Countless green vines burst forth from the tip of Dolores' staff, instantly encircling Edith. The bishop understood, and his spell weaved through the gaps in the vines, slowly weaving a fine web. Edith couldn't die. Dolores still had many questions to ask. The girl's attack was negligible under the dual control, and Dolores's last remaining worry completely dissipated. Don't worry, I won't do anything to you. Typically, the trapped person would be nervous and trembling at this moment, but a simple reassurance from her was enough to easily win their favor. But Edith's expression was impassive. She even had time to pull out her watch, glance down, and her fingers moved slightly, as if calculating something. Dolores's heart suddenly skipped a beat. Chapter 205. Edith checking the time? Waiting for rescue? Who? Joyce? Joyce couldn't possibly be here. Instantly, countless names flashed through Dolores's mind. Students from Bo Eunice College? They couldn't possibly be here. Shelley was already hiding here. The only person at the college who had a close relationship with Edith was Dean Keith. Keith couldn't possibly be. The way she was shaking with excitement when she got the badge a while ago didn't seem fake. Waiting for Shelley to make a move? Dolores didn't know whether to laugh or shake her head. With the current one-sided situation, Shelley would be captured if she came out. She curled her lips and raised her hand to tighten the vines. If you don't accept it, then give her a little more intimidation. Tell me Joyce's location, she said calmly. If you think telling me directly is her intention to betray me, then let me go and ask her myself. Or, just return the stolen items to me. You can return your own stolen items first, Edith said calmly. Dolores frowned slightly. What had she stolen? Don't change the subject. The woman's lips softened slightly. Tell me where you hid it, and I come get it myself. So you also think returning it to its rightful owner is the right thing to do? Edith ignored Dolores's gesture and continued, For the first time, I agree with you. Dolores frowned, confused. Leave here. For some reason, her heart was beating faster and faster. Don't worry about Shelley Scott, just leave. Bang! It was clearly too late. The shield left, the shattered magic shield retaining its substance before dissipating. Sharp fragments of magic slashed Dolores's unsuspecting face, leaving a faint streak of blood. The redness quickly dissipated, and the pain left no trace in her mind, but the shock still made her take a step back. A pair of thin, dark hands stretched out from within her constricted pupils, clenching their fists tightly. Veins bulged. In an instant, the vines and webs enveloping Edith vanished, and the entire room's spells, including Dolores's perception, briefly lost their power. Her vision went blank, and half a second later, her vision returned. Dolores covered her nose, nearly choking on the smoke and dust, and gritted her teeth. Hope Eddie. Why is he here too? Duke Eddie and Dolores were locked in a standoff. Edith restrained the bishop. Although her ultimate goal was to kill Hope, from a camp perspective, she and Duke Eddie were on the same side for the time being. The two faced off, and the situation remained deadlocked. Dolores finally understood what kind of rescue Edith was waiting for. But judging by her actions, she and Duke Eddie weren't allies, they were simply after Jennifer. Jennifer Rodney? Dolores's physical protection was limited. Duke Eddie only turned his head slightly to spot the dragon huddled in the corner, a faint blush etched on his cheeks. Finally, his backup plan, if it were transferred to a human, it would be difficult to escape. Unless they were killed or died of old age. But animals didn't have that concern. If he couldn't find a suitable soul transferee, he wouldn't mind temporarily possessing the surrounding animals until a suitable candidate emerged. Unexpectedly, just as the experiment was about to be completed, Jennifer was snatched away by Dolores. Don't give my dragon a random name, Dolores said flatly, seemingly unconcerned. That's rude. I do know Jennifer. Duke Eddie's face paled. He covered his mouth every few words and coughed with difficulty. Give it back to me now, and we can join you in dealing with Edith Gary. The two looked more familiar than Edith had imagined. Although they were enemies, the atmosphere wasn't particularly hostile. It seemed their disagreement stemmed primarily from conflicting interests. I refuse. Fortunately, Dolores was a greedy person. She and the bishop shared common interests and were closely connected. Their combined strength was no less than Edith and Duke Eddie's. They both seemed intent on stabbing each other, completely lacking mutual trust. As long as the situation remained stable between the two of them, her chances of victory would be even greater. I wonder if Shelley's not coming out now is a good thing or a bad thing. The bishop muttered to himself. He could certainly gather more people for support. This was the palace, after all, their home turf. However, the number of people allowed to see the scene by the queen was small, and for the sake of confidentiality, this battle couldn't be made public. Thinking of this, he suddenly sensed Edith's smile in his peripheral vision. The barrier's broken, she said. A sudden, rhythmic knocking sounded from the teleportation array. Knock, knock, knock. Inside the castle. A figure suddenly appeared next to Joyce, who had been quietly hiding in the shadows. Joyce didn't even turn, but tooted. "Did you mistake me for a location?" Shelley lowered her head, not responding. "Where do we enter?" "Over there." Joyce pointed to the teleportation array. "I sense Dolores and the bishop entering the underground from the outside. You might just run into them if you go over there. That's why Edith called me over." Shelley's wand loomed at her sleeve. She said, "I hope you're ready to respond at any time." "Already activated it?" Joyce, surprised, asked 3 times. "Who? You? Someone else will come in." Shelley stepped onto the teleportation array, mentally deciphering its entire structure with a single glance. She said, "You're very familiar with it." He vanished into the array. "Shit," Joyce muttered, continuing to sift through the evidence. She needed to memorize everything quickly, sort it out, and find a better way to convict. Underground. The knock faded, and amidst the surging light, Shelley emerged with a stern expression. The scene before him hadn't yet coalesced in his mind, but without hesitation, he used his magical perception to raise his hand and cast a spell in Dolores' direction. The queen dodged quickly, the shock still etched on her face as a flash of yellow light blazed from her side, instantly piercing the bishop's body. The man collapsed to the ground before he could even scream. Blood gurgled from the hole in his stomach, and a yellowish grease seemed to be seeping out, sizzling in the intense light. Edith calmly retracted her wand. The best way to distract the bishop was to attack Dolores, even though the queen didn't need protection. The situation was instantly reversed. Dolores quickly swabbed the bishop's wound, but there was no time to heal it. 3 people stood before her. Even if she abandoned her secrecy and sent for help, she wouldn't have enough time. But that wasn't what made her expression so solemn. Shelley Scott. Why would he rush in from outside? She had definitely sensed the presence of another person when she arrived. If it wasn't Shelley and Joyce, who else could have escaped the search under her watch? "I agree to cooperate." Without a single pause, Dolores decisively gave up on Jennifer. But Hope didn't seem to hear her. The man's eyes were glued to Shelley's face from the moment she entered the room. Greed, desire, affection, a myriad of emotions danced across his face. Only when Dolores repeated herself did he reluctantly look away. "I changed my mind." Originally, he projected his hopes onto Jennifer because he didn't have a suitable body. If Shelley were right here. Was he saying that, with such a suitable body, would he even need to spend time and energy researching the consequences of swapping with an animal? "I want Shelley Scott." He paused, then added, "alive." Okay. Dolores didn't want to see Hope regain her youthful, powerful body, but this was the solution that would least harm her. Edith tooted impatiently. Plotting in person? She didn't wait for the two to finish their discussion, quickly retreating to Shelley's side and raising her wand to unleash a barrage of blows. Naturally, Dolores and Hope weren't afraid of an attack of this magnitude, but Dolores feared the noise and exposure, while Hope worried about her remaining awake time. They stopped discussing a specific plan and went their separate ways. The flames quickly engulfed the room. Edith had never participated in a battle of this magnitude, but she immediately sensed the relief. All 4 were powerful mages, but none specialized in combat. In the crowd, Edith, who had only practiced magic for a year, but had just competed in the Beauties Academy tournament, seemed quite at ease. Hope quickly fell behind. Dolores frowned slightly, but still found a moment to help Duke Eddie patch up his defenses. Shelley took advantage of this vulnerability. Dolores' hand petrified for a second, and as it returned to normal, the blasting spell easily pierced through her. For lesser mages, petrification is a means of enhancing defense, but against someone with exceptional defenses like Queen Campbell, petrification actually makes it easier to shatter. As expected, after the spell dissipated, Dolores' forearm was left with only a fragment of bone clinging to the remains of flesh. Magic power automatically surged toward the wound, cutting off the magic supply from the wand and repairing it inch by inch. The defenses attached to Hope hadn't yet formed, and Edith's strikes destroyed them, allowing magic power to penetrate Duke Eddie's head. But the thread stopped midway. Duke Eddie's face grimaced. He lowered his head and chanted a spell Edith couldn't understand. An old monster who had been active in the world for centuries, witnessing the founding of the entire kingdom, his amassed ancient spells were his greatest treasure. Edith suddenly felt an itch on her face. She instinctively reached out to scratch it, and a sharp sting pierced her eye. She bit down instinctively. A sticky sensation clung to her fingertips. She looked down with her unhurt eye. A round eyeball twitched and squirmed in her palm, slowly rolling, and finally staring directly at her. What a bizarre spell! Edith once again lamented the importance of the kingdom's complete ban on ancient spells. She touched her painful eye to confirm it was still there. Everything just now was an illusion. But the eyes on her face were real. Not only that, as Hope's speech quickened, all sorts of strange and bizarre symptoms began to manifest in Edith. Her legs rapidly shrank, then expanded to 3 times their original size in a fraction of a second. She raised her wand to strike Dolores, but the woman's face suddenly transformed into Shelley's. She abruptly stopped the attack. "Close your eyes." Shelley's calm voice echoed in her ears, and a hand reached from the side, covering Edith's eyes. In the darkness, her chaotic mind suddenly calmed. A temporary truce. Dolores waited for her hand injury to heal, glancing around, warily pondering the origins of the figure lurking in the shadows. Is there anyone else close enough to Edith to join forces against me? Chapter 206. The situation suddenly became confusing again. Dolores gave up defending herself against Shelley's attacks, and devoted all her energy to assisting Duke Eddie, aiming to eliminate Edith first. As expected, when the attack shifted to Edith, Shelley stopped focusing on her, constantly using his free hand to shield her from the light. If the 5th person hadn't joined, the situation would have remained the same for a long time. Dolores, searching for an opportunity, flickered briefly at the edge of the teleportation array, but remained where she was. Edith sealed the space again, just as she had just done. The bishop still lay on the ground, his life or death uncertain, and Dolores had no time to treat him. Duke Eddie was completely oblivious to the situation. If the bishop regained consciousness, he would be the one to be kicked out of the partnership. Can't teleport. The good news is, no more people will come in, Dolores was thinking when she suddenly felt a dull pain. Shelley somehow reversed course and attacked her again. The magical sword pierced her chest, piercing through her. Dolores's eyelids twitched, and the next second, the sword shattered into fragments, scattering across the ground. But the fragment lodged in the wound remained. As the fragments shattered, Dolores's shield weakened considerably. Edith found her opportunity. With her face full of eyes, this wasn't a difficult task. Amidst the surging current, Edith closed her upper eyes, and used her chin to determine her direction. She sidestepped past Hope, and with a flick of her hand, the wand Dolores had hidden appeared in her palm. Dolores was briefly puzzled. From Edith's performance, it seemed she could cast spells smoothly without a wand, so why bother trying to wrest hers from her? "It seems releasing magic with your hands is taking a toll on you," she said calmly. Edith held the wand in her right hand and smiled. "Guess." In a corner where the queen wasn't looking, she withdrew her left hand and wiped away the lingering magic from her fingertips. She couldn't influence the queen's thoughts, but she could make her ignore certain things. With her and Shelley's cooperation, Dolores ignored the possibility of a 5th person in the room. The queen looked down at her wound. She hadn't removed the magic, but had left it there, blocking her bleeding. It would take too much magic to heal the wound. How cruel, Edith muttered silently. Even with such a large wound, Dolores didn't even show a trace of pain. "It's almost time." Edith moved her lips, and Shelley averted her gaze, giving a barely perceptible nod. Hope, sensing the exchange, narrowed his eyes. "I only want Shelley Scott." He turned, attempting a more peaceful approach. "I can still maintain this body's relationship with you. An assistant with an Eddie family background is more useful than a commoner." "That's true," Edith said flatly. "But I refuse." The chief researcher badge she had worked so hard to obtain was ruined because of Hope's plan, and he was even planning to ruin even more lives. Another flash of green light, and the same slime she had seen during her fight with Celeste began to flow around Edith. The all-corrosive force spread toward the center. Shelley manipulated the wind to block it, flinging it outward with the vortex. A small portion landed on Duke Eddie's head, making a sizzling sound. Edith turned her gaze, and could even see deep into his head through the hole. Hope was more reckless than Dolores. That made sense. One could constantly change bodies, possessing a near-infinite lifespan, while the other only had one. But beyond indifference, Edith felt he was more used to it. He was used to being hurt, used to accepting death, because after all, death meant a new beginning. He might have been cautious at first, but after hundreds of years, that worry had long since faded. Hope disregarded life. Not just others. He even disregarded himself. He cherished his life, wanting to live longer, but he also neglected his body. She was silent for a moment, then gave Shelley a look. Then, with a flash of her figure, she and Shelley, behind her, simultaneously raised their wands. Another penetrating wound. At the same time, Edith deliberately stumbled, causing her magic to surge. As expected, Hope ignored her wounds and seized upon her weakness, drawing a sword from his side. He knew that, like him, Edith, whose soul had been transferred, would be reborn in another dying being if she attacked her to death. Then, she would be in the dark, while he was in the light, making the situation even more dangerous. He needed to kill her completely and quickly. There were many ways to resist magic, but only a sword, a method that could directly cut off a head, was effective. Magic flowed downward from the place where he shook his hand, swirling and wrapping around her in the shape of a long sword. The magical sword was hazy, and Edith could only see a fleeting flash of light through the white mist. The next second, the sword slashed straight at her face. Edith instinctively dodged, but ultimately gritted her teeth and endured, turning her head in the direction of the sword's blow. A sudden gust of wind blew from behind her, and an invisible force thrust her forward toward the sword. Edith seemed to sense something. Blood flowed from her cheek, but it didn't quickly heal. She looked at Hope, seeing a look of regret on his face, and clicked her tongue. If she had just dodged the sword with such exaggerated movements, her head would have hit the ground right now. Although this man had agreed with Dolores to spare her life, if the opportunity arose, he wouldn't mind betraying the queen. Edith also snatched a sword from thin air, not a magical conjuration, but a rusty sword she had stored away. In this confined space, her movements were completely invisible to Dolores. The queen blinked. She felt a subtle sense of disconnection. This place was clearly sealed off, so how could Edith still be able to get something from outside? But she only considered it briefly for a second, because amidst the chaos, there were clearly more pressing matters to focus on. After her injury, Duke Eddie's attitude suddenly became ambiguous. His previous actions had even violated her wishes, directly attempting to take Edith's life. 2 against 2, there was still a lot of room for change. She stared intently at Edith, watching the girl draw her sword and its fierce clash with Hope's. The magic sword wasn't as strong as the rusty one. With a crisp sound, the fragments shattered, flying towards Jennifer as Dolores watched. The sturdy dragon scales blocked all attacks. Yes! Dragons are known for their high defense, otherwise, the royal family wouldn't have the custom of crafting armor from dragon hides and scales. Although there were only 4 of us here, as long as we could pull Jennifer into our side. We didn't need her to attack, we could just stay put and act as a shield. The situation could be completely reversed. Jennifer Rodney. Edith knocked the sword out of Hope's hand again. Though the magical swords weren't sharp or strong enough, they were inexhaustible. Duke Eddie didn't even need to bend down to pick them up. He could gather another with a single grab. Edith raised the tip of her sword, resting it against Duke Eddie's head and neck. As he dodged a downward thrust, she suddenly reversed course and swung the sword in a circular motion. Bang! The blade lodged itself into his neck, but half remained exposed. Hope's face contorted, and a gurgling sound escaped his throat. He struggled to close the wound, slowly pushing Edith's sword away. This strike couldn't possibly be fatal. Edith felt a little regretful. Recovering from the intense sword fight, she looked towards Dolores. By then, the queen was standing before Jennifer. Using her magic to lift herself into the air, she extended a hand and lightly tapped her forehead. I command you. As an untamable beast, how could she remain in the palace without a contract? Golden patterns climbed up Dolores's wrist, spreading along her fingers until they reached her fingertips, dazzling in the dim light. At the same time, a golden dot the size of a fingernail appeared in the center of Jennifer's forehead. A thin golden thread connected the two. Jennifer's movements became noticeably more labored, her eyes glazed over. Dolores's cheeks were covered with beads of sweat. She took a deep breath, suppressed the fatigue in her voice, and said solemnly, "Now, protect me." Jennifer's reluctance was evident in her movements. The dragon struggled with difficulty, her head bobbing slightly, and her body leaning back, as if trying to break free. The chains around her clinked incessantly. Break. Dolores casually chanted an incantation, easily breaking the bonds that had held Jennifer captive for years. Her body was free, but not her soul. Dolores had the contract in hand, so she wasn't afraid of Jennifer escaping or resisting once she escaped the chains. She paused for a moment, then said, "Now, clear all obstacles before you and stand before me." Jennifer was completely controlled at this moment. Without even a moment's hesitation, she shifted her immense weight, making a thumping sound in the confined space. Dolores's expression was once again relaxed. "Now!" In the blink of an eye, before anyone could react, Edith roared, dragging Shelley, who had just finished setting up the magic circle, towards Hope Eddie. He quickly assumed a defensive stance, a blue protective shield pulsing with magical energy, layer upon layer, enveloping him. But Edith didn't attack. She even retracted her sword into the invisible void, leaning forward and throwing herself at Duke Eddie, pushing him backward. Shelley held one of Edith's hands tightly, freeing the other to activate the teleportation circle on the ground. A flash of light. Open your mouth. Edith only had time to turn around and utter a final word before she and the terrified Duke Eddie vanished completely into the ground. What? Dolores's face paled. When did Shelley remove the teleportation ban? She hadn't even noticed. What are they trying to do? Dolores's expression was serious. Ignoring Jennifer, she turned and strode towards the teleportation array. She had to catch up quickly, she had to. Wait, why did Edith just say open your mouth? She instinctively assumed they were leaving behind a toxic atmosphere, but soon she noticed something was wrong with Jennifer. Long's expression trembled, and a glimmer of clarity suddenly flashed through his dull eyes. Opening her mouth wouldn't violate her duty to protect Dolores, and it didn't require much effort to control. She slowly opened her mouth. Dolores was frozen in place by the magic emanating from Jennifer's mouth, her pupils constricting. She saw a familiar figure. Mother. Chapter 207. Edith believed Ursula would hold Dolores back. Not only because of her promise, but also because she was arguably the person in the world who knew more about Queen Campbell's secrets than anyone else. And, as the ruler of the kingdom and Ursula's mother, she certainly hadn't anticipated her daughter's rebellion. The three of them teleported back to the magic storage room. Duke Eddie, having just landed, instinctively raised his wand to attack, but abruptly stopped himself after sensing the surroundings. With so much magic, if the box containing it were destroyed, the resulting riot would affect him as well. Dolores didn't know why she hadn't caught up. Jennifer had vanished. She was in an unfamiliar place, facing two powerful enemies. With only an hour left to recover, everything indicated she was at a disadvantage. But seeing Shelley alive before her, all her troubles seemed minor. You chose this place, aren't you planning to pursue your victory? He chuckled. Over time, his wounds gradually healed, his magic power slowly recovered, and, coupled with his mental excitement, Duke Eddie was almost back to his best. The fact that Edith had brought him here showed she had no intention of continuing the fight. Edith nodded. Killing you won't be easy. Of course, neither would killing her. I want to talk to you, she said frankly. Death doesn't make problems go away, although, personally, I prefer to deal with those who cause them. Duke Eddie narrowed his eyes. Me too. What do you want to discuss? Hope wouldn't sit still and wait for death. Although Edith couldn't discern any subtle maneuvers, he had undoubtedly made preparations for both escape and counterattack. Talk about your plan. The magic storage space was too vast to be suitable for conversation. Edith was tempted to take him into the safe house, but Hope wouldn't likely allow it. Shelley stood beside Edith, wand clutched, staring intently at Hope's hand. He closed the circle centered on the three of them, preventing Hope from teleporting away. Duke Eddie didn't respond. He turned around curiously, picked up a box, and held it in his palm. I know Dolores built a cellar specifically for storage, but I never seen the real thing. He ran his finger over the box. He easily broke through the defenses and drew out the magic within. Well preserved. I thought you built this together before you fell out. This was beyond Edith's expectations. The magic locks are all Eddie family property. Don't you store them yourself? I have no interest in controlling the entire kingdom. Hope sneered. The magic lock's greatest function is to filter, not to absorb unconditionally. Admittedly, he was motivated by selfish desires. Dolores was the only one who saw the immense value hidden behind them. Possessing them would allow one to control all the gifted people in the kingdom. Speaking of this, I find it strange. Edith swerved, as if this were just a casual conversation. You lived for hundreds of years, and you never considered overthrowing the kingdom and becoming His Majesty Eddie? Judging by how he had initially urged Louisa to join the war, he himself possessed a profound desire for power and status. With his endless lifespan, immense talent, and a magical legacy dating back to ancient times, overthrowing a kingdom wouldn't be difficult. Because I don't want to, Hope said calmly. You don't want to be king, but you want to be a noble? That's understandable. That wasn't something Duke Eddie would say. Edith raised an eyebrow, seeing no sign of stopping, and continued to listen in silence. Hope, with a gesture of reminiscence, said, Besides, my last name isn't Eddie at all. It would be odd to use it. Edith stared at his face quietly. Eugene Irving. She used a declarative sentence. Hope's lips curled up slowly. You know more than I thought. Eugene Irving. The man who woke up from another man's coffin 300 years ago was awarded to his physical relatives by a judge on the grounds that there is no such thing as a soul. He ultimately chose to leave his family, travel alone to another city, and die of natural causes at the age of 65. However, subsequent research has shown that the truth of this natural cause remains to be determined. He is the protagonist of the mysterious story Edith read in the association's internal library. His reincarnation was merely an accident. His soul was naturally loose, and when he was near death, he encountered a body that was also near death. He successfully left his original body without any magical guidance. His first few reincarnations were uncontrollable. The bodies he received might have been too old, or perhaps lacked magical talent and were simply commoners. After seeking Louisa's help in research, he finally developed a stable and targeted method for body swapping. You know Louisa very well. Duke Eddie's tone suddenly paused, and he asked delicately, "Were you the one at Louisa's coffin that time? You followed me into the cave and took Louisa's spellbook." He added a smile. "I always said that there aren't many people in this world who can take what I want right under my nose. In terms of quantity, you're definitely number one." Louisa's notes, Muellen's body, and Shelley's perfect husk were all disrupted by Edith. Edith exchanged a few scattered words with him, seemingly genuinely just wanting to chat, but Hope had already arranged everything, setting up a magic circle on the ground. Once Shelley lifted the restriction prohibiting teleportation, he could quickly return to the familiar and safe Eddie family mansion. She didn't know what her specific purpose was. "That depends on how you define my things." Shelley finally spoke her first words to Duke Eddie. "I'm not yours. A teacher shouldn't be the victim of your experiment." Edith tilted her head. She hadn't called her teacher in a long time. "You hate me?" Duke Eddie was slightly surprised. "Why?" The words left both of them stunned. "Why?" Edith repeated. "You wanted to kill him, and you asked him why he hated you?" "But I didn't succeed." Duke Eddie spread his hands. "It was you who died, not Scott, and the subsequent surveillance was successfully eliminated. If it were just these two things, there's absolutely no need to hate me." His way of thinking is truly different from that of ordinary people, Edith sighed inwardly. Shelley's facial expression completely vanished as he finished speaking. "Not necessary?" he snorted. "Sometimes I'd rather be the one who died." Guilt. Edith didn't even look at his expression, but she still heard the meaning. She stiffened for a moment. She remembered the look on Shelley's face when he first learned that Duke Eddie was targeting him, not her. She remembered comforting him, rejecting his apology, telling him it wasn't his fault, it was just an accident. "You weren't the problem," she said lightly. "Looking at the results, our current situation isn't too bad." That was enough. Shelley didn't express it, but she was still tormented by guilt. Duke Eddie kept his lips curved, staring at Shelley's face without blinking. Edith stepped back and gently placed a hand on Shelley's shoulder, silently expressing her support. "It's all over," she whispered. "It's okay." The corners of Duke Eddie's mouth slowly moved upward, opening wider and wider, revealing the bright red interior of his mouth. "You like her?" His voice trembled slightly with excitement. "You like your teacher, Edith Gary?" Shelley, He remained silent. "Edith, ? How could she tell? She admitted her lack of emotional experience, but through the series of interactions since her reincarnation, she could sense that Shelley's feelings for her were somewhat unusual, definitely not the normal state of mind between teacher and student. At least, she wouldn't kiss the hair of Mary's corpse after she died. However, due to the pressures of reality, and so many other things taking precedence over counseling, she hadn't found the time to reconsider their relationship. But Hope only heard a few words, so how could she tell? "It's none of your business." Seeing Shelley had no intention of speaking, she replied calmly. Nothing. I just find this relationship fascinating." Hope suddenly laughed, a laugh completely out of character, shaking with laughter. She had to hold her stomach and bend over to ease it. "Sorry, I haven't felt anything like this since 200 years ago. Have you lived too long and think other girls are children you can't touch?" Edith looked quizzical. "Are you that good?" "No, it's just a simple emotional issue." Duke Eddie didn't mind his vulnerability being known, but he still hid a lot, brushing it off briefly. "The longer you live, the more memories and emotions you accumulate. Dealing with the emotions already in your head is hard enough. Trying to break free and feel love is truly difficult." It all connected. Edith breathed a sigh of relief. She was now completely certain that the current Hope Eddie and the past Eugene Irving were practically two different people. It's memories, not souls, that shape people. The length of time wasn't the reason Eugene lost himself. His inconsistencies were mostly the remnants of other people's memories. Edith could sense that after receiving Edith Griffin's memories, she had uncontrollably developed a pity for Doreen. The little girl herself was indeed worthy of pity, but her feelings were clearly more intense. The moment she woke up in the slums and saw the ceiling, she could even sense the intense reluctance of the original owner before his death. She didn't want to die, But she was even more afraid that if she died, her sister would be left without care and would soon die too. In other words, every time a soul swapped in someone else's body was acquired, one inherited not only the right to use that body, but also all of its previous memories. If Edith had a weak sense of morality, she could have abandoned Doreen and left alone, but she would surely have felt uncontrollable pain in her heart. As she experienced the other's life, she naturally also had to bear their responsibilities. She inherited Griffin's entire past, and Eugene Irving, having reincarnated so many times, had inherited countless memories, his mind torn apart by the control of so many conflicting ideologies. Some souls aspire to nobility, while others simply wish for a simple life. So, can these remaining memories be divided by sowing discord? Chapter 208. The basement where Jennifer was imprisoned. Ursula stood before the dragon, facing her mother. While her strength wasn't comparable to Dolores, she was younger and more skilled, taking advantage of Dolores's moment of distraction to pin her in place. Dolores had remained standing since Edith left, one hand extended in the air, lingering in the moment of commanding Jennifer. As her movements ceased, the contract expired, and Jennifer regained consciousness. She snorted twice through her nostrils, lay back down, and closed her eyes. Freed from the chains, she could finally rest her head comfortably on her paws. I think we need to talk. The moment she truly faced her mother, Ursula found herself calmer than she had imagined. Dolores was speechless. As she grew older, she increasingly preferred to take matters into her own hands, anticipating even the worst possible outcome. This was the first time in years that something had completely defied her expectations. Her mind went blank. There was no anger, no pain, just a blankness. Ursula, her most cherished child, the heir to the throne she currently favored, would actually stand against her. But the moment of days lasted only a few seconds. I'm curious. Dolores regained her composure, at least on the surface. What are your reasons for rebelling against me? Zebulon has lost first place twice in a row. He's younger than you, and his worldly and intellectual abilities are far less mature. In every way, he's inferior to you. The future of the kingdom will most likely be in your hands. You're still young, having only been involved in government for less than a year. Your appeal among both the nobles and the common people is average. Why would you want to cooperate with Joyce now? She couldn't understand it at all, whether from an emotional or personal perspective. Why are there only these two options? Ursula asked. Besides family and personal interests, isn't there a third option in this world? Dolores laughed. I think you're more mature than Zebulon, but it seems only slightly more mature. She seemed to have fully recovered. After a moment's silence, she said with a hint of regret, I'm sorry. I really prefer you, but for now, it seems Zebulon has no choice but to inherit the throne. She wanted to praise Ursula's courage, but she found it ridiculous. She had overturned a situation that favored her, only to give Zebulon the upper hand. After all, she had to choose the younger one. She preferred stability to an overly opinionated heir. Then let Zebulon take over. Ursula laughed. Palace gardens. Although the celestial fire overhead had been proven to be fake, the public remained unaware. Most of the guards were assigned tasks and hurried off, leaving only a few guarding less important locations like the garden. Zebulon ducked slightly, successfully avoiding sight, and walked alone along the path. He hesitated for a long time in the garden, pacing back and forth, taking a deep breath, and finally making up his mind to head for the meadow. This was the address Ursula had given him. She said it held the answers he wanted. Ursula also said someone would come to take me. Zebulon pondered silently. Could it be one of her trusted confidants? She even has trusted confidants who obey only her? When did she first know all this, and when did she start preparing? A long-lost feeling of frustration washed over him once again. He enjoyed nearly identical resources, yet everything was arranged by his mother and the nobles who supported him. Yet, Ursula had managed to break free, knowing much he didn't. At this moment, I still felt that people like Ivan, who didn't have to worry about anything, were better. At least they could live an easy life. He shook his head and tentatively stepped on the ground twice, finding the patch of grass that felt slightly different. Is this it? Zebulon hadn't expected there to be an unknown underground space within the palace. He stood on the grass, eyes closed. Some things were better left unknown. If he made up his mind to go on, there would be no turning back. But this time, he didn't hesitate. With a twist of his wand, the patch of grass shrank and curled up like a steak roasting over a fire, revealing a dark void in its center. Void, stairs, a lightless passage that stretched endlessly downward. He crawled inside the underground passage. The hole wasn't deep. Zebulon felt himself descend a few meters, landing on his feet again. But it was incredibly dark. Though he wasn't far from the ground, he could only see a small patch of light overhead. Zebulon pulled out his wand to illuminate the area. For some reason, the light couldn't penetrate the darkness, illuminating only a small circle around him. At the edge of the circle, Zebulon could vaguely see the shadows of his feet. His muscles tensed for a moment, then relaxed a little, remembering Ursula's words. Could this be the guide she mentioned? Sorry, Zebulon said, slipping his wand back into his pocket and raising his hands in a gesture of goodwill. Ursula Campbell sent me here. I know. She knew about this place from me. A familiar voice came from in front of him. Zebulon's mind paused for a moment, unable to connect the voice with the person. He lowered his head stiffly. At the edge of the aperture, a pair of feet stepped into his sight. They were boots from the royal dress department. Shoes like these were only owned by his mother and his two siblings. The image in his mind gradually became clearer. Zebulon slowly raised his head and met Ivan Campbell's face. His younger brother. His frail brother, the innocent and happy one who had never been considered an heir by their mother. Why are you so late? Ursula asked me to wait here half an hour ago. Ivan dropped his usual innocent image and curled his lips. You didn't hesitate in the garden for a whole half hour, did you? Zebulon, He remained silent. His mind was like a stormy ocean. His thoughts frozen the moment he saw Ivan, unsure what to say. His brain completely shut down. Ivan? How could it be Ivan? Didn't he never get involved in political events? No, Ivan just said that Ursula got the news from him. He wasn't working for Ursula, but was conducting his own investigation, investigating his mother? Was he the only one in the entire royal family who had never known the truth? A chaotic tangle of thoughts constantly fought for space in his brain, making Zebulon dizzy. He half bent down, holding his head, and managed to speak. When did you? If you mean when I found out about this place. It was on Christmas Eve this year, when Edith came, Ivan said calmly. Zebulon momentarily saw a shadow of Ursula in his face. The time Edith came to visit you? Zebulon recalled the scene. Yes. Ivan nodded. He glanced at Zebulon's hesitant expression and grinned. If you're asking when you started researching your mother. I can't remember 6-7. Zebulon opened his mouth. 6-7? So all his previous encounters with Ivan were just acting? Now's not the time to research this. Ivan stamped his feet. He had been standing there for half an hour, his legs and feet stiff. Are you mentally prepared? Let's get this over with. Edith and Ursula still need help. Zebulon's expression was heavy. You shouldn't have gotten involved. He still treated Ivan as a younger brother who needed protection. Ursula and I have representatives behind us, so we have to participate in the struggle. You just started school, so the right thing to do is to focus on your studies. Whatever your mother did, she was sincere to you. She cares about your health, doesn't demand academic achievement, and strives to allow you to live freely. I don't know what conditions Ursula offered you, but you're the last person to betray your mother. Ivan had already turned to activate the magic circle Edith had left behind. He tilted his head slightly at his fortunate brother. He chuckled. My weakness is the result of mother's will. The man opposite frowned, seemingly confused. Ivan turned back and continued to inject magic into the magic circle. Mother felt that 2 heirs were sufficient. Adding another person would divide the nobles into 3 factions, making management even more difficult. So, she needed a good reason to prevent me from ascending the throne. Physical weakness was the best option. Blue permeated the lines of the magic circle. Ivan stepped back, watching the mud wall gradually open, revealing a gap wide enough for one person to pass through. He sheathed his wand and turned to face his brother, whose expression was vacant. Do you understand? It was mother who took the initiative, forcing me into this state of illness from birth. I don't deny she was kind to me, but who knows how much of that was genuine, and how much was out of guilt. Ivan didn't intend to accuse Dolores of anything. He calmly looked at Zebulon, who looked as if struck by lightning, and shook his head. Go in and see first. Zebulon drifted away like a spirit. Brother? After seeing Ivan clearly, the eldest of the children, Van's expression shifted from wariness to surprise. You came to save us? Yes, but not now. Ivan responded gently. He stood up straight, scanned the room, and sighed silently. The beds that had been empty the previous time were now occupied by new occupants. A quick glance revealed that they all seemed to belong to the missing persons posters he had recently seen in the capital. He also fell silent. That person behind me is my brother, don't worry. Ivan briefly soothed the frowning fan and gestured for Zebulon to check on him. How's it going? Are you still studying magic? Yes, but the teacher said there won't be classes next week. Van nodded. He said he wants to take me out to meet some other people. Brother, should I go? Ivan's hand paused in midair. He recalled the plan Ursula had told him about their mother. If what Ursula had said was true, Mother was probably already planning to put it into action. If he didn't rescue these children this week, when he came back next week, someone else would be in Fan's body. What the hell is going on? Zebran still hasn't recovered from his shock. There are hidden cellars beneath the palace, and within them are many children. He's seen the faces of several of them, on missing person notices posted along the streets of the capital. How could these missing children be in the palace? Chapter 209. Magic Storage Room. Seeing Edith fall silent, Duke Eddie placed his hands behind his back and quietly set up a magic circle. Shelley noticed something unusual and looked up, his calm gaze fixed on him, motionless. He sensed a surge of magical energy, but seeing nothing, he couldn't help but frown. Hope Eddie must have a backup plan, and his unknown reserve of ancient spells made his intentions difficult to predict. Edith told him not to worry, just take action during a direct battle, and leave the rest to her, but Shelley found it strange. Edith preferred to research alone, but she would consult with him on important matters and rarely kept anything from him. He hoped he was overthinking it. According to you, Edith suddenly asked, you have no feelings for your wives over the past few centuries? Of course. Duke Eddie scoffed. But I will be responsible for them to the end. After my husband's body dies, I will return as my son or grandson and raise them until they die of natural causes. So, Edith pondered. Then why did you seek a suitable body for your current wife? Hope Eddie's expression changed slightly. An accident. Really? Edith whistled. First he found Celeste, such a suitable body, then he fell for Mulan, and even brought her to the cave, revealing the secrets of the soul. All of this was an accident. Ignoring Hope's increasingly pale face, she casually recounted the aristocratic gossip she had heard. Hope Eddie and his wife are a rare harmonious couple in upper-class society. They have a wonderful relationship. 3 years after their marriage, he often took his wife hunting at his estate outside the capital. The two lived away from the main house until 4 years after their marriage, when the then Duke of Eddie, White Eddie, fell seriously ill. Hope then returned to the mansion, and gradually took over the family affairs. You were still White Eddie then, correct? Duke Eddie's face darkened completely. Edith had no intention of letting him go. She smiled and emphasized, so, before you became Hope Eddie, the original Hope had already spent 4 years of incredibly sweet time with his wife. You stole his soul, occupied his body, and inherited those 4 years' worth of memories. Was saving Mrs. Eddie your idea, Eugene, or was it the request of Hope inside you? Absurd, Duke Eddie snapped. I always been Eugene Irving, simply borrowing other people's bodies and identities. Their souls have long since dissipated, and they can't possibly affect us. Calm down, Edith soothed. This is the first time you lost control like this in front of me. His behavior spoke volumes. Duke Eddie, or Eugene, as he'd been called, had long since discovered that his original body's cognition affected his judgment. He subsequently repeatedly possessed his own children, not only to continue his bloodline, but also to prevent this from happening. As members of the Eddie family, we all share a common sense of family honor and a reverence for our family members. Even slight differences wouldn't have a significant impact. Duke Eddie took a deep breath, suppressing the anger in his chest. What do you want to say? Nothing. Edith's lips curled. I'm just curious. This was the umpteenth time she said the word curious tonight. Duke Eddie felt inexplicably irritated. I'm just curious. You must have killed quite a few children yourself. The prerequisite for soul swapping is near death, and young children can only enter this state through external forces. Duke Eddie was extremely cautious, having barely informed anyone of the existence of soul swapping in the past few years. Then he had to do it himself. Watching your beloved and kind father and grandfather suddenly kill you, besides shock, there must have been a lot of hatred. Edith slowly deepened the conversation. Does this hatred persist across body swaps? With each new identity you acquire, you hate your previous self more, right? With this accumulated hatred, how did Duke Eddie truly perceive himself? I am me. My friends are me, my father, my grandfather is me, and the murderer who killed me is also me. My son's wife is my wife is my mother, and maybe even my grandmother. Everything is me, and yet nothing is me. The true Owen died 300 years ago. What lives now is a living storage cabinet. A cabinet that holds the memories of many people. He constantly fought for the children's bodies, while also being baptized by their memories. Duke Eddie slowly crouched down, his hands clutching his head, his whole body trembling, seemingly in agony. His face twisted and distorted like mud for a moment. When he looked up again, the face fixed on his neck had become unfamiliar. Edith narrowed her eyes. White Eddie. What? No, not. Duke Eddie suddenly touched his face in panic. He pinched his neck and felt a giant mole the size of a fingernail, letting out a sharp howl of pain. What? No, impossible. As expected, memories are selectively inherited, but emotions are much more direct. Seeing the man before her overcome by the pain of self-loss, Edith sighed and raised her wand. Shelley's confusion deepened. We should use the sword now, he interrupted, unable to resist. We pretty much figured it out. We need to kill him quickly. According to Louisa, a complete death within 3 seconds is necessary to prevent the soul swap from taking over another's body. I wonder how many defensive spells Duke Eddie knows. In this situation, severing the head entirely is the best option. Why would Edith settle for second best and raise her wand? Inside the palace, the Council of State was in complete chaos. Many people noticed discrepancies on the paper, and several rushed to the leader's office, urgently ringing the doorbell for important events. The already busy leader was furious, confused as to what everyone was arguing about until he saw the name on the paper. Edith Gary? He screamed. That girl who's been dead for over a year. You approved her? I'm so sorry. The staff member who had casually approved Edith's application was now as pale as paper, trembling all over, and his lips had lost their color with fear. It's not your fault. The leader took a deep breath, calming himself for a long time. There's a very complicated process to go through before submitting an application. Generally, few people can pass except the applicant himself. But since Edith was already dead, someone must have stolen her notes and submitted the application under her identity. No problem. Even if the application was successful, it would only open a small hole the size of an envelope, revealing no secrets. We're short-handed right now. I find someone to check on the situation when I have some free time. As a leader, he understood the consequences of unrest at this moment, and he offered reassurances. Now everyone, get back to your jobs. Remember not to approve any more applications from unidentified sources. But doesn't the final step of the application require inputting your own magic power? How could you fake it? Someone muttered quietly, and someone nearby immediately offered explanation. Don't you know? Edith Gary is a rare person born without magic power. All the contract's magic portions can't be completed, so they're replaced with hand gesture codes known only to her. Of course, to strengthen the binding force, contracts for people without magic power have a lot of added extraneous details. He suddenly fell silent. Others? It seems really hard to impersonate someone in this area. Edith Gary can't really still be alive. Underground, in the magic storage room. Edith raised her hands, focused her magic power on the tip of her wand, and chanted loudly. A burst of purple light, with a crackling sound emanated from the tip. The powerful magic resonated with the surrounding boxes, causing the containers containing different magical powers to stir, and even threaten to leap out. Too dangerous. Shelley's face changed. We use swords. Duke Eddie suddenly raised his head. His eyes cleared, and beside him, he finished the final strokes of a red magic circle. I admit, your instigation skills are quite good. He spoke calmly, his lips curled up. Even I was frightened. But unfortunately, I know what kind of person I am. You're going the wrong way. The boxes containing the magic began to churn even more violently. Edith reached out her wandless hand to stop Shelley from moving forward. Don't move, she whispered softly. Shelley could only make out her words through the clatter of the boxes around him. Use all your magic to cast a protective shield. Don't try to stop Duke Eddie. Your only responsibility is to protect yourself. She then turned, her gaze fixed on the two men's hands. It seems this place is doomed. Edith redirected some of her magic, enclosing the space around her to prevent a chain reaction that would detonate all the magic stored underground. Hope's magic circle gathered most of the loose boxes. Each lid trembled violently, as if something was about to burst forth. This magic circle could forcibly break open the boxes. Edith paused. You've been here before. You never seen it before. That's all a lie. You don't really believe it? Hope Eddie laughed heartily. How could I not have been here? Not only have I been here, I also have the ability to open the box and access all the magic within. Edith glanced at his expression and turned away. Very good. Though Hope denied it, his mental state showed that he was still deeply affected by the provocation he had just given him. Open! Hope Eddie suddenly shouted, and the trembling boxes burst open instantly. Countless magical energies converged, and a huge flash of light suddenly appeared. Shelley felt his ears go deaf for a moment. He could only see Hope's mad smile, opening and closing as he slowly uttered farewell. Edith's back was all he could see, standing in the shadows. The magic in her hand seemed dwarfed by the massive ball of light across from him. He could hear no sound, and his movements were as slow as if filled with lead. He saw the ball of light expand wildly, saw his outstretched hand. The ball of light completely exploded before his eyes. The powerful impact flung Shelley backward, smashing through the wall and finally sinking into the rubble. Aches rippled through his body, and the protective shield he maintained with all his magic could only block the most devastating blow. A few drops of blood splashed onto his face. Shelley's mind froze. The lingering traces of Edith's magic lingered in his blood. Chapter 210. Who? Edith gasped like someone who had just escaped drowning. The lingering sensation of her heart shattering still lingered. She touched her chest, feeling the beating against her palm, and breathed a sigh of relief. Success? She rested for 2 minutes, pulling herself out of the near-death state. Strength gradually returned to her hands. She closed her eyes, swung them to the sides of the ice coffin, and lifted herself up. Shit! Has this body reached the point where even the smallest movement causes dizziness? Edith paused for a few seconds. During the pause, she tilted her head and quietly gazed at her reflection in the transparent ice coffin. A few strands of her hair on the left were a little short, probably cut from Shelley's experiments. A year without sunlight had left her skin pale and bloodless, and her cheeks were slightly sunken from dehydration. But the faint dark circles under her eyes had completely disappeared. Beneath her eyelids, her emerald green eyes stared unblinkingly at her reflection in the ice coffin. Although this face was young, it was completely devoid of childishness. The difference from Edith Griffin was immediately apparent. This was Edith Gary's, her very own face. Edith Gary returned to her body. Goddess. Edith closed her eyes and praised. Thank you, Louisa. She sat upright in her icy coffin. As a soul swapper who had lived for centuries, Hope Eddy naturally knew how to attack and kill those of his own kind. He had lied to her that he had never been here, but in reality, he had secretly set up a magic circle, gathering stored magic power and causing a massive explosion through the collision of different types of magic fluctuations. An explosion powerful enough to break all defenses of the person before her in a second. I'd definitely die within 3 seconds, leaving my soul no chance to enter another body, effectively dissipating completely. Edith adjusted her loose hair and thought to herself, fortunately, my suspicions were correct. Louisa's legacy, that faint vitality, sustained her for a few more seconds. Though only for a few seconds, during this time, she would be in the perfect near-death state for a soul swap. Her original body would also be half dead, and a pre-carved magic circle would be enough to guide her there. The last time she visited Shelley's lab, Edith had obtained a brief moment of solitude under the pretext of cleaning herself, allowing her to prepare in advance. Everything was going according to plan. Our first priority now is to get out of the ice coffin. Although Shelley had taken excellent care of this body, using the finest materials and numerous magic circles to maintain its vitality, after lying there for almost a year, Edith felt weak in her limbs, dizzy, and tinnitus. She closed her eyes and carefully felt her body. As expected, her original body also had magical powers. Edith had long felt strange. The memory of herself had clearly resonated with her when she first held the wand, and when she cast the spell her father had taught her, she could feel something being pulled out of her body. It was possible that she had average talent, but how could she be completely devoid of magical powers? This suspicion had long faded from her mind until she noticed magic emanating from her dead self and heard Dolores admit, people without any magical powers are likely to have experienced an accident. Only then did this doubt resurface, and she recorded it in Edith's notebook. I don't know what she went through back then. But anyway, after her rebirth, all the magic power that had been suppressed in her body was released. Now, in terms of magic reserves alone, she even surpasses Edith Griffin by a considerable margin. After all, she had suppressed and stored magic for over 20 years. I study it when I get back. She took a deep breath. For now, let's go back to the palace. I don't know what Shelley's expression is right now. He could probably guess she had a backup plan, but seeing someone die right before her eyes was still a huge shock. I hoped he remembered what she said about protecting herself and not stopping Duke Eddy, instead of letting his emotions carry him forward and fighting to the bitter end. Edith touched her nose, feeling a little guilty. It wasn't that she deliberately kept it from Shelley, but once he knew about this plan, there would be no chance of it being carried out. There are too many variables. She could even imagine Shelley's tense body. You can't be sure how long Louisa's legacy will buy you life, nor can you be sure your original body still has normal functions. There's no guarantee you survive this death. We need to consider other options. But there wouldn't be a better option. For Duke Eddie, only by personally killing Edith Gary could he dispel his doubts and freely pursue his own path. Seize the throne. And that's exactly what she needed. Boylanese College. The massive explosion from the palace plunged the campus, which had finally calmed down, into panic again. City Hall had already sent someone to explain that the palace's celestial fire was merely a projection, but the palpable noise stirred the already calmed emotions once again, and they threatened to spiral out of control. That's the Imperial Palace. How is Her Majesty? The principal of Beaujolais College asked the royal counselor, who hadn't left yet, with concern. What about that explosion just now? The counselor replied, I don't know. Which question is this the answer to? Both. The principal's expression gradually darkened. Excuse me, but one more question. Edith Griffin from our college is currently touring the palace. How is she doing? The counselor frowned. Is Edith still in the palace? Why didn't Dolores come out with anyone? The principal read the subtle question, his expression growing grave. Edith Griffin has disappeared. It seems something truly unmanageable has occurred at the palace. How could it happen so suddenly? This wasn't the only staff member who came to Beaujolais College to report the incident. Others scattered across the campus were surrounded by teachers and courageous students, who pressed them for information. Did you find out anything? The Dean of Pharmacy glanced at Dean Keith, who was walking back, and raised an eyebrow. Is your student assistant still missing? Dean Keith's expression was grim. He said he didn't know. He only heard from his colleagues that Edith Gary was still alive, but he never heard of any other Ediths. The Dean of Pharmacy knew researcher Gary better than Dean Keith, and his attention shifted immediately. Gary's not dead? Impossible. Although there wasn't a funeral because of that Scott thing, I saw her body. As an expert in pharmacy, he had also participated in Edith Gary's treatment and personally confirmed that all her vital signs had disappeared, without exception. Dean Keith said impatiently, That's not my point. It's Edith Griffin. The two exchanged a listless exchange, each preoccupied with the situation in the palace. It wasn't until they heard a loud slam of a door upstairs that they both snapped back to their senses and exchanged a slightly bewildered glance. Even before the skyfire appeared, the teachers in the teaching area had been evacuated to the student area for easier management. Why was there a sound coming from the lab now? Who? The footsteps upstairs sounded a bit disorganized, as if the person making them had just learned to walk. A dozen seconds later, as the two deans stood guard, a flash of gold appeared around the corner of the stairs. Sorry. Edith Gary wrapped her cloak around herself and said politely, I've been sleeping too long, and my hands and feet are a bit uncontrollable. Dean Keith, Dean of Pharmacy, No, who? Who's talking? Edith darted quickly through the academy. Aside from sections where teleportation arrays were available, most places still required walking. She tried to cast a spell with her hands to speed up, and surprisingly, it worked. No one on the road recognized her. Researcher Gary rarely appeared in social settings, and now that she wasn't wearing her badge, she was stopped by a few patrolling teachers, who shouted at her and told her to return to the student area. But they couldn't catch up with Edith. Bertram was also on patrol. Next to him stood the astrologer, who had been invited to the dance. The two of them were working together to carefully investigate any unexpected events on campus. The astrologer suddenly stopped. What's wrong? Bertram was not surprised. What did you sense again? Something has appeared that shouldn't be there. The astrology teacher hesitated. I'm not sure. Are all you astrology students so mystical? Bertram grumbled. It shouldn't have appeared. Yeah, that shadow above the palace certainly shouldn't have appeared. As he spoke, he turned his head and surveyed his surroundings, his gaze suddenly stopping at the northwest corner. A blonde figure flashed by. Hey, which academy student? Get back to the teaching area. The astrology teacher followed Bertram's gaze, frowned, and shouted to stop him. Bertram suddenly reached out to stop her from advancing. He didn't let go of his hand until the figure disappeared from their sight. He stared into the distance, a dazed look on his face. Do you know her? The astrologer looked quizzical. Why are you stopping me? Bertram, Bertram, tell me, someone who's been dead for over a year suddenly reappears on Earth. Does that count as something that shouldn't exist? Astrologer, Astrologer, ah? The scream brought Bertram back to consciousness. He crouched down, clutching his head, and cried out, ah. He's seen that face several times in Shelley's lab. There was no way he mistaken her. Edith Gary is alive. Finally arriving at the designated location on time, Edith took a deep breath, parted the brush, and saw her anxiously waiting friends. Hedda and the others had somehow managed to sneak out, avoiding the patrolling teacher's sight and arriving at the appointed location on time. Edith walked straight over. Amy was the first to notice her presence and jumped in surprise. What the hell? Time was running out, so Edith didn't bother explaining. She simply addressed Hedda, the leader, and said, "Edith sent me here." She uttered the code word they had prepared. The group relaxed a bit, urgently discussing their next plan. Hedda glanced at her face and summoned her courage. Edith, are you okay? She had suddenly lost her connection. Edith was silent for a second. I'm fine. Chapter 211. Edith hurried. The academy was heavily guarded. If she tried to break through the walls and escape like she had done before, she would surely be killed by the swarm of teachers and guards. She could only enter and exit through the main gate. The bad news was that she wasn't wearing her school robes, so she was immediately detained as a suspicious individual. The good news was that she wasn't wearing her school robes, so she wouldn't be sent back to the teaching area. Let me see the principal. Time was running out, and Edith didn't have time to explain too clearly. Just say I'm Mary's student. The principal was nearby and didn't wait to be notified. Upon noticing someone trying to force their way through the gate, he teleported away. All doubts vanished the moment he saw Edith's face. The principal had also heard rumors that Edith Gary was still alive, but those were just rumors, and with more important things to do, he had never expected her to appear before him. Edith Gary had attended several meetings at the academy, so he naturally recognized her face. You? The principal's voice caught in his throat. I'm leaving, Edith said calmly. If I insist on staying at the academy now, it would be a nuisance to you. The enigmatic exchange between the two left those around them transfixed. Even more unexpectedly, the principal actually made way, sending them off with a single sentence. Then go. He paused, then added, I don't know what you're going to do. Edith nodded. Well, I haven't told you anything. You know nothing. She left the academy. The palace was now heavily guarded. Ivan was in charge of evacuating the children from the underground. The passages were temporarily crowded, and it was unclear whether Duke Eddie had set traps underground, making it difficult to enter from either side. But there's still one place. Edith walked deftly down the alley. On Fire Christmas, she'd been teleported out by Zebulon and landed in this alley. However, the disposable scroll she used back then had no corresponding location. She wondered where in the palace she landed. She closed her eyes and activated the circle. The palace? Shelley was drenched in blood, which quickly dried in the residual heat of the explosion, leaving behind brown marks. The tiny speck of blood on his fingertips also turned to powder, trembling slightly as it sank to the ground. Shelley felt his heart nearly stop. Not far away, a twisted, charred solid mass clung to the ground. A closer look revealed streaks of gold. These were the 4 golden medallions hanging from Edith's chest, melted and fused in the intense heat, ultimately transforming into an indistinguishable black mass. Further away, a white mark remained on the ground, the remains of the wand's dissolution. Beyond that, nothing else. Clothes, limbs, hair, everything easily burnt melted in the intense heat, leaving only Duke Eddie, clearly in a failing state, clinging to the spot, his laughter rasping in a staccato whisper. It's over. He carefully felt his surroundings, confirming Edith's complete death. His smile grew wider. It's over, it's over. Edith is dead. Dolores was trapped underground by Edith's men, and now no one in the kingdom could stop her. He didn't even bother with Shelley. In a flash, he vanished from the magic storage room. Shelley instinctively clenched his wand, his hands trembling, then released it the instant Edith's words struck him. She said, Don't worry about it. His mind was still in a state of confusion, but trusting Edith was ingrained in him. After struggling a few steps through the magic storage room, he squatted down tremblingly and picked up the melted metal on the ground. Don't pick up broken things. A familiar yet unfamiliar voice came from behind him. Saying goodbye to the past is also a form of skill. Shelley's body froze instantly. It felt familiar because he had heard this voice for years, yet unfamiliar because it had been so long since he had heard it. It felt like a lifetime ago. He turned slowly. Edith Gary, with her messy hair and wearing the familiar gilt robes, emerged nonchalantly from the darkness. Duke Eddie has probably already started a coup, intending to completely overthrow the Campbell dynasty. That's good, it gives Ursula a legitimate reason to ascend to power. Go and join them. Shelley stared at her face motionlessly, his body still crouched, his muscles tense, his fingertips trembling slightly. Teacher. He called out the name he hadn't used in a long time. Edith put her hands in her pockets and smiled. Yes, it's me. I'm back. I never expected that the helper I'm so familiar with would be you. Joyce looked at Edith Gary's face with a hint of emotion. Welcome back. I didn't expect it either, Shelley said calmly. The bitterness and joy of the reunion faded, and the displeasure of Edith's concealment of their plan emerged. But he knew Edith had done nothing wrong. If he had known about the plan in advance, he would have stopped it out of personal emotion. Let's not talk about that for now. Edith looked down at the time. I think Ivan's going to have results soon. Sure enough, the next second after she spoke, a figure appeared out of nowhere beside Joyce. Joyce sighed again. Why is another person using me as a coordinate? You're restricted in the palace, your position is fixed, so it's easier to find. Ivan shrank back. The children were taken away. Did you tell them who you are? Yes, but not a word about your mother. Ivan was wary when he first saw Edith. It wasn't until Joyce and Shirley confirmed that they were the same person that he cautiously and vaguely accepted the truth. He answered Edith's questions with some caution, occasionally looking back to observe her expression. Edith nodded, approving of Ivan's actions. Joyce stood by. No fool, she had guessed quite a bit from these few words. She smacked her lips. Is this the deal you made with Ursula? Rescue the children in the name of the royal family, and then throw the blame on Duke Eddie? Edith was silent for a moment. Yes. That way, Dolores won't be convicted. Joyce narrowed her eyes. The evidence we found will be useless. The evidence and my blank piece of paper weren't meant to be used for incrimination, Edith said calmly, unless you want to make the sole thing public. Those things are used to suppress the powerful nobles, the royal family members, who are in cahoots with Dolores. It's easier to control it when you have the evidence you need. If everything is revealed, it's inevitable that someone will be ruined. This was the best solution Edith could think of. If Ursula wanted to become the next king, she needed to win the hearts of the people and control the nobility. Publicizing Dolores's affairs would undoubtedly undermine public trust in the royal family. So, Edith agreed to pin the blame on Duke Eddie, justifiably executing this powerful nobleman. The credit for saving her life would go to the royal family, helping Ursula consolidate her power. What about you? What benefits would you get? What benefits? Edith looked a bit surprised. Completely suppress Dolores, prevent the future development of a systematic soul-swapping industry. Furthermore, Ursula promised to allocate funds while gradually allowing civilians to enroll in school, join the court, and join the association. Aren't these all benefits? But none of them benefit you personally. Joyce finally said nothing and nodded. Now, wait for someone, Ivan said. Zebulon, relying on his connections at the Warcraft Academy, found a teacher and successfully borrowed a harpy. He was extremely talented in magic, and the Dean of Magic had always regretted his choice of the School of Charms. Given his status as a prince, he simply asked to borrow a bird for study, and the Dean readily agreed, no formalities involved. Go pick one yourself, but it depends on the bird's opinion. The Dean shrugged. You know, they have a bad temper. Zebrin certainly knew that. He thanked the Dean and walked into the forest. The next moment, he pulled a magic box from his pocket. It was Edith's magic. He waited quietly for a moment, and surprisingly, a croaking bird appeared. It stopped to one side, glancing at him with one eye, as if assessing something. Edith Griffin sent me here. Zebulon felt absurd. Discussing something with a bird, he honestly did as Ivan instructed. Unexpectedly, the bird-eater actually flew over. Zebulon, How could Edith be so connected to any species? They're here. Ivan breathed a sigh of relief. You asked for them. Zebulon appeared in the center of the teleportation circle, took a deep breath, and held out his hand without looking up. The bird perched on his fingertips, hesitated for a moment, then suddenly flapped its wings and landed steadily on Edith's shoulder. It actually recognized me. Edith, somewhat surprised, reached out a finger to touch its head, but was quickly pecked. Great, it's that familiar bird, Edith shrugged. Let's go! The three of them quickly retreated, leaving only Ivan and Zebulon. Ivan bent down to support his brother, whispering, let's go. It was time to hand over to Ursula and take over her care of their mother. Zebulon's head tilted up in an odd position, his eyes fixed on the blonde figure in front of him. Where's Edith? She is. Ivan pointed forward. Zebulon, ? Edith and the others had no trouble traveling. Duke Eddie claimed he had no interest in the throne, but in reality, he had already made preparations. Dolores had the ability to recruit talented individuals from across the kingdom, so if he took the position, he would naturally have an endless supply of bodies. The Eddie family's soldiers surrounded the palace in a matter of minutes. The guards, already scattered due to various assignments, were quickly restrained, leaving the path to the throne unguarded. Duke Eddie wants to declare himself king right away. Joyce narrowed her eyes. Isn't he afraid Ursula might suddenly change her mind and return with Dolores? He should have evidence of Dolores's guilt. Edith hurried, speaking casually. He probably plans to declare it right then and there, probably pinning his own crimes on the royal family as well, and then, in the name of justice, declare he's taking over the palace. Ivan has word that members of the Eddie family and a few scattered nobles have surrounded the underground teleportation array, presumably to ensure Dolores can't escape. What we need to do is simple. We use the harpy to muffle the sound of him reading out the evidence, then amplify his announcement and spread it as far as possible. Sounds simple. Joyce slowed down. What's the difficulty? How to completely kill Hope Eddie. Chapter 212. Destroy him completely within 3 seconds. Shelley repeated his request. He must have a way to survive for 3 seconds. Let's try it first. Edith closed her eyes. Of course, we also have to make plans for him to transfer to another body. The chaos within the palace hadn't yet spread to the outside world. Judging from the situation after she had just left Bo Eunice College, the guards and officials scattered outside were also unaware of the changes within the palace. Hope Eddie cut off the internal and external communication channels. The Ravi family, the Carter family, the Peters family. Joyce muttered to himself as he perceived the crowd. There aren't many. Only a few powerful nobles. The rest have fallen on hard times. Those powerful nobles were all important members of the Circle Association. They had been collaborating closely with the Eddie family for who knows when. As for those who were downtrodden, they were more willing to break free from their current status quo. Furthermore, because they were ignored at court, their private actions were less likely to be detected. It's mainly based on numbers. Their strength is average. Edith shook her head. We're here. The throne room door was filled with guards, but their quality was clearly uneven. Duke Eddie's personal soldiers were of average quality, so they prioritized speed and didn't dare to pause for even a minute. His original time wasn't now. Joyce paused at the door. An invisible barrier enveloped the three people, blocking out their conversation, while the croaking birds silently swallowed the sound of their footsteps. She lowered her eyes and said, Hope's original plan will probably take quite a while. Dolores's control was still strong, and his body was weakened. This was hardly the right time to resist. Edith nodded. He should have planned to strike after Dolores died of old age. This time, however, he'd been drawn into their plan by Jennifer, and when he discovered Dolores was under control, he took advantage of this rare opportunity. We're here, Shelley interrupted them. The throne room is just ahead. Edith heard a voice. The croaker sat quietly at her shoulder, its golden eyes reflecting the closed throne room door. From inside, Hope Eddie's triumphant voice drifted faintly through the heavy door. He had clearly begun his justice speech, preparing to expose the crimes of the royal family and Dolores to the public. He's begun. Joyce lowered his voice, tightening his grip on his wand as he leaned forward slightly. Still testing. The next second, a voice from inside the door suddenly escalated, as if a megaphone were pointed at everyone's ears. It was full of emotion and weight. I, Hope Eddie, current head of the Eddie family, now declare to the entire kingdom. Everyone inside and outside paused. In the alley, Mary stopped directing. Doreen, dumbfounded, shouldered her sword and patted her ears for confirmation. At Bo Eunice College, Haida and the others, who had been prepared, still struggled to control their facial expressions. Looking around, the surrounding students and teachers were filled with astonishment. In an instant, all raised their wands, fighting against this unknown danger. In the Magic Association, countless reagent bottles shattered in that instant. Researchers stood there in a daze, letting the flames under the crucible burn and the magic power of the unfinished magic circle dissipate. Everyone's mind went blank at that moment. The coverage only covers the capital. Shelley instantly analyzed the spell used by Duke Eddie. It also covers the central areas of the 3 surrounding cities, to some extent. With Hope's abilities, creating a magic circle capable of transmitting sound throughout the entire kingdom would be difficult, but the current size was more than sufficient. Hope paused, and in that instant, Edith's ears were instantly filled with a roaring clamor. The panicked crowd was stunned and bewildered by this sudden turn of events. Screams, sobs, and questions filled the capital. Hope seemed to be adjusting the magic circle's strength. When he spoke again, his voice was much softer, but its coverage had noticeably increased. I am a high-ranking official in the kingdom, blessed by His Majesty Campbell, but I cannot tolerate his brutal nature. According to plan. Edith spoke, her voice calm and without a trace of emotion. She raised her hand and gently tapped the bird on her shoulder. The bird tilted its head with a look of disdain, but still fluffed its feathers, its wings silently spread, and it transformed into a nearly invisible streak of light, slipping silently through the crack in the door. The voices in the hall suddenly changed their tone. Duke Eddie's inflammatory voice, enumerating the royal family's heinous crimes, seemed to be strangled by an invisible hand and instantly vanished without a trace. In its place was an eerie, forcibly suppressed humming sound, as if he were shouting in vain into a giant sound-absorbing sponge. The guards outside the door looked at each other, confusion and uneasiness on their faces. But Duke Eddie himself was unaware. The magical powers of the three outside the door blended together, creating a faint illusion that evaded Duke Eddie's detection, making him believe that everything was proceeding according to plan. He read out the redacted version of evidence word for word, following a pre-written script. He described Dolores Campbell as an ancient being who had lived for centuries, surviving by devouring children. He also knew he couldn't reveal the soul, so he changed his story, saying that all the children missing in the capital in recent years had come from Dolores' mouth. When I execute the criminal Dolores, I will return all those children to their families. Would anyone believe that? Edith asked, her voice low. At least the children's families will believe it, and others will wait and see for now, not immediately rebel. Joyce exhaled slowly. That's exactly what Hope wants. If time drags on, once he gains control of Dolores' newspapers, within a month, he convinced the vast majority of civilians of the Campbell royal family's deepest sins. Hope's speech now drew to a close. The corruption and sins of the Campbell royal family will taint the eyes of the goddess, and the name of the Dragon's Pine Kingdom. Now, Edith tightened the magical thread in her hand, and the voice-eating bird suddenly opened its mouth, spewing out all the sounds it had swallowed. I, Hope Eddie, will personally put an end to the sinner Dolores Campbell today. He paused, savoring the eternal night-like silence around him, relishing the shocking effect of the announcement of regicide. After he announced Dolores' crimes, killing her would no longer be a sin, but a merit. Her time is over. The reign of the Campbell family ends here. Beneath the throne, the nobles who had accompanied Duke Eddie into the palace stood erect, their bodies trembling slightly, whether from fear or excitement. Not far away, the guards, who had been protecting the throne, were trapped within the magic circle, their faces filled with despair. Is Dolores truly dead? What about them, those left behind by the old king? Hope didn't give them time to think. He stepped forward, and everyone below knelt with a resounding thud. His commanding voice echoed throughout the capital. The old king is dead, and the kingdom cannot fall into chaos and darkness. The Campbell family is no longer fit to rule the court. Someone needs to tear through this hypocritical veil and lead the kingdom into a new life. He stepped forward again, straightening his body. His voice reached an unprecedented height, and he declared with unwavering conviction, I, Hope Eddie, head of the Eddie family, sever this evil with my sword. I hereby declare to all my people, the Campbell dynasty is overthrown. From this moment on, I, Hope Eddie, am the sole ruler of this kingdom. Bang! As the last words fell, the heavy throne room door was violently driven inwards by a tremendous force. Splinters of wood flew everywhere, and Joyce, like a ghost, was the first to rush in. Alarm shrieked all around. Dolores' surveillance of her remained in place, but it had no effect on her actions. Her target was crystal clear. The stunned figure standing frozen before the throne, Duke Hope Eddie. Her speed was so swift that the air shrieked as the wand in her hand, carrying a chilling aura of death, pierced the Duke's heart. Duke Eddie had lived for centuries, after all. Though the sudden turn of events caught him off guard, his fighting instincts remained. Faced with Joyce's deadly attack, he reacted with swiftness, twisting his body at an incredible angle. Simultaneously, a dense mass of magical energy instantly coalesced into a twisted shield before him. Clang! Magic power exploded against the shield, making a sharp, grinding sound. The shield trembled violently, sparks flying, but it didn't shatter. Duke Eddie's face was a mixture of shock and anger. He recognized Joyce, but he couldn't understand how she had been able to locate him so quickly and reach the palace so quickly. But what terrified him even more was the figure that then stepped into the hall. Edith Gary. The woman he had seen placed into the ice coffin, intercepted and taken away by Shelley, the student whose new body had been blown to ash, even her emblem melted, now stood at the doorway, looking at him calmly, as if looking at a dead person. The common guild robe she wore now seemed like the all-consuming night, its silence drowning his senses. No, impossible. How could Edith still appear alive? And her original body? How could her original body possibly have magic? If it had, he would have taken over this body directly, and wouldn't be lingering like this now. Joyce's attacks rained down like a torrential downpour, momentarily causing Duke Eddie to lose consciousness, and his shield exploded like scorched ice. At the same moment, Edith raised a hand, her fingers curled inward. Golden lines suddenly spread across the throne room floor. Hope's body trembled violently. Edith wasn't attacking him personally, she was weaving a vast, invisible magical field that enveloped the entire throne room. This magical field wasn't for defense, but for suppression. For suppressing his ability to mobilize his deepest magical power, suppressing his life-saving secrets. The air seemed to solidify in an instant, his magic becoming thick and heavy. Duke Eddie felt a suffocating pressure, as if he were trapped in a quagmire. Joyce's attacks became even more deadly under Edith's suppression. He gritted his teeth, his mind racing. "Attack!" he shouted at the utterly terrified nobles in the audience. There are only 3 of them. The scattered nobles, as if waking from their dreams, raised their wands, and countless points of magical light shot towards the center. Shelley, who had been following Edith silently like a shadow, now raised his right hand. Chapter 213. Your only task is to hold off down there. Before Joyce entered, he turned back and instructed Shelley, although there are a lot of people. Their quality isn't high. You can definitely do it. Shelley, As a potion researcher and potion master, he had cast fewer spells in the previous 20 years than in this year. He nodded. I might use some prepared potions. Will it affect us? Joyce seemed to recall the common research of the researchers in the Potions Guild, and his expression gradually became subtle. Shelley didn't respond, but Edith's expression changed slightly. A little? She coughed a few times, probably. The level we can tolerate. Throne room. Everyone instinctively raised their hands to defend themselves the moment Shelley raised his wand. A blue shield suddenly spread across the room, like a mountain. Shelley then twisted his wrist, raising his free hand. A bottle of bubbling liquid as thick as sludge gently swayed in his grip. He took a deep breath, closed his eyes, and opened the lid. Ugh! Everyone in the room retched simultaneously. Joyce and Edith had prepared themselves, but the penetrating scent still made their brows twitch. This smell. Hope's eyes watered. Damn it. Yes, thank you for the inspiration, Edith mumbled. Inspired by the eerie odor from Louise's grave, she and Shelley worked together for a while before finally designing and concocting this potion. Of course, it had more than just an odorous attack. The poison silently penetrated the shield and slowly dissolved into the noble's bloodstream. Their magic was used to maintain the shield, and they were unable to immediately withdraw and contain it. Within 3 seconds, a thump echoed in the throne room. Then, like dominoes, the crowd collapsed. The few who were quick-witted or in good health hadn't fainted, but they were also slowed by the effects of the potion. Shelley alone was more than enough to handle the situation. Without his support, Hope could only focus on himself, trying to find a way out from the combined attack of Edith and Joyce. But his body was clearly at its limit. 2 hours are almost up, Joyce kindly reminded him. Duke Eddie blinked slowly, and his movements suddenly slowed. A hard, eggshell-like shell appeared on his body, and the body within gradually became transparent, as if it could be blown away by a gust of wind. He attempted to create a small space unaffected by Edith's magic field and teleport away within it. Joyce tightened his fingers, redirected his magic, and released a thin stream of wind from the tip of his wand. The wind blade silently merged with Edith's viscous magic field. Through shared perception, it precisely captured the point where Hope's soul and body momentarily wavered. Puff! A soft sound, like a hot knife cutting through butter. Duke Eddie's movements froze in an instant. He lowered his head in disbelief, seeing a nearly invisible line appear on his chest. No blood gushed out, but the clothing and flesh around the wound instantly took on a strange grayish hue, crumbling and spreading rapidly. Joyce hadn't intended to kill him in 3 seconds. She and Edith worked together to stop his soul's targeted teleportation. He could indeed be resurrected in another body, but not the one he had intended. According to the limitations of Edith's magic field, he would immediately be reborn into a dying person in the royal capital. Death is your destiny. At this point, Joyce had calmed down. She paused, watching Hope Eddie's eyes filled with utter fear, resignation, and bewilderment. His body, like weathered stone, began to crumble from the wound on his chest, disintegrating and turning into fine dust that drifted away. The dust settled. A deathly silence fell within the throne room. The nobles and soldiers who had followed Duke Eddie, ready to witness the birth of the new king, were now petrified, their faces etched with horror. They stared at the pile of ashes on the ground, rapidly losing its last bit of form, then at the 3 men standing beneath the throne like the Grim Reaper. Shelley withdrew the potion bottle, pulled out a pale yellow antidote, and poured it onto the floor. The sound of grease exploding was striking in the now silent hall. A few seconds later, the unconscious person on the ground faintly regained consciousness. The first thing they saw was Hope Eddy, reduced to ash, but their minds clearly hadn't yet reconciled the image with their leader. They simply stood there, their eyes fixed on the spot, their gazes blank. Just then, steady, distinct footsteps echoed from the side door of the hall. Ursula Campbell, flanked by several guards, walked in calmly. She glanced at the ashes on the floor, her eyes free of surprise, only understanding, and a subtle sense of relief. Finally, she turned her gaze to Edith and the other two and nodded slightly. Ursula arrived punctually. Edith did a quick calculation. After Hope's death, he placed a contract with her. The guards guarding the underground teleporter would surely sense it. Only then would Zebulon and Ivan find an opportunity to enter and replace Ursula. Ursula had disengaged from her duties guarding Dolores, and quickly organized her men to rush to the throne room. Her arrival at this precise moment proved she hadn't wasted any time. Edith collected her thoughts and saluted with Joyce and the others. "This is probably the last time we perform this kind of salute to Ursula," Joyce sighed. Edith curled her lips. "I was going to say this is the last time we address her by name, but come to think of it, you haven't called Dolores your Majesty many times." The three of them naturally stepped aside, clearing the main path. The incident happened suddenly, so everything was kept simple. Ursula walked to the throne, but didn't sit down immediately. Instead, she turned to the shuddering nobles and soldiers. Her voice was clear, steady, and filled with undeniable authority. Aided by the sound transmission array left by Hope, it echoed throughout the hall, enveloping the capital. The rebel Hope Eddy, in a time of royal crisis, severely injured Queen Campbell and brazenly launched a coup, attempting to overthrow the kingdom. He deserves death. Fortunately, Honorable Joyce Walker, president of the Magic Association, and Edith Gary and Shelley Scott of the Apothecary Association saw through his plot in time and, under the royal family's instructions, killed him on the spot, preventing a further catastrophe. I, Ursula Campbell, as the heir to the Dragonpine Kingdom, declare, the coup has been quelled. All those deceived and coerced by Hope Eddy, lay down your wands and swords, or I will kill you. The commotion outside the palace gradually subsided under Ursula's soothing voice. Although her voice still evoked disquiet, the residents held a deep trust in the Campbell family, and hearing Campbell's name naturally put them at ease. His Majesty Campbell has been severely injured by the rebel Hope Eddy, and is temporarily unable to handle state affairs. While the Queen recuperates, I will assume the responsibilities of King. Campbell's voice was firm and powerful, nailing Duke Eddy to the stigma of rebel, attributing her mother's disappearance to the rebels, and naturally declaring her assumption of power. After 2 days of calm, she would announce her mother's voluntary abdication, becoming the new king in a peaceful and stable environment. The nobles and soldiers, already terrified, heard kill on sight, and saw the calm yet oppressive gazes of the three people surrounding Ursula. Without hesitation, they dropped their weapons and fell to their knees. Ursula took a deep breath, her eyes meeting Edith's. Edith nodded imperceptibly, signaling the deal was done. Dolores's crimes would be sealed forever, and she would spend the rest of her life under house arrest, while Duke Eddy would bear the brunt of the infamy. Once matters at the palace were resolved, Ursula would also disclose the news of the missing child, completely erasing the Eddy family name from among the nobility. A complex expression flashed across Ursula's eyes, but it was quickly replaced by determination. She turned, quietly gazing at the throne, symbolizing supreme power, then quickly averted her gaze. A few more days. Edith averted her gaze. The croaking bird on her shoulder pecked impatiently at her hair, as if to claim credit. She extended her finger, and the bird glided lightly onto it. "Let's go," she whispered to Shelley and Joyce. Their mission was accomplished. There was no point in staying here. The next task, the transfer of power, calming the people, and eliminating the remaining rebels, was the job of Ursula, the new king-in-waiting. They had one last mission left: to find Duke Eddy's new body, and completely erase the existence of Eugene Irving's spirit. They already set out. Edith felt the newly established connection. As soon as Duke Eddy died, she quickly contacted several friends at Beau Eunice College. Hedda and the others took advantage of the chaos to flee the college, dispersing to various corners and carefully searching for any trace of the dying. Thanks to Louisa, her research made the search much easier. The 6-person team moved quickly. By the time Ursula finished her speech, 5 had already reported back their findings. Nothing? Joyce leaned forward, brows furrowed. Could he have escaped? Unlikely. A dying body is often weak, and doesn't necessarily have magical powers. He couldn't have gotten far. There's still no news from One Direction. Let's wait a little longer, Edith soothed. She was confident in the magic field she set up. Hope must still be in the capital. After nearly 5 minutes, Joyce could barely stand, pacing back and forth. How about I go look for him too? Just as she finished her words, Edith felt the pull of magic. She quickly reached out and touched the air. Found him. Hedda finally replied, but one glance told Edith something was amiss. She wasn't the quiet type. Finding Hope would have been a thrilling experience. Edith's gaze continued downward, pausing slightly. Is the location Turner Manor? Joyce leaned back with a thud, her expression darkening. His reincarnated body this time. Old Turner? It seemed so. Edith let out a slow breath. What worried her most now was Hedda's mental state. Me? I'm fine. Hedda was calmer than she imagined. She calmly stood by the bedside. As old Turner pleaded, I'm really your great-grandfather, she turned and looked at the three of them. Only those near death can become reincarnated bodies. In other words, my grandfather was supposed to die today. There's nothing to be sad about. After saying this, her eyes suddenly reddened, and she frantically reached out to wipe them. Leave me alone. I'm serious. Get rid of Hope Eddie's soul, and resolve this matter once and for all. Edith hesitated. Hedda had already run out of the room. Edith looked back and saw Belle and the others standing at the door, feeling a little relieved. All right. She took 2 steps forward and sat down in Hedda's place, looking down at old Turner's face. It's time to put an end to this. I'm not Hope Eddie. Old Turner screamed. You can't do this. Edith clicked her tongue. You know I took Louise's notes, so how could I not be able to tell if you're real? Old Turner's face changed. Edith paused for a second, carefully studying the look of fear and despair on his face. Suddenly, she felt a little bored. You lived for hundreds of years, killed countless people, experienced countless deaths, and yet you're still afraid of death? She shook her head, no longer hesitating, and hovered her hand over old Turner's head. Wait, I know a lot about souls. We could work together. Hope finally lost her composure and eagerly offered him benefits. The next second, his face paled and his body convulsed violently. Edith's magic needle pierced his brain with pinpoint accuracy. She lowered her eyes, not even interested in listening to the rest of what she was saying. Old Turner's body was already on the brink of death. Even the slightest provocation could have taken his life in a second. His hand fell limply, resting on the edge of the bed. Hope Eddie, or rather, Eugene Irving's centuries-long life had finally come to an end. I'm still a little dazed. Hope died just like that. Joyce yawned, rubbing his hair in annoyance. This workload, I won't be able to sleep well for a long time. Being alive is a victory. Edith stretched her arms, and Shelley beside her quickly stepped forward, offering her shoulder for support. After confirming Hope's death, the group left the room, chatting, only to run into Tuttle, who was guarding the door. Can I speak with you privately? The sweat from his brief inspection of 1/6 of the capital still hung on the tip of his nose, and his normally rosy face was now utterly pale. His eyes fixed on Edith. Edith paused. No need for private conversation. Let's talk here. Tuttle hesitated, glanced at the 2 people beside him, closed his eyes, and took a deep breath. I apologize for the inconvenience, but I'd like to ask. Are you Edith Griffin? Chapter 214. Edith blinked subtly. Beside her, Shelley's hand unconsciously tightened, pulling Edith closer. Joyce whistled, crossed her arms, and curled her lips in a relaxed expression. This wasn't a topic Edith could easily brush off. Besides this, she had to explain her resurrection to a whole host of people. It was just that because Shelley had taken the body, there were no witnesses for Edith's funeral. Then, after discussing it with Ursula, everything could be explained as a fake death. But Tuttle's situation was different. Edith wasn't even surprised that they guessed that Gary was Griffin. The friends at the academy knew about soul swapping, and considering her humble background, powerful abilities, and close relationship with Joyce, they should have been able to make a rough guess. Of course, Ursula's words were the decisive factor. Ursula Campbell said that Honorable Joyce Walker, Edith Gary, and Shelley Scott of the Pharmacy Guild were able to see through their plot in time, Tuttle said. But I remember Edith Griffin told us that she would work with President Walker and Professor Scott to deal with Duke Eddie. Yes. Edith nodded and laughed. You guessed right. I am indeed Edith Griffin, and the details are pretty much what you expected. I experienced a soul swap and temporarily entered Griffin's body, studying at Beau Eunice College for 6 months. She paused, watching Tuttle's anxiety fade into calm, but then he quickly lowered his eyes, his expression a momentary complication. Other than that, I haven't lied about anything. Edith let out a slow breath. Don't be so reserved with me. Whether it's Gary or Griffin, my soul is one. Tuttle didn't know what to say. On the one hand, after losing contact with Edith Griffin, he had indeed feared for her life. Now that he knew Edith was safe, he was relieved. On the other hand, he wasn't sure how to face Edith, Gary's former friend. I think you need some time alone. Joyce spoke at the right moment, patting Tuttle's shoulder. Go ahead, and tell your friends about this. Tuttle nodded slowly, and watched Edith and the others leave in silence. What are you going to do next? Shelley stared at Edith's pensive profile. Are you going to separate Edith Griffin and Edith Gary? Edith, that's what I was planning. Edith Griffin is an independent individual. Even if she doesn't reincarnate, the other person will die, but she still occupies someone else's name. At least leave a tombstone with her name on it. But now I'm not so sure. There's no need to separate the two identities so completely. Joyce suddenly spoke, chuckling. There's no need to hide the general truth. Just say your appearance and age changed due to the spell, and now that Duke Eddie is dead and the spell is broken, you return to normal. But there's no need to explain this to everyone. Just explain it to the aristocratic circle, the college hierarchy, and the few classmates you're close to. Externally, tell the story that Edith Griffin was attacked during her visit and risked her life to protect Dolores Campbell, but died herself. Have Ursula arrange a funeral for you, so she can rest in peace. As for Griffin's sister, I suggest you continue to play Edith Griffin and say that your appearance has changed due to the spell. Wait until she's an adult and her mind is stable, then you can reveal part of the truth to her, depending on the circumstances. Edith pondered. From my perspective, there's no need to tell Doreen this after she's an adult. Shirley began. Accepting the death of a loved one is painful. I believe if we spoke to Griffin herself now, she'd give the same answer. Let Doreen remain peaceful and happily enjoy the love of her family, without worrying about life or death. Edith sighed, shaking her head with a mixture of laughter and tears. Forget it. Either way, it's going to take a long time. That's not what we should be thinking about right now. There are more important matters to attend to. The three of them fell silent. After a few seconds, Joyce couldn't help but look up, looking at Shelley for confirmation. Was that statement made by Doreen or you? Shelley. Joyce, I remember your expression of devastation after Gary's death. The Pharmacy Guild tried to take his body away, and you blew up a building. TSK, I had to approve a lot of extra supplies to calm them down. Edith, I'm so sorry. No need to apologize. You have to return to the guild soon anyway, and you have to face your responsibilities. Joyce's tone tinged with gloating. The news of your survival has probably already spread. Plus, Ursula herself admitted that you helped the royal family resolve the rebellion. I wonder what the current head researcher is thinking right now. Ah, and those colleagues and subordinates who defected after his death. Edith's headache intensified. Let me rest for a few days. After leaving the Turner family, she first went to Eddie Manor and, with Ursula's approval, unearthed the scroll. It was the time-reversing scroll Duke Eddie had used to open the coffin in Louise's tomb. He had said there were 2 remaining, and after using one, only 1 remained. If there's a formula, there's a possibility of replication. Edith drew the patterns on both sides, and after recording them, she returned to the palace basement with the scroll. The scroll disintegrated, time reversed, and the ashes on the ground gradually coalesced, transforming before Edith's eyes into Edith Griffin. Seal. Shelley, already prepared, quickly activated the magic circle, preserving his body's state at the moment of recovery. Do you think that if we go back a little further, Edith Griffin herself will wake up? Possibly. Shelley released the seal, and thought for a second. But to maintain consciousness, the scroll can only last for 30 minutes. Not everyone is like Louisa, able to accept waking up and then dying quickly. That's true. Edith stopped worrying and looked at her restored body with mixed feelings. She reached out and closed her eyelids. I give you a grand funeral, she whispered. Allie. Mary had taken Doreen to the basement after seeing the skyfire. Hidden in a corner of the basement, they listened quietly to the entire resolution of the rebellion in the palace's throne room. Is my sister going to visit the palace today? Doreen suddenly remembered, and her whole body was filled with anxiety. Is she okay? Wait a minute. Mary was also a little anxious, but she maintained a calm demeanor. Until she heard Edith Gary's name. It was rare for Doreen to see her teacher so out of control. She huddled on the blanket, clutching her sword tightly. Teacher? It's okay. After confirming the coup was over, Mary told Doreen to remain underground. She returned to the surface and paced anxiously around the courtyard. She could hear screaming and crying all around her, and someone shouting soothing words, Likely a royal guard. Finally, before her patience ran out, she heard a knock on the door. Mary ran away. Behind the door, a familiar face appeared before her. Mary? Edith poked her head out halfway, giving a guilty smile. I didn't mean to do anything dangerous without telling you. She was greeted with a big hug. Teacher Mary? Edith hung her hands in confusion. Feeling the wetness on her shoulder, she no longer hesitated and gently patted him on the back. It's all over. Tonight was destined to be a sleepless night for many. Hope's impact was greater than expected, and the entire capital was in turmoil. Ursula not only had to deal with the day's mess, but also had to deal with the discontent of the prince's faction, and suppress the restless princess's faction. She had no choice but to make a request to Edith. Edith had taken a nap in Doreen's arms that afternoon, and now, being fully awake, she agreed without hesitation. Ursula's request targeted the Magic Association. After Duke Eddie's death, the Astrology Association, which had always claimed to follow the astrological signs, quickly defected to Joyce, while the Circle Association, having lost its de facto leader, fell into disarray. Joyce seized the opportunity, quickly taking over management and using extremely forceful tactics to tear it into his own sphere of influence. That left the only remaining obstacle, the Pharmacy Guild. The Pharmacy Guild was already controlled by several major pharmacy families, and Duke Eddie was merely cooperating, not controlling them. Now that he's dead, the guild seems to be moving independently. Joyce felt a headache. But you don't have to worry about that. Just keep an eye on them this night. I'm worried they might be plotting something behind the scenes. Edith nodded. I will. Shelley refused to let her go alone, standing in front of her and opening the guild door for her. So what if Hope Eddie is dead? It has nothing to do with us. Damn it! Astrology and magic circles are going to fall under Joyce's wing, and you're still arguing. Stop it! I'm also tired of following his orders. Last time I helped him, we lost 3 towers and most of the Research Institute to Scott. The arguing died down in an instant. In the brightly lit hall, all the pharmacists, researchers, and family representatives who had been arguing fiercely froze in their places. The silence was so intense that only the sound of heartbeats could be heard. Time seemed to have frozen. Someone's reagent bottle slipped, splattering the expensive liquid, but no one glanced down to see. Someone opened their mouths, maintaining their impassioned speeches, but no sound emanated from their throats. But many others' faces first showed a look of utter bewilderment, as if their brains couldn't process the information they were receiving. Then, disbelief spread like a plague. In the center of their gaze, Edith slowly approached, her expression calm. It's okay, don't worry about me. You guys continue. Edith Gary. The one whose death they had witnessed, the one they had participated in concealing the truth about, the one whose inheritance and research results were privately discussed. The former chief researcher. She stood there, clad in the association's uniform black robes, as usual. Chapter 215. Edith Gary is back. Although news of her return had already reached her, the shock of seeing her in person was far greater than she had ever heard. Not dead? How could she not be dead? Although Her Majesty Ursula Campbell had personally admitted that Edith had helped suppress the rebellion, if Edith wasn't dead, what happened to the body that Shelley Scott had madly snatched away? A sense of absurdity and a deep-seated fear gripped everyone, especially those who had been most excited after Edith's death, attempting to seize resources and influence. And even those who had secretly colluded with Duke Eddie. Their faces instantly turned pale as paper, and their legs trembled uncontrollably. They instinctively lowered their heads, some standing to the side, while those who were not in Edith's sight quietly raised their heads and looked behind her. Shelley Scott. A year had passed since he last stood here. His last visit, he blew up 3 of the association's towers. While no casualties were reported, several aristocratic families suffered significant losses. Shelley Scott had undergone a noticeable change, the most significant being that the aura of death that had surrounded him when he first came to steal the body had dissipated. Though his face remained expressionless, he clearly had a sense of life again. He stood at Edith's side, like a loyal shadow, his gaze slowly sweeping across the room with an undisguised warning. Edith seemed oblivious to the horrified gazes, nor to the complex mixture of shock, fear, and guilt in the air. She simply gently pushed aside Shelley's arm, which had instinctively protected her, and took a few steps forward. Tap, tap, tap. The crisp sound of heels hitting the ground was particularly piercing in the deathly silence of the hall. Edith paused in the crowd, her voice unenhanced by any magic. She spoke calmly. By order of His Highness Campbell and President Walker, I will temporarily oversee the safety and order of the association tonight. I hope you will cooperate, remain within the association, and refrain from any actions that could lead to misunderstanding. Her tone was polite, but the meaning behind her words was blunt. Tonight, this place is sealed off, and everyone is under surveillance. Everyone's attention instantly focused on the person in front of Edith. There stood the current president of the Pharmacy Guild. His cheek muscles twitched, and he swallowed hard, trying to find his voice. Gee, Gary, what exactly? Tomorrow, His Highness Campbell and President Walker will naturally explain the details to you. Edith interrupted his stammering question. Now, everyone, please return to your seats. Experiments may continue, discussions are permitted, but any gatherings or unauthorized transmission of information are prohibited. Edith's voice grew colder. Professor Scott will assist me in ensuring that everything remains stable tonight. At the mention of Shelley's name, Minnie shuddered again. The burned memories were certainly not pleasant. An invisible pressure enveloped the entire hall. Under Edith's calm yet oppressive gaze, the pharmacists and nobles, who had just been arguing fiercely, were now like chickens strangled, frozen in fear. The crowd began to slowly and silently disperse, returning to their laboratories or rest areas, but each one was restless, occasionally glancing at the two figures at the door. Edith Gary is back. The news spread like wildfire. Edith had barely settled into her chair when she sent several more, almost invisible, gazes from the second floor. Edith, The main towers of the guild were interconnected, allowing members of the Spell and Warcraft guilds to reach the Alchemy Guild through the second-floor corridor. However, because Edith had ordered it sealed off, those who arrived could only stay outside the windows, struggling to peer inside using various methods. Do you need my help? Shelley's expression wasn't particularly friendly. No, I notified Joyce. Edith rubbed her forehead helplessly, asking Joyce to quickly fetch them. Joyce was quick, but the effect of the intervention was minimal. The group of peepers seemed to have gone back to spread the word. Later in the night, more and more fearless individuals bravely arrived, hiding by windows and doors to peer in. Although the rumor that Edith's death was faked had spread, resurrection from the dead was rare after all. It was clear that she would be the talk of the association for a long time to come. Never mind, I'm used to it anyway, Edith muttered, deciding to ignore the outside world. The first half of the night was peaceful. While the prying eyes persisted, at least no one was doing anything. But in the second half, with Edith's first yawn of boredom, the number of dishonest people noticeably increased. Just as Edith rubbed herself, still unaware, and pondered how to reorganize the association upon her return, the communication lines in her brain suddenly twitched faintly. Then, a rhythmic knocking sounded at the door. Shelley was instantly alert, his wand slipping silently into his hand. Edith pressed his wrist, sensing no malicious intent beyond the door. Instead, there was a familiar, yet somewhat uneasy aura. The door opened. Standing at the doorway were Hedda and Amy, dusty but bright-eyed. Behind them stood Tuttle and Belle, serious-faced but relaxed, and Mullen and Lynch, a little embarrassed but trying to stand straight. Do you need help? Hedda said briskly, approaching Edith Gary with the same attitude she had for Edith Griffin. No one can sleep. Joyce said you have a watch duty, so it would be convenient to have more people, right? Edith looked at the still somewhat nervous crowd and smiled. Well, I trouble you then. Everyone breathed a sigh of relief. No one questioned their identities anymore, and they naturally resumed chatting, assigning tasks, and moving about the association, just as they had always done. In the corner of the third floor, seeing his younger brother unable to resist leaning over the hallway to look down, Belle tooted, Edith Gary was 27 when she died. Even if her body didn't age after a year of freezing, she's still 11 years older than you. Lynch's face paled slightly. Is 11 years a lot? Tuttle's voice suddenly appeared, startling the two slacking off. Belle cursed inwardly, but he was completely unaware. He continued, increasing magic power can extend lifespan to a certain extent. These days, spells aren't harmful to the body. According to the latest research, powerful mages can even live for 200 years. In 200 years, 11 years isn't that much. Lynch nodded quickly. Belle, you win. On the first floor of the association, Edith suddenly sneezed and rubbed her nose. Shelley quickly poured a cup of hot tea, but the moment she handed it to him, a memory struck her, and her body stiffened. Edith raised an eyebrow at him, then reached out and forcibly yanked the cup toward her, drinking it all right in front of Shelley. Look, she's not dead. She showed him the empty bottom of the cup, then grasped Shelley's wrist. She let his hand rest against her neck, feeling the strong beat of her pulse. Hope's dead? I be fine. Relax. Shelley lowered his eyes quietly, uttering an inaudible "hmm." As if not wanting to dwell on the sad memories for too long, he changed the subject, saying, "When this is all over, let's go back to Mary's house and relax for a few days." Edith didn't say either yes or no. She suppressed a smile and asked casually, "What about after we finish living here?" Shelley, not following her racing thoughts, paused for a moment. "What after? Mary's house only has 3 rooms. Doreen's grown up and needs her own room. We can't live here forever." Edith changed the subject. "Or maybe you want to share a room with me. That would be enough." Shelley's mind went blank. Edith didn't give him time to react. "After our vacation at Mary's, we have to move. I'm already tired of your apartment. Move to my place. It's close to the association and the college. You can work either way. I'm thinking about what else I need for the house." Shelley, waking up from a dream, bewilderedly withdrew his hand from Edith's neck, but she held his wrist firmly, preventing him from moving. He had no choice but to lower his eyes again, his words stuttering for a rare moment. "Together?" "Yes, together." The warm skin beneath his palm trembled slightly at his words. Shelley had never felt the meaning of living so deeply. With a sudden twist of his wrist, he freed Edith's grip, his hand sliding downwards and gently resting against her palm. He took the initiative to shake Edith's hand. Edith was a little surprised. She looked up, but Shelley didn't dare look at her, his head tilted slightly to the side, leaving Edith with only a slightly red ear. Edith couldn't hold it in any longer and laughed out loud. It was a bit amusing. With Shelley's cautious nature, even if his thoughts had been exposed by Hope Eddy, he would have pretended nothing had happened, quietly maintaining the existing relationship, fearing loss. Never mind, let her take the initiative. A few days later, a solemn and mournful funeral was held at Beau Eunice College to commemorate Edith Griffin, an outstanding student who had heroically sacrificed her life protecting the former Queen Dolores during the Palace Rebellion. Ursula, whose throne had already been virtually secured, personally attended the funeral and posthumously awarded her a medal. Most of those present knew the truth, and their tears were less than genuine. However, the public spontaneously organized a memorial service, with many placing flowers on the gates of Beau Eunice College. The principal walked around, found the flowers beautiful, and ordered them to be preserved with a magical circle. Ursula, with her iron fist and wisdom, quickly stabilized the situation, suppressing the rampant princess faction and, as appropriate, rallying the prince faction. Joyce, on the other hand, was busy integrating the 5 major associations and eliminating stubborn forces. Zebulon and Ivan returned to the academy. I heard Zebulon had already begun the process of transferring to the School of Warcraft, but Ivan's goal remained the School of Charms. After graduation, he would likely return to the palace and become a member of the Council of State. Hedda and the others continued their studies as usual, but they weren't saddened by Edith's departure for a moment. Because she was back. Shelley Scott chose to remain at the academy as a professor of potions, but retained her title as an honorary researcher. Edith, on the other hand, focused her efforts on research, but held the title of honorary professor at the academy. The Potions Guild had been quite restless lately, so she left the mess to Joyce and leisurely arrived at the academy to fill in for classes. Hedda lowered her head, not out of disrespect, but because she was afraid she'd laugh if she looked up. Edith lectured on the stage. What a wonderful experience. "Student, please don't keep your head down in class," Edith called out in Hedda's direction. "Sorry, I stand outside for a bit." Hedda finally couldn't help herself and hurried out the door, laughing silently into the air for a long moment before pausing. "What are you laughing so hard about?" Bertram approached nonchalantly. "Teacher, stop hanging around outside other classes during class time." Hedda stopped laughing. "Come to see Edith?" Bertram, yes. The teachers weren't among those being concealed, but the version they were given, Edith was undercover at Beaujolais College to uncover Duke Eddie's conspiracy, wasn't quite the truth. "Hedda, haven't you seen enough these past 2 days?" Edith Gary was surrounded by a mob the first time she entered the office. "Haven't your classmates seen enough?" Bertram retorted. Hedda looked back and fell silent. That's true. After learning that Edith would be their temporary substitute teacher, the students went crazy, asking everyone, "How did you know that the chief researcher, the researcher Gary who participated in the suppression of the rebellion, would be filling in for us?" They usually slept and passed notes in class, but now they sat up straight. "Speaking of class, you praised Edith in front of Edith before." Hedda suddenly recalled something. "Teacher, you asked the founder of the theory of material elements about its details right in front of her." "Bertram, can you please stop talking about that?" The two of them exchanged a few words, and the bell rang on time. Bertram thought something was wrong and was about to turn and run when he felt a hand on his shoulder. "What are you doing here?" He shuddered subconsciously, then quickly retorted, "What are you doing here again?" "Me?" Shirley raised an eyebrow. "I'm here to pick up my lover from get off work." Bertram, "Good. At least you can say lover without stuttering now. Practice some more, and get your ears back to where they're red." "Shirley, You deserve that extra word." "What are you talking about?" Edith poked her head out the door. "I heard my name." Shirley coughed softly. "Nothing." He took the book from Edith naturally, took her hand, and walked towards the stairs without looking back. Bertram tooted. "You're jealous." Hedda pondered. "I'm not." Bertram jumped up like a cat whose tail has been stepped on. Edith heard a noise behind her and instinctively turned back, but Shelley gently held her head. "Don't mind him," he said. Edith stared at him for a moment, until she saw his ears flush red. Then she suppressed a laugh and hummed. "Okay, let's go home."